I clearly possess an indestructible body, yet I am bullied by my fellow disciples every day. Because I have excessive yang energy and strong desires, my meridians are blocked, preventing me from cultivating. However, they do not know that in my despair, I unexpectedly obtained the Tongtian Divine Cauldron. It not only allowed me to open my meridians but also helped me break through to the 5th level of chi refining in one go, and even allowed me to cultivate in the cauldron for 1 month, equivalent to 1 hour outside. It turns out that the Tongtian Divine Cauldron is a divine artifact of the Tongtian Immortal King. She was hunted in the upper realm, leaving a trace of her divine consciousness in the cauldron, and then hid in the lower realm waiting for a fated person. Since I possess a pure yang body, cultivating with her not only can revive her but also help her break through her shackles. You can start cultivating now. Once you reach a certain realm, I will naturally cultivate with you. At this moment, I left the cauldron space and returned to my residence. Zhao Jiqing came to find me. She was here to get the Tongtian Order, as only the Tongtian Order can enter the Tongtian Tower for cultivation, and it was given to me by my father before he passed away. I can give it to you, but you need to bring a top-grade magic weapon in exchange. This shocked her greatly, as the original body had always been her loyal follower, but now I refuse. However, I am not foolish anymore, as I know she wants to use the Tongtian Order to cultivate with Zhang Chao. Sure enough, Zhang Chao appeared in front of me moments later. If you don't hand over the Tongtian Order today, I'll break your hands and feet first. If you have the ability, just do it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao threw a punch at me, and I stood there dumbfounded, seemingly scared silly. Die! A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chao's mouth, as if he had already envisioned my head being smashed to pieces. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhang Chao's fist slammed into my forehead, but I remained motionless, a look of disdain on my face as I shook my head. You can't even hit hard, yet you claim to be a master. What a disgrace! Impossible! Zhang Chao was taken aback, pulling back his limbs, staring at me in shock. A punch thrown with 60% of his strength could shatter rocks, yet this waste was completely unharmed. Zhao Jiqing stared at me with wide eyes, her face filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Jiang Ying didn't lie to me, he is indeed the Tongtian Immortal King. I smiled slightly. In just 1 short hour, I had undergone a transformation, with the strength of the 5th level of chi refining, comparable to a peak chi refining master. My physical power was on par with that of the Golden Core realm. Those in the Golden Core realm are qualified to be promoted to inner disciples, and I had already reached the strength of the Golden Core physique. In other words, my current strength was already comparable to that of an average inner disciple. Impossible! It must be an illusion. Zhang Chao let out a low roar, drawing the long sword from his back, and shouted loudly, "Waste! I will definitely dismember you and throw you into the mountains to feed the dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chao fiercely urged his spiritual power and swung his sword to attack. Kill him! Zhao Jiqing, who was watching, also stared at me intently and shouted loudly. Spiritual power surged, and the sword energy shot out in all directions. Zhang Chao struck with all his might, and the power was astonishing. Die for me! Amidst the roar, Zhang Chao's long sword struck my forehead again with a clang, the sound of metal ringing out. But the sword failed to even break the skin on my scalp. The two stood frozen in place, like wooden carvings or clay sculptures. The sword strike delivered with all their might couldn't even break through Lin Ping'an's scalp. What is this? Too weak. I shook my head and said softly, "Now it's my turn." As my words fell, I casually threw a punch that seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. A surge of immense spiritual power instantly surged, causing the surrounding air to freeze. An unremarkable punch contained terrifying power. So scary. Zhang Chao came back to his senses. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bang! The next moment, Zhang Chao, along with his sword, flew out horizontally, tumbling several meters before crashing into a rock behind him, creating a human-shaped hole. Zhao Jiqing was dumbfounded, completely shocked. This waste actually defeated senior brother Zhang, who was ranked 8th in the outer sect, with a single move. Such terrifying strength. Even the top-ranked Hua Feiyu or any ordinary inner sect disciple couldn't do this. When did Lin Ping'an, this waste who could be bullied by anyone, become so terrifying? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all along, pretending before? Thinking of this, a strong sense of resentment surged in Zhao Jiqing's heart. Lin Ping'an has been toying with himself. How hateful. Sorry, I was a bit too heavy-handed. I turned to Zhao Jiqing and smiled slightly, saying, "Take your senior brother Zhang away. Next time you see me, it's best to take a detour. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Looking at the seemingly harmless Lin Ping'an, Zhao Jiqing felt both shocked and angry but dared not act out. She stepped forward to pull Zhang Chao out. Zhang Chao was coughing up blood, staining his clothes a deep red. The look in his eyes when he looked at me was filled with fear. No longer the arrogance he had before. This person was too terrifying. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhao Jiqing silently supported him as they left, walking a full mile before daring to stop and rest. Spreading the news that Lin Ping'an had the Tongtian Ling, Zhang Chao said with a sinister expression. Two fists can't fight four hands, he definitely can't keep the Tongtian Ling. Not long after they left, the news that I had the Tongtian Ling spread. Early the next morning, 3 uninvited guests arrived at my residence, Wan Guilu, the master of Guanyue Peak, and his 2 proud disciples, Zhao Hong and Lin Zifan. Wan Guilu looked at me with a smile, but there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. This waste has always been a disgrace to Guanyue Peak and the reason he has been mocked by the other peak masters. Zhao Hong and Lin Zifan, the 2 proud disciples, stood behind Wan Guilu, their faces showing disdain and impatience. Having the Tongtian Ling in your hands is a waste, Wan Guilu said with a smile. In 5 days, it will be the outer sect competition. Your 2 senior brothers have outstanding talent. If they can enter the Tongtian Tower, their strength will surely improve. Hand over the Tongtian Ling, and I can offer you some compensation. How about it? You took my Guiyuan Dan and Spirit Stones without permission and want to forcibly take the Tongtian Ling as well. Do you think I'm made of mud? I felt a deep sense of humiliation and was filled with indignation. According to my memory, the original owner was harmed at Wan Gilia's instigation. This old man is ruthless and very cunning. The master's intention, the disciple dares not refuse. However, the Tongtian Order is ultimately a relic of my late father, very precious, and it would be somewhat inappropriate to hand it over easily. How about this? Tomorrow morning I will spar with the 2 senior brothers on the arena. If you win, I will hand over the Tongtian Order. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 were stunned for a moment. Zhao Hong and Lin Zifan couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they had heard the most ridiculous joke. A waste who hasn't even reached the chi refining stage dares to spar with them. Isn't that just asking for humiliation? Zhao Hong crossed his arms and looked at me sideways. You, a waste, haven't even reached the chi refining stage, and you dare to spar with us? What's wrong? Are the 2 senior brothers afraid? It makes sense. If you lose to a waste, that would really be a loss of face. And then the 2 senior brothers would probably have no face to see anyone in the sect. Zhao Han's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes almost spitting fire. Gritting his teeth he squeezed out, Lin Ping'an, you have guts. I want to see who will be begging for mercy on the arena tomorrow. Wan Guilu said happily, since that's the case, let's see the truth on the arena tomorrow. Moreover, if you lose, not only will you have to hand over the Tongtian Order, but you will also have to withdraw from the sect. Agreed. If I win, I hope the master will return the compensation I received. Agreed. After saying that, they turned and left. At this moment, I took out the Taiyin Ding, then formed a hand seal with both hands, and a spell was infused into the Taiyin Ding. The Taiyin Ding trembled lightly, and a purple light curtain shot out from its mouth, enveloping me within it. Thus I appeared in the space inside the Ding. Immediately, I began to practice the indestructible chaos technique, guiding the surrounding chaotic energy into my body. This technique was a celestial master's secret manual given to me by Jiang Ying, and the chaotic energy is the most primitive force from the beginning of the world, wild and difficult to tame. A common cultivator absorbing even a trace of it would have their meridians burst and their body explode due to its immense power. However, relying on the indestructible chaos technique, I gradually refined and absorbed this violent power bit by bit. As the chaotic energy continuously surged in, my meridians gradually became tough and robust. The once dim and lifeless vortex of spiritual power in my dantian began to spin rapidly, transforming the absorbed chaotic energy into pure spiritual power that flowed throughout my body. Suddenly, the blocked body was slowly awakening. I don't know how long it took, but finally, the vortex of spiritual power in my dantian reached a saturated state, with golden light spots the size of rice grains flashing with dazzling brilliance. I finally broke through. My eyes sparkled with brilliance as I clenched my fists, feeling the surging power within me. The indestructible chaos technique is divided into 9 layers, each corresponding to a powerful divine ability. I am currently practicing the first layer, the chaos body, which is the foundation of practicing the indestructible chaos technique. It grants the practitioner an indestructible body, significantly enhancing their strength and speed, as well as providing powerful recovery abilities. So, I casually threw a punch, and the air emitted a sharp explosive sound. The ground cracked inch by inch wherever I passed, creating a terrifying momentum. Feeling the surging power within me, I murmured to myself, is this the power of the chaos body? The power is more than 10 times stronger than before. The indestructible body has greatly enhanced strength and speed. It also has a powerful recovery ability. Lin Ping'an was unable to stop the surprise in his heart as he carefully realized the changes brought about by the chaotic body. Wan Guilu, Zhao Hong, you guys wait, tomorrow I will make you pay. In the center of the martial arts arena, the ring was surrounded by disciples who had come to watch the battle. Have you heard? Today Lin Pingan is going to compete with Zhao Hong and Han Zifen in the ring. Lin Waste, you really don't know the heights of heaven. How dare you challenge two senior brothers, Zhao Hong and Han Zifen. A disciple skimmed his mouth and spat disdainfully. With his three-legged kung fu, he still wants to challenge senior brother Zhao Hong and senior brother Han Zifen. He's simply making a fool of himself. Saying this, he stretched out his index finger and gestured twice in the air, mimicking Lin Pingan's awkward posture when practicing kung fu, drawing a burst of laughter from the surroundings. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena grew more and more anxious. The gazes of the crowd kept scanning the entrance, but they never saw the figure of Lin Pingan. What the hell is this Lin Pingan up to? He's not afraid, is he? Someone else grumbled impatiently, his arms bulging with muscles, obviously a practiced man. I think it's 80% that he's hiding and doesn't dare to come. The disciple from before had a sneer on his face and chimed in with a shrill voice. I told you, his little ability to challenge senior brother Zhao Hong and senior brother Han Zifen is simply a fool's dream. That's it, waste of everyone's time. In the crowd, there was also someone who defended Lin Pingan. Maybe there was some kind of delay. Just wait and see. Wait? You can't even wait until tomorrow. The burly disciple from earlier snorted coldly. I think he's just a coward. Zhao Hong and Han Zifen both stood in the ring, listening to the crowd's comments. Zhao Hong had a cold smile on his lips as he contemptuously swept over the surrounding crowd out of the corner of his eye. Just that trash Lin Pingan is worthy of challenging me? Han Zifen, on the other hand, lightly shook the folding fan in his hand. A few soft chuckles now and then. The contempt was overflowing. I thought this Lin Pingan had a lot of guts, but it turns out it's nothing more than that. What a waste of my time. Han Zifen glanced at the empty ring and said conspiratorially, some people, just like to puff up their faces. Just as the crowd was almost about to decide that Lin Pingan would not dare to appear, a figure slowly walked from outside the crowd. The figure did not move quickly. His steps were steady. There was not a trace of panic or timidity. There was only calmness, beyond ordinary calmness. He was a different person from the previous coy and bullying Lin Pingan. The temperament of his body had changed radically, and he was transformed into a new person. Chapter 6 The Meat Strikes Back. In the crowd, the original clamor faded away. Lin Pingan is here. He actually dared to come. I don't know who shouted, and the murmuring around them resumed. Lin Pingan's appearance attracted everyone's attention. He swept over the surrounding crowd with a calm expression, eventually landing on Zhao Hong and Han Zifen. Zhao Hong and Han Zifen had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw Lin Pingan appear, cold smiles appeared on their faces. Lin Pingan, you're finally here. I thought you were too scared to come. Zhao Hong sneered. That's right, I thought you'd be too scared to hide from people. Han Zifen concurred. I've kept the two senior brothers waiting. Humph, cut the crap. Hand over the Tongtian Order and I'll spare you from death. Zhao Hong snorted coldly and leapt onto the ring. Han Zifen swept him away before leaping into the ring. Lin Pingan leaped and landed firmly on top of the ring. Lin Pingan, today, I'm going to let you know that this is the dumbest decision you've ever made in your life. Zhao Hong's tone was unkind, his bones clicking. Cut the crap. If you want the Tongtian Order, come and get it if you have the ability. Lin Pingan looked calm. Today, I'll let you all know who the real trash is. Which one of you will come first? Han Zifen snorted coldly and drew his longsword. Let's show you what I'm made of. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be called Han. With a flick of his wrist, the longsword came out of its sheath with a crisp dragon's roar. The body of the sword trembled lightly. The coldness of the body was visible to the naked eye, and the sharpness of the blade cut iron like mud. The body moved. The powerful sword chi broke through the air and headed straight for Lin Pingan. Wherever the sword energy passed, the temperature plummeted with a crackling sound. In a single breath, the sword chi had already arrived in front of Lin Pingan. Han Zifen, the strength really isn't bad, Lin Pingan said darkly. Looks like I'm going to have to be more careful. Dark busyness flashed in his eyes, and the pace of his feet became even more varied. His nimble figure weaving in and out of Han Zifen's sword light, searching for the best time to attack, only to see Lin Pingan's figure sway. A figure cut across the ring and appeared in front of Han Zifen, his right fist wrapped in the violent chaos power, ruthlessly smashing into Han Zifen's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, he flew backwards in Han Zifen's stunned expression and fell heavily on the edge of the ring, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. How is it possible to be so fast? Han Zifen's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at Lin Pingan in disbelief. Lin Pingan's speed had completely exceeded his perception, giving him no time to even react. Lin Pingan didn't capitalize on his victory, but slowly walked up to Han Zifen and said, "As I said, today I'm going to let you know who the real trash is." Han Zifen struggled to get up, but the intense pain prevented him from moving. Lin Pingan's chaotic body was not only incredibly fast, but also extremely terrifyingly powerful. With just one punch, he was seriously injured. "I lost. You, how in the world did you do it?" Han Zifen spat out a few words with difficulty. Lin Pingan didn't reply and turned towards Zhao Hong. Next, it's your turn. Zhao Hong had originally thought that Lin Pingan was nothing more than a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will. However, Han Zifen was unexpectedly defeated by Lin Pingan with a single punch. In between, the speed and power displayed disturbed him. How is it possible that Han Zifen was defeated by him with a single punch? Zhao Hong was incredulous in his heart. This kid's strength. When did he become so strong? His originally contemptuous eyes became grave. Beginning to re-examine Lin Pingan, he was secretly wary in his heart. Looks like I underestimated him before. Zhao Hong's eyes flinched, pushed down the shock and contempt in his heart. A stony face looked at Lin Pingan. This kid, hiding deep enough. His fists clenched as he urged the spiritual energy in his body, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Zhao Hong's eyes exploded with essence and his body flashed as he shot towards Lin Pingan. His right fist was clenched tightly, and there were hidden flashes of lightning on his fist, emitting a crackling and popping sound as he blasted out a fist, aiming straight for Lin Pingan's face. This punch was as powerful as a rainbow and as fast as lightning. The air was torn apart and a sharp whistling sound was emitted. Lin Pingan faced this thunderous strike from Zhao Hong and instead of retreating, he advanced, mobilizing his entire body's spiritual energy to run his Vajra unbreakable body, only to see that the entire body was filled with golden light, and a faint golden halo emerged on the surface of the skin. Zhao Hong's fist slammed hard into Lin Pingan's chest with a deafening thud. Lin Pingan was motionless, as steady as a mountain. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Is that all the power you have? Zhao Hong's face changed drastically. This punch of his contained all of his power. Even a strong person of the same realm would not dare to receive it. But Lin Pingan was unharmed. How is it possible? Zhao Hong's chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Lin Pingan's body was like an unshakable mountain. No matter how much he attacked, he could not shake it in the slightest. Your attacks, they are ineffective against me, Lin Pingan said. Now, it's my turn. Lin Pingan's right fist was clenched tightly, the power of chaos surging wildly as he blasted out with a single punch, hitting Zhao Hong squarely in the chest. Bang! Zhao Hong flew out backwards and landed heavily on the edge of the ring, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. How can be so strong? Zhao Hong was shocked and desperate in his heart, and more than that, he didn't dare to believe it. He had never dreamed that Lin Pingan's strength would be so amazing. Zhao Hong looked up with difficulty with a face of fear. Lin Pingan slowly walked up to Zhao Hong and said, as I said, today I will let you know who the real trash is. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhao Hong fell on top of Han Zifen. With this much skill, you dare to rob the Tongtian Order? The crowd of outer disciples stared with wide eyes and open mouths. Unbelievably, he watched what was happening in the ring. Lin Pingan, the waste of space who had once been bullied by others. Surprisingly, he defeated Zhao Hong and Han Zifen so easily. How is this possible? Lin Pingan, when did he become so powerful? I remember, isn't he a waste of cultivation? Now, this is at least the 6th level of chi refining, right? This stance looks like ordinary. Did he get some opportunity? Someone guessed. Lin Pingan ignored the murmurs around him. His gaze swept icily over Zhao Hong and Han Zifen, and slowly raised his right foot under the watchful eyes of the people. No, don't. Zhao Hong was horrified, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. Lin Pingan, I was wrong. Please let me go. Spare you? A cold smile spread across the corners of Lin Pingan's mouth. When you all bullied me, did you ever think of sparing me? Zhao Hong was speechless. Now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late. Lin Pingan's right foot landed violently, hitting Zhao Hong squarely in his dantian. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Zhao Hong's dantian instantly shattered, and his cultivation was ruined. Zhao Hong let out a mournful scream, his face instantly turning as white as death. His cultivation that he was so proud of was thus abolished by Lin Pingan's kick, and he was henceforth reduced to an invalid. Han Zifen looked on in horror and begged for mercy. Lin Pingan, Han Zifen was trembling with fear and couldn't say a complete sentence. Lin Pingan ignored Han Zifen's pleas for mercy and lifted his foot towards him. No, don't come over. Han Zifen moved backward in horror. The paralyzed legs were unable to move an inch. Lin Pingan walked over to Han Zifen. Lift Han Zifen's chin with your foot. Coldly, he opened his mouth. You, too, will pay. As soon as the words left his mouth, the foot fell toward Han Zifen's dantian without hesitation. Ka-ching! With another crunching sound, Han Zifen's dantian was also crushed by Lin Pingan's foot, and all of his cultivation was reduced to nothing. Han Zifen let out a heartbreaking scream. Lin Pingan didn't stop there after abolishing Zhao Hong's and Han Zifen's cultivation, and was about to result in Zhao Hong and Han Zifen, when suddenly, a shadow appeared between the three from the sky. Chapter 7 Brokenness and Breakthroughs. Stop! A bellowing voice exploded like thunder, And the person who came was none other than Peak Master Wan. Lin Pingon slowly lowered his left foot, displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he did not make a sound. Lin Pingon, don't go too far, Peak Master Wan angrily rebuked. Looking at the wretched duo, Wan Gilia's face turned blue and his fists clenched with a cackle. Wan Guelu forced down his anger and stared at Lin Pingon with a gloomy gaze. Little dare to abolish my disciple. If I don't show you some color today, how will I lose face? Lin Pingon met Wan Gilia's gaze with a calm expression, not fearful in the slightest. Peak Master Wan has come at the right time. Is he here to return my pension? Wan Guelu forced back the anger in his heart and said with a smile on his face, Lin Pingon, you're too ruthless. It's just a sparring match between fellow disciples, and you actually wasted their dantian. Even if you won the competition, being so ruthless and disrespectful, you should still be punished. Ruthless? Disrespectful? Lin Pingon sneered. Disciples are only defending themselves, or else they would have to let them bully them? The two of them bullied you first, but their crime is not to death, and you're not being too heavy-handed by abolishing their cultivation. Wan Guelu murmured. This life of my disciple may be worthless in the eyes of Peak Master Wan, but the disciple cherished it extraordinarily. If it were not for the disciple's chance encounter, the one lying on the ground at this moment would only be the disciple. As a Peak Master, it's just that Peak Master Wan doesn't dispense justice, but even favors them. The disciple is really chilled. Lin Pingon's tone was icy cold and his words were heartbreaking. Wan Gilio's face turned blue. Taking out a bag of spirit stones from his storage pouch, he fiercely slammed it on the ground. Take it. From now on, you and I are clear. Then he left with Zhao Hong and Han Zifen. Lin Pingon looked at Wan Gilia's back and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wan Guelu wouldn't take it lying down, but he didn't care. He swept icily over the crowd around him, his tone morose. If anyone dares to mess with me again, this is a downfall. After saying that, Lin Pingon turned around and left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded outer disciples. Lin Pingon came under the Tower of Heaven. Looking up at the towering tower has a heavy sense of vicissitude. Lin Pingon was thrilled. This is the Tower of Heaven that the disciples all want to enter. He looked at the entrance to the Tower of Heaven and strengthened his resolve to become stronger. Lin Pingon walked up to the tower guarding elder, respectfully handing over the Tongtian Order. The elder who guards the tower is a crane-haired, childlike man. He shot a glance at Lin Pingon and said in a slow voice, "You only have one day, and when that time is up, you will be teleported out, and you will not be allowed to re-enter for a year." Disciple understands. Lin Pingon nodded solemnly. All right, go in. The elder waved his hand, and the door to the Tower of Heaven slowly opened. Lin Pingon slowly walked into the light door. A rich aura came to one's face, invigorating one's spirit. Feeling the abundant aura within the Tower of Heaven, the feeling of exhaustion instantly disappeared. No wonder so many people want the heavenly orders. I don't know how much purer the aura here is compared to the outside world. What a great place to practice. Thinking, Lin Pingon found a quiet corner. Taking out the return to origin pills and spirit stones that he had taken back from Wan Guelu, sitting on his knees, he operated the chaotic indestructible decision. As the gong method runs, the surrounding aura madly surged into his body. Lin Pingon felt that the aura in his body was growing rapidly. Raging aura surged into Lin Pingon's dantian. Under a huge rush of energy, the originally calm dantian began to operate frantically, continuously refining the pure aura. A tremendous amount of energy washed through the meridians. Lin Pingon gritted his teeth, guiding the raging energy through the meridians. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Pingon stifled a grunt. Majestic power gushed out from the depths of the dantian. It flowed through the body in an instant. Bones, muscles, meridians, strengthened by this onslaught of power, getting tougher. Boom! Within Lin Pingon's dantian, the swirls of aura gradually subsided. Droplets the size of soybeans appeared in the dantian. Early Jindan stage. Lin Pingon opened his eyes in delight. I actually formed a Dan. Run the spiritual energy and feel the surging power in your body. Dodging into the Tai-in tripod, Lin Pingon mobilized the spirit energy that was filling up in his dantian and blasted out with a punch. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the lapis lazuli inside the tripod trembled violently. Cracks appeared in the lapis lazuli and shattered with a bang. Is this the power of the Jindan stage? Surely it's not comparable to the chi refining stage. Lin Pingon was also shocked by the power of his punch. After calming down, he flashed out of the Tai-in tripod. Open to stabilize the realm you just broke through. The early stage of Jindan was only the early stage of the Jindan stage though. However, compared to the chi practicing stage, there was a world of difference in strength. Lin Pingon needed time to adapt to this powerful force and take full control of it. He sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and operated the chaotic indestructible decision. The surrounding aura slowly surged into his body, nourishing his meridians and dantian. Lin Pingon carefully felt the flow of spiritual energy in his body, controlling every ounce of it just right. Time passes by. A faint golden halo gradually formed around Lin Pingon's body. The halo grew thicker and thicker, enveloping his entire being. Lin Pingon opened his eyes again and got up to leave the Tower of Heaven. Time came to the day of the outer sect competition. Lin Pingon woke up from his cultivation, got up, and walked towards the martial arts arena for the grand competition. Along the way, quite a few outer disciples cast strange gazes at him. After breaking through the Jindan stage, his appearance hadn't changed much. However, the whole person exuded a sense of confidence and calmness. A disciple whispered, "Look, isn't that Lin Pingon? That's the Lin Pingon who scrapped Zhao Hong and Han Zifen? I've heard that senior brother Li Xian has already put out word that he'll teach him a good lesson at the grand competition." Lin Pingon did not care about this and walked straight to the martial arts arena. The entrance to the martial arts arena. The cold man dressed in black suddenly blocked his way. The person who came was none other than Li Xian, who was ranked 5th among the outer disciples. Li Xian looked at Lin Pingon with eyes full of disdain. "Yo, isn't this our punk Lin Pingon? What? You also dare to come to the outer sect competition?" Lin Pingon looked at Li Xian, his tone bland. "You're in my way." When Li Xian heard Lin Pingon's words, anger surged in his heart. "You kid, you're really arrogant. After scrapping Zhao Hong and Han Zifen, you really think you're invincible?" Lin Pingon sneered. "Do it if you're capable, and see who exactly can't participate in the grand competition today." Li Xian was enraged by Lin Pingon's words, and the spiritual energy within his body began to surge wildly. Just as Li Xian was about to make his move, the voice of the tournament elder came from the top of the martial arts arena. "The outer sect grand competition now begins. All participating disciples, enter and prepare immediately." Hearing the elder's announcement, Li Xian temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Lin Pingon and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. "Kid, you wait for me. Later on at the grand competition, I'll let you know what happens when you offend me." Lin Pingon didn't pay any attention to Li Xian. Walking around him, he headed towards the entrance of the arena. Chapter 8. The first battle shows its strengths. Lin Pingon walked into the martial arts arena and immediately felt several gazes fall on him. He didn't care and stepped aside to wait for the match to begin. "Is that Lin Pingon? He doesn't look like much." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Looking for death. Didn't you see him waste Zhao Hong and Han Zifen?" "Humph, what are Zhao Hong and Han Zifen? Just two losers." "That's right, senior brother Lin is." The disciple lowered his voice when he saw Lin Pingon's eyes looking over. Listening to these murmurs, Lin Pingon was calm. He no longer cared about what these people thought, only wanting to crush their opponents with absolute strength in the grand competition. Let those who once despised him taste what it's like to be defeated by those who once despised him. Let those who were once high and mighty realize that they are nothing more than that. This outer sect grand competition is grouped by drawing lots, and those who draw the same number will be a group for the competition. The elder's thick voice resounded throughout the martial arts arena. The top 10 will all be qualified to enter the inner sect, and the top 3 will be allowed to enter the Tian Yuan secret realm to practice. After a pause, he continued. In addition, first place is rewarded with a top-grade magic weapon Green Cloud Sword, second place is rewarded with a Foundation Establishment Dan, and third place is rewarded with a lower-grade magic weapon Shen Ice Shield. Now, please ask the disciples to come forward and draw lots. The elder's words just fell. The disciples in the martial arts arena were in an uproar. Foundation Building Pill, the key for Qi refining stage disciples to break through the bottleneck and step into the Jindan stage. For young disciples, the Foundation Establishment Pill was undoubtedly a treasure they could only dream of, not to mention the chance to obtain a top-grade magic weapon and the opportunity to enter the Tian Yuan secret realm for training. Lin Pingon walked over to the drawing table and casually drew 1. 7. After a quick glance, he stepped aside and waited for the match to begin. Inside the cylinder, another signature with the word 7 written on it was drawn out by Wang Hu, who was at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Seeing the sign in his hand, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, it's really God's help. Surprisingly, it's the famous Lin Waste." He walked across to Lin Pingon, looked him up and down, and grinned. "You're Lin Pingon? I've heard a lot about you." Wang Hu's voice shook Lin Pingon's eardrums. "Aha." Lin Pingon calmly nodded in response. Wang Hu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle with my hands, lest I kill you and waste my strength." Lin Pingon didn't say anything and stood there calmly, waiting for the match to begin. "What's that look, kid? Scared?" Seeing that Lin Pingon was unmoved, Wang Hu thought that he was afraid of him and became even more arrogant. He said in a contemptuous tone as he reached out and pointed at Lin Pingon, "Kid, I advise you to admit defeat obediently, so as not to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. A punk like you is no match for me at all." Wang Hu's voice got louder and louder, attracting many people's attention. He enjoyed the feeling of being watched and looked at Lin Pingon with eyes full of teasing. At this moment, The young man wearing a green-colored robe came with a few disciples. Eldest brother. The crowd saluted respectfully when they saw the visitor. The man in green was none other than the outer sect's senior brother, Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu frowned at Wang Hu. Wang Hu, what do you want? Making trouble at the outer sect competition. Do you want to be expelled from the division? Eldest brother, I wouldn't dare. Wang Hu was so scared that he begged for mercy. Hua Feiyu snorted coldly and turned back to Lin Pingan. You are Lin Pingan? Yes. Hua Feiyu didn't move to survey Lin Pingan, and surprise flashed across his face. It was rumored that Lin Pingan's meridians were blocked and he was unable to cultivate, but now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. Although Lin Pingan looked like he was only at the 5th level of the chi refining stage, his breath was internalized and not as simple as it appeared. Could it be that the rumors are a deliberate smokescreen? You're very good. To have managed to waste Zhao Hong and Han Zifen with a cultivation of the 5th level of chi refining. Thanks for the compliment, eldest senior brother. Lin Pingan arched his hand. Hua Feiyu nodded and left with a few disciples. Kid, count yourself lucky. Wang Hu saw Hua Feiyu leave, glaring viciously at Lin Pingan. He turned around and left. The surrounding disciples, seeing that there was no hilarity to watch, dispersed. Number 7, Lin Pingan. Wang Hu, the deacon elder announced in a loud voice. Lin Pingan calmly walked up to the martial arts stage, while Wang Hu followed with a sardonic smile. Kid, today I will let you know what happens when you offend me, Wang Hu said viciously. Lin Pingan glanced at him and said, Start, Wang Hu said in a cold voice. Arrogant, I will make you regret it. After saying that, Wang Hu then offered a long knife that was glowing with cold light, and at a glance, he knew that it was not a mortal product. Go to hell. Wang Hu swung his sword at Lin Pingan. The blade's wind was fierce and carried a whistling wind sound wherever it passed. Lin Pingan's figure was slightly sidestepped, easily dodging the slash. Wang Hu was surprised. Lin Pingan was only at the 5th level of chi refining cultivation. How could he move so fast? Was he hiding his strength? Not bad for speed, but you can hide from the first day, but not the 15th. Wang Hu swung his sword again, and the blade became even more ferocious. Lin Pingan was not flustered, but Wang Hu just couldn't touch him in the slightest. Is that all you do? Hide? Like a shrinking violet. When Wang Hu saw that he could not attack for a long time, his anger increased. Lin Pingan laughed softly. Since you want to see my strength so badly, then I'll let you see it. With a fist blast, Lin Pingan suddenly accelerated and instantly arrived in front of Wang Hu. Before Wang Hu could see his opponent's punch, he was hit in the chest and flew out backwards, falling off the martial arts stage. Poof! Wang Hu then lost consciousness. The whole room was silent. Everyone was stunned by Lin Pingan's sudden punch. At the 5th level of chi refining, he actually defeated Wang Hu at the 7th level of chi refining with a single punch. This Lin Pingan, he's hiding too deeply. It seems that the previous rumors were all false. He's not a waste at all. The crowd speculated in various ways, and their gazes towards Lin Pingan turned into shock and awe. Lin Pingan stood on the martial arts stage with a calm expression. The elder came back to his senses and announced in a loud voice, Number 7, Lin Pingan wins. In the bottom of his heart, however, he couldn't help but be surprised by Lin Pingan's performance. Li Xian looked at Lin Pingan, who remained on the acting stage. He couldn't wait to immediately rush onto the martial arts stage and ruthlessly trample Lin Pingan under his feet. Lin Pingan, don't get cocky too early. I'll let you know who is truly strong. Next, Lin Pingan defeated a few more opponents in a row and smoothly advanced to the next round. The opponent on Li Xian's side was the 9th-ranked Sun Ming. Seeing this grouping, Li Xian secretly said, Kid, count yourself lucky. I'll take my time to clean you up afterward. Li Xian also easily defeated his opponent and approached towards Lin Pingan's direction. The two met after a close game each. Li Xian looked at Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan, we're finally facing each other. Chapter 9, The Battle Against the Odds. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena began to get tense as Lin Pingan and Li Xian took the field. Li Xian stared at Lin Pingan. The trash he once bullied at will. It actually stood in front of him as well, and became a stumbling block for him to enter the top 10. Lin Pingan. Li Xian gritted his teeth. You're dead today. Spiritual energy surged within his body, and a powerful aura erupted from him. The air around them all seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Li Xian's gaze was stern, as if he wanted to look at Lin Pingan inside and out. Raising his right hand, dazzling white light gradually coalesced in his palm, radiating a palpitating energy. With you, you want to kill me too? Lin Pingan sneered. You think I'm still the same punk you used to let you bully me? He scanned Li Xian contemptuously. With your current strength, you still want to kill me? Ridiculous to the extreme. These words completely ignited Li Xian's anger. The white light in Li Xian's palm suddenly skyrocketed, turning into a dazzling beam of light that shot straight at Lin Pingan's face. This white light was extremely fast, carrying the aura of destroying everything, and a suffocating sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire field. The surrounding disciples clamored, "Oh my god! Senior brother Li Xian came and used his full strength. This is to put Lin Pingan to death." Although Lin Pingan's strength has progressed at a rapid pace, in the end, he is only at the 5th level of chi refining. I'm afraid Lin Pingan is in a bad way. White rainbow crossing the sun is senior brother Li Xian's famous technique. Even cultivators at the 8th level of chi refining may not be able to resist it. Alas, Lin Pingan is really a pity. Originally thought he could enter the top 10, did not expect. There were even female disciples who covered their eyes, unable to bear to see Lin Pingan being killed by Li Xian with a single move. Wherever the white light passed, the green stone slabs on the drill too shattered. Lin Pingan's gaze was deep as he tapped his toes on the ground to dodge the deadly attack. Dazzling white light grazed his cheek, and the searing heat made him tingle. Without waiting for Lin Pingan to stabilize his stance, Li Xian's attack struck again. He quickly made seals with both hands, and arcane runes flew out. It intertwined into a golden web of light in the air, enveloping towards Lin Pingan. The web of light was extremely fast, blinking as it arrived in front of Lin Pingan, sealing off all his paths of retreat. The golden light emanating from the netting contained the power of confinement, making Lin Pingan unable to move. "Trapped you." Li Xian's face showed triumph when he saw this. The long sword in his hand swung out, and the powerful sword chi broke through the air, heading straight for Lin Pingan. Right at this moment, Lin Pingan operated his chaotic body. A faint glow emerged from his body. The sword chi landed on Lin Pingan's body, making the sound of metal clashing, but did not hurt him in the slightest. "What?" Li Xian's face dimensional. Shock flashed in his eyes. Li Xian looked incredulously at the unharmed Lin Pingan. With his cultivation at the 7th level of chi refining and his famous stance, it was enough to abolish Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan had not only dodged his white rainbow slamming sun, but had also survived his sword chi attack unharmed. How is this possible? Could it be that Lin Pingan had hidden his strength? That he wasn't at the 5th level of chi refining at all? Various thoughts flashed through Li Xian's mind, making it difficult for him to accept for a moment. The corners of Lin Pingan's mouth turned up, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "You want to trap me with that?" His arms snapped and his body exploded with golden light. The golden light net continued to expand and seemed to be about to break apart. "Break me!" With Lin Pingan's roar, his arms shook violently, and the golden light net instantly collapsed and dissipated into dots of golden light in the air. He shot at Li Xian like a stringed arrow. Before Li Xian could react, Lin Pingan had already arrived in front of him and threw out a punch. A fist that contained all of Lin Pingan's strength slammed into him with a landslide-like momentum. Li Xian's face changed drastically, and he raised his sword to block in haste. Dang! The long sword in Li Xian's hand shattered inch by inch under the overbearing fist force of Lin Pingan. A huge force surged. Li Xian flew out backwards and fell on the martial arts platform, only to feel a tightness in his chest and a fishy sweetness welling up in his throat. There was silence within the large drill length. Everyone, as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, their gazes were frozen on Lin Pingan. Unbelievable. Really, unbelievable. With their eyes, they clearly watched Li Xuanqi strike. The pressure of the 8th level of chi refining crushed in with a raging momentum. The people around them also decided that Lin Pingan would definitely lose. After all, the gap in strength that was like a rift in the sky was there. However, what about now? The scene in front of them completely overturned their perceptions. Lin Pingan, standing there in a good position, unharmed. Instead, it was Li Xian who flew out backwards, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. One punch, just one punch. Li Xian, who was at the 8th level of chi refining, is defeated, losing to what they see as a wasted teenager. The reversal came too soon and too violently. Some disciples couldn't even help but rub their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. How is this possible? I don't know who let out a gasp, breaking the dead silence. Lin Pingan actually won. He defeated senior brother Li Xian. Is he really at the 5th level of chi refining? Those disciples who originally didn't think highly of him looked at him with awe and admiration. The disciples who had mocked and ridiculed him earlier bowed their heads in shame, not daring to meet his gaze. Even the elders on the high platform revealed expressions of surprise. This Lin Pingan, he really gave us a surprise. Yes, I didn't expect him to possess such a powerful strength. It's really fearful of the future generations. The elders were surprised and shocked by Lin Pingan's performance. Lin Pingan looked down at Li Xian, who was spitting out blood. The corner of his mouth revealed a disdainful arc as he said, "You lost." Li Xian struggled to get up, his expression gradually becoming gloomy. Lin Pingan's humiliation was more unbearable to him than defeat. The sharp pain coming from her chest added to the feeling of shame of being trampled on. Watching Lin Pingan turn around, Li Xian's eyes showed viciousness. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and mobilized the little aura left in his body. As Lin Pingan turned around, he slapped at Lin Pingan's back. Lin Pingon seemed to feel something, the moment Li Xian sneaked up on him. His figure flickered slightly, and with a backhanded palm, he struck above Li Xian's dantian. Ah! Miserable screams resounded throughout the martial arts arena. Li Xian fell heavily onto the martial arts stage like a ragged sack. His face was as white as paper, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Blood continued to gush out of his mouth, staining the lapel of his coat red. His chest rose and fell violently, and his breath was disorganized. The most fatal thing was that a sharp pain that drilled into his heart kept coming from his dantian. The originally abundant aura was empty at the moment. The dantian was destroyed and all cultivation was lost. He was reduced from an outer sect expert to an invalid that everyone could bully. 2 disciples rushed forward and carried Li Xian down. The elder on the high stage announced, Lin Pingon wins. Enter the top 10 ranking round. The remaining 9 are, Zheng Tian, Hua Feiyu, Jiang Ying, Wen Yu, Yang Jian, Shuo Qingxian, Qin Mabai, Lu Yener, and Chen Fan. In tomorrow's ranking match, the Peak Masters will be there to watch the battle. So be careful. Chapter 10 The Dark Surge Trial. The sun shone on the martial arts arena, dispelling the early morning chill. Disciples from all peaks gathered here to wait for the ranking match to begin. You guys, who will make it to the top 3 this time? That's a chance to enter the secret realm. That goes without saying. It definitely has to be senior brother Zheng Tian. He's at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Hua Feiyu and senior sister Jiang Ying are also very strong. They're both experts at the 9th level of qi refining. The top 3 this time is none other than them. It definitely won't be Lin Pingon. Even though he won against Li Xian, he definitely doesn't stand a chance against senior brother Zheng Tian and the others. Yeah, it's already a miracle that Lin Pingon made it into the top 10, and he still wants to make it into the top 3? A fool's dream. The talk was occasionally interspersed with cheers from the disciples. Lin Pingon, senior brother Zheng Tian, definitely win. Senior sister Jiang Ying, go for it. Amidst the crowd's discussions and cheers, 10 figures arrived at the martial arts arena one after another. Senior brother Lin, don't listen to their nonsense. I'm sure you can do it. Wen Yu, who had heard the discussion, walked over to Lin Pingon and spoke out to comfort him. Lin Pingon looked at Wen Yu and lightly nodded his head in appreciation. Shuo Qingxian, on the other hand, was in the crowd, looking at Lin Pingon curiously, pondering, what lies beneath this seemingly ordinary skin? The lively martial arts arena gradually quieted down with the arrival of the Peak Masters of the Peaks. The stout Red Sun Peak Master, Liang Jinran, was wearing a crimson robe, his body standing straight on the stage. His whole body's aura was not angry. Beside him stood the White Jade Peak Master, Fairy Yun Xia, in a long green dress with a cool and unassuming temperament. Zishao Peak Master Xiangjinjin dressed in purple Taoist robes. The whole person sunk into the soft back of the chair. The posture seems to be casual, but the surrounding body is haunted by a misty feeling. The last to arrive was Moonwatcher Peak Master Wan Guilu, with a stern and sharp aura. After the 4 Peak Masters took their seats, an invisible pressure filled the air, and the atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena became pin-sharp. Peak Master 1 stared at Lin Pingon with a gloomy gaze. The crushing defeat of Li Xian, Zhao Hong, and Han Zifen had caused him to lose face. Immortal Yunxiao looked at the iron face of Peak Master 1 and spoke out in mockery. The famous waste of Moonwatch Peak is not simple. It was a rare sight for the old man to be defeated. The 10,000 Peak Master's anger churned. He couldn't wait to slap these sneering guys to death. He could only forcefully suppress his anger, gritting his teeth and snorting coldly. Lin Pingon, you brat, wait for me. Let's see how I'm going to clean you up when the ranking match starts. With a wave of his sleeve robe in the dark, Peak Master Wan's true chi silently punched into the signature cylinder. Little bastard. Good luck. The corner of his mouth hooked into an imperceptible cold smile. For the ranking matches, a lottery is used to determine the opponents in order. The final winners and losers will determine the rankings. A low voice came out. Lin Pingon was the first to draw the number 7. Afterwards, Zheng Tian, Hua Feiyu, Jiang Ying and the others also went up to draw lots in turn. Zheng Tian drew number 3, Hua Feiyu number 9, Jiang Ying number 5, Wen Yu number 2, Zhao Feng number 6, Shuo Qingxian number 1, Qin Mabai number 8, Lu Yener number 4, and Chen Fan number 10. The elder's voice sounded again. No. 1 Shuo Qingxian, versus no. 10 Chen Fan, no. 2 Wen Yu, versus no. 9 Hua Feiyu, no. 3 Zheng Tian, versus no. 8 Qin Mabai, no. 4 Lu Yener, versus no. 7 Lin Pingon, no. 5 Jiang Ying, versus no. 6 Xiao Feng. Seeing the results of the draw, the onlooker disciples were in an uproar. Shuo Qingxian versus Chen Fan. Both of these two are still pretty good, so it's expected to be a vicious battle. Although Wen Yu is powerful, Hua Feiyu is an expert of the 9th level of qi refining. The result is not easy to say. Qin Mabai is good, But unfortunately, compared to senior brother Zheng Tian, he's still a bit less interesting. Lu Yener is at the 8th level of Qi refining, and her smoke and rain sword technique is so overwhelming that Lin Pingan is afraid to cool off when he touches it. Jiang Ying vs Zhao Feng, these two are in between in strength. There's a good show to watch. Ranking match, officially begin. The elder made an announcement. Zhuo Qingxian and Chen Fan both leaped onto the ring. The two saluted each other. Zhuo Qingxian shook the longsword in her hand and pulled a sword flower. Senior brother Chen, please enlighten me. The sword blade moved. A cold ray of light went straight towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not panic, moving his feet lightly and swinging his sword to block. Clang! The clash of gold and iron was deafening. Zhuo Qingxuan's sword technique was light and her stance was fluttering. Chen Fan's sword technique was fierce and forceful. Swords and blades were dazzling. Zhuo Qingxuan's figure flickered and circled around behind Chen Fan, her long sword stabbing straight to the back of her heart. What a fast stance! Chen Fan's reaction was not slow, and he crossed his sword with his backhand to block this fatal blow. The two of them were once again entangled in a fight, and for a moment, it was difficult to distinguish between them. The aftermath of the battle forced the disciples under the stage to retreat, fearing that they would be swept up in it and suffer the consequences. Dozens of rounds passed, and both of them were a bit out of breath. Zhuo Qingxian was sharp-eyed and caught a subtle break in Chen Fan's blade technique. The long sword stabbed out instantly. It hit Chen Fan squarely on the shoulder. Well, Chen Fan stifled a grunt and staggered back. Blood stained his clothes red. Zhuo Qingxian put away her sword and clasped her fists. Senior brother Chen, I'm sorry. Chen Fan also clasped his fists and returned the salute. Senior sister Zhuo's sword is like a god. I admire it. Second match. Wan Yu versus Hua Feiyu. When you tapped her toes, her body was light and agile, and her sword moves were dense, like a rain curtain, enveloping Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu loomed large, his fist wind whistling, carrying the momentum of a landslide as he shook Wan Yu's sword rain. Bang bang bang. Fists and swords struck each other with explosions. Worn jade sword technique, gentle as the breeze on the face, stern as the waves, elusive. Hua Feiyu's fierce and domineering punches carried the power to tear through space with each punch. The battle became more and more intense. Wan Yu's sword speed became faster and faster, and Hua Feiyu was gradually forced back. Hua Feiyu's eyes darkened slightly as he threw a punch, straight at Wan Yu's chest. Wan Yu crossed his sword to block, and a huge force came from it, shocking his arm and causing pain in his tiger's mouth. Hua Feiyu gained momentum and his punches were like a tidal wave, wave after wave, pressing towards Wan Yu. Wan Yu struggled to support himself, but in the end, his cultivation was still slightly inferior and he gradually fell into the wind. Hua Feiyu seizes the opportunity and cracks Wan Yu in the midsection. Wan Yu flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up. A sharp pain hit him. His internal organs seemed to shift, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Hua Feiyu clasped his fists, his voice booming, Senior brother Wan, thank you. When you wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and let out a bitter smile, Senior brother Hua is really powerful. His cultivation is exquisite. I'm not as good as you. He also clasped his fists and returned the salute, with some reluctance in his eyes, but he quickly released it. When the match ended, Hua Feiyu walked over to Lin Pingan and reminded him in a low voice, against Lu Yener, be careful of her smoke and rain sword technique. There are many variations. It's not good to defend against. Lin Pingan nodded and said, many thanks. Soon, it was Lin Pingan and Lu Yener's turn to take the stage. Chapter 11 The Frontier is emerging. Lin Pingan took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the martial arts stage. An inexplicable pressure enveloped him, making him feel like it was a little difficult to breathe. Raising his head, his gaze swept over the dark crowd on the stage. Countless lines of sight swept over him. Gazes with scrutiny, curiosity, and even hostility made him uncomfortable. This Lin Pingan, he's not scared silly, is he? Why is he frozen? I guess I was scared out of my wits by Lu Yener's smoke and rain sword technique. Lu Yener is one of the strongest of the outer disciples. How many moves can this Lin Pingan last through? I bet he won't last 10 moves. 10 moves? I think 5 moves are enough. On the stage, Lu Yener stood across from her with a confident smile on her face. Lu Yener ing saluted. Then her wrist flicked, a slender sword appeared in her hand. The sound of the sword resounded through the martial arts arena. This sword. The moment the sword appeared, Lin Pingan remembered Hua Feiyu's reminder. The body of the sword is crystalline and the flow of light can be seen faintly, but it is made of 1,000 years of cold jade. The blade of the sword is sharp and cold, and a single sword can cut through all things in the world. Under the support of the runes, it faintly exuded a powerful fluctuation of spiritual power, and at a glance, it was clear that it was by no means an extraordinary product. Lu Yener said in a calm tone, Lin Pingan, I know you're hiding your strength. You can't win against me without taking out your true strength. Lin Pingan looked calm and said indifferently, the victory or defeat has not yet been decided. Why did senior sister Lu make such a remark? Lu Yenner hummed lightly, you think I don't know? Didn't you deliberately show weakness and hide your cultivation before just to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Unfortunately, this little trick of yours can't fool me. Lin Pingon smiled noncommittally. Senior sister Lu was overly concerned. I'm just playing normally. Lu Yenner's willow eyebrows flicked up with a hint of warning. Lin Pingon, I'll say it again. Show me your real skills. Lin Pingon didn't even raise his eyelids. His expression remained as calm as water. Senior sister Lu just let go. No tears until you see the coffin. The wrist flipped, and a cold light appeared. The sword moved. Not one sword, but countless swords. The sword light poured down like a sudden rain, each of them precise and accurate, pointing directly at the vitals around Lin Pingon's body. The air was instantly covered with cold killing intent. Lu Yenner's body was agile and her steps were light, just like willow flakes fluttering in the wind. Suddenly left and right, erratic, making it impossible to catch the trajectory of her attacks. The sword shadows crisscrossed the sky, as if they were woven into a huge, airtight net, instantly enveloping Lin Pingon. The sword was cold, not icy cold, but piercing. The wind wasn't even wind anymore, it was knives. Every strand of wind carried the blade of a sword, scraping against the face in raw pain. The sound changed too, sharp, harsh, like metal rubbing and scraping the eardrums. Lin Pingon was surrounded by sword light, icy cold and airtight. Duck, where to hide? Death pressed down. It wasn't a feeling, it was a real oppression. Chills ran down my spine and chills ran up my spine. Dare not be careless. Muscles as taut as stone. Eyes dead set on Lu Yenner's sword. Every single change could not escape his eyes. Lu Yenner's sword, light, was really light. Floating, is also really floating. But ruthless, is also really ruthless. Moves followed moves without pause. Like continuous rain, wave after wave. And like quicksilver cascading down to the ground. It was pervasive. Each sword is just right. At a tricky angle. Defense? How? There's no opening at all. The slightest lapse of concentration could be gone. Lin Pingon gritted his teeth and held on. It was getting more and more strained. Breathing was starting to get messed up. This smoke and rain sword technique of Lu Yenner, it's truly exceptional. Someone on the stage whispered. Lin Pingon won't be able to hold out. The tone was certain. 3 moves? I think he's going to kneel now. Thought he was so good. Now isn't that what he is? Humph. He was pretending before. And it's his bad luck to run into senior sister Lu. That's right. A little bit of cleverness and then he fools around. Senior sister Lu teaches him to be a human being. Lin Pingon put away his previous casualness and operated the chaotic indestructible skill. Lu Yenner's sword slowed down and became clear. He stopped just defending and started throwing punches. The fists and swords collided, and the spiritual energy shook the air and caused it to pause for a moment. As he fought, Lin Pingon seemed to have found a rhythm, and his punches became faster and faster. Looking at Lu Yenner again, her sword was fast and her moves were ruthless, but she felt a bit unable to keep up. This sword technique of yours is powerful, but it's not that easy to win against me. Lu Yenner said in her heart, this Lin Pingon really does have some skills. The smoke and rain sword technique can't even help him. We can only use our strongest move. She injected her spiritual energy into her sword and quickly pulled out a sword flower. Smoke and rain filled the sky. In an instant, the sword light skyrocketed, and the morose sword intent filled the entire martial arts arena. These sword chi were even denser and more severe than before, wanting to completely drown Lin Pingon. This woman, she's really difficult. Lin Pingon cursed. In the moment that Lin Pingon was lost in thought, Lu Yenner's sword momentum changed. A sharp sword chi came straight towards Lin Pingon's arm. Lin Pingon instinctively dodged sideways, and although he was mortally wounded, he was injured in the arm by the sword chi. Blood gushed out instantly, and the sleeves blinked red. Hiss! Lin Pingon drew in a breath of cool air. The arm was on fire. Looking at the blood gurgling out of the wound, a surge of viciousness came up. Can't lose. Absolutely can't. His mind roared. Defense? Defense. My ass. I want to win. Lin Pingon's eyes instantly changed. The previous ease of maneuvering, the previous ease of writing, were all gone. In its place was a viciousness like that of a ferocious beast. The punching technique has changed. No longer dexterous, no longer ethereal. Giving up the quick dexterity from before, Lin Pingon pressed all his strength into his fists. It was like trying to smash something. With one punch, eyes deadened on Lu Yenner's sword, seeing an opportunity, moved. There was no fancy starting stance, no unnecessary movements. It was just simple. A fist blasted out. The fist carried the sound of exploding wind and went straight for Lu Yenner. Before the fist arrived, the wind had already arrived. The corners of Lu Yenner's clothes were blown by the strong wind, and her hair danced wildly with it. The air, like it was being pumped out by this punch. Thud! A dull ringing sound exploded. The ground beneath his feet cracked with a click. like a spider's web. It spread in all directions. Debris splattered and crackled chaotically. The surrounding disciples who were watching the battle had their faces scratched raw by the wind of this fist, and retreated in alarm. They almost didn't stand still. They were shocked in their hearts. Such a domineering punch. Was it really something a chi practicing stage disciple could do? Lu Yener obviously did not expect Lin Pingon to suddenly explode, and her heart was shocked. In his haste, he could only raise his sword to parry. Bang! Lu Yener was shaken back a few steps. Her arm, which was holding the sword, trembled slightly, and a look of panic appeared on her face. Lin Pingon wouldn't let go of this opportunity to capitalize on his victory. The punches were swung out like a raging storm, each punch carrying a powerful force, tiger-like, completely suppressing Yener Lu. Lu Yener kept retreating, bitterness spreading in her heart. I didn't expect this kid's explosive power to be so strong, or I was lightly defeated. The battle on the martial arts stage was nearing its end. Seeing Lu Yener's break, Lin Pingon quickly rushed to her and struck Lu Yener's chest with a heavy punch. Ah! Lu Yener's entire body flew backwards and landed on the martial arts stage, losing the power to fight back. Lin Pingon won. He actually did defeat senior sister Lu. My goodness, this is too unbelievable. The strength is too strong. Is he really a waste? This is going to be a good show. Senior sister Lu has always been arrogant, being defeated by a loser. She definitely won't let it go. Lin Pingon's hand is too hard. While shocked, there were also people who were dissatisfied. This match, Lin Pingon wins. The elder's voice, thick and powerful, resounded through the martial arts arena. Lin Pingon was expressionless and walked off the stage. The people around him, shocked, jealous, murmured. He ignored them all and went straight back to his position, resting his eyes. He wanted to save his strength for the next one. This was only the beginning. On the stands, Peak Master Wan's face was blue. His eyes, like nails, locked onto Lin Pingon. The anger in his eyes was so intense that he wanted to eat him alive. Gnashing his teeth, he cursed angrily in his heart. This brat, if I don't get rid of him in one day, it's hard to get rid of my hatred. Chapter 12 Duel at the Top. The match continued, and the second round soon began. The surrounding disciples were all guessing who would win. What do you guys say? Lin Pingon and Hua Feiyu. Who will win? There's no need to ask. It must be senior brother Hua Feiyu. Strength, much stronger than Lin Pingon. That's right. It's just luck that Lin Pingon was able to win against Lu Yener. I bet 10 spirit stones that senior brother Hua wins. I also bet that senior brother Hua wins. Almost side by side, they all felt that Lin Pingon was bound to lose. After all, the opponent was Hua Feiyu. Among the outer disciples, his reputation was resounding and his strength could not be underestimated. The two walked to the center of the martial arts arena. Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Pingon, calculating in his heart, this kid, being able to win against Lu Yener, seems to be a bit of a thing, not to be taken lightly. I didn't expect to run into each other so soon. Hua Feiyu spoke, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Lin Pingon nodded his head with a calm expression. I didn't expect it either. He understood in his heart that Hua Feiyu was very strong and this was not a good fight. It was necessary to go all out and not be slack. Hua Feiyu glanced at Lin Pingon and lowered his voice. I know, you're hiding your strength, but I won't keep my hand. He lifted his chin, showing a seriousness that no one could doubt. I hope you'll show your true colors and fight me. Only by fighting with all your might would you be able to know how strong you really are now. Lin Pingon smiled and said with certainty, don't worry, I won't let you down. Whoever he is, just do it. The elder's voice rang out and the match began. Hua Feiyu moved. His whip carried the sound of wind, one by one, and lashed at Lin Pingon. Fast and hard, pumping so hard the air screamed. Every blow, running at the vitals. First, pound and suppress. Try to see how many kilograms this kid has. Hua Feiyu thought in his heart. Lin Pingon operated the chaotic indestructible technique. The body becomes particularly flexible. The left whip shadows came one after another, all of which were skillfully avoided by him. This whip, it's so insidious, fast and hard. If you're not careful, you'll have to be led by the nose by him. Lin Pingon muttered in his heart. With the strength and speed brought by his feats, he kept dodging, also looking for a chance to fight back. The atmosphere of the martial arts arena became tense all of a sudden. The whip was like a snake, tricky and wrapped around Lin Pingon's waist. He jerked sideways, narrowly avoiding it. A fist swung out, heading straight for Hua Feiyu's face. Hua Feiyu hurriedly swung his whip to block it, barely catching the punch. His arm was a little numb from the shock. Kid, there's something. Hua Feiyu's eyes were filled with surprise. But you think you can win with this? Thinking too much. Before the words were out of his mouth, the whip came again. The whip shadows overlapped and smashed towards Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon didn't dare to be careless, and the chaotic undying skill operated to its limit, weaving in and out of the whip's shadow, dodging and looking for a counterattack. The two surprisingly fought back and forth. Dust flew up on the stage and debris splashed about. Hua Feiyu's whip carried a powerful wind toward Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan's flexible and evasive figure just happened to defuse Hua Feiyu's attack. The disciples who were watching from the stage were all getting high, shouting out loud, "Bull! Now that's a masterful fight! Lin Pingan and senior brother Hua, both powerful. Who will win in the end?" Senior brother Hua's whip technique is absolutely amazing. How long can Lin Pingan last? Hua Feiyu was also surprised in his heart. This kid's stance, it's really evil. Instead, it stoked his good nature. The whole body's spiritual energy, as if it didn't want to die, was poured into the whip, making it hum. "Defeat me." The soft whip was like a silver-colored lightning bolt, heading straight for Lin Pingan's throat. Just then, Lin Pingan suddenly disappeared. Where are the people? In the next second, he unexpectedly appeared behind Hua Feiyu. Bang! You! Hua Feiyu was full of astonishment. You reacted to. Lin Pingan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath and once again bullied his way up. Using his fists and feet, he beat Hua Feiyu to the point where he was only able to stave off and had no power to fight back. Whip shadows flipped and fluttered, messing with the rules. Hua Feiyu was so anxious that his whip was swung into a gyroscope. It's not right. This kid, why is he suddenly like a different person? Hua Feiyu's heart was beating wildly, and a cold sweat came down. A moment ago, he was barely able to catch a few moves, but now he was completely one-sidedly beaten to death. Evil, he roared in his heart. Whip swings lifelessly, trying to regain his footing, but Lin Pingan's fists didn't give him a chance to catch his breath at all, forcing him to retreat step by step. The whip shadow is heavy, but even Lin Pingan cannot touch the corner of the clothes. This body style, simply slippery like a loach. If we keep this up, we're going to get killed. No, we have to change our tactics. Right at this moment, the whip technique operated to its extreme, and there was a slight stagnation in the spiritual energy. Lin Pingan's eyes were sharp and instantly caught this immediate break. Heartbeat, it's now. His feet generated wind, and like an arrow off the string, he stormed towards Hua Feiyu. Hua Feiyu didn't expect Lin Pingan to suddenly launch a fierce attack. He rushed to dodge, but realized that it was already too late. He hurriedly crossed his soft whip and protected it in front of his chest. Lin Pingan's fist slammed hard on top of the soft whip. Bang! A muffled sound. The soft whip snapped with a sound. What? It's broken. Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Pingan in shock. His body shook a few times, no longer able to support. Bang sound. Fell heavily on the ground. Hua Feiyu took a few breaths, then looked at Lin Pingan. I lost. Lin Pingan reached out to help him up. Senior brother Hua, you are also very strong. I won by a bit of a fluke. Hua Feiyu Xiao said. Senior brother Lin, you'll be friends from now on. When you have the chance, spar again. Definitely. The two smiled at each other with a feeling of sympathy. On the high stage, the elder stroked his beard and announced in a loud voice, this match, Lin Pingan wins. The crowd erupted into a heated discussion as soon as the words left his mouth. Surprisingly, Lin Pingan won. It's incredible. He defeated Hua Feiyu. This kid, he's hiding deep enough. Before the match, almost no one favored Lin Pingan. Hua Feiyu, the strongest of the outer disciples, had few enemies. Lin Pingan and Hua Feiyu arched their hands at each other. Walking to the edge of the martial arts arena, they rested on their knees and restored their spiritual energy. Lin Pingan looked at Hua Feiyu, who was not far away, and Hua Feiyu's whip technique was indeed powerful and varied. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a chaotic body with quick reflexes and a strong body, I'm afraid that he would have lost a long time ago. Phew! Hua Feiyu took a long breath and opened his eyes. The eyes that looked at Lin Pingan had nothing but admiration and wariness. Senior brother Lin, you're hiding really deep. Hua Feiyu patted Lin Pingan's shoulder and said, I knew you were good. I didn't expect to be this good. Lin Pingan touched his nose in embarrassment, then said, Senior brother Hua is too kind. It was just a fluke. A fluke? Not necessarily. Hua Feiyu said darkly, your strength far exceeds my expectations. In time, your achievements will definitely be above mine. Lin Pingan appreciated Hua Feiyu's candor even more and said with a smile, Senior brother Hua, you're not so bad either. Your whip technique is exquisite. I had to make a lot of effort to find a chance to get close. Chapter 13 Purple Sky Names Talents. Elder's loud voice, in the martial arts field chess, shocked people's eardrums. The outer sect competition ends here. The noisy martial arts arena instantly quieted down. Everyone's gazes, in unison, converged on top of the high platform and on the elder. The elder stroked his beard and swept his gaze across the crowd below with satisfaction in his eyes. This outer sect competition, the top three have been decided. Third place, Shuo Qingxian. Second place, Hua Feiyu. First place, the elder's voice paused, whetting the crowd's appetite, before slowly spitting out the last name, the Pingan Lin. First place, Lin Pingan. the elder's voice echoed once again, and the martial arts arena instantly boiled over. In the crowd, Hua Feiyu and Zhuo Qingshan glanced at each other with complex looks in their eyes. The two of them took a step toward Lin Pingan. Senior brother Lin. Hua Feiyu was the first to speak, while arching his hand towards Lin Pingan. Congratulations on winning first place. Zhuo Qingshan also followed closely behind, and a rare smile appeared on her cool face as she similarly arched her hand in congratulations. Congratulations to senior brother Lin. Lin Pingan looked at the two men who walked in front of him and hurriedly clasped his fists in return, a coy smile on his face. The two senior brothers and sisters are polite. It was just a fluke. Hua Feiyu smiled at his words and shook his head, his eyes serious. A fluke? Senior Lin, you're too modest. That last punch of yours, I can see it clearly. That power. Simply. Hua Feiyu couldn't find the right words to describe it for a moment. He paused before continuing. I'm afraid that even if you are an inner disciple, you're just like that, right? Zhuo Qingshan nodded as well. I think so too. Senior brother Lin, your strength is definitely more than what you see on the surface. Lin Pingan wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Hua Feiyu raising his hand. Senior brother Lin, there's no need to be modest. Hua Feiyu patted Lin Pingan's shoulder. The strength is there for all to see. No one is blind. In the future, we'll have to learn more from you. After Hua Feiyu finished speaking, he winked towards Lin Pingan with a joke on his face. Zhuo Qingshan smiled in agreement. Lin Pingan looked at the sincere gazes of the two men. His heart warmed slightly, and he also smiled and nodded. The two senior brothers and sisters are joking. Learning from each other. The elder stroked his beard and continued to announce. The top three will be given the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Yuan Secret Realm for training. Lin Pingan has obtained the top-grade magic weapon Green Cloud Sword. As soon as the words fell, a long sword with a turquoise color fell into Lin Pingan's hands. Good sword! Lin Pingan couldn't help but exclaim. The elder gazed gently at Lin Pingan and pointed at the Green Cloud Sword and slowly said, this sword was cast with 10,000 years of warm jade essence, calcined for 77 and 49 days by the Earth's core flame, and then integrated into 1,000 years of cold iron. The sword body is incomparably tough, and cuts through iron like mud. Lin Pingan gripped the Green Cloud Sword tightly with both hands, feeling the warm touch coming from the sword. Slowly injecting his spiritual energy into the Green Cloud Sword, he immediately felt a gentle yet powerful force flowing through the sword, just like a sleeping dragon that could explode with heaven-destroying power upon awakening. The elder pointed to the 10,000-year-old vines wrapped around the hilt of the sword and said, the 10,000-year-old vines wrapped around the hilt of the sword are not only comfortable to the touch, but they also prevent the sword chi from backfiring. As Lin Pingan listened to the elder's introduction, he was ecstatic in his heart that it was worthy of being a top-grade magic weapon. Hua Feiyu obtains the foundation building pill. The crystal-clear elixir into the right place fell into Hua Feiyu's hands. With the foundation establishment pill, the chances of breaking through to Jindan would be greatly increased, and the excitement at the thought of this was hard to express. Zhuo Qingshan has obtained the lower-grade magic weapon Xian Ice Shield. A shield glittering with cold light flew into Zhuo Qingshuan's hands. She gently stroked the shield, a look of satisfaction on her face. After the rewards were handed out, he added, 3 days later, gather at the sect master's peak, at which time the sect master will open the Tian Yuan secret realm. You will enter the experience with the inner disciples of each peak. Lin Pingan was secretly happy in his heart. This heavenly Yuan secret realm was a good place. I heard that it was filled with exotic treasures, not only spiritual herbs and medicines, but also caves and inheritances left over from ancient times. If you get it, any foundation establishment or Jindan, it doesn't matter. While he was thinking about it, Zhang Jinran suddenly walked over. Your performance this time has really impressed me. Zhang Jinran stroked his beard. It's really not easy to have such strength at such an age. Lin Pingan scratched his head. Your holiness has flattered me. Disciple is just lucky. Zhang real person laughed aloud. Less to this set. You kid, that punch. The force cannot be small. The inner door of those, afraid of hard to catch, is also bad enough. Lin Pingan's eyes were slightly lowered, hiding the little bit of smugness in his heart. On his lips, he honestly said, disciple still has a lot to learn, and must continue to work hard. Well, it's good that you can think like this. Zhang Jinran nodded in satisfaction, and his words changed. Is there any interest in coming to my Purple Peak? Lin Pingan's heart jumped. Purple Peak, the fattest peak of the Divine Flame sect. If we went to the Purple Peak, would we not have enough cultivation resources? He immediately clasped his fists and respectfully said, disciple is willing. Zhang realist stroked his whiskers and smiled, taking Lin Pingan right back to Zhixiao Peak, directly arranging for him to have a cave residence with a rich spiritual qi. As soon as he stepped into the cave, the spiritual qi poured out, so thick that it was practically turning into water mist. The outside world's aura is pitifully thin compared to here. worthy of being the richest purple heavenly peak. Trenchant. On the walls of the cave, there were several fist-sized night pearls embedded, and the soft light sprinkled every corner, bright as day. In the center of the cave, a white jade bed and couch emitted a faint fragrance. Lin Pingon looked around. His heart was ecstatic. This was simply a divine cave. If you cultivate in this place, you won't get 1,000 miles a day. He couldn't wait to sit cross-legged on the white jade bed, and a thought flashed through him, instantly entering the tie-in tripod. Inside the tripod, Jiang Ying lethargically reclined on the jade couch. The light veil on her body was as thin as a cicada's wing, and her delicate figure was hidden. As soon as Lin Pingon came in, he saw this fragrant scene and froze. Jiang Ying seemed to be aware of something, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly at him. "You're here." The voice was soft, seductive, and crunchy to the bone. Lin Pingon's heart beat a few beats faster, and after settling his nerves, he walked over to Jiang Ying and asked with concern, "Senior, how is your injury?" Jiang Ying's voice was soft and sticky, slowly flowing into Lin Pingon's heart. "It's okay for now." She smiled slightly, her eyes gentle, "but I'm afraid it's not that easy to go back to the old days. This pure yang body of yours, it's really powerful." Jiang Ying's gaze fell on him with a few moments of amazement. "In just a few days, you've improved so much." She sighed softly again, her tone carrying a few hints of meaning. "The road to cultivation is long. Don't slack off. This technique, the chaotic indestructible technique, is so profound that you need to harmonize yin and yang in order to be truly powerful. Now that you've become a pure yang body, it's best to find a pure yin body for dual cultivation, so that yin and yang complement each other, so that your cultivation can rise faster and your foundation will be more stable." Chapter 14 The Secret World begins. Dual cultivation? Lin Pingon was stunned and instantly felt hot air rush straight to his head. Breathing was a few points rougher, and his eyes, uncontrollably, flicked towards Jiang Ying. Under the light veil, the curves were exquisite and hidden, and his heart, suddenly, was a little itchy. Ginger Shadow snorted a light laugh at his reaction. "Where were you thinking? I'm not talking about dual cultivation, not the kind you're thinking of. It's a special kind of spell. Draw the power of your pure yang body into me and help me repair my residual soul and remake my true body." She paused and added, "Don't worry, it'll be good for you too. It can help you raise your cultivation faster, and it can also stabilize your foundation, so there's absolutely no harm in it." Lin Pingon heard this and realized that this was the case. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "That's good, I thought. Why?" Ginger Shadow looked at him with a beaming smile. Lin Pingon's old face blushed and he didn't have the heart to say anything. "It's fine if Senior arranges it." He hurriedly changed the topic. Jiang Ying nodded in satisfaction. "Well, don't worry, you won't be treated badly." Time rolled around and it was the day to enter the secret realm. Lin Pingon was in high spirits and appeared in front of the crowd. Hua Feiyu looked at Lin Pingon with surprise in his eyes and said in a low voice to Zhuo Qingxian beside him, "Senior sister Zhuo, have you ever felt that this brat, Lin Pingon, seems to have gotten stronger again?" Zhuo Qingxian looked at Lin Pingon and gently nodded. "Yes, his aura is even more calm and introverted than before." Hua Feiyu touched his BA and wondered. "In 3 days, his rate of progress is too fast, isn't it? Could it be that he has gotten some kind of miraculous encounter?" Zhuo Qingxian shook her head and said softly, "Perhaps it's because Xiang Zenith has other instructions for him. Realist Xiang is the top powerhouse of our Divine Flame sect. If he has the intention to cultivate him, Lin Pingon's progress will naturally be rapid." Hua Feiyu sighed with envy. "Alas, it's really a case of people being more angry than people. Also a newly promoted disciple. This kid's luck is too good." Lin Pingon saw Hua Feiyu and Zhuo Qingxian. He quickly walked over and smiled. "Senior brother Hua, senior sister Zhuo." Hua Feiyu and Zhuo Qingxian responded warmly as well. Soon Lin Pingon noticed a few unkind gazes falling on him. He turned his head to look, and several inner disciples looked at him with hostility. Lin Pingon swept his gaze over a few people, secretly wondering, "I have no quarrel with them. Why are they looking at me like this? Am I progressing too fast and causing jealousy?" Before he could think about it in detail, one of the tall and cold-faced inner disciples said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, isn't this the kid who took the first place in the outer sect by luck? He really takes himself seriously." Lin Pingon frowned as he tried to respond, and the person beside him chimed in, "That's right, but it's just a stroke of luck. When you really reach the inner sect, there's something in store for you." Seeing the situation, Hua Feiyu and Zhuo Qingxian hurriedly came to Lin Pingon's side. Hua Feiyu stepped forward and frowned. "Master Lin's strength is also there for all to see." Zhuo Qingxian also stood out and said in a clear and cold tone, "It is unseemly for a few senior brothers to target a newly promoted disciple in such a manner." A few people glanced contemptuously at Lin Pingon and said in an arrogant tone, "What? You want to stand up for him? Don't forget, this is the inner sect, not the outer sect. It's not a place where some cat or dog can run wild." He poked Hua Feiyu's chest with his hand, his eyes provocative. Lin Pingan sneered in his heart. These people were clearly here to pick a fight. The atmosphere was tense, and the patriarch and several peak masters showed up. Their appearance carried an invisible pressure that instantly enveloped the entire field. The patriarch's gaze swept over the crowd, and finally paused at those few provocative disciples. All settle down. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the secret realm will be severely punished. The few people who were arrogant and domineering just now were silent, and their heads drooped, no longer having the arrogance they had before. The patriarch and several peak masters raised their hands at the same time. Blinding rays of light erupted from their palms, intertwining in the air and forming an arcane and complex formation totem. The totem turned slowly, radiating a divine aura. The ground began to shake. The entrance to the Tian Yuan mysterious realm opened. The door to the secret realm is open. Enter quickly. The sovereign's voice, which contained a powerful spiritual energy, was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. The long-suppressed excitement of all of them was instantly ignited, and they couldn't hold back any longer as they flew towards the entrance that emitted a mysterious glow. Lin Pingan only felt a heavenly rotation, and his ears were full of shrieks. It was only after he had managed to stabilize himself and adjust to the light that he realized he was in the middle of a cave. Senior brother Hua? Senior sister Zhua? Lin Pingan called out tentatively. In response to him, there was only a hollow echo. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell kind of place is this? The luck is too bad. When other people cross over, they all have heavenly treasures and strange encounters. How come when it comes to me, I fall into this kind of ghost place? Is it really a non-combatant body? Suddenly, a sizzling sound came from the darkness. Lin Pingan immediately gripped the hilt of his sword and was on guard. Who? The sound echoed through the cavern. The sibilance paused for a moment, then sounded again, and came closer and closer. Lin Pingan held his breath and was on full alert as a black-scaled, lizard-like monster slowly crawled out of the darkness. The scarlet eyes stared at Lin Pingan, letting out a piercing hiss as he opened his bloody mouth and lunged over. Lin Pingan did not hesitate and swung his sword straight to the ground. The monster's head fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and was no longer moving. He had just breathed a sigh of relief, and before he could put away his sword, the ground shook again. Rustling sounds came from all directions. Lin Pingan's face changed greatly. He didn't dare to be careless, waving his long sword, fighting with the monsters that surged out. Individual monsters were not strong, but there were too many of them and they charged upwards like they didn't want to die. Lin Pingan gradually felt overwhelmed. Just then, a familiar voice came. Senior brother Lin, it's Hua Feiyu. Lin Pingan turned his head to look. Hua Feiyu and Zhuo Qingxian were also fighting the monsters, and both of them had colors on their bodies. Senior brother Hua, senior sister Zhua, are you guys alright? Lin Pingan immediately opened his mouth to inquire. It's fine, Hua Feiyu said in a fierce voice, the shadow of the whip in his hand flipping, lashing the monster's scales to burst. Zhuo Qingxian's sword was steady and deadly. These really think we are soft tomatoes to pinch? Hua Feiyu spat. Got to get out of here. Lin Pingan gasped sharply. There were too many monsters. If this continued, sooner or later, he would be exhausted. I looked. Zhuo Qingxian spoke quickly. It's like a giant underground cave. Gotta find a safe place to catch my breath first. After a pause he added, and then we'll figure it out. The three of them, with their backs to each other, formed a defensive circle and, slowly, moved to the rear. What the hell is this? Lin Pingan wiped the blood from his face, still having some palpitations. Where did it come from? These monsters attacked without mercy, and it was even more strenuous than fighting a cultivator of the same rank. I'm not sure about this kind of monster. Hua Feiyu frowned and shook his head. However, the aura on their bodies is very evil. They should be some sort of sinister thing. He subconsciously touched the storage pouch at his waist. The evil warding talisman inside was still there and might come in handy. Zhuo Qingxian said with a grave expression. I suspect that we have fallen into a trap. Trap? Lin Pingan and Hua Feiyu were taken aback. That's right, Zhuo Qingxian explained. Although the heavenly Yuan mysterious realm is full of dangers, this kind of large-scale monster attack usually doesn't occur. She paused and added. These monsters seem to be controlled by some kind of power, specifically targeting us. Are you saying that someone deliberately set a trap to trap us here? Lin Pingan felt uneasy and gripped the sword in his hand. It's very likely. Zhuo Qingxian nodded with a grave expression and said with a certainty in her tone. This trip to the secret realm is even more dangerous than we imagined. Chapter 15 Breakthroughs and Conflicts. Just then, a chilling shriek came from outside the cave. The three men's faces changed in unison, and they hurriedly got up, gripping their weapons tightly and staring intently at the cave entrance. A giant ape that was more than 3 feet long and covered in black hair appeared at the entrance of the cave. The scarlet eyes revealed ferocity. Seeing the three of them, the giant ape let out a deafening roar and waved its huge fist, slamming it into the cave. The cave shook violently and debris fell. Not good. This cave can't stop it. Hua Feiyu's face suddenly changed. Lin Pingan and Zhuo Qingxian also reacted and quickly dodged. Lin Pingan said at the drop of a hat, "Let's rush out." The three no longer hesitated, brandishing their weapons and rushing out of the cave. The giant ape saw the three come out and attacked them even more furiously and frantically. The three of them, Lin Pingan, fought and retreated, looking for a chance to escape. Suddenly, Lin Pingan's feet fell into a deep pit. The body fell into an endless cloud, light and soft. Soft touch from the fingertips. Open your eyes. The sun is not blinding. The tip of the nose lingers on the fresh smell of grass and trees. Refreshing. Mother asterisk 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 her. What a life. Lin Pingan cursed as he climbed up and viciously exhaled a cloudy breath. He quickly scanned his surroundings. What the hell is this place again? Lin Pingan subconsciously operated the chaotic indestructible decision, and as the spiritual energy flowed through his body for a week, unimpeded, his hanging heart was then slightly put down. He settled down and took a step towards the depths of the forest. It didn't go far before a rich, sweet scent drilled into his nose. Following the scent, a huge fruit tree came into view, with lush branches and leaves, hanging with crystal clear spirit fruits. Holy, this is the spirit fruit? Lin Pingan's eyes went straight and his saliva gushed out indisputably. No longer able to care about anything else, he plucked off the spirit fruit as soon as he could and couldn't wait to take a big bite. Well, this flavor, it's perfect. He wolfed it down and ate a dozen or so spirit fruits in one breath, not stopping until his stomach just couldn't hold it. Spiritual fruits melt in the mouth. The warm current instantly surges through the meridians of the whole body, and the surging spiritual power rushes in the body indescribably comfortable. The previous exhaustion was swept away and the body felt more energized than ever. Vaguely, he felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation seemed to have loosened. Not daring to be slow, he immediately sat down on his knees and operated the chaotic indestructible decision. The pores around his body stretched, crazily devouring the surrounding aura. Time passed. I don't know how long it took. A breakthrough. When Lin Pingan opened his eyes again, he felt the power rushing through his body and couldn't help but raise his voice to the sky, his chest bursting with bravado. Facing that giant ape again, he was confident that he would be able to cut it down by the sword. Now I don't know how senior brother Hua and senior sister Zhua are now. I hope they are also alright. Lin Pingan got up and was about to put away the remaining spirit fruits when a burst of disorganized footsteps came from far and near. Lin Pingan quickly ducked between the dense branches and leaves of the tree canopy, and through the gaps, he vigilantly watched below. A few men came into view, and the one at the head was none other than Sun Hao, who had picked a fight at the Sovereign Peak. Senior brother Sun, the aura here is really strong. There must be treasures. Sun Hao nodded and scanned the circle. This place is indeed energizing. There might be some heavenly treasures. All of you search carefully for me. If you find the treasure, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. When the few people behind them heard this, they immediately dispersed and looked around. Lin Pingan hid in a tree, muttering in his mind, what bad luck. How did I run into these grandsons here? A disciple suddenly pointed at the large tree where Lin Pingan was hiding and shouted excitedly, Senior brother Sun, look, what's that? Sun Hao followed the direction of his finger and his eyes instantly glowed. I'll go. Spirit fruit tree. Looks like the brothers are having a burst of luck today. So many spirit fruits. It's enough for us to feel good for a while. Another disciple rubbed his hands together, his mouth watering. Lin Pingan heard it from the tree and cursed in his heart, what a shady soul. He clenched the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Sun Hao and the others walked to the tree and were about to reach out and pick the fruits, when Lin Pingan violently leapt down from the tree and landed with the sound of the wind, laughing coldly, brothers, don't stretch your hands too far. These spirit fruits, they're mine. Sun Hao and the others froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lin Pingan? You punk dim sum, how dare you pop out? Sun Hao squinted at him with a disdainful expression. Who's a waste? Practice and you'll know. Lin Pingan didn't bother to talk nonsense. His feet generated wind and charged straight up. Seek death. Sun Hao roared and swung his sword. A few other disciples also reacted and wailed, drawing out their guys to surround Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan was one against many, yet he did not lose the slightest bit of ground. His body was flexible, sword light danced around him into a silver storm. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of his sword cut out a cold aura, heading straight for Sun Hao's face. Sun Hao panicked and raised his sword to block, but he was shocked by the sword chi to the point that his arm was numb and his tiger's mouth hurt, and he retreated several steps in a row. This kid's strength, how did it go up so much? Sun Hao gritted his teeth and swung his sword again, slashing at Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan sidestepped and dodged. The long sword in his hand was as fast as it could be, aiming straight for the vitals of Sun Hao's throat. Sun Hao was so frightened that he twisted his head to dodge before barely avoiding the fatal blow, only to feel a cold chill on his neck. This kid was clearly at the 5th level of chi refining before. How is that possible? Sun Hao's mind buzzed. The corners of Lin Pinggan's mouth hooked up in a cold voice. You're afraid of this? Good show. It's just beginning. He had already moved to kill in his heart, and the light of the sword suddenly accelerated, weighing people down. Don't freeze. Go together. Slaughter him. Sun Hao roared hoarsely. Lin Pinggan was unafraid. His sword moves were flowing, picking out people's vitals. Sun Hao and the others were outnumbered, but they couldn't get close. What kind of a punk is this? It's a monster. He was obviously soft before. How did he suddenly become so ruthless? Can't hold it. Run. Some people chickened out and started backing up, turning around and fleeing. Lin Pinggan's figure flashed quickly and appeared behind a person, directly piercing through that person's heart. Put. Blood splattered out, and the man didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground and died. The remaining few people, their livers and guts cracked, and their souls were in danger, only hating that their parents had 2 less legs, desperately fleeing. Another person couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through the shoulder by Lin Pinggan's sword, letting out a miserable scream. The others were even more scared out of their wits. Where would they dare to fight? Only thinking of escaping this bogeyman. Waste. A bunch of wastes. Sun Hao was so angry that he cursed, his face grimacing. You can't even clean up a waste of energy refining realm. He roared angrily and swung his sword to charge at Lin Pinggan once again, only to be swatted away by Lin Pinggan with a light swipe of his sword. Seizing this gap, Lin Pinggan raised his leg and kicked Sun Hao hard in the chest. Put. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of Sun Hao's mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. He covered his chest and glared at Lin Pinggan. Lin Pinggan's eyes were ice cold. Today, I'll let you understand who the real trash is. Killing intent surged out like substance as he gathered aura on his toes and kicked at Sun Hao without mercy. Sun Hao felt Lin Pinggan's determined killing intent, and his survival instincts instantly erupted. He rolled over violently, not caring about anything, and ran for his life towards the depths of the dense forest. Lin Pinggan's foot fell short and his brows furrowed slightly, but he did not pursue. He coldly watched Sun Hao's back as he fled in a sorry state, the corner of his mouth raising in a disdainful sneer. Bereaved dog. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the fruit tree, taking the rest of the spirit fruits and pocketing all of them. Chapter 16 Chaotic Indestructible Pill. This forest, it's really something, Lin Pinggan muttered as he walked, and after walking for so long, he still hadn't seen the head. Continuing on, the way was surprisingly blocked by a mountain wall. Curiosity got the better of him and he reached out to touch the mountain wall. Just as his hand touched the stone, a powerful suction force came violently. I'm going. Before he could react, his entire body was yanked inside. The sky spun around. Returning to his senses again, Lin Pinggan realized that he was in a secret room. The chamber was small, the 4 walls smooth and unadorned, with only a closed stone door. This place, it's a bit interesting. There's even this kind of operation? Lin Pinggan looked around and muttered to himself. Cave of Heaven? Could it be that dude's luck is really this overwhelming? This can even meet a legendary chance? He was a little excited. Looks like God is still favoring me. Lin Pinggan carefully stepped forward, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. This place, I don't know how long it has existed, but it doesn't even have dust. Lin Pinggan thought in his heart. The walls are so smooth. What are they made of? I can't even find a crack. He walked to the stone door and stopped. Behind the stone door, what is it again? Will it be dangerous? Looking at the dark stone door, Lin Pinggan muttered a little in his heart. But rich and famous. How is it possible to be here and come back empty-handed? He took a deep breath. Fight. Reaching out, he pushed towards the stone door. Creak dash the stone door slowly opened, and the dark passage appeared in front of him. Lin Pinggan hesitated for a moment and walked in with a clench of his teeth. The passage was out of reach, so he could only grope his way forward. Walking for about an incense stick of time, an ancient palace opened up before his eyes, appearing abruptly in front of him. I'll go. Such a large palace. Lin Pinggan was stunned by the sight before him. The palace exudes an awe-inspiring aura. Lin Pinggan carefully explored the palace. Such a magnificent palace. The owner must be a bullish big shot, right? I wonder if any treasures were left behind? Suddenly, his eyes were caught by a stone in the corner. What is this? Lin Pinggan walked over and squatted down to take a closer look. This stone is cold in the hand and delicate to the touch. What a strange stone. He picked up the stone and scrutinized it. There didn't seem to be anything special about the stone except that it had some strange patterns on it. Could it be some hidden treasure? Lin Pinggan frowned. He casually stuffed it into his storage bag. Put it away for now. It's not too late to study it later. The room was empty, and there really wasn't much else worth noticing. Take a look somewhere else. He turned and left the room, continuing to feel his way through the passage. The passage was silent and deep, and it took a while of walking before they finally saw a glimmer of light. The end was reached. Another stone door with intricate carvings. Lin Pinggan's gaze was instantly drawn to those lines. These lines. He came closer to take a closer look, and the more he looked, the more familiar he felt. How come it kind of looks like the lines on that rock from earlier? Curious in mind couldn't help but reach out, fingertips gently touching the lines on the stone door. Right at the moment the fingertips touched, a strange force came violently from the stone door. That power instantly surged into his body. Tingling, swelling pain, comfort, all kinds of sensations intertwined together. Unable to say what it was like, it felt like every pore was open, greedily absorbing the power. What is this? Lin Pingan was startled in his heart. Before he could think about it, the stone door unexpectedly opened slowly and light filtered in. Behind the door, there was no longer a narrow passageway, but a spacious stone room. In the center of the stone room, an ancient Dan furnace stood quietly. A strong medicinal fragrance hit his nose, and Lin Pingan's eyes instantly lit up. Pills. He walked quickly to the Dan furnace and stared at it with burning eyes. The medicinal aroma was getting stronger and stronger, and it was refreshing to smell it. This elixir. Lin Pingan breathed sharply, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Could it be the legendary elixir? If he could obtain this elixir, his cultivation would surely skyrocket. Thinking of this, he could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart, and with a trembling hand, he reached out to the furnace, wanting to take out the elixir. Young man, don't hesitate to make a move. An old voice suddenly sounded in the stone room. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Lin Pingan was startled. His hand jerked back and he looked around warily. Who's talking? Ho ho ho. The pale laugh sounded again. Young man, there is no need to be alarmed. Old me is just the guardian of this palace, not an evil person. As the voice fell, a white-haired old man appeared out of thin air in the center of the stone room. Lin Pingan froze for a moment, then reacted and bowed in a hurry. Senior Lin Pingan, greetings to Senior. The old man nodded slightly, his gaze landing on Lin Pingan's storage bag. Young man, the stone you just put away, did you pick it up from the corner of the palace? Lin Pingan hurriedly nodded. Exactly. The old man stroked his beard and the smile on his face deepened. It seems that your brat does have a connection with this palace and is the key to opening the Dan furnace. Place it on top of the Dan furnace and it will open itself. A more intense Dan fragrance escaped, and Lin Pingan only felt refreshed. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Pingan bowed once again. The old man waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. This is your chance. The old man is just pushing the boat along. This elixir is called Chaotic Imperishable Pill. It is an ancient divine elixir. After taking it, it can help you break through the realm and achieve the supreme Tao. The old man explained. However, this elixir is powerful, so remember not to be greedy and only take half of it. Senior honors Senior's teachings. Lin Pingan nodded solemnly. Half of the elixir was taken out of the furnace, and the elixir melted in his mouth. Lin Pingan instantly felt powerful strength surging through his body, and his cultivation bottleneck instantly broke through. He hurriedly sat down on his knees, running his gong method to refine the medicinal power. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Pingan once again opened his eyes and saluted the old man. Many thanks, Senior. No need to be polite. The old man laughed. Now that you've gotten your chance, it's time to leave. With a wave of his hand, Lin Pingan was sent out of the palace. Chapter 17 Changes in the Secret World. The corners of Lin Pingan's mouth lifted up as the spiritual energy in his body rushed around. Late Jin Dan stage. Surprisingly, it had directly broken through. The chaotic imperishable pill. It truly lives up to its name. He clenched his fists and felt the unprecedented power. His heart ecstatic. His eyes fell on the tying tripod, which had an ancient body and a faint ghostly light. He held his breath and injected his spiritual energy. Buzz. The tying tripod trembled lightly, and the space inside the tripod rippled, and the flow of time was even 10 times slower than the outside world. Lin Pingan's heart was beating wildly. This tying tripod was simply a cultivation sheet. With it, the speed of cultivation is more than increased by several times. He imagined a picture of himself going to the top step by step, and his excitement was hard to suppress. It's just that, every time he moves the tying tripod, he has to consume the energy of Jiang Ying's residual soul. His smile faded at the thought, and guilt flooded him. Kid, save it. Ginger Shadow's voice sounded in his mind with a sense of helplessness and exhaustion. I'm running out of residual soul energy. Senior Jiang Ying, understand. Lin Pingan hurriedly responded in his mind. He secretly resolved that he would never use the tying tripod unless it was necessary, and that he would cherish the residual soul energy of the Jiang Ying predecessor. Just as he walked out of the palace, he bumped into Sun Hao with 3 more people, coming in a rage. Lin Pingan, you finally came out. Sun Hao gritted his teeth and grimaced. Today, I want you to pay the price. Lin Pingan laughed out coldly. With a few of you? What are you pretending? The person beside Sun Hao said in a snarky manner. Just a newcomer who just entered the inner sect. How dare you be arrogant in front of us? That's right, I think you're tired of living. Someone else chimed in helpfully. The corners of Lin Pinggan's mouth hooked up. Since you guys are eager to seek death, then don't blame me for not being polite. He intentionally sold a break, his left shoulder slightly sideways, luring Sun Hao and the others to strike. After finished settling the three Sun Hao people, he patted the dust on his body and turned to leave. Suddenly, the tying tripod shook violently. Kid, stop! Jiang Ying's voice violently exploded in Lin Pinggan's mind. With unprecedented anxiety and weakness, if I use it again, I'm really going to lose it. Lin Pinggan was startled, and the tying tripod under his palm vibrated more and more, emitting a buzzing wail. He hurriedly withdrew his spiritual energy, and only then did the tying tripod slowly calm down, and the ghostly light dimmed considerably. Lin Pinggan sucked in a cool breath, fearful in his heart, touching the tripod body into the hand cold. The previous excitement, at this moment also calmed down. It seems that this treasure is good, but it can't be used casually, he muttered. The residual soul power of Senior Jiang Ying has to be saved. Putting away the tying tripod, Lin Pinggan continued to walk deeper into the secret realm. Not much farther, a huge cave came into view. The aura inside the cave was so thick that it was almost liquefied, and the shadow of some ores could be vaguely seen on the ground. Spirit vein? Lin Pinggan was overjoyed in his heart and carefully investigated. Soon, he found traces of man-made artifacts on the stone wall, and was instantly surprised when he looked closer. Spirit vein distribution map. On the stone wall, the direction of the spirit veins within the secret area was densely engraved. Lin Pinggan's heart thumped. This was an unexpected pleasure. With this chart, why worry about raising your cultivation? He swept his eyes over the distribution map and finally stopped at the core area, which was specially labeled with the words Taishu Divine Essence. The Taishu Divine Marrow. Sounds like it's not a mortal object. Lin Pinggan licked his lips and began to calculate in his mind. It seemed that the core area of this secret realm was a must-go. As he was thinking about this, the sound of subtle footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. Lin Pinggan was immediately alert and hid behind a huge rock. The footsteps were getting closer, accompanied by a woman's delicate voice. Brother Mo Bai, do you think there's really any immortal destiny in this secret realm? Immortal destiny is not that easy. A slightly low male voice rang out. However, there are definitely quite a few chances, so it's always right to be careful. Lin Pinggan frowned. This voice, Lu Yenner, and Qin Ma Bai? Why are they here? Moreover, listening to their conversation, they were also rushing towards the depths of the secret realm. Could it be that they have also discovered the spirit vein distribution map? Lin Pinggan was puzzled in his heart and quietly poked his head out, looking towards the cave entrance. Sure enough, Lu Yenner and Qin Ma Bai walked in side by side. Lu Yenner intimately held Qin Ma Bai's arm with a pout on her face. Brother Ma Bai, I'm just curious. Qin Ma Bai smiled favorably. Okay, I know you're curious, but this secret realm isn't like outside. It's treacherous everywhere. Stay close to me and don't run around. Aha, all listen to Brother Mo Bai. Lu Yenner nodded her head obediently and snuggled beside Qin Ma Bai. The two whispered as if no one else was there, heading deeper into the cave. Lin Pinggan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the backs of the two men. I'm afraid their purpose for coming to the secret realm is not that simple. Follow it up and see what they're up to. Lin Pinggan made up his mind and quietly followed behind the two. The two of them came to a quiet valley, in which a faint mist drifted, and the strange energy fluctuations in the air made people feel uneasy. At the bottom of the valley, an ancient altar loomed, its surface engraved with runes that emitted a faint golden light. Lu Yenner and Qin Ma Bai carefully walked to the center of the altar and stared solemnly at the runes on the altar. Slowly, he raised his hands and began to chant an obscure incantation. As the incantation continued to be chanted, the talisman on the altar flickered, the golden light became more and more prevalent, and a powerful aura emanated from the altar. Lin Pinggan held his breath and hid in the shadows, saying in his heart, what exactly are these two people up to? And what is this altar? He felt inexplicably panicked, as if something big was about to happen. This altar, there's something odd about it. Lin Pinggan's heart was shocked, and chills ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He stared intently at the changes in the altar as the runes on the altar flashed faster and faster. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared in the center of the altar, slowly rotating and emitting a palpitating aura. What is this? He said in his heart, subconsciously taking a step back and gripping the tying tripod in his hand. Right at this moment, Lu Yenner and Qin Ma Bai suddenly struck out, two powerful attacks heading straight for him. Lin Pinggan felt bad and hurriedly urged the tying tripod to protect himself. Lin Pinggan, you finally showed up. Lu Yenner laughed coldly. I didn't expect that you would dare to follow us. Qin Ma Bai, on the other hand, had a cold, stern look on his face. Lin Pinggan cursed in his heart, not realizing that he had been discovered. Lin Pinggan forced himself to be calm and said in a cold voice, stalking? I just happened to be passing by. Lu Yenner snorted coldly. still talking tough even now. Since you're here today, you won't want to leave easily. Saying that, she and Shin Mabai attacked once again, their offense becoming more and more violent. Lin Pingan resisted with all his might, his heart anxious. He was well aware that with his current strength, it was extremely difficult to fight against these two people at the same time. At the moment of crisis, he suddenly remembered that although the tie-in tripod could not be used excessively, he might be able to use it to cast a powerful defense. Lin Pingan gritted his teeth and injected his spiritual energy into the tie-in tripod. In an instant, the tie-in tripod's light shone brightly, forming a sturdy shield that firmly protected him. The attacks of Lu Yener and Shin Mabai landed on the shield and were unable to shake it in the slightest. When the two saw this, their faces changed slightly. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Lin Pingan's mind raced to think of countermeasures. He understood that he could not remain passive and defensive. He had to take the initiative and look for a break. His eyes swept back and forth between the two, and suddenly, he noticed that Shin Mabai's defense at his left waist seemed to be slightly weaker when he attacked. Chapter 18 Trial of Life and Death. Icy coldness, plastered against his ears suddenly scraped through, and Lin Pingan violently retreated. Lu Yener's ice pick grazed his cheek and nailed it to the ground. The ground instantly condensed with spiderweb-like cracks and a chilling aura. This woman, she was actually at the peak of Foundation establishment cultivation, far superior to Sun Hao's gang by more than 10 times. The fluctuation of the ancient forbidden formation in the southwest corner. They don't dare to chase too deep. Jiang Ying's voice suddenly exploded in his mind with urgency. Lin Pingan instantly comprehended this and violently turned around, flinging out 3 lower-grade spirit stones with his backhand. The spirit stone hit the ground and burst with a loud bang, filling the air with smoke. Using the cover of the smoke, Lin Pingan did not hesitate and ran wildly towards the southwest. Behind him, sword chi broke through the air, sharp to the extreme. However, when it touched a certain invisible barrier, it suddenly stopped. Just as Jiang Ying had said, Lin Pingan looked back and did not see the figures of Lu Yener and Shin Mabai, so he really did not catch up. His taut nerves, then, relaxed slightly. Lin Pingan leaned against a thick, ancient tree and exhaled a long, turbid breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He only felt his heart still beating violently in his chest. Just now fleeing, really dangerous. If not for Jiang Ying's timely reminder, I'm afraid that has long become a dead soul under their sword. Lin Pingan looked up, a lofty palace, standing like that in front of him, surrounded by clouds. He took a step and stepped into the palace. A huge force instantly pressed down. Well, Lin Pingan grunted out, his legs, unable to stop trembling. Each step became incomparably difficult. What the hell is this place? Lin Pingan screamed in his heart. How can there be such strong gravity? A gravity field? He moved his feet with difficulty and looked up into the depths of the palace. What secrets were hidden here? Just as Lin Pingan was pondering, an old voice echoed through the palace. Gravity corridor. The test begins. The voice caused Lin Pingan's spirit to be lifted. He took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the heavy pressure on his body, slowly moving forward and clenching his teeth. This little bit of pressure. You want me to give in? Lin Pingan roared in his heart. The chaotic indestructible decision, working crazily, counteracted, partially, the gravity. Halfway there, Lin Pingan's body began to show fine cracks. The intense pain made him stifle a grunt. Hold on, must hold on. Lin Pingan cheered himself up. Kid, give up. The old voice, once again, rang out with mockery. There's no way it's going to pass. Old man, you underestimate me too much. Lin Pingan roared out, accelerating the speed of chaotic indestructibility and repairing the damage to the body, one step at a time, slowly moving forward. This kid, he's really tenacious. A pale voice, tinged with surprise. Lin Pingan's body, cracks constantly appeared and were constantly repaired. Finally, we came to the end of the gravity cloister. Congratulations, for passing the test. The old voice carried appreciation. As the voice rang out, white mist grew around Lin Pingan. Welcome to the maze of illusions. Only those with a firm heart of the Tao can get out of the labyrinth. Lin Pingan exhaled and took a step into the mists, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He had actually returned to the familiar earth, to that cozy home. Peace, back, mother's kind voice came. On the dining table, a steaming meal was set. Lin Pingan's nose was sore, his eyes were moist, and he was about to blurt out a promise. No, he snapped out of it. Illusion. Come back, son, come home with us. The father's voice rang out as well, with a strong note of concern. The loving gaze of parents, the laughter of dear friends, and the regrets of the past are all filled at this moment. Lin Pingan immersed himself in it and gradually became lost. Wake up! Ginger Shadow's voice rang in his head. The chaotic consciousness snapped awake, and everything in front of him began to distort. An illusory sight, fragmented. The surrounding scenery changed again, and Lin Pingan's heart was unperturbed. The mists dispersed, and he had stepped out of the labyrinth, and an old man with white hair stood in front of him. Senior is? Lin Pingan snapped. Guardian of this place. The old man responded, his tone tinged with admiration. Not bad, the flesh is strong and the Dao heart is firm. Next, the last test, blood pool body refining. The old man pointed to the front, and a huge pool of blood came into view. Jump in, the old man said. After being baptized by the blood pool, your fleshly body will be taken to the next level. The pool of blood rolled over, the fishy stench poured out of his nose, and the pressure was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Lin Pingan looked at the pool of blood and paused slightly in his steps. Afraid? The old man saw through his mind, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. If you're afraid, then go back. It's already not bad to be able to come this far. Who's afraid? The old man's words stirred Lin Pingan's competitive spirit. Isn't it just a pool of blood? Lin Pingan arched his hand. What is there to fear? Taking a deep breath, he leapt into the blood pool, and the icy cold pierced his bones and invaded his entire body. The sharp pain came like a tidal wave, and Lin Pingan grunted out. At the same time, a savage aura awoke from the depths of the blood pool. Moo! A sky-shattering roar and waves of blood rose to the heavens. A Taishu Kuei ox, wrapped in blood-colored waves, lunged towards Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan turned chaotic indestructibility, operating to its limit, and blasted out with a fist. Dang! The fist blade and the bull's horn hardened, erupting in a thunderous roar. Lin Pingan was shaken back a few steps, but the Taishu Kuei Nyo, however, only shook its head. Somewhat interesting. Lin Pingan's eyes stared slightly fearless. In the midst of the entanglement, he gradually figured out the attack path of this ferocious beast. The Taishu Kuei Nyo attacked furiously, but its moves were clumsy. Lin Pingan's body was agile, dodging the furious attacks while looking for a break in the ferocious beast. It's now! Seizing the gap between the Taishu Kuei's attacks, Lin Pingan probed his hand and grabbed the one horn of the Taishu Kuei ox. Ka-ching! The hardened beast horn shattered in response. Moo! The Taishu Kuei ox let out a mournful scream as its massive body collapsed, turning into pure energy that surged into Lin Pingan's body. The chaotic indestructible decision operated crazily, greedily absorbing the energy of the Taishu Kuei Nyo. Lin Pingan's bones crackled, and on the surface of his skin, golden light flowed. Warm power, penetrating every inch of skin. Chaotic indestructible body. Peak of the first layer. Lin Pingan clenched his fists and felt the power rushing through his body. This is the power of the peak of the first layer? The blood water in the blood pool faded, and a blood-red bead revealed itself. What is this? Lin Pingan curiously picked up the beads and scrutinized them. This is the blood bodhi. The old man's voice sounded behind him at some point. You've absorbed the energy of the Taishu Kuei Nyo and obtained the blood bodhi. Breaking through the second layer is just one step away. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Lin Pingan hurriedly thanked him. The blood linden melts in your mouth and the warmth spreads throughout your body. Lin Pingan felt his body metamorphose once again. Chaotic indestructible body. Second layer. After breaking through the second layer, the strength of the physical body went to the next level. Alright, your test is over. You can leave, the old man said. Lin Pingan saluted the old man and turned to leave the blood pool. Chapter 19 Dark Tides. Lin Pingan followed the guidance of the spiritual vein map and went deeper towards the core area. Along the way, there was constant trouble, demonic beasts hissing in hidden organs. However, he was agile and these were easily taken care of. Came close to the core area. An ancient altar stood majestically in the center. In the middle of the altar, a crystal stone was lying quietly, and the seven-colored light was what it emitted. The essence of the Taishu Divine. The hard-won goal is just around the corner. Around the divine marrow, a haze of light surrounded it, and the energy fluctuated, so powerful that it was palpitating. Lin Pingan pressed down his excitement and reached out to probe the divine marrow. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a qilin appeared out of thin air. Frost condensed around its body, and cold air overflowed in all directions. Human. The griffin spat out human words, his voice cold. Get out of here, or die. Majestic to the core, not to be trifled with. Lin Pingan wasn't the least bit afraid and stood proudly. The divine essence of Taishu. I aim to win. Unconscionable. The ice spirit qilin opened its mouth and spewed out a pillar of ice blue light, heading straight for Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan revolved the chaotic indestructible decision and blasted out with a fist, the golden fist aura colliding with the icy blue light pillar, erupting in a deafening roar. Lin Pingan was shaken back a few steps, but quickly stabilized himself, his eyes burning as he stared at the ice spirit qilin. Somewhat capable. No wonder you dared to break into this place. Surprise appeared in the ice spirit qilin's eyes, and then it said disdainfully, however, you are not my opponent after all. Before the words fell, the ice spirit qilin attacked once again, and in the blink of an eye, It arrived in front of Lin Pingan, its sharp claws carrying a harsh cold aura, viciously grabbing at Lin Pingan's chest. Lin Pingan dodged nimbly to avoid the fatal blow. The ice spirit Qilin's blow fell short, but its huge body was difficult to turn, giving Lin Pingan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Concentrating the power of chaos into his hand, the golden light-flowing fist heavily blasted into the soft abdomen of the Qilin. Ow! The ice spirit Qilin let out a heavenly roar as it suffered pain. Lin Pingan's momentum was unforgiving. His fists containing the power of chaos kept swinging out, and the hard scales on the ice spirit Qilin's body shattered. Lin Pingan seized the opportunity to leap high into the air, clasping his fists together and smashing its head viciously. With a crunching sound, the Qilin's skull shattered, and its huge body collapsed to the ground with a bang, struggling for a few moments before turning into a bit of starlight and dissipating into nothingness. Lin Pingan took a long breath and wiped away the beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead, saying that it was a fluke in his heart. If it wasn't for the strong defense brought about by the second layer of the chaotic body, I'm afraid that he would have long since been frozen into an ice sculpture by the Qilin's frigid chi. He walked towards the altar and looked at the Taishu divine marrow that was emitting a seven-colored glow, joy in his eyes as he reached out and pocketed the rise. Right at this moment, the Taiyin tripod suddenly shook violently, and a mysterious pattern emerged on its body. What is this? Lin Pingan was shocked as he watched the changes in the Taiyin tripod. Jiang Ying's weak voice rang out. This is the Taiyin tripod's hidden formation. It will only reveal itself after absorbing a strong enough energy. The 9 revolutions reincarnation formation, possessing the power to reverse time and space and raise the dead. Before Lin Pingan had time to digest this information, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Kid, hand over the Taishu divine essence. An old man in a black robe with a gloomy face appeared in front of Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan was startled in his heart and looked at the visitor warily. Want the Taishu divine essence? Dream on. Lin Pingan said coldly. The black-robed old man's gaze was slightly chilled when he heard this. Toast the wine, but not the wine. He instantly arrived in front of Lin Pingan, and his dry palm grabbed at Lin Pingan's throat. Unconscionable. The black-robed old man laughed out with a few moments of cat-and-mouse contempt. A mere half-step of Foundation establishment. How dare you take liberties in front of this seat? He raised his hand and casually waved it out, but it carried a heaven-destroying aura. The terrifying pressure of the late Jindan stage enveloped Lin Pingan in a suffocating manner. Lin Pingan didn't dare to be slow, and chaotic indestructibility operated to the extreme. Pooh, a mouthful of blood, which could no longer be held back, gushed out as his body flew out backwards. The black-robed man was slightly taken aback, and surprise appeared on his shadowy face. Ha, surprisingly, you can block this seat strike? Kind of interesting. He playfully sized up Lin Pingan. Just then, several figures landed nearby. The white clothes were flowing, and the corners of the clothes were embroidered with delicate golden cloud patterns, and they were from the Tianji Pavilion, pure yang body. Among the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, someone exclaimed out in shock, his voice carrying an incredible excitement. Everyone's gazes were instantly focused on Lin Pingan with even more fervor. It really is the pure yang body. Legend has it that the pure yang body is the heavenly Tao variant, the one who breaks the mold. Could he be the one from the prophecy? Pure yang body? The black-robed old man's originally careless eyes became fiery and greedy. The Blood River mysterious code he cultivated had reached a bottleneck and was in need of devouring the pure yang body in order to break through to advance. I've been looking for it, but I've gotten it with no effort at all. This kid, it's like a tonic delivered to the door. Jia. The black-robed old man laughed strangely. Creepily. Kid, it looks like you have a bad fate. The killing aura instantly erupted. The black-robed man struck again, his attacks even more furious, itching to immediately tear Lin Pingan into pieces and devour him. Lin Pingan didn't dare to take it hard, and could only fight and retreat. With the black-robed man in hot pursuit, the two figures staggered, and with each collision, earth-shattering energy fluctuations erupted. Mountains and rocks crumbled, grass and trees were destroyed, and the ground was plowed into a deep furrow. Although Lin Pingan was in a sorry state, the chaotic indestructible determination's subtle stance had repeatedly helped him to turn danger into danger at critical moments. Little, the black-robed old man roared angrily. Furious, will you only run away? Dare to fight me head-on? It was simply a strange shame that he, a late-stage Jindan, could not help a half-step Foundation establishment brat. Old piker, you bully the small with the big, and you have the nerve to talk about a head-on battle? The corner of Lin Pingan's mouth hooked into a mocking sneer. When my cultivation is comparable to yours, I will definitely thwart you. He uttered a sneer, exasperating people to death. As they spoke, the two chased and fled, and had already arrived at a desolate place. Broken walls, wreckage all over the place, white bones, shocking to the eyes. A solemn, desolate atmosphere came to the surface. The Tianji Pavilion disciples followed closely, and when they saw the scene in front of them, All of their faces changed drastically and they sucked in cool air. This is ancient battlefield ruins. Someone lost their voice and exclaimed, their voice carrying a tremor. Here, there were once earth-shattering battles, and countless powerful people fell here. To this day, a hauntingly terrifying wave of energy still lingers in the air. The black-robed old man's originally ferocious attack stalled, and scorn showed in his eyes. The ruins of the ancient battlefield were treacherous, and even he didn't dare to venture into danger easily. Lin Pingon seized this opportunity and rushed into the depths of the ruins without hesitation. Trying to escape? It's not that easy, the black-robed old man shouted angrily, hesitation in his eyes, but in the end, he chose to chase after the relics. How could he let a cooked duck fly away? Pure yang body, he was bound to get it. The Tianji Pavilion disciples looked at each other, exchanged eye contact, and in the end, also gritted their teeth and followed them in. Riches and riches. The pure yang embodiment world and the opening of the ancient battlefield ruins might contain heavenly opportunities. In the middle of the ruins of the ancient battlefield, the ghastly winds roared and the ghosts cried out. Broken weapons and broken banners were scattered everywhere, silently telling of the splendor and tragedy that once existed. Lin Pingon dodged the black-robed old man's attacks and vigilantly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, a strong aura hit him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Pingon felt bad and his body flashed rapidly. A black shadow brushed past and hit the boulder hard with a loud boom. Howl. An ear-splitting dragon roar exploded as a huge bone dragon crawled out from the ruins, roaring and locking onto the crowd. Lin Pingon had a bright idea. Old man, don't you want to kill me? Come on. He screamed towards the black-robed old man, intending to divert the bone dragon's hatred. The black-robed old man was burning with rage, but he could only face the bone dragon with his head. Right at this moment, the Taiyin tripod suddenly stirred, and a wave of berserk energy recoiled out as Lin Pingon was sent flying backwards by the shock. Kid, go to hell. The black-robed old man saw a break in his palm when slashed straight at Lin Pingon's chest. At the moment of crisis, Jiang Ying's voice exploded in his mind. Kid, hold on. Run the chaotic indestructible decision and wrap the Taiyin tripod with the power of chaos. The Taiyin tripod erupted with a blindingly strong light. It's now. Use the power of chaos to seal his feats. Chaos undying, reversing the universe. Lin Pingon's mind turned sharply, and he pushed the Taiyin tripod, with all his might, towards the black-robed old man. The Taiyin tripod collided violently with the black-robed old man's palm, erupting into a shocking roar. The black-robed old man grunted muffledly as his figure staggered back, his face filled with unbelievable shock. What kind of power is this? His voice trembled. Lin Pingon had no time to respond, fully utilizing the power of chaos. The black-robed old man's breath weakened with the naked eye. The cultivation in his body was actually suppressed to death by the power of chaos. No, impossible. How can you? The black-robed old man hissed and roared, full of despair. Lin Pingon retrieved the Taiyin tripod and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Chapter 20 Ultimate Inheritance. Lin Pingon stared at the Taiyin tripod in his hand, but it was dull at the moment. His heart sank as an indefinable unease surged through him. Jiang Ying? Lin Pingon called softly in a tentative manner. The only thing that responded to him was the sound of the whimpering wind in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. As the Taiyin tripod changed, and the ginger's shadow fell silent, Lin Pingon felt a wave of powerlessness. He knew exactly what price Jiang Ying had paid to save him. Maybe even. Damned black-robed old devil. Lin Pingon's eyes suddenly filled with blood. He couldn't wait to tear that old thing into pieces and thwart his bones immediately. You, damn you. Lin Pingon's voice was low and hoarse. With a lift of his right hand, the green cloud sword suddenly appeared. Feeling the terrifying aura that erupted from Lin Pingon's body, the black-robed old man actually unconsciously took half a step back. To his horror, he realized that he was completely imprisoned by an invisible force. No, don't kill me. The black-robed old man's voice began to tremble, and extreme fear was written all over his wrinkled face. Lin Pingon simply ignored his pleas for mercy. The light of the green cloud sword in his hand skyrocketed, and he was about to swing his sword down. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Pingon, hard blocking his surefire sword. The sudden change caused both Lin Pingon and the black-robed old man to freeze. Who is your excellency? Lin Pingon asked in a deep voice as his brows tightened. Tianji Pavilion. Pavilion Master? The black-robed old man's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart was horrified. He had never expected that the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's Pavilion Master would, at this time, personally show up. Your excellency, what is the meaning of this? Lin Pingon's tone was icy cold to the extreme, and the green cloud sword in his hand emitted a burst of buzzing. The Tianji Pavilion Master smiled, not taking Lin Pingon's threat to heart. This person is still of great use to my Tianji Pavilion. In that case, then I am offended. Lin Pingon's eyes turned cold and he was about to strike again. Wait. The Heavenly Chance Pavilion Master raised his hand to stop him and spoke slowly. Little friend, You have to think clearly. It's never wise to make an enemy of my Tianji pavilion. Lin Pingon sneered in a mocking tone. I, Lin Pingon, have acted all my life, so why should I be afraid of strong enemies? If your excellency wants to fight, I, Lin Pingon, will accompany you to the end. The Tianji pavilion master gave Lin Pingon a deep look inside. That's fine, since little friend is adamant about this. I won't force myself, I just hope that in the future, little friend will not regret it. After a pause, he added meaningfully, be careful who you surround yourself with. Before the words fell, the Tianji pavilion master flicked his sleeve. A soft but irresistible force swept the black-robed old man up. In the next moment, the black-robed old man and the Tianji pavilion master suddenly disappeared. In place, only the sound of empty wind remained. Lin Pingon looked in the direction they had disappeared in, his brows furrowed in confusion. Beware of those around you? Before the court master left, those words, what did they mean? Could it be that there is some danger lurking around you? The thought came together and lingered. He quickly circled his mind, going over the people around him, over and over. But when I think about it, I can't make sense of it. Doubt took root in his mind like twisted vines. In the end, Lin Pingon shook his head and pressed this uneasiness, temporarily, into his heart. Right now, the most important thing is Ginger's shadow. He lowered his head, gently rubbing his fingertips against the dull tyene tripod in his hand, murmuring in a low voice, Jiang, I will definitely save you. Lin Pingon flipped his palm and took out the Taishu divine essence. As soon as the divine marrow appeared, 7-colored light instantly illuminated the surroundings. Right at this moment, the Taishu divine essence violently erupted with unprecedented light, the glare piercing one's eyes. A strange fluctuation spread out instantly. The ruins of the ancient battlefield, activated with some kind of ancient power, began to tremble violently. Rumble! The ground cracked open with a huge gap. Rubble rolled down, and the ground shook. A deep, dark cave entrance appeared before Lin Pingon's eyes. Ancient cave? Lin Pingon's heart shook as an inexplicable premonition surged through his mind. The key to waking up Ginger's shadow may be here. Without any hesitation, he leapt and jumped into the cave. Inside the cave, the light was dim. As soon as Lin Pingon landed on the ground, his gaze was attracted by a bead suspended in midair. The beads were about the size of a fist, pitch black, yet they faintly emitted a familiar aura. Chaotic, ancient, mysterious. Lin Pingon subconsciously reached out his hand and tried to touch the bead. Right at the moment when the fingertips were about to touch the beads, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. Buzz! It was as deafening as the blast from the beginning of the universe. Lin Pingon only felt a blackness before his eyes, and his consciousness was instantly consumed by darkness. I don't know how long it took, but the chaotic consciousness gradually awoke. Lin Pingon slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was an unfamiliar space. There was nothingness all around, as if they were in the middle of an infinite starry sky. Is this inside the bead? An absurd thought surfaced in his mind. Crisp childish voices, abruptly ringing out in the empty space with playfulness. Guess right. Welcome to the Chaos Pearl. Looking around, a translucent little girl was floating not far away with a smile on her face. The girl's figure was illusory, yet agile. You are. Lin Pingon's eyes were complicated with suspicion and vigilance. I am the spirit of the secret realm. My nickname is Little Pearl. You can call me that. The little girl blinked, her voice crisp. Of course, I also have another identity, the guide of the Chaos Pearl. And you, well, you are the one chosen by the Chaos Pearl. The chosen one? Lin Pingon was stunned, his head full of confusion. The Chaos Bead's chosen one? What does that mean? That's right, the Chaos Bead will only choose the fated person. Little Pearl explained with a smile. And you are the fated one to inherit the power of the Chaos Bead. Lin Pingon's heart set off waves of shock, doubt, and disbelief. Himself, unexpectedly chosen by this mysterious bead? Little Pearl, what should I do to inherit the power of the Chaos Pearl? He suppressed the shock in his heart and couldn't wait to ask. You want to inherit the power of the Chaos Pearl? Of course you have to pass the test. Xiao Zhu crossed her arms, with a look of rightfulness. Only by passing the Chaos Pearl's test will you be qualified to truly control this supreme power. A test? What test? Lin Pingon asked anxiously after him, his tone tinged with impatience. My test is a simple one, and that is. The child's voice trailed off deliberately, with a mischievous note. Take my punch. Before the words fell, Lin Pingon only felt a force that was overwhelming, crushing towards him head-on. There was no time to think about it. The body's instinctive reaction had preceded the realization. The power of chaos was instantly mobilized to the extreme by him, condensing into a thick energy shield in front of his body. Boom! A deafening roar. The sky collapsed. The chaotic shield that Lin Pingon had condensed collapsed under the impact of that terrifying force. Good man. This little girl, looking harmless, hits really hard. Lin Pingon was appalled in his heart. The power of that punch just now was beyond imagination. He even wondered if this was really a power that a little girl could possess. Before he could catch his breath, the ethereal child's voice sounded again. Again, simple and brutal, giving no respite. Lin Pingon clenched his teeth, forced himself to endure his physical discomfort, and charged up again. He knew that this was a test and an opportunity. Again and again, he frantically worked the chaos power within his body. Every collision of power was a tempering of the body. He could clearly feel that as the battle progressed, there was something within his body that was awakening little by little. It was an extremely powerful force. Buzz! A vast and incomparable aura violently erupted from Lin Pingon's body. In an instant, the entire space was shaken by this aura. A dazzling light blossomed from within Lin Pingon's body, enveloping his entire being. That's the light of heritage. Lin Pingon felt a lightness in his body as 1,000 pounds of weight was lifted from his body. He subconsciously sat down on his knees, allowing the golden light to completely engulf him. A faint golden light lingered around his body, slowly moving in rhythm. As time passed, the golden light became more and more prevalent, gradually becoming dazzling and eye-catching, and eventually coalescing into a pillar of light that rose up to the sky. Lin Pingon felt that his body was undergoing an unprecedented baptism, powerful energy that washed over his body over and over again. It was a feeling that was painful, yet tinged with unspeakable relief. His consciousness, too, began to become blurred, and everything around him became illusory, without a trace of weight. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Pingon opened his eyes. 2 channels of golden light burst out from his eyes, illuminating this void of space. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging and raging, endless power within his body. Is this the power of the chaotic sacred body? Lin Pingon muttered, his tone tinged with unbelievable surprise. He slowly stood up. Just a simple movement, but there was a powerful aura that naturally emanated from him. The legacy, it's over. Chaotic sacred body, officially awakened. On the other side, the secret realm shook more and more. The ground cracked open in a gash that grew larger and larger, and it looked like it was about to crumble. Suddenly, a shadow floated into the air. The silhouette was only a faint outline, but it exuded a terrifying pressure. The pressure caused all the Foundation establishment cultivators present to fall to their knees, not daring to move a bit. Chaos Immortal Emperor. I don't know who it was that was the first to shout out. Voices were shaking with deep fear and awe. Chaos Immortal Sovereign. That was a legendary figure, the supreme powerhouse of the immortal cultivation world. Everyone was confused. How could the Immortal Emperor suddenly appear? Could it be that there was something sealed in the depths of the secret realm that had startled the Immortal Emperor? Just as the crowd was horrified, Lin Pingon's figure slowly rose into midair. He held the chaos bead in his hand, and the bead radiated an increasingly intense light. The golden light, swinging out in a circle, illuminated every corner of the secret realm. Give me the town. Lin Pingon's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The golden light quickly spread to every inch of the secret realm. Every crack, the originally raging spatial energy calmed down and the vibrations stopped. The cracks also slowly healed in the golden light. The secret realm that was originally about to completely collapse was miraculously stabilized. The Foundation establishment cultivators kneeling on the ground had long since been scared silly, and one by one, they closed their eyes and waited for death. As a result, after waiting half a day, the expected destruction did not come. Instead, the shaking stopped. Someone cautiously opened their eyes, saw a scene they'll never forget. Lin Pingon, surprisingly, was suspended in midair. Golden light surrounded his body. He actually suppressed the secret realm riot? Someone stammered in shock, incredulity in their voice. This is a secret riot, a terrifying power that even immortal elders were alarmed by. To be suppressed by a Foundation establishment cultivator? What a joke! Lin Pingon slowly landed, and the light of the chaos pearl in his hand dimmed. He swept his eyes at the surrounding ones, the Foundation establishment cultivators who hadn't returned to their senses yet. Speaking faintly, he said, "The secret realm has been stabilized, so watch yourselves." With that, he turned and walked away. There was no half-hearted attempt to stay. Only a group of dumbfounded cultivators were left behind, cluttering up the spot. Chapter 21 Sect Shock. Outside the Divine Flame sect's mountain gate, people were abuzz. The disciples who had just escaped from death in the secret realm wore the grayness of the aftermath of the robbery on their faces. In the midst of the noise, Lin Pingon's figure suddenly dropped from the air and stood firmly in front of the mountain gate. His robes were clean, and his aura around him was calm. And he was simply a person of two worlds from the group of gray-headed and wretched disciples around him. Holy, why is he acting like nothing happened? Have you heard? It seems like he's the one who set things right this time with the secret realm riot. Really? This is outrageous, the disciples whispered, their faces in disbelief. My senior brother is from the inner sect, so it's 80% true that he's well informed. In that case, won't Lin Pingon be rich this time? Disciple looked at Lin Pingon enviously. Lin Pingon walked straight towards the direction of the violet peak. All he wanted to do now was to find a clean place to digest the power that had skyrocketed in the secret realm. Inside the Sovereign Peak Council Hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. The Patriarch sat in the first place with a stoic expression, while the elders on both sides and the peak masters of each peak sat in solemnity. The white-browed elder was the first to break the silence and said in a deep voice, "The secret realm riot was quelled by him alone?" A peak master answered, with scrutiny in his eyes, "Lin Pingon, originally an outer disciple with a wasted spirit root." After a pause there continued, "Now showing this kind of strength, people can't see through it." The Patriarch frowned and spoke, "What exactly is that bead?" In his hand a magic treasure. Inside the council hall, everyone was speculating about the secrets on Lin Pingon, but no one could say why his strength had risen so much. "Patriarch," the Supreme Elder said calmly, twirling his beard, "why don't we give him some rewards first, and then observe him secretly?" The Patriarch nodded his head in contemplation for a moment. "What the Supreme Elder said is very true." Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, he said in a deep voice, "Lin Pingon has done a great job in calming down the secret realm riots and deserves to be honored. Pass the order down. Reward Lin Pingon with 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and grant him permission to enter the treasure pavilion and select a magic treasure. Patriarch is wise." The elders responded in unison. The Supreme Elder stroked his beard, and a brilliant light flashed under his eyes. "I would like to see what kind of character Lin Pingon really is." Lin Pingon, who was eager to consolidate his cultivation at the moment, knew nothing about what was happening in the council hall. He returned to his cave and sat down on his knees, closing his eyes and running the power of gone chaos as the aura around him began to become dense. Buzz. At this time, the tie-in tripod inside the storage bag emitted a slight buzzing sound, and cracks appeared on its body. "What's going on?" Lin Pingon jolted awake and hurriedly stopped cultivating. The current tie-in tripod's light was dull and cracked, threatening to crumble at any moment. He was obviously fine in the secret realm. How did he suddenly become like this? Lin Pingon frowned. Could it be the power of chaos? This thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. In order to suppress the secret realm riot, he himself used the power of the Chaos Pearl to stimulate the Chaos Sacred Body, and the tie-in tripod's mutation was right after that. Could it be that the chaotic sacred body and the tie-in ding are mutually exclusive? Lin Pingon ventured a bold guess. The more I think about it, the more I think it is possible. The power of chaos, the most rigid to the yang, tie-in tripod, but the yin attribute of the treasure. The two attributes are conflicting. It also makes sense. If that's really the case, then what can we do? Lin Pingon couldn't help but feel annoyed. Chaotic holy body, tie-in ding. He got up and paced back and forth in the room, his nails embedded in his flesh, but he was the same as not feeling it. Is it really necessary to give up one? Lin Pingon's heart sank, but both are indispensable. Just as he was scratching his ears in hatred, the summoning jade slip at his waist lit up. Xiangjinlin's voice carried a few hints of urgency as it came out of the jade slip. Quickly come to the sect Master Peak Council Hall. Sovereign Peak Council Hall? Lin Pingon froze. What could the sovereign's sudden summons be about? He put away the jade slip and immediately rushed towards the sect Master Peak. Inside the Sovereign Peak Council Hall, the atmosphere was solemn, with the sovereign sitting at the first place with a stoic expression. On both sides, the elders and the peak masters of the peaks were present with serious expressions. Lin Pingon walked into the council hall and immediately felt the invisible pressure. He fixed his mind and bowed respectfully. Disciple Lin Pingon, greetings to Patriarch. Elders, Pingon, you did well in the matter of the secret realm. The sovereign's voice was calm and steady, and his eyes showed appreciation. The clan has all eyes on you for your work in quelling the riot this time. Disciple does not dare to take credit. Lin Pingon bowed, his posture humble. This is what you deserve. The Patriarch's tone was gentle as he gestured towards the disciple beside him. A disciple came forward with a tray, a storage ring, a jade tablet, quietly placed on it. In here are 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The Patriarch pointed at the storage ring and said in a slow voice, with this jade token, you can enter the treasure pavilion to choose any one of the magic treasures. Hearing the words treasure pavilion, Lin Pingon's eyes darkened. The treasure was certainly precious, but what he needed most right now was a way to repair the tie-in tripod. Thinking about this, Lin Pingon once again stepped forward and respectfully said, Patriarch, can my disciple use this jade token in exchange for access to the hidden scripture pavilion? Inside the council chamber, silence fell. Hidden scripture pavilion. The countless secret books of techniques were worth a lot of money, but inside the treasure pavilion, the dazzling array of magic treasures and spiritual weapons were even more enticing. Lin Pingon surprisingly gave up the magic treasures that were within his reach but chose to enter the hidden scripture pavilion, surprising everyone. Surprise permeated the Patriarch's eyes. and after a moment of silence the patriarch nodded and said in a deep voice, "Granted." Lin Pingan was pleasantly surprised in his heart, and taking the storage ring, he once again bowed his thanks and left, turning in the direction of the hidden scripture pavilion. All along the way, the matter of the tie-in tripod was pondered over and over again. What exactly is the reason that caused the tie-in tripod to crack? Does the chaotic sacred body collide with the tie-in tripod? What would it take to fix it? Are the answers to be found in the hidden scriptures? Countless questions swirled in his mind. The top-grade spirit stone in his hand was subconsciously clutched tighter and tighter by him. The surrounding disciples, casting curious gazes, pointed at him. The click was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of those around them. The gazes of the crowd fell in unison on Lin Pingan's hand, only to see that between his fingers, a fine powder was rustling down. Is that spirit stone powder? Some people rubbed their eyes violently, wondering if they had gone wrong with their cultivation and were hallucinating. He carefully tugged on the sleeve of the senior brother next to him, his voice so small that it was almost inaudible. "Senior brother, I'm not blind, am I?" Senior brother Lin he crushed the top-grade spirit stone? That senior brother wasn't much better. Frozen in place, his throat rolled and he swallowed hard. "It seems true. My goodness." Someone couldn't help but cry out in a low voice, his voice filled with shock. "That's a top-grade spirit stone. Just like that. Crushed?" Lin Pingan also froze. He looked down at his palm, at those floating down between his fingers, the fine spirit stone powder, and only then did he realize what he had just done. "Ha!" He laughed dryly twice, trying to lighten the awkward-to-the-point atmosphere. A momentary lapse. The surrounding disciples remained silent as they stared at Lin Pingan's hand. Lin Pingan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, blew the powder out of his hand, and continued walking towards the hidden scripture cabinet as if nothing had happened. Chapter 22 Eucharistic Awakening. Walking into the hidden scripture pavilion, Lin Pingan took a deep breath and calmed his somewhat disorganized mind. He walked slowly along the shelves, his eyes sweeping quickly over the rows of spines, the general outline of artifact refining, detailed explanation of the 100 treasures, and the record of ancient curiosities. His eyes roamed over a book, trying to find clues about the tie-in tripod. His eyes landed on a slightly aged ancient book, the record of tripod vessels. Removed the book and brushed the dust from the pages, turning the yellowed pages to read them carefully. The book recorded the refining methods of various tripod artifacts, material properties, and some simple repair methods. Lin Pingan watched attentively, stopping from time to frown and ponder whether he could repair the tie-in tripod. The material of the tie-in tripod is special. I'm afraid that ordinary restoration methods will hardly be useful. Lin Pingan whispered to himself. He flipped through the pages of the book with some annoyance, and the book clattered in his hands, but he did not find any records related to the tie-in tripod. Was there really no way out? Lin Pingan had already flipped through dozens of canonical books and still had no luck. Just as he was about to give up, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the worn-out book in the corner. Lin Pingan, however, ghostly walked over, removed the book, and gently wiped away the dust. Harmonizing Yin and Yang? Lin Pingan looked at the title of the book and always felt that something was not quite right. Turning the pages of the book, the content inside made him freeze. This is not an unusual cultivation technique, but an ancient forbidden art. The book said that practicing this technique required the dual cultivation of Yin and Yang, using one's own true essence to harmonize the two chi of Yin and Yang, so as to achieve the purpose of repairing the spiritual weapon. Lin Pingan hesitated, gritted his teeth, and decided to take a gamble. Back in the cave, Lin Pingan couldn't wait to sit cross-legged on the futon. Turning over the pages of the book, he began the cultivation of the yin-yang harmonization technique, going so far as to ignore a few lines of small writing in the corners of the pages. This technique is treacherous, so be sure to be careful and prudent, and do not be hasty, or you will be subjected to the backlash. The aura within the cave was suddenly raging with the operation of Lin Pingan's gong methods. The white mist, visible to the naked eye, was pulled by some sort of tug and scrambled towards Lin Pingan's body. The originally calm lake of spiritual energy within his dantian began to swirl. What started out as a tiny swirl expanded, in an instant, into a high-speed spinning mill. The aura was crazily sucked in with increasing speed, devouring everything around it. Lin Pingan only felt his body endlessly craving for more aura to be poured into it. Ha! He violently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling his meridians soothing and full of strength. When he opened his dark eyes were a few points deeper, with a hidden strange light. This yin-yang harmonization technique, it's really something. Lin Pingan sked in his heart. This forbidden art path was a bit wild, but this effect was immediate. Only after practicing for a while, he felt the bottleneck loosening and his cultivation level rubbing up. At this rate, repairing the tie-in tripod was just around the corner. The corners of Lin Pingan's mouth unconsciously lifted up in a good mood, but he didn't notice that outside the cave, the color of the sky had quietly changed. The sky was still clear, but now the clouds were pressing down heavily. Real Xiang sensed the abnormal fluctuations in aura in the direction of Lin Pingan's cave and immediately rushed over. This kid, what's going on? Xiang Jinran frowned and muttered in a low voice. Making such a big commotion? Strong energy fluctuations surged out from within the cave, shaking him to the core. I'll go. Xiang Jinran's face suddenly changed. This power is definitely more than the foundation establishment stage. His figure disappeared in place, instantly arriving outside of Lin Pingan's cave, only to see that inside the cave, Lin Pingan was sitting on the ground, with black and white chi surrounding him, condensing into a huge yin and yang taiji pattern. The black and white chi intertwined and flowed, releasing a palpitating energy fluctuation. Yin and yang? This kid is actually practicing the yin-yang harmonization technique. Xiang Jinran's eyes almost glazed over as he exclaimed in shock. This is an ancient forbidden art. If you're not careful you'll go off the deep end. Where did he get this stuff? What shocked him even more was that Lin Pingan's cultivation level was still soaring at an unimaginable speed, crazily devouring the heaven and earth aura. Asterisk. No way. Xiang Jinran rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't blinking. This kid, this from the early stage of foundation establishment, popped up to the middle stage? This cultivation speed, simply outrageous. Lin Pingan stifled a grunt as his face turned pale in an instant. That yin and yang chi in his body rushed across his meridians, and the aura, which was originally quite docile, had become berserk at the moment, scurrying around in his body, practically tearing him apart. What's going on? My meridians. Lin Pingan panicked, his heart surging with great fear. The intense pain gnawed at every inch of his nerves, breathing became difficult, and beads of sweat, one by one, rolled down from the corners of his forehead. Backfire? He snapped out of it and was horrified. I was the one who was too quick to ignore the warnings in the book. An even more powerful force of backlash suddenly erupted, impacting his meridians. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Lin Pingan's face became even paler, and cracks began to appear in his meridians. Damn it! He cursed and hurriedly forced himself to interrupt his cultivation. If he practiced any longer, he was afraid that he would directly explode and die. Just then, a dark shadow left his cave without a sound, blending into the night. Moonwatch Peak. Peak Master. Something has happened on Lin Pingan's side. The secret agent knelt on one knee with a respectful expression, but his tone was tinged with urgency. He made a mistake in his cultivation. I don't know what forbidden art he was practicing, and he made quite a commotion. Forbidden techniques? Peak Master Wan's brow was tightly knit. A shadowy look in his eyes. Tell me more carefully. My subordinates people observed that when Lin Pingan was cultivating, the aura fluctuations around his cave were unusually violent and even attracted thunderstorms. The secret agent paused and continued. Moreover, his cultivation has also skyrocketed in a short period of time. The speed of his breakthrough is simply unbelievable, and all signs indicate that the technique he cultivates is by no means unusual, and it is highly likely that it is some sort of ancient forbidden technique. Peak Master Wan paced back and forth, his face gloomy. The patriarch valued Lin Pingan so much. What kind of virtue did this kid have? The flames of jealousy burned in his heart. Humph, Lin Pingan, you think you can rest easy just because you climbed up to the patriarch? Peak Master Wan cursed angrily in his heart. His eyes were sinister and killing intent emerged. He stared at the secret agent kneeling on the ground and commanded in a cold voice, continue to keep an eye on Lin Pingan for me, and report his every move immediately without fail. In addition, secretly contact the Tianji Pavilion and tell them that I, Wan Guelu, have important information on Lin Pingan. Peak Master Wan watched the secret agent lead the order to retreat and hooked a grim smile. Lin Pingan, this time, I'll see where you can run. Lin Pingan? Cultivating forbidden arts? It's a bit interesting. In the darkness, a grim voice rang out with playfulness. Chapter 23 Life and Death Gambit. Lin Pingan let out a muffled grunt. The sharp pain of his meridians breaking inch by inch was going to overwhelm him. The riotous aura in his body was rampaging to completely tear him apart. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to concentrate, frantically running chaotic indestructibility. He carefully took the riotous aura in his body and pulled it to his dantian before refining and absorbing it through chaotic indestructibility. Gradually the aura in Lin Pingan's body gradually smoothed out, and the originally raging energy became docile and began to nourish his broken meridians. Just then, a strange vibration came from the storage bag, and Lin Pingan couldn't think of anything else, so he hurriedly checked it and couldn't help but freeze, only to see the original broken and unbearable tie-in tripod, but also exudes a faint shimmering light. Tripod body cracks, is slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Knock knock. A sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the silence within the cave. Senior Lin, are you there? Zhang Tieju's voice came from outside the door, anxiously tinged with panic. Lin Pingon quickly took the tying tripod back into his storage bag and quickly walked to the entrance of the cave and pulled open the door, only to see Zhang Taiju standing outside the door panting with a flustered face. Senior brother Taiju, what happened? Lin Pingon asked hurriedly, feeling uneasy in his heart. Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion. Zhang Taiju came up for air and stuttered. They pressurized the sect to ask the sect to hand you over. What? Lin Pingon froze. Then his face suddenly changed. Tianji Pavilion? His voice changed tone. How could it be them? These guys? What are they up to? He clenched his fists and a fire shot through his head. Can't just sit around and wait. What kind of place is the Tianji Pavilion? If you fall into their hands, your life will probably be accounted for. He forced himself to calm down and think of a response. What's going on? Elder brother, slow down. Zhang Taiju gasped for air, his voice shivering. Tianji Pavilion. I don't know where the news came from, saying that you practiced forbidden arts, and now it's spread all over the clan. He gulped and stared nervously at Lin Pingon as he continued. They said that the forbidden art you practiced would plague the entire cultivation world, naming the patriarch to hand you over, or else they'll have to make a move against our divine flame sect. Lin Pingon's face turned blue. The Tianji Pavilion's name. He had heard of it long ago. It was an existence that even the super sects had to weigh. It seemed like someone was trying to mess with him. As soon as this thought popped up, Lin Pingon felt a chill run down his back. Who is it? That old Master Wan Feng? Or is there a black hand behind it? I know. Lin Pingon took a deep breath and said in a calm voice, I'm going to meet the elders. His eyes sank with a fierce energy. So what if the Tianji Pavilion wanted him to tie his hands? There was no door. The atmosphere in the great hall of the divine flame sect was depressing as hell. A few elders' faces were iron black, their heads coming together and muttering something. Tianji Pavilion is simply too deceitful. The elder slammed the table so hard that it fell apart, his beard trembling with anger. Lin Pingon is a disciple of our divine flame sect. Why should they do whatever they say they want? The words are right, but the strength of the Tianji Pavilion. The elders across the table wrinkled their brows into pimples, tapping their fingers on the desktop, anxious inwardly. If we really have to get tough with them, the consequences are unimaginable. He paused and added in a heavy tone, our divine flame sect. I'm afraid we can't afford it. As he was talking, Lin Pingon arrived. His pale face revealed his inner tension. Lin Pingon took a deep breath and said softly, Elders, disciple has something to report. Lin Pingon, you've come just in time. The elder who had slapped the table earlier glared at him with his eyes, his voice heavy. You've heard about the Tianji Pavilion. Disciple understands the predicament facing the sect, and is willing to accept any disposition from the sect. Lin Pingon spoke in a calm tone and clenched his fists, but his shaking voice gave away the waves in his heart. He knew that this crisis, he was afraid that it wouldn't be so easy to pass. Dispose? The mighty pressure exploded. If the clan wanted to dispose of you, they would have already taken you out of the clan the first time they knew you were practicing forbidden arts. Disciple admits to making a mistake, but Disciple in no way intended to cultivate forbidden techniques. Lin Pingon explained. Disciple was compelled to do this in order to repair a vital magic treasure. Humph! That elder snorted coldly and pointed at Lin Pingon's nose. Do you think you can just find an excuse and get away with it? It's a fact that you're practicing forbidden arts. The evidence is overwhelming. You can't deny it. Lin Pingon took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his chest, and his eyes became sharp. Disciple understands that the elders won't believe it easily, but everything that Disciple said is the truth. Disciple is willing to prove his innocence with a life and death ring. If the disciple loses, he will be at the clan's disposal without a second thought. If the disciple is lucky enough to win, please ask the elders to be clear about it. A life and death ring? You're crazy. This is a matter of playing with your life. The hall exploded, and several elders looked at each other without making a sound. Lin Pingon, the supreme elder, stared at him closely. Are you sure you want to do this? Lin Pingon straightened his spine and looked straight into the elder's eyes without budging. Disciple is certain. Disciple is willing to give his life to prove my innocence. The sound of his heartbeat was deafening, and he clenched his teeth to control the emotions that were about to erupt. This life and death ring was not only his life that was being gambled on, but also his dignity and his father's honor. Good. The Supreme Elder finally nodded his head, appreciation in his eyes. Since you are so determined, I will fulfill you. The news that Lin Pingon was going to challenge the life and death ring quickly became the hottest topic of conversation among the disciples. Have you heard? Lin Pingon is going to be in the life and death ring. Is he crazy? To gamble his life to prove his innocence? This is too impulsive. That's right. It's a life and death ring. You can lose your life if you're not careful. Is he really sure about this? Tianji Pavilion is not one to be messed with. Martial arts stage. The elders were arranging something with serious faces, talking in low voices from time to time. This spirit gathering formation, Is it really necessary to set it up? An elder asked hesitantly. It must be set up, an elder replied decisively. Lin Pingon cultivates forbidden arts. In case he loses control in the ring, it would be good to control it in time. But, the elder from earlier was about to say something, but was interrupted by the Supreme Elder. It's settled. The Supreme Elder's tone was affirmative. All for the sake of the clan's safety. Lin Pingon stood under the ring and quietly watched all of this. On the other side, Peak Master 1 stroked his beard and said, Xiao Zhan, are you willing to fight? Xiao Zhan cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Disciple is willing to go. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, Master, it's just a waste that relies on pills. Disciple will be able to behead him in the ring. Chapter 20 For the Holy Eucharist is matchless. The thick and heavy sound of the drums pounded on everyone's heart. The surroundings of the ring quickly quieted, and all the disciples watching the battle didn't dare to breathe a single breath, their eyes staring at the stage in death. With a sardonic smile, Xiao Zhan stepped onto the ring and swept his gaze over Lin Pingon with contempt and disdain. Undisguised. Are you ready, punk? I'll send you on your way today. Lin Pingon stood opposite him with a calm expression. Xiao Zhan's provocation was ignored by her. Begin! The Supreme Elder's voice with majesty spread throughout the entire arena. At the same time the voice fell, Xiao Zhan moved. The figure shifted, leaving behind a blurry residual shadow, and the sword blade pointed straight at Lin Pingon, the sword body trembling and emitting an ear-piercing shrill whistle. Flamboyant. The corner of Lin Pingon's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Without dodging or dodging, his right hand clenched his fist, and the power that rushed through his body converged on top of the fist's blade. The fists and swords collided. Boom! A loud sound shook one's eardrums. Xiao Zhan's face suddenly changed, stomped and retreated several steps. The hand holding the sword could not stop trembling. The tiger's mouth crumbled, and blood flowed out. He stared at Lin Pingon dead in the face. It couldn't be. Didn't he rely on pills to build up hard? How can it be so terrifyingly powerful? Has he been hiding? No, it's not. It must be using some secret method that can't be seen. It must be like this. Xiao Zhan's heart shook furiously. Lin Pingon didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. His fist wrapped in an appalling force and fell quickly. Xiao Zhan could only dodge in a sorry state and retreat. Under the stage, there was a dead silence, and the disciples watching the battle were completely dumbfounded. Did I blink? Lin Pingon is actually pressing Xiao Zhan? Isn't he a loser? What's going on here? Peak Master 1 was embarrassed to the extreme. His most valued disciple had been suppressed by Lin Pingon to the point where he was unable to fight back. This was simply smacking him in the face in public. Xiao Zhan, what are you doing? Use your best move. Rubbish. Peak Master 1 could no longer hold back and roared out in anger, his voice becoming shrill from rage. Xiao Zhan was beaten to a state of disarray. His heart was burning with rage. His sense of humiliation was rising. His cheeks were burning hot and painful, and the taste of blood was spreading from the corner of his mouth. What was thought to be a handful of crushing innings turned out to be a kick in the teeth. Reluctantly, he pushed down the anger and humiliation churning in his chest. Damn it! Xiao Zhan let out a hiss and completely gave up. His eyes were red and his face was distorted. Where was he still half arrogant and pleased? You forced me. Before the words fell, he made a seal with both hands, and terrifying spiritual energy surged out crazily from his body. At the center of his eyebrows, a blood-colored rune suddenly emerged, and a demonic light enveloped his face. Xiao Zhan's face became more and more hideous, his eyeballs almost bursting open and covered in lurid blood. The sickening scent of blood spread out, transforming into a bizarre blood mist spreading throughout the ring. The crowd watching the battle under the stage cried out in shock and quickly retreated, their faces covered in shock. Blood River Heaven Swallowing Technique. Someone trembled and hissed out, his voice dripping with endless fear. Tianji Pavilion Forbidden Technique. These 5 words exploded in the crowd. The Blood River Swallowing Sky Skill, extremely terrifying in its power, was rumored to be able to devour a cultivator's essence blood for its own use. However, those who practiced this technique often lost their minds and were reduced to bloodthirsty monsters who only knew how to kill. Lin Pingon's heart snapped when he felt this sudden outburst of terror. Lin Pingon, die for me! Xiao Zhan let out a hideous laugh as the blood-colored light completely engulfed him. That blood light condensed into a rushing and roaring blood-colored river, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and swept madly towards Lin Pingon. Feeling the terrifying power contained in that blood river, Lin Pingon frowned. Xiao Zhan, really crazy. He even went out of his way to utilize such a menacing forbidden art. It seems that in today's battle, there is no room for reservations. He inhaled deeply, the power of chaos in his body working frantically, surging spiritual power surging throughout his body, ready to meet the terrifying power that threatened his life. Chaotic sacred body, open! Lin Pingon let out a low gulp as eye-catching light erupted from his eyes. In an instant, divine light erupted within him, dispersing the blood mist around him. Golden lines emerged on his skin, emitting a majestic aura, forming a golden cocoon of light around him, firmly protecting him within it. Lin Pingan stood in the middle of the blood river with firm eyes. What? Xiao Zhan's pupils suddenly shrunk and his face was filled with disbelief. It can't be. It's impossible. How can you possibly block my blood river swallowing heaven technique? He hissed. His voice was one of resignation and despair. Lin Pingan reached out his hand and grabbed Xiao Zhan's intrinsic magic treasure. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the blood-colored longsword was actually crushed hard by Lin Pingan. Xiao Zhan watched as his original magic treasure was crushed. His heart and soul shook, and he could not make any sound. This was his life magic treasure that he had spent countless efforts to cultivate, and it was destroyed just like this. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Xiao Zhan's eyes widened as fear overflowed from his eyes and his figure staggered backward. Lin Pingan appeared in front of Xiao Zhan and blasted out with a fist that carried the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Before Xiao Zhan could react, Lin Pingan's fist had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Xiao Zhan flew out backwards and landed heavily on the edge of the ring. The entire room was silent. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by Lin Pingan. The Supreme Elder stroked his long beard. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and a look of amazement appeared on his face. He glanced at Lin Pingan and said in his heart, "This son is so young, but he has such strength. He is truly a heavenly talent. If my Divine Flame sect has the help of this son, why do I worry that I won't be able to revitalize my former glory?" The original idea of observing for a while before making a decision was then changed, and he said in a loud voice, "Lin Pingan wins, promoted to chief of the inner sect." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. A loser? Becoming the chief of the inner sect so soon? Unprecedented. Lin Pingan walked over to Xiao Zhan and stretched out his hand. A wave of chaotic power surged into his body, remodeling his meridians. Xiao Zhan coughed up blood and struggled to sit up. "You." His voice was weak. "Why did you save me?" He thought that Lin Pingan would take the opportunity to take his life. After all, he had moved to kill. Lin Pingan withdrew his hand and said in a calm voice, "You and I are from the same sect. There is no deep hatred. I just want to prove myself. There is no need to kill you." He calmly looked at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan heard this and unexpectedly and shamefully lowered his head, not daring to look into Lin Pingan's eyes. In his heart, he cursed himself. He was really blind to go so far as to mess with this kind of monster. He gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. "I lost." Heartily. Lin Pingan nodded slightly and turned around to walk out of the ring. After this battle, Lin Pingan's name was destined to spread throughout the entire sect. Darkness. A few Tianji Pavilion secret agents had grim faces as they silently left the martial arts arena. Lin Pingan is ridiculously strong. It seems like we need to reassess his strength. We have to report the news to the Pavilion Master as soon as possible. Chapter 25 Tianji Pavilion Hunting Order. Inside the Great Hall of the Divine Fire Sect, the lights were brightly lit. The long carved table was spread out and filled with delicacies and wines, and the aroma was overflowing. Before the patriarch arrived, the high platform was already filled with disciples who had come to congratulate him. "Senior brother Lin, this cup is for you." With a smile on his face, a disciple raised his cup to Lin Pingan. "You were so awesome in the ring. Senior brother Lin has become the chief of the inner sect at such a young age. The future is unlimited." On the other side, several disciples gathered together and discussed in low voices. "Did you guys see that? Brother Lin's last punch. It's simply amazing." I was straight up dumbfounded. There's really nothing impossible in this world. More and more disciples came, and the atmosphere of the celebration feast became more and more enthusiastic. The patriarch sat on the main seat, stroking his beard with a pleased smile. His eyes swept over the crowd and finally landed on Lin Pingan with appreciation in his eyes. He raised his glass. "Today, my Divine Flame sect has produced a supreme genius," the patriarch said aloud. "Lin Pingan, it is indeed a blessing for my sect. Everyone raise your glasses and congratulate Lin Pingan. Congratulations to senior brother Lin." The crowd of disciples chanted in unison, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Lin Pingan sat beside the Supreme Elder with a light smile on his face as he raised his cup in response. The Supreme Elder patted Lin Pingan's shoulder with a glint in his eyes. "Peace," he transmitted, "do not be complacent, and guard against arrogance." Lin Pingan nodded his head in understanding and looked around with great pride. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of this world and look down on all beings. Just then, the lively atmosphere of the celebration was abruptly broken by a sharp whistling sound. The voice came from beyond the great hall, carrying a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. The crowd glanced sideways and followed the sound of a black-clothed figure stepping into the air. The figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it had reached the front of the temple. The visitor's face was cold and gloomy, and he held a black token in his hand. Above the token and the word "Heavenly Execution," with the color of blood, one shudders. The the special envoy of the Tianji Pavilion has arrived. The black-clothed man's voice echoed icily within the great hall. The clamor died down and all eyes, in unison, focused on the man in black. The Supreme Elder frowned. I don't know what the special envoy is doing here. His eyes were firmly fixed on the heavenly execution token, and a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. Did come in peace? The corners of the black-clothed man's mouth hooked into a cold smile as his sharp gaze swept over the people present. In the end, it was fixed on Lin Pingan. There was teasing and mockery in his eyes, as well as condescending contempt. He held up the black token in his hand and said, Lin Pingan. The black-clothed man's voice rose steeply. You are guilty of practicing forbidden arts. The heavenly execution order is specially bestowed by the Tianji Pavilion. Today is the day of your death. The order of heavenly execution? The Supreme Elder's face suddenly changed drastically as he stood up violently, his breathing becoming rapid. This is the Tianji Pavilion, the highest level of hunting order. Once it's given, it's a never-ending situation. He was shocked in his heart. Could it be that Tianji Gu had really found out something? Lin Pingan stood up with a huff, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles pale white from the force. Tianji Pavilion, indeed, had still come. It was faster than he had expected. Fart! Lin Pingan shouted out angrily, no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart. What forbidden art have I practiced? Angry voices, exploding in the great hall, were deafening. The man in black just snorted coldly when he heard this, and the contempt in his eyes increased. The evidence is so overwhelming that you can't afford to deny it. What you are practicing is exactly that yin-yang harmonization technique. He paused deliberately, lengthened his voice, and continued. This technique is overbearing and overwhelming, and those who cultivate it will gradually lose their nature and eventually become machines that only know how to kill, wreaking havoc on the world. Today, I will act on behalf of the heavens and eradicate you as a scourge. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Pingan suddenly dodged, before arriving in front of the man in black. Before the residual shadow completely dissipated, the man in black changed to feel that his entire person was directly lifted off the ground. Lin Pingan's eyes were cold and terrifying, and the fear in the black-clothed man's heart spread rapidly. Where's the evidence? Show it to me. Lin Pingan's voice was bitterly cold, with a piercing coldness that smashed into the black-clothed man's heart. The black-clothed man's face rose to the color of pig's liver. His face showed horror, and what he had originally prepared to say was now forgotten. You, how dare you disobey the orders of the Tianji Pavilion? His voice trembled. Lin Pingan listened to the joke as if it were a joke. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking smile as he said in a cold voice, Tianji Pavilion? What a thing! As soon as the words fell, a domineering aura erupted from his body, crushing the so-called heavenly execution order into pieces. You, the man in black watched the heavenly execution order turn into powder and was scared out of his wits. Get out! Lin Pingan shouted angrily, and with a fling of his hand, he directly threw the man in black out. The man in black rose from the ground in a sorry state, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes resentful. Lin Pingan, you wait for me. Tianji Pavilion will not let you go. He left the scene with harsh words and fled the scene with a roll. There was a dead silence in the great hall. Everyone was stunned by what Lin Pingan had just done. He crushed the order of heavenly execution in front of everyone. This was a naked provocation of the authority of the Tianji Pavilion. Lin Pingan, you, the Supreme Elder's face was complicated, wanting to say something but not knowing how to speak. Lin Pingan swept his gaze across the people present. Today's matter is all due to me. Lin Pingan, one person does everything for one person, and will never involve the clan. With immediate effect, I will voluntarily withdraw from the Divine Flame sect, and from now on, I will no longer have anything to do with the Divine Flame sect. After a slight pause, he continued, if the Tianji Pavilion wants to seek revenge, feel free to come at me, Lin Pingan, and have nothing to do with the Divine Flame sect. After saying that, he bowed deeply to the Supreme Elder, and then he resolutely turned around and walked towards the outside of the Great Hall. At this moment, the 10,000 Peak Master's face was gloomy, teeth almost gritted. A low voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Lin Pingan, little, how dare you spoil my good deed. Lin Pingan's rise was likely to affect his carefully planned future. Never let this brat continue to grow. The 10,000 Peak Master had a sinister look on his face. Returning to the cave, he walked straight to the dark compartment in the corner. His fingertips touched the mechanism, and the compartment opened silently. An ancient and simple token, lying quietly inside. The token was as black as ink, with jumping flame patterns carved on its surface, and a palpitating aura that slowly emanated out. With a grim expression on his face, Peak Master 1 picked up the token and handed it to the black-robed man who had been waiting in the shadows for a long time. This is the Burning Sky Order. His voice was low and hoarse with a slight chill. Let's say it's evidence of Lin Pingan practicing forbidden arts. The black-robed man took the token, and the corners of his mouth widened into an eerie smile. Don't worry, Peak Master 1. I understand what to do. The black-robed man was the same black-robed man who had been thrown out of the Great Hall by Lin Pingon earlier. He originally thought that the mission was a complete failure, but he didn't expect a turnaround. But Master One Feng took the initiative to contact him and even sent him the evidence. It was truly heaven's help. Lin Pingon, you're dead. The black-robed man's eyes were sinister, and he carefully put the Order of the Burning Sky into his bosom and disappeared into the thick night color. Chapter 26 Thunder Tribulation Quenches the Body. Lin Pingon left the Divine Flame sect and casually found a secluded valley, sat down cross-legged, and pulled out the tie-in tripod from his storage ring. This small tripod was even more broken, cracks all over the place ready to shatter. Chaotic chi surged out of his body uncontrollably, wrapping around the small tripod and continuously eroding it. The chaotic sacred body and the tie-in cauldron, they really do clash. Lin Pingon frowned inside in his heart. He could feel the power of the chaotic saint body, domineeringly impacting the tie-in cauldron. The cracks on the tripod deepened and widened with the naked eye. We have to find the Taishu Divine Essence fragment as soon as possible, he murmured in a low voice, his tone tinged with urgency. Lin Pingon put away the tie-in tripod and stood up with his gaze cast into the distance. The marrow of the Taifu. Taifu. He repeated the words as a flash of light flashed through his mind. Is there any connection between the Taishu Valley, the Taishu Divine Marrow, and the two? Taishu Divine Marrow, Taishu Valley. These two names rolled back and forth on the tip of his tongue. A strong premonition surged through his heart that the Taishu Divine Essence, perhaps, was in the Taishu Valley, the divine essence of Taishu. We must get our hands on it. Even if the front is a dragon's den, we must break through. Lin Pingon recognized the direction and walked towards the Taishu Valley. Inside the Taishu Valley, ancient trees covered the sky and the miasma was so thick that it could not be melted. Lin Pingon advanced carefully, his falcon-like eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Taishu Valley, it's weird everywhere. Where could the Taishu Divine Essence be? He took a deep breath and continued deeper into the valley. Underneath his feet, there was a sudden strange vibration. Not good. Lin Pingon's face suddenly changed, and without even thinking about it, he violently stormed backward. The ground suddenly cracked open with a pitch-black slit. A terrifying suction force, coming from a crack in the ground, ripped him in. Holy! Lin Pingon exclaimed in shock as his body fell downward uncontrollably. What the hell? He was in the air, completely unable to lend his strength, and could only fall downward with his eyes open. I don't know how long it took. Bang! Heavy fall on the ground. Hiss! Lin Pingon drew in a breath of cool air and climbed up to look around. It was a huge underground space, and a huge pool came into view. The pool water took on an eerie purple color. Electric arcs jumped and crackled on the surface of the water, and the smell of charring came from the air. Where is this? Lin Pingon looked around vigilantly, his mind wondering even more. This pool has such strong energy fluctuations. He cautiously approached the pool, his heart curious and vaguely uneasy. Ancient records appeared in his mind. Could this be the Taishu Thunder Pool? Lin Pingon muttered. Legend has it that the Thunder Pool of the Great Void quenches the physical body and reshapes the roots and bones, and by enduring the quenching of the Thunder Pool, there is a chance to obtain the power of the Great Void and have one's strength skyrocket. Holy, really? Lin Pingon's eyes suddenly lit up, licked his dry, cracked lips, took a deep breath, and jumped into the Thunder Pool. Just after touching the purple lightning, an unspeakable burning and tearing sensation swept through his body. Ah! Lin Pingon couldn't help but cry out in pain, his body instinctively trying to escape, but he was deadlocked in the Thunder Pool by the powerful suction, unable to move. Right at this moment, the tie-in tripod inside the storage ring vibrated crazily. It greedily absorbed the lightning power in the Thunder Pool, and the cracks on the tripod body actually began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. The small tripod, which was originally dull and lightless, also began to emit a brilliant light. What's going on? Lin Pingon was shocked and delighted, sensing the changes in the tie-in tripod, his heart beating furiously. The Thunder Pool is repairing the tie-in tripod. Suddenly, an illusory shadow floated out from the tie-in tripod. Jiang Ying. Seeing the figure clearly, Lin Pingon's voice changed in excitement. Jiang Ying's face was pale and her body was transparent. My residual soul is about to dissipate. Her voice was very light. What? Lin Pingon's face suddenly changed. Jiang Ying was the first person he met after coming to this world, and it was also her who guided himself onto the path of cultivation. No, I must have a way to save you, Lin Pingon said eagerly, his voice tinged with trembling. Jiang Ying weakly shook his head. The corner of his mouth spread a bitter smile. It's useless. My residual soul, it won't last long. Her voice grew lighter and more ethereal. No. Lin Pingon's eyes burned and tears blurred his vision. Jiang Ying's figure became fainter and fainter and eventually disappeared. Jiang Ying. Lin Pingon raised his voice to the sky and mourned. The thunder pool sensed his emotions, and the purple electricity bombarded his body even more frantically. The Taiyin tripod trembled violently, and cracks once again appeared on the body of the tripod that had been repaired with great difficulty. Lin Pingon clenched his teeth, his eyes transmitting a determined ruthlessness. Put up a fight. I'll hang on even if I die. He clenched his fists and his chaotic saint body operated to the extreme, hardening against the raging thunder. Click, click, countless thunderbolts struck his body. His skin scorched black, his meridians snapped inch by inch, and his bones made unbearable cracking sounds. Intense pain surged in, drowning out all of his consciousness, and a warm current suddenly surged within his body, traveling throughout his body. This power dominantly devoured the power of lightning and repaired his broken body. What kind of power is this? Lin Pingon was horrified. In an instant, ecstasy surged through his heart. Thunder Tribulation tempered body. I've awakened the talent of Thunder Tribulation body tempering. He frantically absorbed the power of lightning and repaired his collapsed body. Under the baptism of thunder and lightning, the strength of his fleshly body climbed up. The broken meridians were remodeled little by little, and the broken bones, also in the thunder, grew back to become tough. After an unknown amount of time, the thunderbolt finally dispersed, and the purple lightning in the pool gradually dissolved. At the bottom of the scorched black pool, the figure of Lin Pingon was revealed. His body was scorched black, his breath was weak, and the bottom of his eyes were flashing with the excitement of having survived the robbery. Ha 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 ha, he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Struggling to get up, feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Pingon roared up to the sky. Jiang, I will avenge you. As his eyes swept across the bottom of the thunder pool, an irregular piece of debris, reflecting a demonic purple aura, was particularly conspicuous amidst the scorched blackness. Lin Pingon forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and bent down to pick up the shards, which were warm and strange to the touch. Fragment of the Taishu divine marrow. He was pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky and surrounded him. Lin Pingon, you can't escape. At the head of the group was an old man, dressed in a blood-colored robe, with gloomy eyes and a murderous intent. Bloodshed 3 elders. Lin Pingon's face suddenly changed. The top assassins of the Tianji Pavilion had unfathomable strength. What do you want to do? Lin Pingon's voice was icy cold, his heart thumping wildly. Kill you. The 3 blood fiend elders shouted in unison, their voices icy cold. The 3 of them struck out at the same time, and Lin Pingon looked grave. Spell it out. The bottom of his eyes were filled with madness, and the chaos power in his body suddenly erupted. Boom! A loud explosive sound shook the Taishu Valley, causing it to tremble violently. The 3 bloodshed elders bore the brunt of this berserk force and flew out backwards as they were struck head-on by this berserk force. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The bloodbath boss roared with unbelievable horror. How can this kid-ass power suddenly skyrocket so much? His eyes were glazed over with shock and anger. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. The blood fiend elder clenched his teeth in death, blood seeping out from the corners of his mouth as he hissed. He must have used some forbidden technique and overdrawn his potential. We must chase after him. If we don't chase after him now, when he regains his strength, we will all be finished. After them. The bloodshed elder 3 let out an explosive cry and struggled to get up from the ground. The 3 of them couldn't care less about the injuries on their bodies and chased after Lin Pingon in the direction he had disappeared. Chapter 27 Sect Trial. Lin Pingon staggered out of the Taishu Valley, found a hidden cave, sat down on his butt, and without caring about anything else, pulled out pills and stuffed them into his mouth. The medicinal power melted away, moisturizing the dry meridians, and the burning sensation in his chest was only slightly relieved. Before he could catch his breath, his chest burned as the clan's summoning jade pendant lit up. Lin Pingon, rebelling against the clan and practicing forbidden arts, a heinous crime, quickly returned to the Divine Flame sect to be judged. The majestic voice in the jade pendant carried no doubt. Wan Guelu. Lin Pingon clenched his teeth, anger rubbing off in his eyes. That old dog, he moves real fast. A clan trial? Oh. The corner of Lin Pingon's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and in his eyes was undisguised contempt. Wan Guelu. This old fox's tail has finally revealed itself. Lin Pingon returned to the Divine Flame sect, and the square was already crowded. Have you heard? Peak Master 1 personally tried Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon? Isn't that the fierce man who stabbed the sky and destroyed the heavenly execution order? That's right. It's really daring to even mess with the Tianji Pavilion. I'm afraid I'm tired of living. The disciples were in groups, mingling. On the high platform, Peak Master 1 was sitting upright, his face somber. Beside him, several elders also had heavy faces. What was even more striking was that there was also a man in black sitting on the high platform. That person's aura was internalized, and he was clearly a great cultivator of the late Jindan stage. His eyes were slightly closed, indifferent to everything around him. Lin Pingon, do you know the crime? Peak Master 1 finally spoke, his voice icy cold. Lin Pingan stepped onto the high platform with a steady pace and a surprisingly calm demeanor. What offense have I committed? Lin Pingan spoke in a calm tone, his gaze calmly looking straight at Peak Master 1 without the slightest bit of fear. Peak Master 1 heard some kind of joke and laughed coldly. You cultivate forbidden techniques, betray the clan, defy the heavenly chance pavilion, and stake out a crime that cannot be forgiven. He paused and eased his tone a bit and said, considering that you are young and ignorant, as long as you abolish your own cultivation, your life can be spared. Abolish your own cultivation? Lin Pingan's face suddenly changed, and the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. To destroy his own cultivation is even more ruthless than killing him. Wan Guelu, what a ruthless heart. Forbidden arts? Rebellion against the clan? Defying the Tianji pavilion? Lin Pingan laughed in anger and mocked. Where's the evidence? With a wave of Master Wan Feng's hand, several disciples assisted one person to come forward. The man, trembling with fear, walked towards the high platform, and the crowd fixed their eyes on him. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Zhan. His breath was dying and his eyes were hollow and lifeless. Obviously, he had suffered a lot. This is the proof that you are practicing forbidden arts. The 10,000 Peak Master pointed at Xiao Zhan with a sinister tone. Lin Pingan swept his gaze over Xiao Zhan as sympathy surged through his heart. Wan Guelu had actually harmed his most pleased disciple like this in order to frame himself. He was only injured by me on the life and death stage. So what's with the forbidden techniques? Lin Pingan's voice remained calm. Humph, how dare you argue even at the end of your life? Peak Master 1 shouted angrily and fiercely stood up. Men, take down Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan laughed coldly as the chaos power in his body suddenly erupted and a strong pressure swept across the entire field. I'll see who dares. Lin Pingan's voice carried a chilling killing intent. Peak Master 1's face suddenly changed. Lin Pingan's strength had actually risen again? On the high platform, the Tianji Pavilion envoy, who had been silent, slowly opened his eyes, surveying Lin Pingan with interest. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Interesting. Really interesting, he whispered. Peak Master 1, you are the true sinner for colluding with foreign enemies and framing your fellow disciples. Lin Pingan spoke word for word. Shocked, the 10,000 Peak Lord's complexion changed slightly. You don't want to spit blood. His face was gloomy and his eyes were permeated with killing intent. The corners of Lin Pingan's mouth hooked into a mocking smile as he took out a token from his pocket and raised it high. The Burning Sky Order is here. Who dares to touch me? The moment the token came out, a terrifying aura instantly erupted. This was what his father had left him on his deathbed, and it was also his last card. Peak Master 1, you colluded with the Tianji Pavilion with the intention of murdering your fellow disciples. Do you know the crime? Lin Pingan questioned again, his voice icy cold. Peak Master 1's face was pale and trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. He did not expect the Burning Sky Order to be in the hands of Lin Pingan, and even more so, he did not expect Lin Pingan to expose him in public. And what was originally a winning position became a turtle in a jar. A dilemma. The Order of the Burning Sky. It's really the Order of the Burning Sky. A gasp erupted from the crowd. The Burning Sky Order, a relic of the previous patriarch of the Divine Flame sect, symbolized supreme power. Peak Master 1 knew that he was finished, and his face turned pale from fear. With greed in his eyes, the Tianji Pavilion envoy's figure shifted and appeared in front of Lin Pingan. Hand over, the Burning Sky Order. The envoy's eyes showed a ferocious light, his foundation establishment stage cultivation exploding without reservation as he grabbed at the Burning Sky Order in Lin Pingan's hand. Lin Pingan faced this sufficiently fatal attack, but he did not dodge or avoid it, and the corners of his mouth instead hooked into a contemptuous smile. He raised his right hand and took the attack lightly. Sculpture. The envoy's face changed drastically, only to feel a huge force of overwhelming power coming from him. He desperately urged his aura and tried to draw back his hand, but found that it would not move. Lin Pingan exerted force in his hands. Ka-ching! The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible, and the envoy's arm was bent at an eerie angle, the white bone stubble piercing through the flesh and blood and exposing it to the air. Lin Pingan gently dusted the non-existent dust on his sleeves and gazed at the envoy with an icy gaze. What? The crowd was in an uproar, looking at the scene with disbelief. Lin Pingan had actually repelled a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with a single move. Moreover, his flesh was unharmed, and not even a drop of blood came out. Chaotic saint body. Shock and fear permeated the envoy's eyes. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the high platform. Stop! The person who came was none other than the Divine Flame sect's patriarch, his gaze sweeping across the entire room and finally landing on Lin Pingan. What's going on? Lin Pingan told the patriarch exactly what had happened and presented the evidence of guilt. After the patriarch read it, his face was grim and full of anger. Peak Master 1. You colluded with a foreign enemy with the intention of murdering your fellow disciples. Your crime is unforgivable. Peak Master 1's face was pale and trembling. Patriarch, spare my life. I was just confused for a moment. The patriarch grunted coldly. A moment of confusion? Do you think I would believe that? A palm slapped out. Peak Master One's dantian shattered in response. Ah! Peak Master One screamed miserably and fell unconscious on the ground. The patriarch turned his head to look at Lin Pingan with appreciation in his eyes. Lin Pingan, you have done well. He paused and announced in a loud voice. From today onwards, Lin Pingan is my divine flame sect saint son. Holy son? The crowd was once again shocked. The Holy Son is the future heir of the Divine Flame sect. Lin Pingan had actually been hand-picked by the Patriarch to be the Holy Son. Master Wan Fom has colluded with a foreign enemy. The crime is so heinous that he will abolish his cultivation and be expelled from the sect. The sovereign's voice containing supreme majesty exploded in the sky above the square, the awe-inspiring air pressurizing the crowd. Special envoy of the Tianji Pavilion. The sovereign's voice rang out once again, icy cold to the extreme, interfering with the internal affairs of the Divine Flame sect. You have 3 days to get out of the Divine Flame sect or else. The Patriarch slowly raised his hand, a terrifying pressure that pressed down on people. Kill without mercy. The last 3 words were decisive and shocking. The envoy of the Tianji Pavilion's face turned white. He was afraid. At this moment, there was only one word in his mind, escape. In an inconspicuous corner of the square, a gray-robed old man quietly watched all this. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Chaotic saint body, burning heaven order. Is a bit interesting. The old man's figure moved slightly and quietly disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 28. The ultimate secret of the Tai Yin Ding. After becoming a holy son, Lin Pingan's life was a nourishing one. With enough top-grade magic treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones, the patriarch looked at him with a smile in his eyes. Lin Pingan was happy to be idle, and most of his time was spent studying that book, the next volume of the yin-yang harmonization technique, which he had picked up from the hands of the master of the 10,000 peaks. Holy, so that's how it is. Lin Pingan slammed his thigh and stood up. The next volume of the Gong method detailed how to use the Tai Yin tripod, as well as the secret of the Tai Yin tripod's ability to repair the physical body and enhance cultivation. What's more, in order to stimulate the power of the Tai Yin tripod, you have to find a limited partner, the extreme yin body of the girl dual cultivation, TSK. This setting, Lin Pingan stroked his chin and his mind came alive. Extreme yin body? This physique, it sounds rare. Where to find it? As he was pondering, the summoning jade pendant lit up, transmitting the news that the secret realm of the Great Void was about to open. It was said that the secret realm contained the divine essence of the Great Void, so Lin Pingan immediately decided to go to the secret realm to try his luck. Time quickly came to the day the secret realm opened, and Lin Pingan entered it with the crowd. One could only see that the Taishu secret realm, the aura was so rich that it could not be melted, and there were exotic beasts everywhere. Lin Pingan went deeper into it, and after killing the third-stage demonic beast Cold Ice Mang, he found the Taishu divine essence at the bottom of a 1,000-year-old ice pool. Near the ice pool, the water was crystal clear and emitted a gust of cold air. At the bottom of the pool, the fragment emitting a 7-colored glow was none other than the Taishu divine essence. Ha ha ha, found it! Lin Pingan's heart was overjoyed and he rubbed his hands together to go get it. Slow down! A voice came from behind himself, a cool voice with a commanding tone. Lin Pingan turned around and a woman in white stood in the air. Who are you? Lin Pingan was on guard. The Taishu divine Mara was mine. Long Yu. The woman's tone was icy cold. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. On what basis? Lin Pingan frowned. I discovered this first. The woman laughed contemptuously. Strength is honored. Understand? Want? Beat me before you say so. Before the words fell, the woman raised her hand and launched an ice pick, heading straight for Lin Pingan's face. I'll go. You're just going to do it? Lin Pingan sidestepped and dodged, the power of chaos covering his entire body. Just try it. The two of them fought furiously together, and for a time, ice and fire melted together, and the ground shook. Lin Pingan realized that Long Yu's moves were harsh and vaguely sinister. This shadowy cold aura and the chaotic power in his body collided with each other and unexpectedly produced a strange resonance. He had a heartbeat. Could it be that, running the yin-yang reconciliation technique, he tentatively absorbed the yin-cold chi emanating from the cold moon? After this yin-cold chi entered his body, it quickly fused with the power of chaos, and not only did it not produce rejection, but it made his chaos power even more pure and condensed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Pingan was ecstatic in his heart. Extreme yin body. Definitely an extreme yin body. It's a great way to get your hands on something. Lin Pingan looked at Lung Yu with inexplicable excitement. Lung Yu sensed that Lin Pingan's eyes had changed, and that look made her feel uncomfortable. What do you want? Coldman's voice was all a bit tight, and she couldn't help but back away as she stared at him. Warily, Lin Pingan laughed with amusement. He raised his fingertips to frivolously tickle the hair around Long Yu's ear, placed it on the end of his nose, and gently sniffed. "You smell like something special." The tone of his voice carried an unspoken meaning. Long Yu's face suddenly turned icy cold. "Denizen!" With an angry shout, she swung her palm violently, opening Lin Pingan's hand without mercy. Looking for death, Lin Pingan was struck dumb, and he decided to directly state his intentions of practicing the yin-yang harmonization technique with her. Before the words left his mouth, the icy pool at his feet suddenly came a strange sound. Ka-dash! A crack suddenly appeared and a terrifying suction force erupted. Cold Moon was caught off guard and let out a gasp of surprise. Ah! The figure was instantly ripped into the gap, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared. Lin Pingan was startled. Rushing to the gap, he probed and looked. The gap was black and deep. After a moment's hesitation, he leapt forward and jumped. The darkness instantly engulfed him, his body falling rapidly, the wind whistling in his ears, cold and piercing. I don't know how long it took, but the descent finally stopped. Hiss! Lin Pingan drew in a breath of cool air and struggled to sit up. The surrounding area was reaching out, and he released his divine sense, only to find that it was suppressed. He could only barely probe a few feet around him. What the hell is this place? Lin Pingan was puzzled in his heart and alertly probed the surrounding area. Suddenly, an extremely light breath came from beside him, and he turned his head violently, the power of chaos rapidly surging through his entire body, ready to strike. Through the probing of his divine sense, he saw the blurred figure, huddled not far away, was none other than Long Yu. At this moment, the Cold Moon, her breath was dying, and her coolness was all gone. His white clothes were stained with mud and dirt, and his hair was messily plastered to his face in a sorry state. Long Yu? Lin Pingan quickly stepped forward, his tone carrying a worry he didn't even notice. Long Yu's eyelashes slightly trembled and opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Pingan, her eyes crossed with surprise, and then were covered with ice. "Why are you here too? Seeing you fall, I subconsciously jumped after you." Lin Pingan scratched his head, explaining somewhat vaguely. He eased his movements and sat down beside her, asking again, "How are you? Where is it hurt?" Long Yu was silent, only closing her eyes and starting to regulate her breathing. Seeing this, Lin Pingan also quieted down and grasped at the side to recover. "This damn place is so thick with aura that it's practically a holy land for cultivation." He revolved the yin-yang harmonization technique, the pores around his body opening wide as he greedily drew in the aura around him. Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation came from Long Yu with a chilling effect, causing the chaos force to accelerate uncontrollably. "This is..." Lin Pingan snapped his eyes open and his gaze fell on Long Yu, only to see that around her, she was actually swirling with a faint seven-colored haze, a hazy halo enveloping her. That haze and the power of chaos within his body tugged at each other, forming a marvelous energy cycle. Lin Pingan clearly felt that his cultivation level was climbing at an unimaginable speed. The power of chaos, too, became more and more pure and condensed. As for Long Yu, her originally weak breath gradually stabilized, and her pale face slowly regained its redness. The two of them, just like this, oblivious to themselves, entered a state of subtle dual cultivation. A majestic force of yin and yang madly surged into the Tai-yin tripod. The Tai-yin tripod trembled violently, emitting a dazzling and eye-catching light, and the fine cracks on the tripod began to slowly repair. Right at this moment, in the center of Long Yu's brow, a mysterious mark suddenly surfaced, echoing with Lin Pingan's chaotic saint body, erupting into an even more powerful force that was injected into the Tai-yin cauldron. Buzz! The Tai-yin tripod's light flourished, illuminating this dark space. The body of the tripod began to change drastically, and the originally ancient and simple patterns came to life, becoming more complex and mysterious, and a barbaric atmosphere came to the surface. The feeling of oppression was mind-blowing, and the light exploded and stung the eyes. Looking again, the Tai-yin tripod completed its metamorphosis. The body of the tripod was flowing with the two chi of yin and yang, two very different forces, but at this moment, they were perfectly fused. Chapter 29: The Mystery of the Reincarnation of the Chaotic Immortal Emperor. Lin Pingan looked at the tripod in front of him, his heart beating furiously, and the ginger shadow, which had originally dissipated, suddenly stirred. "This is the chaotic yin-yang cauldron?" Jiang Ying's voice carried shock. Lin Pingan was shocked. Jiang Ying was fine. It was really great. He was about to speak when a voice suddenly rang out. "I didn't expect that you were actually the reincarnation of a chaos immortal." The heavenly chance pavilion master, who had appeared in front of him at an unknown time, had complex eyes. After a pause he added, "Burning heaven order, Taishu divine marrow. It seems that the rumors are true." The Tianji pavilion master opened his mouth, his voice low with an unquestionable pressure. "Hand over the burning sky order and the Taishu divine marrow. Hand them over." He paused, arms like, "I may consider it and spare your life." Lin Pingan laughed lightly, with a few hints of mockery. "What if I say no?" In his mind, he pondered on a way to get out of the situation. The pressure suddenly erupted, and the surrounding space distorted and trembled. Lin Pingan's chest choked, straightening his spine to keep from being crushed. "Kid, don't give your face away." Killing intent appeared under the eyes of the Tianji Pavilion Master, and his voice became a few points colder. Slowly raising his hand, power gathered in his palm. Lin Pingan's heart sank, knowing that he had angered the other party, and the power of chaos surged madly throughout his body. Right at this moment, the tying tripod vibrated and a shadow slowly emerged. "Jiang-ing," Lin Pingan blurted out, surprise surging through his heart, and the heart that had been hanging in the air finally fell back into place. Jiang-ing nodded slightly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Tianji Pavilion Master with undisguised killing intent. She opened her mouth, her voice tinged with imperceptible sadness. 300 years ago, the Chaos Immortal father was assassinated and fell here. Turning his head, his gaze landed on Lin Pingan and his tone was certain. "You are the reincarnation of the Chaos Immortal." Lin Pingan was shocked, and an inexplicable mourning surged through his heart. "So, it is," he muttered and whispered, and it was all explained. A heavy sense of responsibility pressed down on him. He had to find out the truth, find the person who assassinated the Chaos Immortal, and avenge his past life self. In an instant, the chaotic saint body in the Burning Sky Order resonated, and surging power erupted from the Burning Sky Order. Space shook violently. "Not good." Ancient forbidden formation. The Tianji Pavilion Master's face suddenly changed, panic surfacing under his eyes. A gigantic formation manifested, emitting a palpitating aura that enveloped Lin Pingan and the Tianji Pavilion Master. Within the formation, time, space, all became disorganized. The Tianji Pavilion Master stared at Lin Pingan, his hands rapidly forming a seal. "Long River of Destiny," he roared lowly, and in the void, an illusory long river appeared out of nowhere, emitting a powerful aura. The Tianji Pavilion Master laughed hideously. "As long as you tamper with your memories, you will become my puppet, at my mercy." The power of the long river of fate whistled and lunged towards Lin Pingan, trying to force its way into his sea of consciousness. Lin Pingan felt as if his head had exploded. His consciousness began to lax, and the scene in front of him became distorted and blurred. He clenched his mouth in a death grip to stay awake, but felt more and more powerless, his insides gripped tight with fear and despair. Right at this moment, Lun Yu forcefully activated the Taishu Divine Essence, and an extreme coldness erupted from her body. Pure to the core energy madly surged into Lin Pingan's body, hardening him against the erosion of the river of fate. This energy, which was cold to the bone but contained vitality, caused Lin Pingan's consciousness, which was about to collapse, to gradually clear up. Lung Yu. Lin Pingan's heart shook as a warm current surged through his entire body. Lung Yu's face was pale, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she looked at Lin Pingan with a determined expression. "Hang in there." Lin Pingan responded in a low voice. "I will definitely defeat him." Although the voice was weak, it carried the power to soothe the heart. His eyes were bloodshot, and the power of chaos worked frantically to resist the invasion of the river of fate, the intense pain suffocating him. Seeing this, the Tianji Pavilion Master's face was grim, and he hated it in his heart. This kid, his life is really hard. Increasing the power output, the long river of fate let out an earth-shattering roar and shattered open into countless water arrows that shot towards Lin Pingan from all over the sky. "Break it for me!" Lin Pingan roared angrily, his hands clenched violently, hardening and crushing those fragments. Raising his head, his gaze calmly looked straight at the Tianji Pavilion Master. "I'll make you pay." The Burning Sky Order erupted with an unprecedented light at that moment, and an even more terrifying power suddenly erupted. The silhouettes of the successive patriarchs of the Divine Flame sect stepped out of the Burning Sky Order, emitting a palpitating aura. "We've been waiting for Immortal Emperor for a long time," the successive patriarchs shouted in unison, their voices shaking the world. The Tianji Pavilion Master's pupils suddenly tightened, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes as he staggered back, pointing at the Burning Sky Order as his voice began to tremble. "Impossible! How could you possibly summon all the generations of the Divine Flame sect's patriarchs?" Lin Pingan coldly looked at the Tianji Pavilion Master, killing intent surging under his eyes. "Now, it's my turn." He took one step and his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the Tianji Pavilion Master, and his speed was so fast that the Tianji Pavilion Master could not react. "Die!" Lin Pingan blasted out with a fist, and the Chaos Dragon, roaring, rushed towards the Tianji Pavilion Master. The Tianji Pavilion Master hurriedly resisted, and in his haste, the giant dragon tore through the magic treasure and devoured the Tianji Pavilion Master with unabated momentum. After a miserable scream, the Tianji Pavilion Master flew away in ashes. Lin Pingan withdrew his fist and swept his gaze across the surroundings, his eyes slightly cold. The remnant soul of the Tianji Pavilion Master floated in the air, in the midst of wailing in agony as it gradually dissipated. Lin Pingon clenched his fists as unspeakable sadness and anger welled up in his heart. Next, it's time to settle the score with those who backstabbed the Chaos Immortal Emperor. His voice was low. Turning to look at Cold Moon, his eyes softened. If Lung Yu hadn't sacrificed her life to save him, he was afraid that he would have long been controlled by the Tianji Pavilion Master and become a walking corpse. Thanks, he said softly, his eyes apologetic and heartbroken. Lung Yu smiled lightly. It's good that you're fine. Strongly enduring her discomfort, she pretended to be relaxed, not wanting him to worry. Suddenly, a powerful force emanated from the chaotic yin-yang cauldron. The body of the cauldron emitted a dazzling light, and an inexplicable crisis surged to his heart. This is... Lin Pingon was shocked in his heart and hurriedly looked at the chaotic yin-yang cauldron, only to see that inside the tripod, a black vortex was forming, and as the vortex expanded, it emitted a terrifying suction force, and the surrounding space began to distort. Not good. It's a spatial crack, Jiang Ying exclaimed, his face suddenly changing with fear inside. A spatial rift. That was an existence that not even an immortal exalt could resist. The spatial crack grew larger and larger, and the terrifying suction force crazily devoured everything around it. Lin Pingon and Lang Yu were unable to resist and were pulled by the powerful suction force, flying towards the spatial rift. Lin Pingon gripped Lang Yu's hand tightly, wanting to protect her, but feeling doubly powerless. Lang Yu also felt the threat of death, looked at Lin Pingon with a calm expression to said, "Someone to accompany, I have no regrets." Eventually, the spatial rift engulfed Lin Pingon and Lang Yu, disappearing into the vast emptiness. Chapter 30 Tai Tai's Secret Realm Life and Death Tribulation. In the dark spatial cracks, tiny spatial fragments danced about, carrying a haunting sense of distortion and fragmentation that was palpitating. Lin Pingon protected Lang Yu to the death, the power of chaos working frantically to form a protective barrier, barely resisting the spatial debris and the astral wind. "Can you still hold on?" Lin Pingon asked urgently, the power of chaos injecting itself into Lang Yu in a desperate attempt to stabilize her injuries. Lang Yu weakly smiled. "Cannot die." Words did not finish, blood gushed out, stained Lin Pingon's shirt. Lang Yu face pale, extreme body in front of the power of space. "Fragile has been the end of a strong crossbow. Hang in there." Lin Pingon yelled lowly, "I will definitely take you out." The voice was torn apart by the strong wind. Lang Yu gently shook his head, his eyes were lax. "The spatial crack. Immortal Zune can't even carry it, and can't escape." Suddenly, the spatial crack twisted violently, and the two were flung out. As his eyes lit up, Lin Pingon fell heavily to the ground, and he struggled to get up, staggering a few steps and looking around. A desolate battlefield, with corpses and bones everywhere, a ghastly wind howling angrily, and a strong smell of blood wafting through the air. "Ancient battlefield?" Jiang Ying's voice, trembling in the tie-in tripod. I remember." Countless tattered battle-armored figures crawled out from the pile of corpses and bones. Battle souls. They moved stiffly and sluggishly, but with a palpitating sense of oppression. They surrounded towards Lin Pingon and Lang Yu. Lin Pingon's heart sank. These battle souls had no spiritual intelligence, but the breath was powerful. The number was even more amazing. The trouble was big. Protecting Lang Yu behind him, the chaotic yin-yang cauldron automatically appeared and hovered above Lin Pingon's head, erupting with a powerful devouring force. The legions of battle souls were sucked into the tripod and turned into pure energy, feeding back to Lin Pingon as the power in his body skyrocketed, recovering the consumed chaos power. "This tripod can devour battle souls?" Jiang Ying exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, Lang Yu only felt a strand of cold chi, crazily drilling into her body to gnaw at her soul. Her consciousness began to blur, and her ears were filled with countless murmurs. "Cold Moon, give up your resistance. Submit to the darkness. You will gain supreme power." The gloomy voice resounded in her head, haunting her mind. Cold Moon clenched her teeth and desperately resisted this erosion, but she felt her willpower gradually disintegrating. Power. Supreme power. Cold Moon's eyes began to be mesmerized, and his scarlet eyes flashed with struggle and longing. "No, I am Lang Yu." Lang Yu whimpered in pain, and the extreme body greedily absorbed the ancient battlefield of Yin Qi, and the heart demon gradually grew. "This is your destiny. Submit." Cold Moon. The grim voice carried compulsion. Lang Yu's consciousness began to blur. The world twisted and distorted, and she saw Lin Pingon, with a hideous face, stretching out his sharp claws towards her to tear her apart. "No, Lin Pingon." Lang Yu screamed in horror. The scarlet in her eyes grew more and more prevalent. Her sanity was finally consumed, and she suddenly snapped, slapping her palm at Lin Pingon's chest. "Lang Yu!" Lin Pingon exclaimed, caught off guard and knocked back a few steps. "Lang Yu, calm down!" Lin Pingon shouted anxiously, trying to grab her, but she was deftly dodged, and the harsh attack came again. Lin Pingon had to resist with all his might as the power of chaos transformed into golden chains that wrapped around the cold moon. The power of chaos surged into Cold Moon's sea of consciousness, and the countless heart demons in the icy sky and snow transformed into evil ghosts, constantly impacting her sanity. The power of chaos turned into a golden giant holding a huge sword under the control of Lin Pingon, decimating the evil spirits. Lin Pingon roared, "Get out!" The heart demons collapsed as the sword light passed over them. I don't know how long it took, but Long Yu's sea of consciousness finally calmed down. Her eyes returned to their previous coolness, and she looked around. "What's wrong with me?" "Me?" She looked towards Lin Pingon, her eyes tinged with doubt. Lin Pingon let out a long sigh of relief and helped Long Yu up. "It's fine, just a small inconvenience." He helped Long Yu to slowly move forward on the ancient battlefield where corpses and bones were piled up, passing through the mist-shrouded swamp and discovering a hidden valley. Feeling the clear spiritual spring in the center of the valley emitting a rich spiritual chi, surprise flashed in Long Yu's beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by worry. This place has a rich spiritual chi. There must be a powerful guardian beast. "Aha," Lin Pingon answered, and his complexion became grave, rich and powerful. He understood this truth, but he also had to live within his means. "Let's take a look at the situation first," Lin Pingon said as he carefully approached the spiritual spring. Before they could reach the spirit spring, 12 figures descended from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of landing shook the ground. Lin Pingon's pupils suddenly shrunk, looking at the costumes of the 12 people. If they weren't the elders of the Tianji Pavilion, who else could they be? Lin Pingon, the Grand Elder at the head of the group. His voice was icy cold with undisguised killing intent. "Hand over the Taishu Divine Essence and I'll spare you from death." "Ha!" Lin Pingon laughed, wanting the Taishu Divine Essence. "With you guys?" With a flip of his wrist, the chaotic yin-yang cauldron was already in his hand. "Stubborn," the Grand Elder's face sank. "Kill him, the Taishu Divine Marrow. It belongs to the Tianji Pavilion. Kill!" The 12 elders roared in unison as their spiritual energy instantly erupted and swept towards Lin Pingon. The valley shook, the sand flew, and the water of the spirit spring, too, followed the boiling up, splashing in all directions, and the golden light of the chaotic yin-yang tripod flourished, meeting the 12 elders' attack and crashing into it. Boom! There was a shocking roar as waves of air tumbled and spread in all directions. Lin Pingon stifled a grunt, only to feel a pain in his chest, his chi and blood surging, and in his heart, he secretly said that the power of the 12 elders joining hands in a single strike was as terrifying as it was. Although the chaotic yin-yang cauldron blocked most of the attacks, there was still a portion of the power that passed through the body of the cauldron and impacted on him. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Lin Pingon's face paled and his body swayed. He had still underestimated the strength of the 12th elder. Long Yu's situation was even worse. She was already injured and now she was affected by the aftermath of the battle. Her face was pale and blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. It was shocking to the eyes. "Lin Pingon, do you think you still have a chance of winning?" The Grand Elder's voice carried a cat and mouse-like teasing. "Gather your hands and surrender, lest you suffer more." "Victory?" Lin Pingon wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed coldly. "Old thing, haven't you gotten one thing wrong?" "Mistake what?" The Grand Elder frowned. "I want to leave. You guys, you can't stop me." Lin Pingon's voice steeply became icy cold. He violently urged the chaotic yin-yang cauldron, and a terrifying devouring force erupted from within the cauldron, to devour everything around him. The 12 elders' faces changed slightly. They could feel that the power of the chaotic yin-yang cauldron had become stronger again. "Strike with all your might. Don't give him a chance," the Grand Elder shouted sternly, and the 12 elders joined forces once again, their spiritual energy blasting towards the chaotic yin-yang tripod with desperation. But the chaotic yin-yang tripod swallowed all of their attacks. "How is it possible?" the second elder exclaimed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. The devouring power of the chaotic yin-yang cauldron was beyond their imagination. "Go!" Lin Pingon let out a low gulp, pulled up Long Yu, and rushed towards the outside of the valley in a flash. "Damn it!" The Grand Elder was furious and stormed. "Chase! Must chase after them. The Taishu Divine Essence must not fall into the hands of others." They quickly caught up, and Lin Pingon used his last strength to say to Long Yu, "I'm sorry for dragging you down. Quickly refine the Taishu Divine Essence. Leave this place to me." Jiang Ying's voice recalled it first, and the Taiying cauldron shook violently as a shadow violently rushed out from it, blocking in front of Lin Pingon. "Senior Jiang Ying," Lin Pingon blurted out. The residual soul of Jiang Ying burned its origin, its power exploding in an instant as it shook the 12 elders' attack. "Hurry up! I can only hold out for 3 breaths." Ginger Shadow's voice went weak and his tone was anxious. Lin Pingon gritted his teeth, took a sharp breath, and the chaotic indestructible undying worked crazily to begin refining the Taishu Divine Essence. Chapter 31 Secticide Case. As the Taishu Divine Marrow entered his body, A blinding light erupted around Lin Pingan's body, and the aura of the round 100 miles madly surged into the valley, forming a huge liquid spirit lake. Chaos first change, open. Chaos second change, open. Chaos third change, open. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the ginger shadow transformed into dots of starlight, dissipating into the air and returning to the tripod. Lin Pingan suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with cold light and killing intent. Now, he said coldly, exhaling slowly, it's my turn. After refining the Taishu divine marrow, Lin Pingan slowly stood up. Golden light flowed around his body. The wounds left by the previous battle with the 12 elders had already healed. Instead, he was full of strength. Feeling the surging power in his body, he revealed a confident smile. The fear of being suppressed by the 12 elders and having his life hanging in the balance was gone. Are you ready to meet my wrath? His low voice echoed in the valley with unquestionable majesty. Invisible pressure emanated from him, and the sky and earth changed color as the wind and clouds surged. When the 12 elders of the Tianji pavilion saw this, their faces changed drastically. How is this possible? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling. This brat has actually broken through to the God transformation realm. The second elder exclaimed in shock, his voice revealing fear. Seeing the aura emanating from Lin Pingan, the rest of the elders also looked horrified. Now, it's my turn. Lin Pingan's voice was icy cold. As he took one step, space shook, and he appeared in front of the Grand Elder. A fist blasted out, and golden light exploded. Ka-ching! The Grand Elder's protective aura shattered, and his body flew out backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Alive or dead? Hiss! The rest of the elders sucked in a breath of cool air, fear in their eyes. Lin Pingan's speed was too fast, his power was too strong. They were simply unable to resist. Escape! I don't know who shouted, but several people scattered and fled. Want to escape? Lin Pingan laughed coldly, his hands violently tearing through space as pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared. Void turbulence! The palm wind whistled out, and all 12 elders were caught in the void rift. The spatial storm was raging, and even a strong person of the transformation god realm who was caught in it would die in 9 deaths. After dealing with the group of people from the Tianji pavilion, Lin Pingan sat down on his knees and consolidated his cultivation at the goddess of transformation realm. 3 days later, Lin Pingan opened his eyes, feeling the power filling his body. He turned his head to look at Leng Yu on the side. Let's go, Lin Pingan said softly, and the two of them walked out of the secret realm side by side. Let's leave it at that. Lin Pingan stopped and looked at Leng Yu. Leng Yu nodded, complex emotions flashing through her cool eyes. Take care. As the words fell, his figure faded into the depths of the mountains and forests. Lin Pingan watched her leave and took a step in the direction of the Divine Flame sect. Just after stepping into the mountain gate, the aura of solemnity and murder came to the surface. On the martial arts arena, the law enforcement hall elders led a crowd of disciples and had surrounded him. Lin Pingan, how dare you maim a fellow disciple? The elder of the law enforcement hall shouted sternly and angrily. The long sword in his hand trembled, pointing straight at the tip of Lin Pingan's nose, his voice furious. What happened? Lin Pingan frowned tightly, his tone icy cold. Looking around, familiar faces came into view, fellow disciples who had once practiced together and talked and laughed. Now, it was standing against him, trying to put him to death, and sadness surged through his heart. If you want to commit a crime, there's no excuse, Lin Pingan said in a mocking tone. Humph, the evidence is overwhelming, and you still dare to argue. The law enforcement hall elder shouted out angrily. Evidence? What evidence? Lin Pingan asked rhetorically as he looked straight at the law enforcement hall elder. The corpses of the elders still have your chaos power left on them. The law enforcement hall elder sneered. After a pause, he added, this is evidence you can't deny. Lin Pingan laughed coldly in his heart. This was clearly someone planting evidence. His gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on the silent patriarch, who was calm and could not see any difference. Since you guys are so adamant that I did it, let's fight. Lin Pingan's battle spirit was high, and the chaotic yin-yang cauldron was suspended above his head. The 3 peak masters struck out at the same time. Powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy swept across the entire martial arts arena, and disciples with lower cultivation levels turned pale, with blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths. Lin Pingan fought 1 against 3 without losing any ground, his figure nimbly maneuvering through the attacks of the 3 peak masters. This brat's strength is so terrifying. The Grand Elder's face was somber, his heart secretly shocked. He had thought that the 3 peak masters joining forces would be enough to suppress Lin Pingan, but he hadn't expected that Lin Pingan would be able to fight 1 against 3 without losing the slightest bit of ground. The second and third elders were also horrified in their hearts and looked at each other to see the color of gravity in each other's eyes. Right at this moment, a deafening beast roar came, and the entire Divine Flame sect trembled violently. What's going on? The crowd raised their heads and looked in the direction from which the beast's roar came. A ferocious beast of enormous size appeared on the martial arts arena. The beast was 100 feet tall. Its body was burning with a blazing flame, and its enormous eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty light. Not good. It's the burning sky Kuei Ox. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically and he cried out in alarm. The appearance of the burning sky Kuei Ox shocked and frightened everyone. This was an ancient ferocious beast. Its strength was comparable to that of a transitional succession realm powerhouse. Even if the three peak masters joined hands, they might not be able to withstand it. Lin Pinggan's gaze landed on the burning sky Kuei No, and there was gravity in his eyes. Third Elder, how dare you? How dare you privately release an ancient ferocious beast? The law enforcement hall elder roared angrily and looked at the patriarch with worry. The third elder had always coveted the position of patriarch, and actually took advantage of the great chaos in the clan to release the ancient fierce beasts, whose wolfish ambitions were clearly revealed. Successful kings lose. Today I will eradicate all of you. The third elder laughed maniacally, madness in his eyes. As the burning sky Kuei Ox charged across the field, the entire martial arts arena exploded as disciples ran in all directions. Screams, angry curses, and miserable cries mingled into one. Those who couldn't dodge in time were directly knocked out by the behemoth, bloodied, and living or dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Pinggan shouted out angrily, and the chaotic yin-yang tripod flew out instantly, its mouth facing downwards, and the aura of suppressing everything came out, and the burning sky Kuei No's raging body stopped violently, unable to move. Lin Pinggan, how dare you utilize a forbidden technique? The law enforcement hall elder's voice was sharp and piercing, pointing at Lin Pinggan and shouting harshly with imperceptible excitement. Forbidden techniques? Lin Pinggan swept his cold eyes towards the law enforcement hall elder. Chaotic yin-yang cauldron, an ancient divine artifact. What is there to say about forbidden techniques? His voice was low. The law enforcement hall elder was instantly dumbfounded, and his face rose to the color of pig liver. You couldn't hold in a word even after half a day. Shaking with anger, just as the two sides were at a standstill, the ginger shadow suddenly appeared and transformed into bits of starlight that merged into Lin Pinggan's eyes. Senior Jiangying. Lin Pinggan's eyes turned black and white, emitting a mysterious glow. Chaotic yin-yang eyes. It can see through the mists of time and space, and insight into all illusions. The third elder felt the change in Lin Pinggan. An uneasiness welled up in his heart. Those black and white eyes seemed to see through hearts and minds, leaving him with nothing to hide. Chapter 32 The Battle of the Tianji Pavilion's Destruction of the Clan. Lin Pinggan swept through the people present, his black and white eyes eventually landing on the patriarch. Only a blood-red glow enveloped the patriarch's body palpitatingly. Lin Pinggan saw the patriarch's hidden secret, the Blood River secret code. Through the blood-red mist, this required the absorption of a large amount of life essence in order to cultivate it. Lin Pinggan's heart sank violently. All of this was manipulated by the sovereign behind the scenes. He used the Blood River secret code to kill the elders and frame himself, then released the burning sky Kuei to create chaos. Wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the burning sky order and the divine essence of Taishu, Lin Pinggan looked at the patriarch coldly, an icy murderous aura emanating from his body. So, all of this was manipulated by you behind the scenes. Lin Pinggan's icy voice slammed hard into the sovereign's heart. You, what are you babbling about? The patriarch's eyes dodged. His face was calm, but inwardly he was unsettled. How could Lin Pinggan know? What had he discovered? Nonsense? The chaotic yin-yang eyes are able to pierce through all illusions. Lin Pinggan approached step by step and continued. What is the explanation for the blood river aura on your body? The patriarch's face became ugly. Lin Pinggan actually possessed such a heaven-defying divine ability. How dare you steal and learn demonic techniques? The law enforcement hall elder pointed at the patriarch, trembling. How dare you? The patriarch was infuriated. His eyes red as he slapped his palm at the law enforcement hall elder. Bang! The law enforcement hall elder was sent flying by his palm and fell heavily onto the square, struggling to get up but feeling his bones shattering all over his body, the intense pain causing him to let out a muffled grunt of pain. Ha ha ha, the king has become a loser. Today, I will use your blood to fulfill my supreme Tao. The patriarch laughed wildly up to the sky, looking like a madman. His scarlet eyes permeated with greed and the desire to kill. Stop him, the great elder exclaimed out in shock. His face suddenly changed. The burning sky Kuei Ox is already so terrifying. If the patriarch cultivates the Blood River Great Law, this divine flame sect is unimaginable. All of the elder disciples were filled with horror. The power of the patriarch caused their hearts to despair. The patriarch went completely insane. His hands formed seals at a rapid pace, and scarlet light, surging out from within him, came engulfing towards the crowd. Not good. Blood River Grand Technique, the second elder exclaimed, his face pale. Once it was successfully performed, blood would flow into a river, and there would be no corpses left. In the face of such a terrifying attack, they were simply powerless to resist. and could only watch as the blood-colored dragon, whistling, arrived. Right at this moment, an ice-cold voice with an endless majesty and killing aura came from the sky. Divine Flame Sect, colluding with the Devil's Way, a crime that cannot be punished. Today, Tianji Pavilion takes the place of heaven. Before the words fell, starlight spilled down from the sky. The entire Divine Flame Sect was shrouded in a bright starlight as a huge formation slowly emerged, completely blocking off the Divine Flame Sect. Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. The crowd raised their heads and looked to the sky as the stars shone and a terrifying pressure poured out. Some disciples, who had long been paralyzed with fear, lost their minds and muttered, "It's over. Everything is over. Tianji Pavilion, how dare you interfere in my Divine Flame Sect's affairs?" The patriarch roared, but there was scorn in his eyes. He forced himself to calm down. Damn Tianji Pavilion, how could it suddenly appear? Could it be that his plan had long been detected by the Heavenly Hall? Humph, devil Dao thieves, everyone should be punished. The Tianji Pavilion elder snorted coldly. The duster in his hand swung out, and the starlight in the sky transformed into countless sharp swords that shot towards the patriarch. Sculptor's little skill. The patriarch laughed disdainfully and coldly. The long blood-colored dragon roared out and met the roiling starlight. This was his greatest reliance. He didn't believe that the other party could withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions resounded through the heavens and earth, and the entire Divine Flame Sect trembled violently, and the surrounding area was already a mess. Quickly, throw the chaotic yin-yang cauldron towards the mountain protector formation. Jiang Ying's anxious voice rang out in Lin Pingan's head. Good. Lin Pingan did not hesitate for a second to recite the spell in his heart, and his hands kept changing, maneuvering the chaotic yin-yang tripod, and disappearing into the mountain protection formation. Chaotic yin and yang, meld. Lin Pingan drank lowly, his voice determined, and two very different forces violently collided and fused. Rumble, deafening roars, the sky suddenly changed, and the sun and moon lost their colors. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out. Lin Pingan stifled a grunt. The power of chaos consumed at a rapid pace. His face was pale, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. A terrifying aura spread out. What kind of power is this? The crowd was terrified to the core, looking up at the huge furnace with fear in their eyes. The sovereign's face suddenly twisted as he felt the threat of death, which was frantically approaching. Damn! You even have this kind of tactic, the patriarch roared angrily, having no way to retreat. Lin Pingan took out the Burning Sky Order and wanted to summon the successive patriarchs, but he felt a lightness in his hand. The Order of the Burning Sky, uncontrollably, flew out and fell into the hands of the patriarch. Burning Sky Order, explode! The patriarch hissed, looking as if he was insane. His own essence blood was madly injected into the Burning Sky Order. The Order of the Burning Sky trembled violently, and its light skyrocketed. Not good. The Burning Sky Order is going to explode. The Tianji Pavilion elder, his face suddenly changed and exclaimed in shock. His figure retreated violently, wanting to escape from the center of the explosion. The other disciples, too, scattered in all directions. Quickly stop him, the Supreme Elder exclaimed, but there was nothing he could do. The Burning Sky Order, erupting with destructive power, toward Lin Pingan, smashed down. Lin Pingan's pupils suddenly tightened. Chaos 9 transformations. Open heaven. A roar shook the 9 heavens, black and white light, gushing out. Rumble. The two forces, ruthlessly colliding together, erupted with a world-destroying power. The Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation, under the impact of this power, shook violently and the stars fell down. Lin Pingan's body was shaken out. Put, spewing out a mouthful of blood mist, his face was pale, struggling, trying to stand up. Ha ha ha, Lin Pingan, you finally lost. The sovereign's voice, coming from the distance, carried a sense of triumph and madness. Lin Pingan raised his head and looked over at the figure of the patriarch, which was in mid-air. You think that you've won just like that? Lin Pingan laughed coldly with a viciousness in his eyes. Isn't it? You've been heavily injured, and I, on the other hand, still have the Burning Sky Order. The sovereign laughed maniacally, the token in his hand, flashing with a demonic light. Really? The corners of Lin Pingan's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Then I'd like to see if you can still catalyze it. The tone of his voice was icy cold and a refined light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he fiercely stood up and took a step out, appearing in front of the patriarch. What? The patriarch was shocked, not expecting Lin Pingan to still be able to fight. You, was the only word he uttered. Lin Pingan's fist had already blasted over, and the power of chaos erupted with black and white energy, completely engulfing it. Ah! The patriarch let out a mournful scream as his body was torn apart by the power of chaos, turning into a sky full of blood mist that spilled down. The Burning Sky Order returned to Lin Pingan's hand once again, staring at the token in his hand, madness in his eyes. Chapter 33 Burning Sky Revolt. As soon as the token entered his hand, the powerful demonic chi crazily rushed through Lin Pinggan's meridians, and he let out a muffled grunt as the scene in front of him became distorted. He saw himself standing in a blood-colored purgatory, with a demonic figure standing on top of the sky, holding a huge axe and slaughtering madly. Lin Pinggan's heart sank violently, coldness spreading through his body, subconsciously running the power of chaos. But to his horror, he realized that the power in his body was completely frozen. Wanting to shake off the token in his hand, he was welded to his palm and did not move at all. He could only watch as the demonic shadow swung its giant axe and harvested an immortal deity. Lin Pinggan felt endless panic spreading. This is the site of the ancient demon god slaughtering the immortal realm. Jiang Ying's voice resounded in Lin Pinggan's mind with unprecedented trembling. The Burning Sky Order is actually the key to resurrecting the demon god. The key to resurrecting the demon god? Lin Pinggan endured the onslaught of demonic chi, his heart in disbelief. During the ancient times, the demon god wreaked havoc and caused the lives of the people to be destroyed, and it took the gods of the immortal realm exhausting all their efforts to seal it. Jiang Ying's voice was incomparably grave. In order to completely cut off the possibility of the demon god's resurrection, they took the demon god's essence blood and pieces of his divine soul, and sealed them in this heaven-burning order. The Burning Sky Order, a seal, is also the key. As long as enough essence blood is gathered, the seal can be unlocked and the demon god released. Essence blood. Cood. Lin Pinggan suddenly remembered the patriarch's previous move of injecting his essence blood into the token, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that patriarch? He want to resurrect the demon god? That should be the case. Jiang Ying's voice was anxious and his words flew fast. He presumed to utilize the power of the demon god, but he didn't even understand what kind of extinction disaster this move would bring to this heaven and earth. Never let the demon god resurrect. Lin Pinggan gritted his teeth and clutched the Burning Sky Order in his hand. Even if I have to spell out my life, I will stop this catastrophe. If you want to stop the demon god from resurrecting, you must find the 9 underworld iron and recast the seal. Jiang Ying's voice was urgent and sharp. Otherwise, everything is over. Lin Pinggan fiercely bit through his tongue, and the sharp pain pulled him back to reality from his horrifying visions. In front of his eyes, the demonic chi tumbled, and the Burning Sky Order trembled violently, wanting to break free from his control. Just then, a clear and cold voice rang out. Lin Pinggan. Lun Yu tapped her toes and stepped into the air. Long Yu, why are you here? Lin Pinggan was shocked, but he couldn't help but stifle a grunt under the constant onslaught of demonic chi, and his figure swayed slightly. Seeing this, Long Yu's eyebrows knitted slightly and subconsciously wanted to go forward. Her eyes fell on the token emitting a terrifying demonic aura. Then she stopped her footsteps and said in a deep voice, I sensed that the demonic aura was rushing to the sky here, so I came to take a look. The Tianji Pavilion and the 3 great demonic sects are encircling towards the Divine Flame sect. Her tone of voice was cold and her face showed worry. What? The surrounding elder disciples were in an uproar at the words. Is the Tianji Pavilion crazy? An elder said incredulously, his voice dripping with fear. Fear spread through the crowd, and the outer disciples with low cultivation were even directly paralyzed on the ground with despair in their eyes. At this moment, the Burning Sky Order seemed to be pulled by some kind of power, and the demonic energy became more and more violent. Lin Pinggan frowned as he lifted the chaotic yin-yang cauldron with one hand. Buzz black and white rays of light erupted from the tripod, swallowing all the surrounding demonic chi. Lin Pinggan stood in the center of the demonic cloud, his robes hunting. Lun Yu looked at his back as he suppressed the demonic energy, her fingertips unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat as complex ripples rose in her eyes. Fine cracks began to appear on the body of the chaotic yin-yang cauldron after devouring a large amount of demonic chi. The faces of the elders suddenly changed, and one of them pointed at the chaotic yin-yang tripod and said in a trembling voice, the chaotic yin-yang tripod can't withstand it anymore. Beside him, a burly elder anxiously shouted, Lin Pinggan, stop it. Lin Pinggan turned a deaf ear and continued to urge the chaotic yin-yang cauldron to devour the demonic chi. He must not let the demonic chi leak out or the consequences would be unimaginable. The tremor of the Burning Sky Order gradually subsided, and the raging demonic aura gradually dissipated. Lin Pinggan retrieved the chaotic yin-yang cauldron and staggered back, his face pale and obviously depleted of spiritual energy in his body. Lin Pinggan. Lun Yu's voice was eager as she quickly stepped forward to hold Lin Pinggan. How are you? A look of worry appeared on his face. Lin Pinggan waved his hand, suppressing the fishy sweetness that surged up in his throat, his voice hoarse. It's fine. His eyes fell on the chaotic yin-yang cauldron in his palm, only to see that it was covered with fine cracks and was about to shatter. Lin Pinggan placed the chaotic yin-yang tripod into his storage ring, looked up at Long Yu, and asked in a deep voice, what's the situation outside right now? Long Yu's voice was ice-cold with a grave expression. Tianji Pavilion and the 3 major demonic sects are gathering towards Divine Flame sect, and I'm afraid that they will strike at any time. Tianji Pavilion, the three great demonic sects. Lin Pingon quickly skimmed these names in his mind, and his heart felt heavy. This is the top power of the cultivation world. It is definitely not wise to fight hard. You have to think of a foolproof plan. The Divine Flame sect's mountain protector formation was certainly powerful, but it wouldn't be able to support it for long in front of this level of power? Lin Pingon looked at Leng Yu and saw that she was frowning. Long Yu, Lin Pingon asked in a deep voice. How much do you know about the strength of the Tianji Pavilion and the three great demonic sects? Leng Yu frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, Tianji Pavilion's Tianji Elder. His strength is unfathomable. Rumor has it that he is already at the peak of the transition stage, and is just one step away from ascending to the immortal realm. The patriarchs of the three great devil sect are also all experts at the transitional apparition stage. Each of them are not easy to deal with. The peak of the transitional hijacking stage. Lin Pingon's pupils suddenly shrunk. This is an existence that stands at the peak of the cultivation world. Moreover, Leng Yu added, Tianji Pavilion specializes in formation mechanisms, while the three major demonic sects are known for their treacherous demonic skills, which are impossible to defend against. So, we have almost no chance of winning? Lin Pingon muttered as a sense of powerlessness surged through his heart. Not necessarily. Leng Yu's voice was calm as she added, Tianji Pavilion and the three great demonic sects, although they look united, in reality, they are each harboring their own evil intentions. We can take advantage of this, and break through each of them. Lin Pingon's mind twitched. What do you mean? Let's first focus on one of the parties, preferably the three major devil sects. Leng Yu analyzed. The three major demonic sects have always been on their own, and there are suspicions between them. If we can crush one of them first, we will be able to weaken their power and disintegrate their alliance. Let's do it. Lin Pingon listened to Leng Yu's proposal and added after a pause, let's focus on the Blood Demon sect first. The Blood Demon sect's techniques are bizarre, and its disciples are all crazy people who don't want to die, so you need to be careful in dealing with them. Leng Yu reminded again with a grave expression. I will arrange for the disciples to strengthen their guard. Lin Pingon nodded with murderous intent in his eyes, at the same time mobilize all the forces of the clan and prepare to meet the battle. Yes, the elders and disciples answered in unison, and the original atmosphere of fear was dispersed quite a bit, and the fighting spirit was rekindled in their eyes. Lin Pingon's gaze landed in the direction of the Tianji Pavilion in the distance. Tianji Pavilion, he recited silently in his heart. The bottom of his eyes was undisguised killing intent. You guys, you'll regret it. Chapter 34 The Forbidden Land of the Nine Spectres. As night fell, the Divine Flame sect was enveloped in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. On top of the mountain, Lin Pingon was alone, sitting cross-legged with the chaotic yin-yang cauldron suspended above his head, emitting an eerie glow. He tried to repair the cracks on the tripod. His fingertips surged with spiritual energy, carefully injecting it into the tripod. The cracks were gradually repaired, but the speed was extremely slow. It seems that it is still necessary to find the 9 underworld iron. First he muttered in a low voice, where exactly would the 9 underworld iron be? This question has been hovering in the brain lingering. The 9 underworld's iron grows in a place of extreme yin. Zhang Ying's voice rang out at this moment. Lin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a brilliant light in his eyes. Deep within the forbidden land of the Divine Flame sect, there exists a place of extreme yin. Divine Flame sect Forbidden Land. Dangerous and unpredictable. No one dares to easily wade in until it is absolutely necessary. But in order to recast the Burning Sky Order, to deal with the siege of the Heavenly Pavilion and the three great demonic sects, there is no other way. It's just a matter of taking a chance on riches and wealth. Lin Pingon said firmly, for the future of the Divine Flame sect, we must take a risk. Early the next morning, Lin Pingon summoned the clan's elder disciples, the Tianji Pavilion and the three great demonic sects. They are coming in force. Lin Pingon's voice was filled with gravity, and his fingertips subconsciously rubbed the chaotic yin-yang tripod, feeling the coolness coming from its body. We have to plan for the worst. Elder disciples, their faces suddenly changed when they heard the words, Tianji Pavilion, the three great demonic sects, which were renowned, were now united, and the Divine Flame sect was in jeopardy. Holy Sun, what are your orders? The Supreme Elder stepped forward, arching his hand and asking with a worried expression. Lin Pingon swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, I have decided to open the Forbidden Land and seek a way to break the enemy. Hearing the word Forbidden Land, the elder disciples all revealed shocked expressions. Sacred Son, you can't. The second elder hurriedly dissuaded. The Forbidden Land is dangerous. If you enter it rashly, I'm afraid. I know. Lin Pingon interrupted him and continued. We have no way out. For the sake of the Divine Flame sect, we must take this risk. Yes, Holy Sun, the Forbidden Land is full of danger. Please think twice. The other elders chimed in, each other's eyes filled with worry for Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon waved his hand to stop the crowd. At this point in time, There is no better way. Entering the Forbidden Land may still have a chance of survival, he said in a low voice. My mind is made up. There is no need for further persuasion. The entrance to the Forbidden Land, gusts of wind, the cold air coming, cannot help but let a person shiver. The ancient stone monument is engraved, trespassing on the Forbidden Land. Death. A few big words. The harsh brush strokes through the cold killing intent, warning of the fate of trespassers. There was also a line of small words at the bottom, go one level deeper, sacrifice 100 years of lifespan. And when they saw this line of small words, the faces of the disciples changed drastically. 100 years of life is too great a price. The face of the disciple who leaned forward turned pale, fear in his eyes. Who would be willing to trade their lifespan for a treasure? The disciple next to him echoed, his voice trembling as he subconsciously took a step back. Saint's son, think twice. The older disciple gathered his courage and said, looking at Lin Pingon with worry, 100 years of life. This is no joke. Yeah, who knows what's actually in the Forbidden Land? In case we lose our lives, it would really be a loss. It's not too late to regret. The timid disciples had already begun to beat a retreat, pushing and shoving as you tried to leave the place. All stop arguing, the elder shouted. The Holy Son has decided, so we'll just do as we're told. The elder's words with pressure temporarily suppressed the disciples' panic, but the uneasiness on their faces did not diminish. You looked at me and I looked at you, and no one ever took that step. Lin Pingon knew the danger of the Forbidden Land, but still walked in calmly. Lang Yu looked at Lin Pingon straight back, the color of worry in her eyes deepened, and she eventually followed in silently. In the Forbidden Land, it was dark and humid, with disgusting odors wafting through the air, unknown whimpering noises that added a bit of eerie terror, and bizarre energy fluctuations that were inscrutable. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, the Yin and cold aura became more and more dense. Lin Pingon ran his spiritual energy to dispel the Yin and cold aura around him. He felt that the speed of his spiritual energy was becoming slower and slower. It seemed that this Forbidden Land was even more dangerous than he had imagined. The scene around him twisted. Lin Pingon felt like he was sucked into a huge vortex. The intense dizziness made it almost impossible for him to stand still. The dizziness gradually subsided, and he realized that he was in a completely unfamiliar place. It was no longer a dark and human environment, but a desolate scene where the earth was cracked into countless pieces. The air emanated a scorching heat, and the faint smell of sulfur in the air caused Lin Pingon's chi and blood to tumble. He felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and the scenery around him changed once again. Lin Pingon saw the ginger shadow gradually dissipate and turn into bits of starlight that merged into his eyes. No, don't! Lin Pingon violently reached out to grab her, but only met nothingness. Jiang, he shouted in a hoarse voice, his figure staggering back as tears came to his eyes. Lin Pingon, don't be mesmerized by the illusion. Lang Yu's voice rang in his ears, pulling him back from the brink of collapse. This is the underworld illusion, specializing in attacking the cultivator's Tao heart. Illusion? Lin Pingon snapped awake, and the ginger shadow had already merged into his eyes. This is all a fake. The power of chaos surged crazily, wanting to dispel the surrounding illusions, but realized that the power of chaos was actually greatly suppressed, and its power was greatly reduced. Damn it! Lin Pingon cursed. The Forbidden Land was truly bizarre. He forced himself to calm down. I don't know how long it took, but the pressure around him increased. A powerful aura came over him, and Lin Pingon's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat as he looked around vigilantly and gripped the longsword in his hand tightly. In the midst of the darkness, a figure wrapped in black armor all over his body and holding a huge battle-axe slowly walked. Those who trespass the Forbidden Land, die! The Ghost General let out a deafening roar, raised his giant axe and slashed down viciously towards Lin Pingon. The giant axe tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound, carrying a destructive aura that pressed down on his face, and Lin Pingon only felt a giant wave of pressure drowning him. Be careful! Lang Yu cried out in alarm, and without even thinking, she blocked in front of Lin Pingon, her slender figure appearing small at this moment. Boom! The giant axe split on Lang Yu with a loud bang. A terrifying force erupted, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of Lang Yu as her delicate body flew backwards. Lang Yu! Lin Pingon's eyes were glazed over, his heart crumpled, and the intense pain made him almost unable to breathe. A berserk aura erupted from him, and Lin Pingon felt his blood boiling, his sanity burning, and endless anger and pain filling his chest. His hair rapidly turned white, and berserk chaotic power gushed out from him, emitting a chilling aura as the space around him began to distort. Chapter 35-9 Underworld Iron. Roar! Lin Pingon let out a roar as his fist, which was draped with the power of chaos, blasted at the Ghost General with a single punch. Bang! The Ghost General's huge body exploded and turned into a roiling black gas, emitting a mournful scream in the air before dissipating into nothingness. Lin Pingon staggered to Lang Yu's side, picked her up gently, and with a trembling hand, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Lang Yu, how are you? The voice was hoarse, Lang Yu lay in Lin Pingan's arms, weakly opening her eyes and looking at Lin Pingan. The corners of her pale lips hooked into a relieved smile. She felt her body getting colder and colder, and her consciousness began to blur, and she lost consciousness completely when her eyes went black. In the distance, the crystal ball in the hands of the Tianji Pavilion scouts hidden in the shadows was reflecting Lin Pingan's white hair bathed in blood. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, old man Tianji looked at the image in the crystal ball and violently crushed the armrest of his seat. Chaos. Fourth transformation, he muttered, the light in his eyes wavering. You actually hid your strength. Elder Tianji gritted his teeth, but inside, huge waves surged up. Originally he thought that Lin Pingan was not enough to be feared, but now it seemed that he had underestimated this young man. Looks like I'll have to reassess his threat. Divine Flame Sect. I'll raise you to the ground sooner or later. Elder Tianji gritted his teeth. Inside the Forbidden Land, Lin Pingan, faced with the sudden change and feeling Long Yu's increasingly cold body, couldn't care less about his grief and placed her on the ground, took out the chaotic yin-yang cauldron, sat down on his knees behind Long Yu, and operated the chaotic yin-yang technique. The black and white breaths inside the tripod intertwined and flowed, injecting into Long Yu's body, nourishing her damaged meridians and dantian. Long Yu's pale face gradually regained its blood color, her eyelashes lightly trembling as she opened her eyes. Lin Pingan. The voice was still weak. Long Yu, you're awake. Lin Pingan's voice held surprise. How does it feel? He asked softly. Much better. Long Yu tried to get up, but it tugged at her injuries, and she couldn't help but grunt out softly. Slow down. You are seriously injured. Lin Pingan hurriedly held on, and after a pause, he added, you were heavily injured by the Ghost General, and I'm afraid that if you want to be completely cured, you'll need to think of another way. Lang Yu nodded and said softly, I know, let us go. This place should not stay for a long time. Lin Pingan picked up Lang Yu and continued to go deeper. The scene in front of him became even more horrifying. After a rugged road covered with white bones, he finally came to the deepest part of the Forbidden Land. Here was an empty square, and in the center stood a huge black iron block, with a ghostly cold light emanating from it, precisely the legendary 9 Underworld Iron. Lin Pingan gently put Lang Yu down and walked over to the 9 Underworld Iron, extending his hand in an attempt to remove it. At this time, an old voice rang out, young man, you want this 9 Underworld Iron? The voice came from all directions, drifting. Lin Pingan's heart flinched as he looked around alertly, but no one was to be seen. Who is it? Please show yourself, he said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, an old man in a gray robe appeared behind him at an unknown time. Crane hair and immortal bones, giving people an unfathomable feeling. The old man had his hands behind his back, gazing deeply at the 9 Underworld Iron in front of him, not paying any attention to Lin Pingan's presence at all. Senior Lin Pingan, I implore Senior to bestow the 9 Underworld Iron. Lin Pingan respectfully bowed, his tone unassuming. Only then did the old man turn around and look at Lin Pingan, the vicissitudes of the years permeating his cloudy eyes. The 9 Underworld's iron is the greatest treasure of heaven and earth. How can it be easily given to others? If you want to obtain it, you must pass my test. Senior, please speak, and I will certainly do my best. Lin Pingan did not hesitate for half a second, his voice dripping with determination. Good. The old man said good and raised his right hand as a powerful pressure suddenly swung out. Lin Pingan only felt a tightness in his chest. Breathing became difficult. Chaotic indestructibility was running wildly. Spiritual energy was rushing through his body, trying his best to resist this horrible pressure. His legs were nailed to the spot without retreating half a step. A look of appreciation appeared in the old man's eyes, and then he casually slapped his palm out. Lin Pingan didn't dare to be careless and swung his fist to meet the attack with the luck of his entire body's spiritual energy. Boom! With a heaven-shattering roar, a violent force poured out, and Lin Pingan only felt a sweetness in his throat as his body flew out uncontrollably, landing heavily on the ground. Not bad, somewhat interesting. The old man calmly opened his mouth. No joy or anger could be heard in his tone, however. With this amount of strength, if you want the 9 Underworld Iron, you're still far from it. Lin Pingan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and struggled to get up by bracing himself on the ground, his posture still respectful. I still ask for guidance from Senior. The old man laughed lightly and said, want the 9 Underworld Iron? Simple. Beat me, please. Senior, enlighten me. Lin Pingan's eyes slightly condensed as he once again set up his stance. The old man's power was far beyond his imagination. Each move contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth, and was mysterious. Lin Pingan tried his best, but he was still being suppressed by the old man, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground, his chest heaving violently as he panted heavily, his eyes showing his unwillingness. You lost. The old man's voice was so calm that it didn't have the slightest ripple. Lin Pingan's throat rolled as he spoke with difficulty. I haven't lost yet. Senior, give me another chance. The old man lowered his head, gazing at Lin Pingan's stubborn eyes, and after a moment of silence slowly said, "Just as well, I'll give you one more chance." This time, Lin Pingan had learned from his previous lesson, and with a light tap of his toes, his body nimbly weaved in and out of the gaps between the old man's attacks. When the old man saw this, his eyes showed appreciation, but he did not stay his hand because of this. A powerful palm wind attacked Lin Pingan, blocking all his retreats. Lin Pingan's eyes were slightly condensed. The chaotic indestructible undying operated to the extreme, and the palm wind landed on top of the golden light, emitting a dull ringing sound and stirring up layers of ripples. Lin Pingan dodged left and right in the palm winds, looking for a chance to counterattack. The old man saw through his mind and his attack became more and more intense. The palm winds were interspersed with biting sword chi, forcing Lin Pingan into a perilous situation. Finally, after a close dodge, the old man was seen, his figure stalling slightly for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, he condensed the power of chaos on top of his right fist and quickly swung it out. The old man's face showed surprise, not expecting Lin Pingan to be able to erupt such a powerful force in such a situation, and in his haste he only had time to raise his arms to block. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the two powerful forces collided together, stirring up violent waves of air that swept in all directions. Lin Pingan's figure flew out uncontrollably. The old man's defense was also completely broken by this punch, and his figure staggered back, a look of surprise in his eyes. Lin Pingan forced himself to endure the chi and blood surging within his body and struggled to stand up, looking at the old man with a determined gaze. "Very well. You won," the old man said with a genuine smile on his face and relief in his eyes. "The later generations are fearful. 9 underworld iron. Take it." Lin Pingan didn't care about the injuries on his body. He put away the 9 underworld iron and made a deep bow to the old man. "Thank you, senior, for making it possible." Afterward, picking up the weak Leng Yu, he didn't stay here too long and left the Forbidden Land. Chapter 36 Chaos Alliance. After leaving the Forbidden Land, Lin Pingan searched for a cave with abundant spiritual chi, and gently helped Leng Yu to sit down, his voice also slowing down a lot. "You first feel at ease here to recuperate, and after I recast the Burning Sky Order, I will come back to see you again." The words carried a few points of appeasement, then got up and left. Returning to his cave, Lin Pingan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and sat down on his knees to calm his slightly undulating mind. Taking out the 9 underworld iron and the Burning Sky Order from the storage ring, the two materials just came into contact, and very different energies began to intertwine, and strange fluctuations rippled through the air. Lin Pingan quickly pinched his hands together and the power of chaos rushed out from his body as he carefully guided the two energies to fuse with each other. Black and white chi surged out from his palm, wrapping the 9 underworld iron and the Burning Sky Order in layers. The Burning Sky Order emitted a burst of buzzing. Lin Pingan's brows furrowed slightly, sensing the resistance of the Burning Sky Order. His heart was alarmed, and the output of chaotic power in his hands increased by a few more points. He could clearly feel that the aura in his body was flowing out at an alarming rate, and his face turned pale, but he didn't dare to slack off. I don't know how long had passed. The buzzing of the Burning Sky Order finally disappeared. Lin Pingan suddenly felt the pressure in his body loosen, and his taut nerves relaxed. His eyes were tired, but more than that, he was uncontrollably elated. "It's done." Lin Pingan operated the chaotic indestructible decision. The pure spiritual energy was injected into the Burning Sky Order. The black and white lines flowed on the surface of the token. The demonic aura became introverted. The powerful battle soul aura faintly penetrated. Feeling the surging power contained therein, Lin Pingan's eyes became even more joyful. The recast Burning Sky Order was far more powerful than before, and it had also accidentally gained the ability to summon ancient battle spirits. Although it was limited to 3 times a day, it was enough to give him an extra card when facing a strong enemy. Thinking about the Tianji Pavilion's pursuit and the 3 great demonic sect's eyeballs, Lin Pingan's eyes revealed killing intent. It was tantamount to a fool's errand to try to fight against Tianji Pavilion with just one person's strength. It seems that help must be found. This idea grew wildly in his heart as soon as it appeared. Tianji Pavilion, the 3 great demonic sects. Lin Pingan revealed a grim smile. "Since you won't let me go, don't blame me for not being polite." Lin Pingan took the Burning Sky Order back into his storage ring and after informing the clan elders, he took Leng Yu to the Sunset Valley, a gathering place for scattered cultivators. Sunset Valley, located in a desolate valley in the western part of the Tianyuan continent. The name came from the fact that the place was always enveloped by the setting sun. After a few days of running around, Lin Pingan and Leng Yu finally arrived at Sunset Valley. The setting sun's rays sprinkled down. The valley was shrouded in dusky yellow, the place where the eye was desolate, and the air still smelled of murder. "This is Sunset Valley?" Leng Yu frowned slightly as she looked at the scene in front of her. Lin Pingan nodded. "That's right, the environment is a bit harsh, but there are a lot of scattered cultivators mixed with fish and dragons. The purpose of us coming here is to pull together a team, set up a Chaos Alliance, and fight hard against the Tianji Pavilion and the three great demonic sects. When the two of them entered Sunset Valley, Lin Pingan and Lang Yu looked for the largest wine shop in the valley, Sunset Wine Shop, intending to feel out the situation first. Just as he stepped into the liquor store, the cacophony of voices hit him. The two of them found a corner and sat down, casually ordering some drinks and dishes, listening to the gossip of the people around them as they ate, observing these loose cultivators in the meantime. At that moment, the sound of conversation at the next table made Lin Pingan get on board. Have you heard? The Tianji Pavilion is hunting down a kid named Lin Pingan. It's rumored that this kid slaughtered the Tianji Pavilion master. This kid is really daring. Tianji Pavilion's people dare to move. Smacking of a long life? I've heard that this Lin Pingan, his strength is so evil that the Tianji Pavilion elders can't do anything with him. Humph. So what if it's even more powerful? What kind of existence is the Tianji Pavilion? It's a behemoth. This kid won't be able to jump around for long. Sooner or later he'll be caught back. Lin Pingan listened to those discussions at the neighboring table, and his heart couldn't afford a single ripple. It seemed that his name had already spread in Sunset Valley. Bang! With an explosion, the noisy sounds in the wine shop briefly stopped, and the gazes of the crowd turned to the source of the sound in unison. Just see the tiger-backed strongman. Will be a person hard thrown on the ground. That person puff sprayed out blood mist, obviously not badly injured. Zhang Yang, dog, dare to steal from me, tired of living. The burly man roared and swung the huge axe in his hand, about to slash down. Stop! Lin Pingan's eyes sank as he stepped in front of the youth. The burly man froze, his gaze swept over Lin Pingan, the corners of his mouth grinning sardonically. Kid, want to save a beauty from a hero? Ah shucks, meddling? I'm just not used to seeing the bullying of the weak. Lin Pingan's tone was permeated with coldness. Yo-ho? The strong man seemed to have heard some kind of joke, and laughed back in anger, his eyes turning ferocious. Alright, since you want to find death, Grandpa will fulfill you. Before the words fell, the giant axe brought a sharp whistle and slashed down towards Lin Pingan's head. Lin Pingan raised his hand and blasted out with a palm, hitting the burly man squarely in the chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, the strong man flew out backwards, smashing over several tables and wailing. Lin Pingan didn't even look at him and walked straight to the youth, who had a weak breath and really serious injuries, and quickly took out pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Many thanks for saving my life. The youth's voice was weak as he tried to get up, but he pulled his wounds and grimaced in pain. My name is Zhang Yang. A show of hands. No need to be polite. With the elixir in his stomach, Zhang Yang's breath gradually stabilized. He looked at Lin Pingan gratefully and asked, dare I ask what is the name of the benefactor? Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan? Zhang Yang sniffed and his eyes widened violently. You are the Lin Pingan who killed the Tianji Pavilion's pavilion master and is being hunted down by Tianji Pavilion? Lin Pingan frankly nodded his head without denying it. Zhang Yang's eyes were both shocked and in awe, and he said sharply, Mr. Lin, why are you here? Quickly go away. Sunset Valley is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, so it'll be bad if you're targeted by Tianji Pavilion's people. Lin Pingan spoke in a relaxed tone. I came to Sunset Valley precisely to form the Chaos Alliance. Chaos Alliance? Zhang Yang froze for a moment, then reacted with such excitement that his voice trembled a little. Mr. Lin, are you serious? You're going to form the Chaos Alliance to fight against the Tianji Pavilion and the three great demonic sects? He paused and fiercely clasped his fists. Although I, Zhang Yang, am not strong, I would like to follow Mr. Lin's left and right, and serve as a dog and horse. Lin Pingan looked at Zhang Yang, sensing the sincerity in his words. His mind moved slightly and the corners of his mouth rose. Good, welcome to the Chaos Alliance. Although Zhang Yang's strength was low, he was resourceful and had a wide network in Sunset Valley. He knew that the most important thing is the strength and interests of the scattered cultivators. After healed, he actively recruited for the Chaos Alliance. Just a few days, the Chaos Alliance will gather dozens of scattered cultivators, including some of the high strength of the generation, became the Sunset Valley's new force. Chapter 37 Killing in the Dark. Lin Pingan sat in the newly erected council chamber. The three major forces of the Sunset Valley, he read in a low voice, and his mind passed over the names of the Flying Eagle Gang, the Blood Fury Hall, and the Black Tiger Walled Village, none of which are good to be messed with. He rubbed his brow, a little annoyed. A hard fight definitely won't work. The Chaos Alliance has just been established. Its foundation is too shallow. If it really fights, it will definitely suffer. He got up and walked over to the window, looking out at the people coming and going, and suddenly had an idea. Since the hard way didn't work, let's try the soft way. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden clamor outside, followed by the ear-piercing sound of a sword piercing the air. Enemy attack! Someone shouted in terror, their voice changing tone. and Lin Pinggan's heart sank as he stood up violently and rushed out of the council chamber, only to see that in the distant sky, 7 cold lights were approaching at a rapid pace, heading straight for the Chaos Alliance's side. 7-star sword puppet. Zhang Yang's voice was tinged with tears. The killing weapons of the Tianji Pavilion. Each one was refined with special materials and secret methods, and the sword aura was so domineering that it was simply not something that could be blocked. Regarding the terror of the 7-star sword puppet, Zhang Yang had heard about it since he was a child, and seeing it with his own eyes today, he was scared out of his wits. The 7-star sword puppet brought a sharp air-breaking sound as it descended from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the Chaos Alliance's compound. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions connected as the Chaos Alliance's freshly set up defense array shattered. The 7-star sword puppet landed on the ground, and the one in the lead raised his hand and swept out a huge sword chi, and the Chaos Alliance's council chamber was directly razed to the ground. The remaining 6 sword puppets also attacked at the same time. Sword chi poured out towards the crowd. Screams rang out one after another. The weak casual cultivators could not block the sword puppets' attacks and were torn apart by the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, a strong smell of blood wafted through the Chaos Alliance compound. Just then, a figure violently rushed out. It's Zhang Tai. Someone recognized him with a tone of surprise. Zhang Tai was a casual cultivator who had just joined the Chaos Alliance not long ago, and his strength was not bad and he was quite righteous. His eyes were red, and there was only one thought in his mind: even if he died, he had to block these puppets and protect the people. He raised the long blade in his hand and headed straight for one of the sword puppets, looking for death. Someone in the crowd of onlookers shouted disdainfully as they foresaw Zhang Tai's miserable condition. Out of your depth, the person beside him chimed in, his tone mocking. However, Zhang Tai did not retreat in the slightest, roared angrily and swung his sword to chop at the sword puppet, bursting out an unrivaled aura. Clang! Gold and iron clashed and sparks flew everywhere. A huge recoil came, shocking Zhang Tai's tiger's mouth crumbling and blood flowing out. He staggered back a few steps, clenched his teeth, and with a determined gaze, rushed up again. This kid. The crowd looked dumbfounded and was shocked by Zhang Tai's desperate fighting style. Don't want to die, someone exclaimed, his tone dripping with admiration. They had seen the power of the 7-star sword puppet before. Even an expert at the peak of Jindan realm would find it difficult to resist, let alone Zhang Tai, a mid-Jindan realm expert. Zhang Tai kept attacking the sword puppets as if he didn't want to die. His own strength was inferior to the other side, but he could give everything to protect the people behind him. The long sword in Zhang Tai's hand was constantly shaken away, and the wounds on his body were deep enough to be seen on his bones, but he was oblivious to it, and his eyes were staring at the icy cold sword puppet. Ah! His left arm was chopped off at the shoulder and he let out a painful scream as he fell heavily to the ground. Just when the sword puppet was ready to give Zhang Tai a final blow, a figure descended from the sky and pawned the deadly attack. Alliance leader Lin. The crowd cried out in surprise, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Pinggan held the tying tripod and stood in the air, looking at the tragic situation in front of him. His chest churned with anger and a strong murderous aura emanated from him. At this moment, the angry Lin Pinggan did not notice that a black mist quietly floated out and quickly drilled into Zhang Tai's broken arm. Lin Pinggan swept his gaze icily over the 7-star sword puppet with a thick killing intent in his eyes and slammed his palm out. Boom! The two chi of yin and yang erupted with a deafening roar, directly strangling the core of the leader's sword puppet. The sword puppet exploded with a loud bang, and the shockwave of the explosion spread wildly in all directions with an aura of destruction. Lin Pinggan was quick on his feet and urged the chaotic yin-yang cauldron to unfold the chaos domain the moment before the explosion energy spread. Chaos domain, open, he drank out in a low voice, and the black and white chi surged around him, a huge black and white barrier that enveloped the entire Chaos Alliance compound. Rumble, the blast shook the eardrums, the shockwave slapped hard on top of the black and white barrier, and the barrier shook violently on the verge of being torn apart. An unspeakably huge force rushed brutally through the barrier. Lin Pinggan's throat was sweet, his body's chi and blood boiling. He clenched his teeth, his hands formed seals at a rapid pace, and frantically injected chaotic power into the shaky barrier. Hang on to me. This barrier was the last line of defense. The Chaos Alliance behind it that was broken open would be directly exposed to the sword puppet's sharpness. Alliance Master. The Chaos Alliance crowd looked at the black and white barrier, their voices filled with despair. Don't worry. Lin Pinggan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. With me here, no one can hurt you. These words rekindled hope in the nearly broken hearts of the crowd. Finally, with Lin Pinggan's reckless support, the black and white barrier hardened to carry the blast impact. He wiped the spilled blood. His eyes swept over the remaining 6 sword puppets. His hands formed a seal once again, and within the chaos realm, the two chi of yin and yang surged crazily, condensing into 2 roaring black and white dragons, which blatantly wrapped around 2 of the sword puppets. Explode! Lin Pingon shouted angrily as the black and white giant dragon suddenly tightened up and exploded with furious power. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds, two sword puppets, directly exploded. The remaining 4 sword puppets, sensing the threat, simultaneously turned their swords, locking onto Lin Pingon in unison and launching an attack. 4 icy cold swordlights, wrapped in the aura of death, tore through the air, and from all directions, chopped at Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon did not panic in the face of danger. His hands slowly stroked in front of him, and the power of the chaos domain was tugged, coalescing in front of him to form a gigantic yin and yang taiji diagram. The sword chi ruthlessly impacted on top of the taiji diagram. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing was deafening, and energy ripples spread out. This trick? Lin Pingon sneered. The taiji diagram violently accelerated and rotated, swallowing all 4 sword chi, and then the light sword, transforming into 2 even more solid black and white dragons, emitting a heaven-shaking dragon roar and roaring as they rushed towards the remaining 4 sword puppets. Wherever the dragon passed, space became distorted, and the sword puppets were torn into pieces and scattered all over the ground in front of that violent power. Lin Pingon looked around to make sure the threat was removed before landing on the ground. He walked over to the remains of the first sword puppet to be destroyed and bent down to pick up a fragment, his fingertips rubbing the tiny lines on the fragment. The 3 words "beyond the sky" caused inexplicable uneasiness to well up in his heart. At that moment, a child, covered in dust, stumbled out of the rubble, his face smeared with tears, his small body unable to stop trembling. He hugged Lin Pingon's leg and hissed, "Father and mother, father and mother." Lin Pingon leaned down and gently wiped away the tears on the child's face, gently saying, "Don't be afraid. In the future the Chaos Alliance will be your home. We are all your family." Far away on the roof, Flying Eagle's gang leader Eagle Geo, "Will be this scene as far as the eye can see?" Thought this Lin Pingon, is a strong strength of the rash, did not think that there is such a heart. Just then the chaotic yin-yang tripod in Lin Pingon's hand shook violently, and the body of the tripod, which was already covered in cracks, was likely to shatter at any moment. Lin Pingon was shocked in his heart, and his sense of foreboding became even stronger. Jiang Ying's voice sounded in his head. "The Chaos Cauldron's origin is damaged. The lunar phenomenon crystal must be found in order to repair it." Chapter 38 The Secret Land of Glaciers. Lin Pingon felt the weak fluctuations coming from the Chaos Cauldron and murmured in a low voice, "Moon phenomenon crystal, where can I find it?" He immediately asked in his mind. "The secret realm of the extreme northern glacier. The secret realm of the extreme north glacier. That is even the God realization realm cultivator. Do not dare to easily wade into the Jedi." Lin Pingon was silent for a moment before a look of determination surfaced on his face. "It seems that it is imperative to go." Lin Pingon and Lin Yu stood on top of the Chaos Alliance's teleportation array. "You know, the secret realm of the extreme north glacier is not an unusual and dangerous place." Lin Pingon looked sideways at Lin Yu, unable to hide the worry between his brows. Cold Moon was silent, her gaze falling on his face. Lin Pingon understood her temper and sighed. "That's just it. If you want to go, you can go together, but promise me that you will listen to my arrangements for everything, and that you will not act rashly." Hearing his relief, Cold Moon bloomed into a smile and nodded her head vigorously. Before the words fell, the light of the teleportation array suddenly flourished, and the 2 figures disappeared. The extreme northern glacier mystic realm, located at the northernmost tip of the Tianyuan continent, was covered in ice and snow all year round, and the environment was extremely harsh. Even Yuaning realm cultivators did not dare to stay here for a long time. Hiss! Just after stepping into the secret realm, Lin Pingon felt a chill that penetrated right into his bone marrow, and even though he had cultivated the chaotic saint body, he couldn't help but have his body shaken. "Well, still holding up?" Lin Pingon looked at Lin Yu by his side. Her face was blanched and her lips were vaguely purple. Obviously the cold had invaded her body. "It's up to you." Lin Yu gritted her teeth, her tone stubborn, refusing to show weakness. "It's already that time of the year, and you're still trying to be strong." Lin Pingon gave her a slightly reproachful look, grabbed her wrist, and a wave of chaotic power was slowly injected. The force was gentle but powerful, dispelling the coldness that had invaded Coldmoon's body. "What are you doing? Let go." Lin Yu felt warmth coming from her wrist and instinctively tried to retract her hand, but Lin Pingon held it tightly. "Don't move. Want to be frozen?" Lin Pingon said forcefully. Lin Yu struggled a few times and found that she couldn't break free. "Humph, count on you still having some conscience," she muttered in a low voice, no longer resisting. Lin Pingon held her cold hand and sighed helplessly in his heart. Women are really tough talking. He revolved the power of chaos and shielded Lin Yu behind him as the 2 of them walked towards the depths of the secret realm against the biting cold wind. The secret realm of the extreme northern glacier. Not only was the climate harsh, but the space was also extremely unstable, with turbulence erupting from time to time, and once you were caught in it, you would be lost in the void. "Be careful." Lin Pingan's face suddenly changed, pulling Lung Yu back sharply. Boom! Explosive sound, deafening, huge icicles, straight into the sky. The space around the icicle was distorted, and it smashed down hard towards the place where they had just stood. So close! Lung Yu exclaimed out in shock, her voice carrying a clear afterthought. This extreme North Glacier mysterious realm is truly treacherous. Lin Pingan's face became grave. The power of this cold wave was no less than the full force of a harmonized god realm cultivator. It seems that we must find the moon spirit Shin crystal as soon as possible and leave this hellish place. The gaze in Lin Pingan's eyes intensified. The two of them continued to walk towards the depths of the secret realm. And right at that moment, a cold wave, even more violent than before, suddenly erupted, and the distorted spatial power whistled towards Lung Yu. Not good. Lin Pingan's face suddenly changed, and almost out of instinct, he pulled Lung Yu behind him. The power of chaos erupted and coalesced into a barrier in front of him. Boom! The cold wave ruthlessly crashed on top of the barrier, erupting into a heaven-shattering roar as the entire space shook violently. But Lin Pingan only felt an irresistible force hit him, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Lin Pingan! Lung Yu cried out in shock, wanting to rush forward to check on him, but she was forced back by the terrifying cold wave. Damn it! Her heart raced, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as Lin Pingan was swallowed up by the cold wave. Chaos domain, open! Lin Pingan roared, and the black and white chi surged wildly, a more solid and sturdy barrier, protecting him firmly within it. However, the power of this cold wave far exceeded his imagination, and the powerful spatial force, constantly impacting the chaos domain, the barrier emitted an unbearable wail. Well, Lin Pingan grunted out, his body shaking and staggering as he fell to his knees on top of the ice. Fine ice-cracking patterns began to surface on the surface of the chaotic saint body, and a piercing coldness invaded the bone marrow, and the breath in his body began to be disorganized, wanting to tear his entire body apart. Lin Pingan! Lung Yu exclaimed in shock and tried to step forward to help regardless, but he was violently pushed away by Lin Pingan. Don't come over, you can't help. Lin Pingan raised his head with difficulty, his face pale and his body trembling. Damn! This cold wave! He felt that his body was being frozen, and his consciousness began to become blurred. Despair welled up in his heart. Was he going to be buried here today? Just when he was about to lose his support, Jiang Ying's weak voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hold on, I'll help you. In the next moment, Jiang Ying's residual soul weakly appeared beside Lin Pingan, her face pale and transparent as she forced herself to endure the severe pain in her soul and forcefully invoked the chaotic yin-yang cauldron. Buzz! With an earth-shaking roar, a huge glacier collapsed in the distance, and something was vaguely revealed in the ice cave. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a crystal-clear ice coffin, and a delicate figure was lying in it. Precisely Jiang Ying, that is. Lin Pingan's pupils suddenly tightened, and before he could react, an even more terrifying coldness erupted from the ice coffin, sweeping across the entire extreme northern glacier mystic realm. But Lin Pingan and Lung Yu were simultaneously shaken back dozens of steps by this terrifying cold aura. Ha ha ha, what a godsend! Above the void, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A white-bearded old man wearing a Bagua Dao robe appeared out of thin air. He was holding a duster, Immortal style, but his eyes were gloomy and cold. The person who came was none other than Elder Tianji, who had calculated all the mysteries of the heavens and manipulated the world. He looked down at the extreme northern glacier and laughed coldly. Jiang Shadow, Jiang Shadow, do you think you can escape your fate by hiding here? Your true body is the eye of the formation that suppresses the demon god. Now that the demon god is about to awaken, you are destined to become a victim. After saying that, Old Man Tianji made a seal with both hands, and in the depths of the extreme northern glacier, countless channels of ghostly blue light lit up, and puppets condensed from cold ice broke through the ice, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Set up the formation. With a command from Elder Tianji, countless ice puppets moved swiftly to surround Lin Pingan and the others, and a terrifying killing machine rose up to the sky, enveloping the entire extreme northern glacier mystic realm. Click click click, a toothsome sound echoed on the silent glacier. A ghostly blue pattern emerged on the surface of that originally crystal-clear ice coffin. As the light became more and more prevalent, the lid of the coffin began to tremble violently, and fine cracks spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the lid of the coffin exploded, turning into countless ice crystal fragments. Bone-piercing cold air mixed with the aura of an ancient flood swept across the entire glacier. Chapter 39 Fatal Showdown. The ice coffin exploded apart, and with a crisp shattering sound, a fragment emitting an ethereal blue light shot up into the sky and hovered in midair. What's that? Lung Yu exclaimed out in shock and subconsciously stepped backward. Lin Pingan was also startled by this sudden turn of events and looked up only to see the fragment branded with the heavenly beyond, rushing towards the ice coffin. The fragments of the heavens beyond heaven radiated an ethereal blue light, and the patterns on the fragments were constantly changing in the air. At this moment, the pendant around Jiang Ying's neck was emitting the same light, and the strange runes on the pendant echoed the patterns on the shard. The two types of light intertwined together, forming a strange pillar of light that tore a huge gash in the otherwise pitch-black sky. Ha ha ha, the heavens help me. Seeing this, Elder Tianji laughed up to the sky, and with a wave of the duster in his hand, countless ice puppets hissed and pounced towards Lin Pingon and the others. Humph, old thing, you're rejoicing too early. Lin Pingon snorted coldly and summoned the burning sky order. Give it to me now. With a loud shout, he madly injected his body's spiritual energy into the token. Roar! A heaven-shaking beast roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The black token emitted an eerie black aura. A huge pillar of light shot up into the sky, and a blurred figure gradually solidified, which was an ancient battle spirit clad in golden armor and holding a wargo. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a monstrous battle intent, seemingly wanting to tear apart the heavens and earth. Kill! Lin Pingon waved one hand, pointing at the ice golems that were pouncing towards him. Kill! The ancient battle spirit roared and charged towards those ice puppets. For a time, the entire far north glacier was transformed into a terrifying battlefield. When the old man Tianji saw this, his face instantly sank as he snorted coldly. Things that don't know how to die. Do you really think that you can fight against Lao Fu with these losers? Saying that, his figure disappeared in place. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Lin Pingon's heart, and before he could react, Elder Tianji had already bizarrely appeared in front of him, and his dry palm carried a suffocating pressure as it slapped down towards his heavenly aureole. Kid, die for me. Elder Tianji's eyes showed a fierce light. Today, he could finally snuff out all threats in the cradle. At the critical moment, Lin Pingon offered the chaotic yin-yang cauldron. Buzz! The chaotic yin-yang cauldron skyrocketed and transformed into 100 feet in size, protecting Lin Pingon below. Dang! Elder Tianji slapped his palm on the chaotic yin-yang cauldron, sending out a deafening sound, and a terrifying energy fluctuation swept out, shattering all the surrounding glaciers. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Lin Pingon, his face pale, his wave-free eyes burning with a burning intent to fight. Old thing! Again! Lin Pingon wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, quickly pinched his hands together, and frantically operated the power of chaos. The chaotic yin-yang tripod's light flourished, and the yin and yang chi flowed around, transforming into a black and white barrier that blocked all of Elder Tianji's attacks. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, old man Tianji was enraged. He put his hands together and recited an obscure incantation under his breath, and the surrounding heaven and earth yuan chi began to fluctuate violently. 10,000 ice technique. Congeal. Elder Tianji let out a bellowing cry, and the power of cold ice in a 100-mile radius was mobilized by him, transforming into countless ice cones that attacked towards Lin Pingon in an all-encompassing manner. The speed of the ice cones was extremely fast, and each one contained a terrifying power. Seeing this, Lin Pingon let out a cold snort, and the chaotic yin-yang tripod glowed even more brightly, and as the tripod rotated, the two chi of yin and yang transformed into two gigantic dragons, roaring as they rushed towards the roiling ice cones. Rumble! The ice cone and the giant dragon collided, emitting a deafening roar as terrifying energy fluctuations raged, destroying everything around them. Seeing this, the old man Tianji's eyes were sinister. His hands waved violently, and the ice cones began to merge in the air, transforming into a huge ice sword, emitting a cold and piercing breath, and chopping down towards Lin Pingon's head. Break! Lin Pingon burned his essence blood and operated his body's chaotic power to the extreme, as the majestic spiritual power surged into the chaotic yin-yang cauldron. Ka-ching! The chaotic yin-yang tripod emitted a slight crunching sound, and the cracks on the body of the tripod spread rapidly, breaking into countless pieces. Seeing this, Elder Tianji revealed a cruel smile, and his 5 fingers became claws, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as he grabbed towards Lin Pingon. Kid, die for me! Right at this moment, 10,000 lights suddenly erupted from Lin Pingon's body, and the black and white yin and yang fish rotated crazily, exuding 10,000 feet of haze, enveloping Lin Pingon's entire body. What's going on? Elder Tianji's face changed slightly. The aura emanating from the chaotic yin-yang cauldron made him sense danger. The next moment, something even more terrifying happened, only to see those flying fragments, being pulled by Lin Pingon, unexpectedly transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body. The human tripod is united. How is this possible? Elder Tianji's pupils suddenly tightened. Roar! Lin Pingon roared up to the sky, his body expanding in the light, eventually transforming into a giant that stood on top of the sky, the clothes on his body shattering, the pieces transforming into a set of silver glittering battle armor. Lin Pingon only felt an incomparably powerful force surging through his entire body, endless power rushing through his body, exuding an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Raising his huge palm, he slapped it towards Elder Tianji. Boom! The two palms collided together, erupting into a deafening roar as terrifying energy fluctuations swept out, and the entire extreme northern glacier trembled violently. What is this? Lan Yu's eyes widened, an unbelievable look in her eyes. Tianji old man is also the pupil suddenly shrinking. The hands of the Tianji compass is actually click sound, directly exploded. This is impossible, he exclaimed out in shock, his face showing panic. The immortal king's destiny has long been severed. How could you? Seeing this, Elder Tianji's eyes widened in anger and hissed, "Vertical sun, even if you change your fate against the heavens, so what? Today, I will make you perish." His hands formed seals rapidly, and the spiritual energy in his body poured out, turning into a pillar of light that went straight to the sky. Tianji divine palm, give me annihilation, Elder Tianji roared, and the pillars of light converged into a giant golden palm that covered the sky, wrapped in a powerful energy pressure, and slapped down towards Lin Pingan's head. This palm, which contained the lifelong cultivation of Elder Tianji, was enough to turn this place into pieces. Good timing. Lin Pingan didn't dodge or avoid. His battle intent was overwhelming. He let out a roar. His whole body's muscles tightened, and the runes on his silver battle armor lit up, emitting a brilliant light. Boom! The huge golden palm carried the pressure of the transitional apparition stage and ruthlessly slapped on Lin Pingan, emitting a deafening roar as the entire far north glacier was about to be shattered by this palm. Terrifying energy fluctuations transformed into shockwaves visible to the naked eye, sweeping out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the glaciers collapsed and the earth caved in, just like the end of the world. Chapter 40 The Wrath of Tianji. Under this devastating blow, Lin Pingan's figure remained upright. The runes on his silver battle armor flickered with dazzling light, and he hardened himself to carry the full force of a powerful person of the ferrying realm. How is this possible? When Elder Tianji saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. His own full-force palm had failed to injure Lin Pingan in the slightest. Lin Pingan, who had resisted a hard slap, was not as unscathed as he appeared to be. Forcibly fusing the fragments of the chaotic yin-yang cauldron had caused his body to reach its limits, and severe pain struck him. Every bone and inch of flesh and blood wailed, and it felt as if he was going to completely collapse in the next moment. Hang in there. Lin Pingan clenched his teeth and hissed frantically in his heart. He only had one chance. The black and white chi in his body surged crazily, transforming into two yin and yang fish that traveled through Lin Pingan's meridians, repairing his broken flesh, and the terrifying energy contained in the fragments of the chaotic yin-yang cauldron surged crazily into his body. Lin Pingan let out a hiss of pain. His body trembled violently. Shocking cracks surfaced on his skin, and blood spurted out. Kid, have you gone mad? Actually forcibly fusing the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Seeing this, Elder Tianji was shocked and shouted sternly, "Old dog, are you scared?" Blood spilled from the corners of Lin Pingan's mouth, but his eyes burned with the fire of battle. Today, it's either you die or I die. Humph, insolent junior, since you are bent on seeking death, I will fulfill you. Elder Tianji laughed back in anger. His hands formed seals, and the terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy was even more terrifying than before. Lin Pingan, however, no longer paid any attention to Elder Tianji, and urged the black and white chi in his body with all his might, desperately repairing his fleshly body that was on the verge of collapsing. Was the black and white chi intertwined, transforming into a black and white field that enveloped the entire extreme northern glacier. Within the realm, time stood still and space became frozen. This is the field? How is it possible? How could you possibly possess a domain? Elder Tianji's face suddenly changed. Domain. A powerful divine ability that could only be grasped by a transition stage powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Pingan, a mere Jindan stage cultivator, had actually comprehended the power of the domain. The biting cold wind wailed in the black and white realm, and Elder Tianji was horrified as he looked at the originally impenetrable army of ice golems, with fine cracks surfacing on his body. Click, click, crisp cracking sounds rose and fell, and more ice golems couldn't withstand the erosion of the domain, and their huge bodies collapsed. Within a few breaths, the huge army of ice puppets had disappeared, leaving the ground full of wreckage. Lang Yu stood in the distance, looking at the black and white intertwined field. Her heart wasn't calm. She couldn't imagine how exactly Lin Pingan had managed to reach such a point. Lin Pingan was always refreshing her perception of him. Whenever she thought she had touched the bottom line, she realized that it was just the beginning of a deeper level. How many secrets were hidden in him? Lang Yu was filled with questions. She vaguely felt that Lin Pingan's future, destined to be not ordinary. Perhaps, he will become this world, the most dazzling existence. Break for me! Elder Tianji roared as a terrifying attack blasted down on top of the black and white domain. Kaching dash the black and white domain shook violently and cracks appeared. but it still blocked Elder Tianji's attack. Die for me! A terrifying aura erupted from his body, and he even reached half-step transitional strength in a short period of time. How is this possible? Feeling the terrifying aura on Lin Pinggan's body, Elder Tianji's face changed drastically, his eyes revealing panic. Good, very good, since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you, Elder Tianji roared, his hands rapidly forming seals. 9 Underworld Xian Ice Formation. Rise. As Elder Tianji's voice fell, a terrifying coldness enveloped the entire extreme North Glacier. Click. Ka-chow. Click. With Elder Tianji as the center, the ground in a radius of thousands of feet quickly froze, turning into a world of ice and snow. Not good. Lang Yu's face instantly changed when she saw this. Elder Tianji even had such a terrifying card. Lin Pinggan. Retreat. Lang Yu hurriedly reminded, only to see that under Lin Pinggan's feet, a chain of metaphysical ice suddenly appeared, wrapping around his limbs and firmly confining him in place. What is this? Lin Pinggan's face changed drastically, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. A terrifying coldness was crazily eroding his body, wanting to freeze all of his blood. Ha ha, kid, how does it taste? Elder Tianji hovered in midair, looking at Lin Pinggan, who was trapped in the 9 Secrets Xian Ice Formation. A cruel pleasure appeared on his face. This 9 Secrets Xian Ice Formation of my old man was built with 10,000 years of Xian Ice. It's specially used to deal with you ants with mortal flesh, so enjoy the taste of this ice coldness that reaches to your bones. Damn old thing. Lin Pinggan squeezed these words out of his teeth, desperately mobilizing the chaos power in his body to resist the coldness that penetrated into his bones. But the 9 Ghosts metaphysical ice formation imprisoned him to death, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free for a single moment. It's useless, kid, just resign yourself to your fate. Elder Tianji smiled smugly. Be good and tie your hands, and I may still be able to give you a full body. Dream. Lin Pinggan roared out in fury, his eyes crimson, and the furious chaos force in his body, after sensing his will, unexpectedly became docile and traveled along his meridians, repairing his broken and tattered body. This kid. Tianji old man saw the situation. His face changed slightly, his eyes were amazed. Did not expect to reach this point. This kid can actually still hold on. Humph. So what if you can recover? As long as Lao Fu's 9 phenomenal Xian Ice Formation is still in place, you will never be able to escape from Lao Fu's grasp. Elder Tianji coldly snorted as his hands continuously changed, striking out arcane spells. Buzz buzz buzz. The 9 Netherworld Xian Ice Formation trembled violently, and even more horrifying coldness surged out from it, transforming into countless ice blades that swept towards Lin Pinggan. Damn it! Lin Pinggan cursed in a low voice. Right now he was unable to fully control the power of chaos. He could only watch those ice blades coming towards him. Thunder, the sound of ice blades cutting through flesh and blood rang out, and once again, dozens of bone-deep wounds were added to Lin Pinggan's body, and blood gushed out, staining a large portion of the ice surface red. Ha ha, kid, aren't you wild? Why are you now like a lost dog? Elder Tianji looked at Lin Pinggan's wretched appearance and let out a loud laugh, his eyes teasing. Cough. Lin Pinggan coughed violently, blood constantly spilling out of his mouth as he stared resentfully at the old man Tianji, saying word for word, old thing, you wait for me. There will come a day when I will make you pay 100-fold, 1,000 times the price. Ha ha ha, just by you? A person who is about to die. How dare you speak out of turn? Elder Tianji laughed his head off. I'd like to see how you'll make me pay. Chapter 41 Jiang Ying's true body awakens. Kid, you're dying and you still dare to talk tough. Elder Tianji's face was grim and his voice was cold. Old me will let you see what is called true despair today. As he said this, he reached out and pointed towards the ice coffin not far behind Lin Pinggan, and laughed coldly. Do you think that this 9 Ghosts Xian Ice Formation of the old me is only meant to trap you? What do you want? Lin Pinggan froze at his words and turned his head violently, looking towards the ice coffin as an ominous feeling of foreboding surged through his heart. Ha ha ha, kid, are you afraid? Seeing this, the old man Tianji let out a loud laugh. There's no harm in telling you. She is the one that the old man has been searching for hundreds of years. Deliberately pausing, he looked at Lin Pinggan and said word by word, Ancient Formation Spirit. Formation Spirit? Lin Pinggan's pupils suddenly shrunk when he heard this. The Formation Spirit that old man Tianji had spoken of would actually be Senior Jiang Ying. Looking at old man Tianji, it seemed that he still wanted to be unfavorable to Jiang Ying. Old thing, what the hell do you want? Lin Pinggan's eyes were wide with rage as he violently struggled to stop it, but he was trapped in place because of the chains and stared at the old man Tianji with a deadly hatred, itching to break him into pieces. What for? Ha ha ha, the old man naturally wants to. Tianji old man said here, suddenly stopped, his eyes staring dead at the ginger shadow in the ice coffin, greed in his eyes. Right at this moment, a ghostly light shot up from within Jiang Ying's coffin, and Lin Pingan felt the remnants of Jiang Ying's soul within his body vibrate violently, seemingly resonating with that pillar of light, and the powerful suction force wanted to pull out the remnants of his soul within his body. Above the sky, the originally calm fragment of the outer heaven suddenly shook violently and turned into a stream of light that disappeared into Jiang Ying's brow. Not good. Lin Pingan's face changed drastically, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. He could only watch as the fragment of the heavenly beyond disappeared into Jiang Ying's brow. Ha ha ha, the heavens have helped me. Elder Tianji laughed out loud in excitement. The ancient formation spirit, it's finally awakening. As the fragment of the heavenly beyond merged into Jiang Ying's brow, the brows on his originally peaceful face were tightly furrowed, as if he was experiencing great pain. Click, ka-chow, click. On top of the ice coffin, those fine cracks quickly spread all over the coffin body, accompanied by a burst of frightening click sound. Cracks are getting bigger and bigger. In a deafening roar, the ice coffin was shattered. The powerful breath from her body burst out, sweeping the entire world of snow and ice, and even the entire 9 Ghosts Xian ice formation are trembling violently. The color of greed on the face of the old man Tianji was even thicker, licked his dry lips, and laughed. She is the formation spirit of the ancient sealed demon god. As long as she is devoured, the old man will be able to reign in the authority of the demon god. At that time, this world, in his voice is an uncontrollable madness. When Lin Pingan heard this, his heart was in turmoil. He looked at the crazy old man in front of him with shock, and then he looked at the ginger shadow in the ice coffin whose breath was in chaos, and a strong uneasiness surged into his heart. Jiang Ying slowly opened her eyes, and those eyes that were originally soulful and clear were now covered by a layer of chaotic blood color, and chaotic and furious aura surged within her body, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Who are you? Where is this place? Jiang Ying's voice was hoarse with endless confusion and pain. She scanned around blankly and her gaze landed on Lin Pingan, who was not far away. Are you evil? Confused fragments of memories tumbled in Jiang Ying's brain. Disgust and killing intent from the depths of his soul surged to his heart, and he violently raised his hand to slap out a palm in the direction of Lin Pingan. Boom! Terrifying frost power erupted, transforming into a huge ice-blue palm print, wrapped in a heaven-destroying might, and falling towards Lin Pingan. No good! Lin Pingan's face changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Ying in disbelief. Senior Jiang Ying, I am Lin Pingan. At the moment of life and death, Lin Pingan shouted loudly, trying to awaken Jiang Ying's memory, but the only thing that responded to him was the terrifying palm imprint that was getting closer and closer. Lin Pingan's eyes widened in anger as he roared in unwillingness. Senior Jiang Ying, you don't recognize me anymore. The chaos space in his body operated crazily, and pure chaos power erupted out, stiffly resisting the terrifying frost palm. Break it for me! Lin Pingan roared, erupting with all his strength and crushing the Xian ice chain that bound him with his bare hands. Lin Pingan roared. The chaos power in his hands rushed and condensed into a black spear, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura as he swept towards the 3 god transformation realm ice puppets. Thud! The black lance cut through the void, emitting ear-piercing sonic booms, leaving pitch-black spatial cracks wherever it passed, piercing through the chest of a transformation spirit realm ice puppet, and continuing to shoot towards the second ice puppet without decreasing its momentum. Put! Plop! There were 2 more soft sounds. The remaining 2 god transformation realm ice puppets were pierced through their chests by the black spears, and the ice puppets collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, turning into a sky of ice shards that dissipated into the air. Outside the 9 sepulchre Xian ice formation, the originally calm space suddenly trembled violently, and the terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy caused the faces of the nearby cultivators to change drastically. What's going on? The scent is. Go check it out. With curiosity and greed, the many cultivators rushed in the direction of the 9 septic Xian ice formation, and when they saw the scene before them, they all couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Look! What's that? Hiss! Killing 3 transformation god realm ice puppets in seconds. This strength is too terrifying. Who is this brat? Surprisingly, he possesses such terrifying strength. There was scorn in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Lin Pingan, and some had already begun to secretly speculate about Lin Pingan's identity. With one strike, Lin Pingan, covered in blood, turned around and looked coldly at the old man Tianji not far away, raising a mocking smile. Old dog, your chess game was toppled by me long ago. Elder Tianji's face suddenly changed, showing shock as Lin Pingan not only received Jiang Ying's attack, but also erupted with such a terrifying power to break free from the Xian ice chains. At this moment, however, Jiang Ying turned a deaf ear to Lin Pingan's questioning, with only intense killing intent in her eyes, only to see her right hand lifting up once again, the terrifying power of frost gathering in her palm, wanting to completely obliterate Lin Pingan. Lin Pingan's heart was flooded with bitterness. Just now, although he had blocked Jiang Ying's attack, he had also reached the end of his strength and was not her opponent at all. What to do? Am I going to die here? Lin Pingon was anxious inwardly, his eyes constantly scanning over Jiang Ying's body, trying to find a break. No, we must wake up Senior Jiang Ying. A wave of determination rose in Lin Pingon's heart. Forcibly enduring the severe pain in his body, his sight fell on Jiang Ying, and he shouted, Senior Jiang Ying, take a good look at me. I'm Lin Pingon. Elder Tianji stood not far away, looking at Lin Pingon's wretched appearance, and let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, truly the heavens have helped me. Chapter 42 Moon Spirit Xian Crystal. Senior Jiang Ying, wake up. I'm Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon's voice was hoarse, and as he looked at Jiang Ying's empty eyes, his heart was overwhelmed with sadness. Jiang Ying's movements paused slightly, and a confused look appeared in his eyes that were originally filled with killing intent. Lin, peace? She murmured in a low voice, her tone tinged with doubt. Seeing this, the old man Tianji's face changed drastically. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the light of the 9 ghosts Xian Ice formation once again bloomed, and countless Xian Ice chains shot out from all directions, winding towards Lin Pingon. Damn old thing! Lin Pingon cursed in a low voice as the power of chaos transformed into a black lance, destroying all the incoming Xian Ice chains. Pooh, but he eventually ran out of stamina, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as his figure staggered back. The confusion in Jiang Ying's eyes dissipated, and terrifying frost power coalesced in her hands. Stop! Senior Jiang Ying, I am Lin Pingon. Do you really not remember me? Lin Pingon shouted in despair, his voice dripping with grief. Jiang Ying turned a deaf ear as the terrifying power of frost transformed into a huge ice cone that whistled towards Lin Pingon. Boom! A deafening roar came from the depths of the glacier, and the entire glacier trembled violently as a behemoth broke through the ice, exuding a terrifyingly cold aura. What's going on? This breath. The faces of the people present changed drastically, and they looked towards the direction where the scent came from in astonishment, only to see a white light speeding towards the side in the distant sky. Not good. It's an ice crystal beast. A sharp-eyed cultivator recognized the true face of the white light and immediately cried out in alarm. What? Ice crystal beast? Run! Upon hearing the words ice crystal beast, the crowd, which was originally quite calm, suddenly became a chaotic mess and ran in all directions. Roar! The ice crystal beast roared up to the sky, its terrifying sound deafening, and after glancing towards the direction where Leng Yu was, it was launched towards the crowd in a frenzy. The power of frost surged wildly in Jiang Ying's hand, turning into a huge wall of ice that blocked the impact of the sound waves. Sinful beast, seeking death! Jiang Ying roared out in anger, his body quickly dodging the ice crystal beast's attack and quickly attacking towards it. The ice crystal beast roared to the heavens, unwillingly waving its ice crystal claws, wrapped in a terrifying might, and battled with Jiang Ying. Boom! 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 Every collision erupted with earth-shattering roars, and the entire glacier trembled. Lin Pingon looked at the scene in front of him with an anxious expression. With Jiang Ying's current state, he was no match for the ice crystal beast. Jiang Ying fought with the ice crystal beast for a long time, and the wounds on his body gradually multiplied. The ice crystal beast had thick skin and flesh, and every attack carried a destructive power, so Jiang Ying gradually fell behind. Roar! The ice crystal beast roared, waving its huge sharp claws and ruthlessly slapping at Jiang Ying. Ginger Shadow couldn't dodge and was slapped away by the giant claw, landing heavily on top of the glacier and spewing blood from his mouth. Jiang Ying! Lin Pingon's eyes were wide with rage as he recklessly rushed towards Jiang Ying, but he was stopped in his tracks by Elder Tianji. Little, your opponent is me. Elder Tianji laughed fiercely, waving the duster in his hand and attacking towards Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon looked anxious. Jiang Ying was in danger. If he didn't give a helping hand, he was afraid that it would be too late. Forcing himself to maneuver with Elder Tianji, his gaze never left Jiang Ying, only to see Jiang Ying struggling to get up, but the ice crystal beast didn't give her the chance and once again launched a fierce attack towards her. No, we can't wait any longer. Lin Pingon's heart crossed, summoned the burning sky order. His hands formed a seal, and a terrifying aura erupted as an illusory figure slowly emerged. What? Elder Tianji was shocked, not expecting Lin Pingon to be able to summon an ancient battle spirit. Lin Pingon ignored Elder Tianji's shock and quickly rushed towards Jiang Ying's direction. Jiang Ying, I've come to save you. Hearing Lin Pingon's voice, Jiang Ying looked slightly stunned with confusion in her eyes. Her voice was weak. We are partners, Lin Pingon said without hesitation. I will never leave you behind. As soon as the words fell, Lin Pingon had already rushed to Jiang Ying's side, picking her up to avoid the ice crystal beast's fatal blow. I'll take you out of here. Lin Pingon didn't give her a chance to speak, turned around with her in his arms and ran. Roar! The ice crystal beast was enraged by Lin Pingon and let out a deafening roar. Lin Pingon hugged Jiang Ying and darted across the glacier. With the ice crystal behemoths in hot pursuit behind him, he had to get rid of them as soon as possible, otherwise both he and Jiang Ying would be buried here. Lin Pingan desperately fled with Jiang Ying in his arms, but the speed of the ice crystal beast was just too fast, and he saw that it was about to catch up as a huge shadow loomed down. Spell it out. Lin Pingan put down Jiang Ying and said, find a safe place and wait for me. I'll take care of it soon. Turning around, he revolved the chaos skill to the extreme. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your opponent is me. Lin Pingan roared out, taking the initiative to meet the ice crystal beast. Chaotic thunder movement. Lin Pingan's hands formed a seal and black thunder roared out, fiercely bombarding the ice crystal beast. Roar! The ice crystal beast took the pain and let out an earth-shattering roar, and its huge body was actually blasted back a few steps. Good chance! Lin Pingan seized the opportunity and quickly arrived in front of the ice crystal beast. A black aura lit up in his palm and a black lance appeared in his hand. Chaotic lance technique. Lin Pingan raised his spear and chopped towards the head of the ice crystal beast. Pooh! The ice crystal beast's head was struck by the lance, and blood gushed out as its body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Lin Pingan looked at the ice crystal beast that had collapsed with a loud bang, his chest heaving violently, and before he had time to catch his breath, he hurriedly turned around and ran towards Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying, how are you doing? The only thing that responded to him was the whistling cold wind. The place where Jiang Ying had originally stayed was empty, only the thick layer of ice and snow covered by ice and snow, reflecting the piercing cold light. Lin Pingan stumbled helplessly onto the ice. Ginger shadow. Jiang Ying, he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across the empty glacier, but receiving no response. Right at this moment, a silhouette swept in from the distance, carrying a few moments of anxiety and worry. Lin Pingan, what happened? Where is Jiang Ying? Lan Yu's clear and cold voice came out. Jiang Ying is gone. Lin Pingan stood up violently and grabbed Lan Yu's shoulders, his voice dripping with helplessness and despair. Calm down, Lin Pingan. Lan Yu felt his trembling hand and held it in a backhanded grip trying to calm him down. Although Jiang Ying is unconscious now, he should be fine. A complicated look appeared in his eyes, and after a pause, he added, I know where the moon spirit Xian crystal is. The voice was clear and cold, but carried a firmness that could not be refuted. Follow me. Chapter 43 Glacial Purgatory. Following Lan Yu, Lin Pingan made his way deeper into the glacier's hinterland, and a huge ice crystal palace appeared in front of him. This is it. Lan Yu pointed to the depths of the palace, where there was a dazzling white light that emanated an amazingly cold aura. The lunar metaphysical crystals are in there. But, Lan Yu's face was grave. There is a powerful consciousness guarding there, and if you want to obtain the moon spirit Xian crystal, you must obtain its approval. Lin Pingan did not say anything and walked straight to the depths of the palace. Just after stepping into the palace, the scene in front of him transformed. The original ice crystal palace disappeared and turned into a chaotic space. Is this an illusion? Lin Pingan frowned and looked around, playing God. As soon as the words left his mouth, an icy voice rang in his ears and, Mortal, how dare you trespass on my territory? A huge ice crystal phoenix appeared out of thin air, emitting a terrifying pressure as it looked at Lin Pingan with an icy gaze. Who are you? Lin Pingan was shocked in his heart. This pressure was several times more powerful than the ice crystal beast he had encountered before. I am the consciousness of this secret realm. The ice crystal phoenix spat out human words with an icy voice. Those who trespass, die. Before the words fell, Lin Pingan only felt that the scene in front of him changed again, and he was in a barren and scorched land, with the blood moon hanging high in the sky, the earth cracked, and thick smoke rolling around. Lin Pingan looked at the place in shock, his ears filled with wails of pain. You caused all of this. A spiteful voice exploded in his ears, and Lin Pingan turned around violently, only to see a blood-soaked figure standing behind him, and this person was none other than Jiang Ying. The blood light shone on Jiang Ying's face, making it look particularly hideous. Lin Pingan, kill me, kill me. Jiang Ying hissed hoarsely, his voice dripping with pain and despair. Only by killing me can you stop this. Only then can you save the world. Jiang Ying exuded a strong aura of death. He wanted to get closer, to tell her it wasn't true, but he couldn't move his body as if it were filled with lead. Kill me, kill me. Ginger Shadow's voice was mournful. No, I won't kill you. I will never kill you. Lin Pingan desperately shook his head, tears coming to his eyes. There must be another way. There must be another way. Useless, useless. Jiang Ying revealed a miserable smile, despair in his eyes. I've already gone too deep into the devil. My soul has been polluted. My existence will only bring disaster to this world. Kill me, Lin Pingan, please, kill me. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lin Pingan shook his head frantically. He couldn't accept this fact, much less kill his partner with his own hands. Lin Pingan, do you remember the first time we met? You were bullied at that time. Jiang Ying's voice gradually became gentle. I remember it all. Lin Pingan burst into tears as those wonderful memories came back to him scene by scene. but I have now become your burden, your threat. A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Ying's face. If my death can save you, can save the world, I am willing to give everything, including my life. Jiang Ying said as he violently pulled out the black lance at Lin Pinggan's waist and aimed the sharp tip of the lance at his chest. No, don't! Lin Pinggan's eyes widened in anger, wanting to stop Jiang Ying, but it was too late. Jiang Ying smiled miserably, determination in his eyes, and with his last strength, he stabbed the lance into his own chest. Put! Blood splattered and stained Lin Pinggan's face. Lung Yu looked at the figure stumbling through the blood mist from afar and felt an overwhelming sense of shock in her heart. Lin Pinggan in the illusion was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he was still firmly moving forward, seemingly unable to feel any pain. What kind of pain is he enduring? What kind of willpower is it that keeps him going? Lung Yu muttered. She had never seen anyone whose restraint could be so tenacious. Jiang Ying. Lin Pinggan let out a heartbreaking roar, feeling like the entire world was collapsing at this moment. The scene in front of him changed again. The barren scorched earth disappeared into endless darkness. He felt himself falling into a bottomless abyss. Endless loneliness and despair engulfed his sanity. Could it be that I'm really wrong? Lin Pinggan muttered, his voice dripping with confusion and pain. Do you really want to sacrifice your partner for the sake of the world? Could it be that this is the destiny that the so-called heroes must carry? Lin Pinggan painfully closed his eyes as he struggled inwardly in agony. He violently stopped in his tracks, and his originally empty eyes suddenly lit up as he threw himself up to the sky, wanting to tear apart the illusion in front of him, revealing the modeled secret space, a mere illusionary realm. How dare you trap me? Lin Pinggan roared, the majesty in his voice shaking the entire secret space. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed violently towards the void, and the space in front of him hardened and tore open a huge mouth. Piercing light shone in from the crack, and Lin Pinggan stepped into it without hesitation. In the next moment, he was already at the core of the secret realm, and under his feet was a vast and boundless ocean of spiritual energy, emanating powerful energy fluctuations. In the center of the ocean of spiritual energy, there was a brilliant and dazzling Xian crystal suspended. This is the moon spirit Xian crystal? Lin Pinggan stretched out his right hand, and the 7-colored Xian crystal automatically flew into his palm as if summoned by some sort of call, emitting a warm light. The greatest treasure of heaven and earth is for those with virtue. I am that virtue. Lin Pinggan's voice resounded throughout the secret space. Just as Lin Pinggan was gripping the lunar phenomenon crystal, a sudden change occurred. The chaos fragment that had been integrated into his body seemed to be attracted to vibrate crazily. An irresistible suction force erupted, enveloping Lin Pinggan along with the moon phenomenon crystal. What's going on? Lin Pinggan was shocked, but he was simply unable to stop the force. He watched as the chaos fragment within his body hovered in the air, gradually fusing with the moon spirit Xian crystal, as arcane runes appeared and disappeared. As the surrounding runes gradually disappeared, the originally broken small tripod reappeared. The chaotic yin-yang tripod has actually recovered 70%? Lin Pinggan said in surprise. Taking a closer look at the body of the tripod, there were 7 more tightly wound chains of different colors. Just as he was puzzled, a majestic voice suddenly came out of his ears. Chaos began at the beginning. I am the order. In my name, grant you divine power. Lin Pinggan was ecstatic in his heart. Before he could ask in detail, the voice continued. The moon phenomenon crystal has been devoured and refined by me, repairing 70% of the tripod body. You can use my divine power 3 times a day. But remember, excessive consumption will backfire on your lifespan. Sure enough, the chaos tripod is a double-edged sword, and behind the powerful force is an unbearable price. It's just that power and cost are meant to coexist. Lin Pinggan murmured in a low voice, as long as I can guard everything I want to guard, what's the harm in paying a greater price? Just as Lin Pinggan's mind was attracted by the chaotic tripod's strange changes, Old Man Tianji seized the opportunity and pounced on Lin Pinggan's back. His withered 5 fingers were glowing with an eerie green light, obviously quenched with poison. If this strike was successful, Lin Pinggan would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Despicable villain. Long Yu, who had been observing in the shadows with her pretty face containing fury, scolded. Her hands formed seals, and arcane runes flew out from her fingertips, building a wall of ice in front of Lin Pinggan. Rumble. Elder Tianji's imperative strike fiercely blasted on top of the ice wall, blocking Elder Tianji's attack. Chapter 44 Formation Spirit returns to 1. Old Piker. Looking for death. Lin Pinggan violently turned around, anger burning in his eyes as he slapped out a backhanded palm towards the old man Tianji. Little reacts quite quickly. Elder Tianji laughed sorrowfully, contempt in his eyes. Unfortunately, it's too late. His hands fluttered, punching out complicated blood-colored runes, and bizarre blood-colored spell formations took shape under his feet, emitting a strong smell of blood. With my essence blood, awaken the formation spirit. Elder Tianji's face was livid and his eyes were filled with madness as he sprayed a mouthful of essence blood in the center of the spell formation. The spell formation suddenly glowed brightly, and a huge blood-colored skeleton slowly rose from the spell formation, its empty eye sockets burning with ghostly green flames that were creepy. Quickly stop him, he's going to devour Jiangying with the blood sacrifice formation. Lang Yu cried out anxiously, her knuckles starting to turn white as her hands exerted too much force. What? Lin Pingan was shocked at what he heard. His heart was even more furious. Jiangying was still seriously injured at this moment and didn't know where to go. If he was swallowed up by this blood sacrifice formation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little girl, quite a bit of insight. Elder Tianji looked at Lang Yu's flustered expression sorrowfully, and became even more pleased in his heart. However, what can you do to me? He made a seal with both hands and manipulated the blood-colored skeleton to follow Jiangying's scent, with the crowd following closely behind. At this time, inside a hidden cave. Ginger Shadow huddled deep in the cave, letting out a mournful scream as the pain made her nearly faint. Suddenly, a bloody light descended from the sky, savagely tearing through the cover of the vines at the entrance of the cave and reflecting on Jiangying's pale face. The blood-colored skeleton's empty eye sockets burned with ghostly green flames as it greedily stared at Jiangying. She struggled to get up, but realized she didn't even have the strength to lift her hands. Just as the blood-colored skeleton was about to touch her, the originally dull remnants of the soul within Jiangying's body suddenly shone brightly, and a powerful force erupted from within her. What's going on? Elder Tianji's face changed drastically as he looked at the scene in front of him incredulously, only to see that Jiangying was wrapped in a dazzling white light, and her aura climbed up as the space around her became distorted. A heaven-shaking roar came from the sealed land, and the heaven-destroying pressure could be felt for 100 miles around. This is the demon god? Lang Yu exclaimed in shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Impossible, her true body is sealed. Elder Tianji thought of something and his face became ugly. Not good, the seal is going to break. Right at this moment, a terrifying demonic god's will descended. The surrounding space trembled violently, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if the end was coming. Feeling this heaven-destroying pressure, everyone present felt their souls tremble. What? What is this? So terrifying. This pressure, could it be a demon god? Some cultivators looked at the sky in horror, their voices trembling. Demon god? The legendary demon god? The faces of the crowd were pale. Even Elder Tianji, who had a smug look on his face before, was now in a state of shock. This power is simply not something we can resist. Lang Yu swallowed hard, her pretty face turning white as she muttered, could it be that we're all going to die here today? Despair spread through the crowd. Everyone was trembling. In the face of this destructive force, they were nothing more than ants. Life and death were not up to them. Old thing, I want you to die. Lin Pingan's eyes were wide with rage. The chaos tripod trembled violently in his hand, and a low voice went to his ears. Vent your anger. Unleash your power. Kill him, kill him. The voice was low and hoarse, carrying compulsion and endless resentment, constantly eroding Lin Pingan's mind. Each whisper struck hard at the depths of his soul, amplifying the anger and murderous intent in his heart infinitely. As Lin Pingan's pupils were gradually taken over by blackness, his sanity faltering under the compulsion of this voice. Lin Pingan, wake up! Lang Yu was horrified in her heart when she sensed Lin Pingan's abnormality. She could not think of anything else. She mobilized her entire body's extreme power, condensed it into a slender ice needle, and fiercely stabbed it into Lin Pingan's brain. Lin Pingan let out a pained roar. His body trembled violently, and the chaos cauldron almost came out of his hand. Looking for death. Elder Tianji was furious at the sight. His figure quickly appeared in front of Lang Yu, his dry hand claws carrying a sinister aura. Lang Yu reacted extremely quickly, and with a wave of her hand, a wall of ice rose up from the ground, blocking Elder Tianji's attack. Go to hell! Elder Tianji was burning with rage, and with a wave of his hand, countless blood-colored talismans appeared in the air, transforming into sharp blades that swept towards Lang Yu in a heavenly manner. The blood-colored blades sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as the ice wall shattered. Lang Yu was shocked and flew backwards, landing heavily on the ground. Fishy sweet blood surged up her throat, but she forcefully swallowed it back. Cough. Lang Yu wanted to struggle to get up, but she felt a sharp pain coming from her chest, causing her to black out and almost faint. Lin Pingan, hurry! She spat out a few words with difficulty, her voice so weak that it was barely audible. Looking at Lang Yu's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Lin Pingan could barely breathe. He had never seen Lang Yu look so weak, and at this moment, she was seriously injured for herself, and anger surged wildly from the bottom of Lin Pingan's heart. Old dog Tianji, I want you to die. He roared up to the sky, his eyes turning crimson as the chaos cauldron transformed into 100 feet in size under his control. suppressing the heavens and earth. Yin and Yang reversal, chaotic demon refining. Lin Pingan's hands flew together to form a seal, and he recited an obscure incantation under his breath, his voice shaking the void. Only on the chaotic cauldron, black and white light flowed, and Yin and Yang intertwined, forming a huge black and white Tai Chi diagram that enveloped Lin Pingan and Lungyu. The Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated, emitting a vast and boundless pressure that caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. Roar! The unwilling roar of the demon god came from the bottom of Lin Pingan's heart, but it was forcefully suppressed by the power of the Tai Chi diagram. When Elder Tianji saw this, his face changed. What kind of formation is this? It can suppress the power of the demon god. He realized that the situation was not good, but at this moment, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. In order to save his life, Elder Tianji once again sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood. All go to hell. Roar! The blood-colored skeleton let out a deafening roar and opened its bloody mouth, spewing out blood-colored mist that enveloped Jiang Ying. Jiang Ying struggled as hard as she could, but to no avail. Her crystal-clear body was gradually eroded by the black mist. Her eyes snapped open. Her originally cool eyes became blood red. She slowly got up, feeling the power rushing through her body. Her mouth hooked into an icy cold smile. Chapter 45 Suppressing the Demon God. The chaotic cauldron emitted a deafening roar, and the black and white Taiji diagram's light skyrocketed, wanting to devour this heaven and earth. Lin Pingan clenched his teeth, his hands constantly changing complex seals, injecting the chaos power madly into the chaos tripod. As the chaos power continued to pour in, the pressure emanating from the rapid rotation of the Taiji diagram became more and more terrifying. Lin Pingan hissed out in pain, his long black hair becoming white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his entire person looked 100 years old. Lin Pingan, Lungyu cried out in shock, looking incredulously at the scene in front of her. He had actually gone so far as to burn his own lifespan in order to suppress the power of the demon god. Ha ha ha, kid, you're asking for death. Seeing this, Elder Tianji's eyes were sinister as he maneuvered the scarlet skeleton. Taking advantage of Lin Pingan's lack of time to think about anything else, he attacked again. With an ear-piercing shrill whistling sound, the blood-colored skull opened its bloody mouth and bit fiercely towards Lin Pingan. Unconscionable. Lin Pingan laughed out coldly and exhaled a palm with his backhand. Boom! The blood-colored skull burst apart, turning into a sky of blood mist that dissipated into the air. Elder Tianji's face instantly changed drastically. Lin Pingan was still able to burst out with such terrifying strength after burning 100 years of his lifespan. You, what kind of monster are you? Elder Tianji asked in horror, his voice trembling with fear. Monster? The corners of Lin Pingan's mouth hooked into a mocking smile as he looked disdainfully at Elder Tianji. The ultimate secret you're so painstakingly searching for is nothing more than a tiny pawn in my chess game. You, Elder Tianji pointed at Lin Pingan, trembling with anger, but unable to retort. In the end, he could only shut his mouth in indignation, swallowing back into his stomach his full of anger and resentment. Right at this moment, Jiang Ying, who was enveloped by the blood mist, suddenly let out a roar as the blood-colored mist madly surged into Jiang Ying's body. Her originally fair skin was now flushed with a bizarre flush. Her black and white eyes were dyed red by the color of blood. The sanity in her eyes was gradually replaced by berserkness, and she exuded a berserk aura all over her body. Ugh dash! Ginger Shadow let out a hiss of pain sounding miserable, holding her head with both hands as if she was resisting something, but the force was too strong and eventually broke through her rational defenses. Die! All die for me! Ginger Shadow got up violently, his eyes filled with killing swept the surroundings, a desire for destruction in his eyes. Jiang Ying's transformed into a blood-colored lightning, weaving through the crowd, and wherever he passed, the screams were endless. She slapped out a palm. The violent power directly shook a cultivator into a bloody mist. Her 5 fingers opened up and grabbed in the air. The terrifying suction sucked several cultivators into her palm, and then with a fierce grip, those cultivators were pinched into a meat cake amidst the screams of despair. Wherever Jiang Ying's scarlet eyes swept by, all the cultivators were creeped out, trying to dodge, but it was futile in front of the absolute power. She coldly and mercilessly harvested all the lives around her, and for a while, the screams and clashing of weapons, intertwined together, seemed like a hell on earth. Blood dyed the earth red, and the air exuded a sickening smell of blood. Right at this moment, Lin Pingan stepped forward, only to see his silver hair flying and a dazzling light emanating from his body, a light that dazzled and dispelled the gloom in the hearts of the crowd. Get lost! Jiang Ying didn't even look at him. His figure turned and appeared in front of Lin Pingan. His 5 fingers became claws with an aura that tore everything apart, grabbing towards Lin Pingan's chest. Not good. Jiang Ying has been eroded by demonic chi. Lin Pingan's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly urged the chaotic cauldron with all his might, and a huge yin-yang formation map coalesced under his feet. Yin and yang reversal. Qiankuan borrowing. Lin Pingon made seals with both hands, reciting an obscure incantation under his breath, his long silver hair moving without any wind, his entire person exuding an out-of-this-world aura. Give me the town. With Lin Pingon's roar, the yin-yang formation diagram shone brightly, enveloping the rampaging Jiang shadow. Jiang Ying struggled frantically in the formation diagram. She flailed her arms and hissed, wanting to tear the confinement. But under the confinement of the power of chaos, no matter how much she struggled, she could not break free. I can't believe we were saved. Alliance Master Lin is truly admirable for having a heart for the world. Alas, it's all the fault of that old man Tianji, whose selfish desires have caused harm to others and himself. Alliance Master Lin's divine power has saved the world. We can't just stand by and watch. Let's cheer for Senior Lin together. The crowd of cultivators were excited and offered their magic treasures to cheer for Lin Pingon. As time passed, the blood color in Jiang Ying's eyes gradually receded, and his sanity gradually returned to clarity, the madness and tyranny in his eyes being replaced by intense exhaustion and weakness. She dropped her arms feebly. Lin, peacefully, she cried out weakly, her voice trembling through her fear. Senior Jiang Ying, have you recovered? Lin Pingon asked with concern, his tense nerves finally relaxing as he looked at Jiang Ying's weakened appearance, worry in his eyes. I'm fine. Jiang Ying shook her head, squeezing a smile out of her miserable face, trying to reassure Lin Pingon. She paused, seemingly recalling something, her tone solemn. According to my recovered memories, wanting to completely seal the demon god, it is necessary to gather 3 fragments of the outer heaven. Fragments of the outer heaven? Lin Pingon frowned slightly, his voice dripping with doubt. What exactly is that? During the ancient times, after the heaven beyond heaven collapsed, the fragments scattered on earth. Jiang Ying explained, his voice heavy with unspeakable heaviness. Each fragment contains a powerful force, and only by gathering all 3 fragments can we open the formation that seals the demon god. I see. Lin Pingon nodded, his face becoming grave as he looked up into the distance muttering, it seems that I have to find these 3 fragments as soon as possible. The surrounding cultivators exploded when they heard their conversation. What? The outer heaven fragment? Alliance Master Lin, what should we do? The cultivators looked at Lin Pingon worriedly. Lin Pingon looked around and saw an expectant face, took a deep breath and said aloud, Gentlemen, I know everyone's worries, but please believe that I will do my best to gather all 3 fragments, completely seal the demon god, and return this heaven and earth to a clear sky. Yes, Alliance Master Lin, we support you. We swear to follow Alliance Leader Lin to the death. The crowd of cultivators chanted, and when Lin Pingon saw this, a warm current welled up in his heart. After burning 100 years of his life, to be able to receive the support and embrace of so many people, it was all worth it. Elder Tianji's face was blue. Originally thought that he could use the sword to kill and reap the benefits, but he didn't expect Lin Pingon to be so powerful. Not only did he suppress the demonized Jiang Ying, but he also gained the crowd's embrace. Looking at the crowd around him, he glared fiercely at Lin Pingon, taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, and quickly shot out to kill him. Chapter 46 Karmic Reincarnation. Lin Pingon's figure retreated sharply and managed to dodge Elder Tianji's vicious palm. The wind of the palm grazed his cheek, leaving a fiery pain. He looked cold and stern. This old piker was indeed insidious and cunning, taking advantage of the crowd's unpreparedness to engage in a sneak attack. Old man Tianji, watch the move! Lin Pingon shouted angrily as he swung out the long spear in his hand, aiming straight for old man Tianji's face. Elder Tianji snorted coldly. The duster in his hand swung out. A powerful wave of air pawned the lance as he wandered around Lin Pingon in a fluttering figure, blocking off all of Lin Pingon's paths of retreat. Old man Tianji suddenly laughed out strangely, shaking his duster. The silver threads in the sky transformed into countless fine needles, shooting towards Lin Pingon in a sky. Lin Pingon's lance swirled, forming a golden curtain of light that blocked all the silver needles. Sculptor's little skill. Lin Pingon snorted coldly, quickly appearing in front of Elder Tianji, his spear stabbing out, aiming straight for Elder Tianji's throat. Tianji old man's face changed slightly. In haste, he could only dodge sideways, but he was still cut by the tip of the gun through his sleeve, leaving a bloodstain. Lin Pingon didn't dare to be careless. He operated the power of chaos to the extreme. His moves became more and more severe. Each move carried the power of destroying the sky and the earth. The two of them exchanged figures. It was difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat for a while. Lin Pingon burned 100 years of lifespan. His aura was greatly depleted, and he gradually fell behind. Seeing this, Elder Tianji revealed viciousness in his eyes, and seizing Lin Pingon's break, he struck his chest with a vicious palm. Put! Lin Pingon spewed out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out backwards, struggling to stand up, feeling his body's chi and blood churning, and his eyes going black. Ha ha, Lin Pingon, you also have today. Elder Tianji laughed up to the sky, walking towards Lin Pingon step by step, killing intent in his eyes. I can't fall down. Lin Pingon forced himself to endure the severe pain and with great difficulty raised his right hand palm upward as a powerful suction force erupted from within him. Burn! Essence blood! Lin Pingon roared, his palm igniting a blazing fire. Lin Pingon's eyes showed determination, and his essence blood burned out, turning into 7 bloody lightning bolts that merged into the spear, and the 7 blood-colored lines on top of the spear body lit up one by one, and every time one of them lit up, the body of the spear trembled for a minute, and the space around it distorted for a minute. Break for me! The long spear in his hand transformed into 7 blood-colored gun shadows, and with lightning speed, he shot explosively towards Old Man Tianji, only to see Lin Pingon move swiftly, each shot carrying the powerful pressure of the Chaos Cauldron, and Elder Tianji could not react in time before he was engulfed by the shadows of the shots. After the 7 shots were swung, above the 9 heavens, thunder clouds tumbled, electricity flashed and thunder roared. The terrifying power of the thunderbolt, which was triggered by this heaven-destroying shot, transformed into a purple thunderbolt the thickness of a water bucket, carrying the aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, descending from the heavens and splitting with unparalleled precision on top of the 7th gunshot, which was instantly filled with radiance and transformed into a bolt of lightning at an unrivaled speed, shooting towards the old man of heavenly mechanics. No, this is impossible. When Elder Tianji sensed that powerful aura, he didn't dare to hold anything back, frantically urging all the strength in his body to transform into a green-colored curtain of light, wanting to ward off this fatal blow. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the lightning exploded and the light curtain shattered. Put! The long spear wrapped in the power of the thunderbolt and ran through Elder Tianji's chest without any hindrance. Ha 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 ha! The old man has been crossing the cultivation world for hundreds of years. Will he not? Old Man Tianji laughed wildly, but his voice came to an abrupt end as he realized that his body was shattering. Split? Lin Pingon frowned. This old man was indeed cunning. Looking around, he tried to catch a trace of Old Man Tianji's true body. Lin Pingon, wait for me. I will not share the same fate as you. Old Man Tianji's resentful voice came from the void. Want to run? Lin Pingon laughed coldly. His hands quickly formed seals. The chaos tripod glowed brightly, and an arcane rune flew out of the tripod, transforming into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky were enraged in general. Thunder rolled, and a bucket-thick thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck straight at Lin Pingon. Chaos tripod, swallow me! Lin Pingon did not flash or avoid, letting the lightning strike the chaos tripod, which rotated madly, swallowing all the power of the lightning. Again, Lin Pingon raised his voice to the sky, surprisingly taking the initiative to provoke the heavenly tribulation. His eyes were crimson, bathed in thunderous light, resembling the descent of a thunder god. Boom boom boom! One thunderbolt after another struck down, and Lin Pingon stood proudly in the middle of the sea of thunder, letting the thunderbolts ravage him, but his body did not suffer the slightest damage. Is that the immortal god? Some eagle-eyed cultivators saw the vague silhouette emerging from the lightning. Could it be that Alliance leader Lin summoned the power of the immortal god? Heavens, what exactly is this Alliance Master Lin, to be able to summon such a terrifying power? When the crowd of cultivators saw the scene, they were so excited that they fell to their knees and bowed down to Pingon Lin. Griffin, how dare you kill me? Lin Pingon's voice was extraordinarily clear in the sound of thunder as he reached out and pointed, and the lightning transformed into a thunder dragon that roared and rushed towards the place where Elder Tianji had disappeared. Boom! With a loud bang, the void trembled and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the black hole, as if it was connected to another world. If I behead your detachment today, I will step on the Tianji Pavilion in the coming day. What I, Lin Pingon, say, the heavenly Tao cannot stop. Lin Pingon stepped on the remains of the heavenly machine split, and the chaos cauldron hovered above his head, gulping thunderous light like a god of war. Allied Lord Lin is mighty. Alliance Master Lin is invincible. When the cultivators saw this, they were even more excited, shouting Lin Pingon's name loud and clear. Ling Yu looked at Lin Pingon's back, her eyes colorful. Lin Pingon with such desperation, all to protect her, to protect these innocent cultivators, but the cost of burning essence blood is too great. Cough cough. Jiang Ying weakly coughed a few times. Her pale face revealed a worried look as she struggled to stand up, but fell back to sit down due to her lack of stamina. Lin Pingon, are you alright? Lin Pingon turned around and looked at Jiang Ying's weak appearance. He hurriedly walked to her side and gently supported her with his hand. Senior Jiang Ying, how are you? I'm fine. I'm just overexerting myself. I'll be fine after some rest. Jiang Ying shook her head, signaling that Lin Pingon did not need to worry. That's good. Lin Pingon sighed in relief, but the strings in his heart grew tighter and tighter. But, Jiang Ying wanted to say, as if he had something difficult to say. What's wrong? Lin Pingon asked. anxiety in his tone. I'm afraid that the news of the fragments of the outer heaven has already spread. Jiang Ying sighed, his voice permeated with helplessness and worry. It is estimated that the people of the Black Tiger Wall and the Flying Eagle Gang will soon come to the door. Before Jiang Ying could finish her words, the fragment of the outer heaven within her body surfaced and stopped in the air, and a strange bloodlight rushed up to the sky, manifesting a huge left hand in the air. Chapter 47 Bloodline Resonance. Demon God Left Hand. Jiang Ying's face changed drastically as a mouthful of blood spurted out and his body swayed, nearly falling to the ground. Senior Jiang Ying. Lin Pingan was shocked in his heart at the sight and hurriedly held Jiang Ying's faltering body, asking eagerly, "How are you? Are there any injuries?" "Don't worry. I'm fine." Jiang Ying exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, pressed down the churning qi and blood, and said with a trembling hand pointing at the left hand in midair, "Where are you looking?" Lin Pingan looked up and saw a strange pattern printed on the palm of that left hand. It showed the location of the northern Isibis of K, the forbidden land of the demon clan, and the returning ruins of the eastern sea. This is... Lin Pingan's pupils shrunk slightly. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Countless thoughts quickly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that this demon god has some connection with the forbidden land of the demon clan and the East Sea returning ruins? This is the sealing diagram that seals the power of the demon god in the outer heaven fragment. Jiang Ying explained, one of these three seals is indispensable. And now that the seal on the left hand of the demon god is loose, I'm afraid that the other two seals are also. What do you mean? Lin Pingan's face sank, having guessed what Jiang Ying wanted to say. That's right, if we don't find the other two seals and reinforce them as soon as possible, I'm afraid that the power of the demon god will completely revive. And at that time, the entire cultivation world will be plunged into a place of no return. Jiang Ying's tone was unprecedentedly grave. The forbidden land of the demon clan, East Sea returning ruins. Lin Pingan muttered. These two places, one is a dangerous place with many crises, and the other is a mysterious and uncharted territory. Wanting to find the seal was not easy. Right at this moment, a cold and bone-piercing coldness violently sprang out from Long Yu's body. She stifled a grunt of pain and her face turned pale. The long dormant extreme blood vein in her body, as if it had sensed something, surged wildly, and the extreme coldness rushed across her body, making her unable to stop herself from having a chilling battle. Long Yu, what's wrong with you? Lin Pingan noticed Long Yu's abnormality and hurriedly held her up, asking with concern. Long Yu did not reply. She painfully closed her eyes, her shell teeth clenching her lower lip as she tried to suppress the qi and blood that was surging in her body. She felt that the extremely cold aura resonated with the demonic totem in the palm of the left hand of the demon god in midair, and vaguely she saw countless pairs of scarlet eyes watching her in the darkness, with mournful hisses echoing in her ears. Could it be that my birth is really related to the demon race? This terrifying thought crossed Long Yu's mind, making her scalp numb. I'm fine. Long Yu gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold back the qi and blood that was churning in her body, but her agonized expression couldn't fool anyone. Still saying you're fine? Your face is white like this, Lin Pingan said, about to reach out to probe Lang Yu's body. Don't touch me. Lang Yu violently swatted away Lin Pingan's hand, panic in her eyes. Lin Pingan was stunned by Lang Yu's actions and looked at Lang Yu with doubt and incomprehension in his eyes. I'm fine. I'm just suddenly a little uncomfortable. Lang Yu avoided Lin Pingan's gaze and explained in a panic. Is it really okay? Lin Pingan was still uneasy. Lang Yu seemed to be hiding something from him. It's really fine. You don't have to worry about me, Lang Yu said and turned her back to Lin Pingan, not wanting him to see her expression. Lin Pingan was puzzled in his heart when he saw this, but he didn't ask any further questions. Everyone has their own secrets, and since Lang Yu didn't want to say anything, he didn't want to force her. That's when the change came. A powerful aura of extreme suddenly erupted around Lang Yu, echoing the left hand of the demon god in midair, and the pattern of the demon race's forbidden land lit up with a bizarre light. What is going on here? Lin Pingan looked at this scene in surprise, completely unaware of what was happening. Could it be? Jiang Ying looked at Lang Yu with shock in his eyes. Could it be that she has flowing through her body? Lang Yu suddenly let out an agonizing scream as the aura on her body became berserk, and ice-cold, bone-piercing chills surged out of her body, lowering the temperature of her surroundings by several degrees. Lang Yu. Lin Pingan hurriedly revolved his chaotic force, wanting to help Lang Yu suppress the riotous power within her body, and the moment his hand touched Lang Yu's body, a powerful repulsive force shook him out. Pooh! Lin Pingan was shaken back a few steps, a mouthful of blood spurting out as his face turned pale. How are you? Lang Yu regained some of her senses, and when she saw that Lin Pingan was injured, her eyes showed concern, but it was quickly replaced by coldness and pain. I'm fine. Lin Pingan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and struggled to get up, looking at Lang Yu with eyes that were filled with worry and concern. Lang Yu, calm down. What's wrong with you? Lang Yu didn't pay any attention to Lin Pingon as she held her head with both hands and rolled on the ground in pain. Roar! A deafening beastly roar emanated from Lang Yu's mouth. The aura on her body became more and more berserk, and a horrifying pressure emanated from her body, pressurizing Lin Pingon to the point where he couldn't catch his breath. This aura is a demon race. Jiang Ying's face changed drastically, shock in his eyes. Could it be that Lang Yu she? Right at this moment, a grim voice suddenly rang out with undisguised malice and mockery. Jia, Lin Pingon, I didn't expect you to have such a secret by your side. It's really interesting. Ah. Who is it? Lin Pingon's face changed as he turned his head violently and scanned the surroundings. Lin Pingon, you caused me to lose a bilocation. I will have to settle this score with you sooner or later. The voice was eerie and cold, causing Lin Pingon to feel a chill down his back and a creepy sensation. Lin Pingon clenched his fists violently, his knuckles cackling, his eyes about to spew fire. Old dog Tianji, it's you! Jia. The old man Tianji's voice was filled with smugness and mockery. Lin Pingon, now that the Divine Flame Sect's mountain protection formation has been infiltrated by me, it won't be long before the entire Divine Flame Sect will be in my possession. So what if you scrapped Peak Master 1? I had planted my undercover agents in the Divine Flame Sect 100 years ago. Ha. You! Lin Pingon was instantly enraged. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. His eyes blackened and he almost fainted. Damn it! This old dog was so insidious and cunning. Lin Pingon, just wait for death in despair and fear. Ha. The voice of the old man Tianji faded away, leaving only a chilling laughter echoing in the air. Lin Pingon forcibly suppressed the churning qi and blood, his eyes looking icily into the distance with monstrous killing intent in his eyes. Old dog Tianji, you wait for me. This revenge, Lin Pingon, will definitely avenge. Lin Pingon gritted his teeth and clenched his hands, his knuckles squeezing and snapping. Calm down, Lin Pingon. Jiang Ying's voice rang out, permeated with worry. Now is not the time to get carried away. Elder Tianji is full of tricks. We have to think long and hard. Lang Yu also walked to Lin Pingon's side and gently pulled his sleeve. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry, but she did not speak. Chapter 48 The Ice Abyss in the Far North. Lin Pingon exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and tried to calm the anger in his heart. Now was not the time to be impulsive. Since Elder Tianji dared to provoke so blatantly, he must have something to rely on. Senior Jiang Ying, what do you suggest? Lin Pingon turned his head towards Jiang Ying and inquired. Since Elder Tianji wants to take the Divine Flame Sect for himself, then we'll not do what he wants. Jiang Ying paused and said, let's continue to go deeper to the extreme northern ice abyss and look for the heavenly outer heaven fragment. As long as we seal the demon god, old man Tianji, is not enough to be feared. Lin Pingon's mind moved slightly as he heard this. Senior Jiang Ying was right, as long as the demon god was resealed. Even if Elder Tianji did any more calculations, it would be of no use. Okay, that's it. We'll set off right now. Lin Pingon God firmly said, turning his head to look at Lang Yu in a calm tone. Are you willing to go with us? Lang Yu looked at Lin Pingon's expectant eyes and gently nodded without saying anything, but the tenderness in her eyes said it all. After the three of them decided, they didn't delay and directly headed in the direction of the extreme north ice abyss, the temperature around them getting lower and lower. It's so cold. Lang Yu couldn't help but shiver, her exquisite pretty face covered in pain. Lin Pingon frowned slightly at the sight. Are you alright? He asked with concern, reaching out to hold Lang Yu's hand and channeling the power of chaos into her body to help dispel the chill. I'm fine. Lang Yu felt the warmth coming from Lin Pingon's hands and shook her head as her heart warmed. Let's just hurry up and find the heavenly beyond fragment earlier, or leave this hellish place earlier. Lin Pingon nodded and didn't say anything else as he led the crowd onward. Ahead is the extreme northern ice abyss. Jiang Ying's voice rang out in a grave tone. This place is covered in ice and snow all year round. The temperature is extremely low, and there are many powerful demonic beasts living here, so everyone be careful. Lin Pingon looked up. In front of him was a white, icy sky and snow. The wind was bitterly cold and the temperature was terribly low. Even he felt a chill. Watch out! Ginger Shadow's urgent voice rang out. Rumble! With a loud bang the ice exploded and dozens of figures rushed out of the ice and snow, surrounding Lin Pingon and the others. It's someone from the Tianji Pavilion. Lin Pingon's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since it was an ambush, then there was no need to show mercy. His mind moved. The chaos tripod appeared out of thin air, suspended above his head. The body of the tripod was flowing with ghostly light, emitting a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. The faces of the Tianji Pavilion crowd suddenly changed at the sight, and the person at the head exclaimed, "The Chaos Cauldron!" He actually obtained a Chaos Supreme treasure. Without much time to think, Lin Pingon pressed his right hand downward and bellowed, "Chaos, congeal!" The mouth of the tripod poured down endless ethereal light, and wherever it passed, everything froze. The originally fluttering snowflakes quickly froze, forming a crystal-clear ice bridge that spanned both sides of the abyss. While those Tianji Pavilion disciples who rushed over were attacked by the sudden coldness, their bodies were sluggish, and in the blink of an eye, they were frozen in the ice, maintaining their stance of charging, but unable to move. The sudden turn of events left the casual cultivators watching the battle dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen such a terrifying power that was able to reverse the heavens. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Is this the power of chaos? It's so terrifying. Alliance Master Lin is mighty. The Chaos Alliance will win. Although the Chaos Tripod is powerful, but after all, it is not completely repaired. The previous blow almost exhausted the stored chaos power. Tripod body. The originally small crack actually expanded a point. Vaguely there is light from the crack. Lin Pingon let out a muffled grunt, only to feel his body's chi and blood churning and blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth. The burden of forcibly urging the incompletely repaired chaotic cauldron was still too great. Long Yu, who had been paying attention to Lin Pingon, naturally saw this scene. Her heart tightened and her worry intensified, but she did not make a sound to disturb her, only gripping the sword in her hand, ready to deal with the ensuing battle at any time. The crowd stepped onto the ice bridge, and a gust of coldness came from underneath their feet, and through the crystalline bridge, the bottomless abyss was below them, and the cold wind was howling. The crowd stepped over the ice bridge and officially entered the core area of the extreme north ice abyss. The piercing coldness was going to freeze one's soul. Even breathing became difficult. Presented in front of everyone's eyes was a world of ice and snow. Huge icicles were as crystal clear as crystals, refracting colorful rays of light. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, and the cold air flowing underneath the ice could be vaguely seen. It's right up ahead. Jiang Ying's voice trembled. According to my senses, the heavens beyond fragment is in this neighborhood. The crowd looked in the direction of her finger, only to see a huge iceberg towering over the depths of the ice abyss, emitting a palpitatingly cold aura. At the top of the iceberg, a huge blue ball of light emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire ice abyss, and it was none other than the heavens beyond fragment. Roar! Deafening roars came from the icebergs, and the entire ice abyss trembled as a huge black shadow rushed up from the icebergs, bringing up a sky full of wind and snow. A huge beast with a snow-white body and a huge sinuous body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Its body was covered with thick ice crystals. A pair of golden vertical pupils, exuding a chilling ferocious light, was actually the legendary ancient ice chi dragon. Someone's legs went limp and they directly fell to their knees, muttering under their breath, "Ancient ice chi dragon." Surprisingly, it's the legendary ancient ice chi. How could such a ferocious beast appear here? There were also people whose faces were pale and terrified, and they didn't even have the courage to run away in the face of this kind of terrifying existence. Only Lin Pingon, in the face of this behemoth that covered the sky and the sun, looked as usual with no fear in his eyes, but instead, his battle spirit was awe-inspiring. Not good. I feel the aura of demon god's essence blood in its body. It's been contaminated. Jiang Ying's face changed drastically as he involuntarily took half a step back in alarm. Lang Yu looked at the rioting ancient ice chi dragon, her brows slightly knitted. The horror of the extreme north ice abyss was even greater than the rumors. It was surprising that even this ancient beast was corrupted by demonic chi. She didn't move and exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi, operating the chi of extreme yin, the invisible fluctuations spreading out, trying to appease the ice chi's manic emotions. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Inside Long Yu's body, the originally calm blood seemed to have been summoned by something and began to violently surge, and a force of extreme cold erupted uncontrollably, forming a thin layer of frost around her. She stifled a grunt out, desperately suppressing the churning chi and blood in her body, secretly shocked in her heart. This feeling, it seems to be, blood resonance. Could it be that there was some unknown connection between himself and this demonized ancient ice chi? Noticing that Long Yu's face did not look right, Lin Pingon asked in a low voice, "Long Yu, how are you?" At the same time, he didn't move his feet and walked beside her. Chapter 49 Bloodline Rampage. Long Yu did not reply, only shaking her head gently, but the agitation became more and more obvious. Even the sword in her hand emitted a buzzing sound, seemingly responding to the power surging within her. Roar! Before Lin Pingon could figure out the situation, the ancient ice chi dragon had already roared and rushed over, its huge ice claws wrapped in wind and snow, wanting to tear the crowd apart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this hurry? Lin Pingon cursed in his heart. Lang Yu was in an unstable state, and a hard fight would definitely not work. He was about to pull Long Yu up to avoid the front line for the time being, but he saw her violently look up at Ice Chi with determination in her eyes. "Don't come over. I can do it myself," Long Yu shouted out, moving to meet the raging Ice Chi dragon. "Are you crazy?" Lin Pingon's heart was pounding. This ancient Ice Chi dragon was an existence that even Jiang Ying was afraid of. What was the difference between rushing up there now and sending him to his death? Boom! The giant claw of the Ice Chi dragon collided with Long Yu's sword, erupting into a deafening roar, as violent energy fluctuations swept out, and the surrounding glaciers collapsed into a sky of ice debris. Lin Pingon was shocked back a few steps by the shockwave and was horrified in his heart. Long Yu's strength was truly terrifying. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Long Yu's state underwent a bizarre change. The aura on her body began to become wild and disorganized, and her cool eyes became blood red as she frantically attacked the Ice Chi dragon in front of her. Roar! The ancient Ice Chi dragon was completely enraged by Long Yu's life-threatening fighting style. Roaring up to the sky, his huge body erupted with dazzling white light, a force of extreme cold sweeping out. Not good. Long Yu is out of control. Jiang Ying's face suddenly changed and he lost his voice in alarm. His voice was thick with worry. Out of control? Lin Pingon's heart shook. He turned his head to look at Long Yu, only to see a layer of bizarre ice blue on her skin. The blood color in her eyes was getting thicker and thicker, and the aura on her body was getting more and more berserk. The harsh sword chi forced that ancient Ice Chi dragon on her head back and forth. It was not good that Long Yu had already lost her mind. If it continued like this, I'm afraid that it would injure itself. Lin Pingon took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Fight! With determination in his eyes, he operated the power of chaos and prepared to rush towards Long Yu, who was in a fierce battle with the Ice Chi dragon. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The originally berserk Ice Chi dragon, after sensing the aura emanating from Long Yu's body, unexpectedly trembled and prostrated on the ground, letting out a wail. Roar dash! The roar was more of a submission than a roar. Lin Pingon couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This sudden turn of events was completely beyond his expectations. The ancient Ice Chi dragon would actually bow down to Long Yu? Your Highness the Princess. What shocked him even more was that the Ice Chi dragon actually spit out human words, and his voice was permeated with fear and awe. Gong! Princess, Your Highness? Lin Pingon was dumbfounded, wondering if he was hallucinating. This address was even shouted at Long Yu? He looked at the prostrate, shivering Ice Chi dragon, and then looked at the cold moon whose breath was raging, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. What, Your Highness? What the hell is going on here? Those cultivators who were originally paralyzed with fear were also dumbfounded at the moment. How could they not expect that this terrifying ancient ice chihuahua would be so respectful to a young woman, and even call her Your Highness? Does it mean that? Someone in the crowd seemed to have thought of something, and their face turned pale. Long Yu is a descendant of the demon race's royal family? Hiss dash! The moment these words came out, the eyes of everyone looking at Long Yu were permeated with shock and fear. The demon royal family. That's a legendary existence. It was said that the demon race's royal family possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, and their strength was incomparably powerful, and the woman in front of him was actually the princess of the demon race's royal family, which was too unbelievable. As Lin Pingon was stunned, the original berserk Long Yu's figure appeared in front of him at speed, her eyes filled with cold killing intent, and without the slightest hesitation, the sharp sword in her hand stabbed him straight in the heart. Lin Pingon's pupils suddenly tightened, the aura of death enveloped him. The chaos power in his body surged crazily. The chaos holy body was pushed to its limits in a life and death situation. Only a layer of jade-like light covered his entire body, hardening against this deadly sword of Long Yu. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing exploded as the sword in Long Yu's hand was shaken and deflected, leaving a shallow white mark on Lin Pingon's chest. Lin Pingon, on the other hand, was shaken back a few steps by this huge force, and a mouthful of blood gushed out as the chi and blood in his body churned. Long Yu's strike was unsuccessful. Her scarlet eyes were filled with astonishment, but they were soon replaced by a deeper madness, as she made a seal with both her hands. A terrifying force of cold ice gathered in front of her body, transforming into a huge storm of ice crystals, wrapped in a stern might, sweeping towards Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon's face was grave. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He took a deep breath, gathered the power of chaos on top of his right hand, and met that ice crystal storm with a blatant slap. Boom! The golden palm collided with the ice crystal storm, emitting a deafening roar. The violent energy fluctuations raged, and the entire ice abyss trembled violently. With the continuous influx of chaotic power, the golden palm's power skyrocketed, and even shattered the ice crystal storm. Broken fragments of ice crystals scattered and splashed in all directions, transforming into a sky of ice debris drifting down. Ice Chi crept to the ground, looking at the figure that loomed large in the storm with surprise in her eyes. The power of chaos. He's a human, but he can actually control the power of chaos. Lin Pingon looked at the increasingly frantic Long Yu. His hands formed a seal, and the chaos tripod hung above his head, suppressing Long Yu, enveloping Long Yu. The endless power of chaos transformed into chains that bound Long Yu to death and began to devour the extreme power in her body. Click click click. A crisp cracking sound rang out. The chaos tripod had swallowed too much extreme power. The yin and yang were out of balance, and a fine ice crack appeared on the tripod body. The chaos tripod trembled violently. The ice cracks were getting more and more, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Trapped in the tripod, Lang Yu's originally furious aura gradually calmed down as she clutched her head in agony and let out a mournful scream. As time passed, the scarlet in Lang Yu's eyes faded, and a large number of memory fragments flooded into her brain. I am the princess of the demon race. Lang Yu? Lang Yu murmured painfully, confusion in her eyes. Your Highness, you've finally woken up. Seeing that Lang Yu had regained her senses, Ice Chi told her everything she knew. After listening to Ice Chi's narration, he learned that in the forbidden land of the demon race is sealed with the right foot of the demon god, and his own bloodline is the key and the shackle. Once the right foot of the demon god breaks the seal and comes out, he will become the target of all. When the cultivators heard Ice Chi's words, they broke out in a cold sweat. Demon race forbidden land? The right foot of the demon god? That we should be unintentionally involved in this kind of thing is like extinction. They witnessed this pungent secret that was enough to upend the entire cultivation world and sat paralyzed with fear, praying for a miracle to happen. Chapter 50 Bloodline Awakening. Just as the crowd was shocked by the secret story they heard, an aura that made the soul of Ice Chi tremble came from the depths of the ice abyss. Ice Chi looked at the bottomless abyss in horror, feeling the terrifying power that destroyed the sky and the earth. Her voice trembled. Not good. The forbidden land of the demon race is loosening due to the seal of the demon god's left hand. A spatial vortex has appeared. The demon race is coming down. Roar! The Ice Chi dragon let out a mournful roar, resisting the suction force with all its might as it hissed. Kid, take this. Hurry up! A fragment emitting a seven-colored haze flew out of its mouth and landed in Lin Pingan's hand. This is. Lin Pingan subconsciously took the shard, and a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the shard. Outer Heaven Fragment. Jiang Ying's weak voice rang out. His voice was filled with anxiety. Without waiting for Lin Pingan to speak, the space at the bottom of the abyss distorted violently, and a huge black vortex slowly took shape, with a horrifying suction force coming from the vortex, wanting to devour everything in the world. The terrifying suction force suddenly skyrocketed, and the Ice Chi dragon was powerless to resist as it was sucked into the bottomless black vortex. No! Lang Yu let out a heartbreaking cry and tried to rush up to grab the Ice Chi dragon, but she was pulled to her death by Lin Pingan. It's too late. Lin Pingan's eyes were red as he looked at the white figure that was being devoured, his heart grieving. Jiang Ying's frail figure stood behind Lin Pingan, extending his fingers but dropping them feebly. Jiang Ying. Lin Pingan watched as Jiang Ying, too, was pulled by that terrifying suction and swept into the endless darkness. We must leave here immediately. Lin Pingan made an instant decision. Go. He grabbed Lang Yu's hand and pulled her to his side, offering the chaos cauldron to lead the crowd to the sky. Boom! The moment they rushed out of the ice abyss, a huge spatial crack appeared behind them, a terrifying suction force, swallowing everything around them. Into it. The demon clan was within a rolling mountain range, and this was the most sacred place of the demon clan's holy land. At this moment, Lin Pingan and the others were standing on the outskirts of the holy land, looking at the lofty palaces in front of them, as well as the strong demon race members who were coming and going, and feeling shocked in their hearts. As Lang Yu approached the holy land of the demon race, she felt that the power of the sleeping bloodline in her body began to gradually awaken, and on her bare forehead, strange lines gradually emerged, emitting a faint glow, and mysterious power surged out of her body, making her feel unprecedentedly powerful. At this moment, Elder Jin Xian, clad in golden armor and holding a demon-subduing mortar and pestle, was leading a team of demon race guards, patrolling the outskirts of the demon race's holy land, when he suddenly stumbled and turned his head to look into the distance. This scent is. Elder Jin Xian frowned slightly. The scent was weak but familiar, carrying the power of ancient bloodline, making him feel uneasy, only to see his figure swaying, transforming into a stream of light, and sped towards the direction where the scent came from. Elder Jin Xian arrived in front of Lin Pingan and the others in the blink of an eye, his gaze fixed on Lang Yu with shock in his eyes. Demon Saint's Chi. Who? Are you really? He felt the aura emanating from Lang Yu's body, and his heart set off shockwaves. Could it be that she is the reincarnation of a demon saint? Elder Jin Xian didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly bowed and said in a respectful tone, "This girl, please forgive my clumsiness. I didn't know that you were coming, so I'm sorry to have missed your welcome. Please move to the Holy Land, so that I can do my duty as a landlord." Lin Pingan detected the deference in the old man's tone and knew that this was the effect of the power of Lang Yu's bloodline, but the purpose of his trip was not to enter the demon clan's Holy Land, but the demon clan's forbidden land. "Senior is polite. We have come for the forbidden land of the demon race," Lin Pingan said. When Elder Jin Xian heard this, his face suddenly changed, panic in his eyes. "Your Excellency is joking. The forbidden land of the demon clan is the place where the demon clan's forefathers have long slept. How can it be allowed to enter at will? Senior, please also make it easy." Lin Pinggan's tone was resolute. The forbidden land of the demon clan could not be entered at will, but for the sake of the heavens beyond fragment, he had no choice, and with that, he wanted to make his move. How dare you? How dare you trespass on the forbidden land of the demon race? 3 strong auras came from the depths of the Holy Land, and deafening voices resounded through the sky. 3 figures appeared in front of the crowd with lightning speed, and their powerful pressure made Lin Pinggan and the others gasp for air. The people who came were none other than the demon race's 3 great sacred masters, the top powerhouses of the demon race, who could cause heaven and earth to shake with the wave of their sleeves. Jin Xian, what's going on? The leading White Tiger Saint Lord scanned the entire field, his gaze landing on Long Yu. You actually have a demon king bloodline flowing in your body, yet you are not the reincarnation of a demon saint. What is the purpose of your visit here? Lang Yu took a step forward and saluted. The purpose of my junior's visit is to enter the forbidden land of the demon race. How dare you? The old man in blue robes burst out angrily. The forbidden land of the demon clan. Is it not possible for you to enter just because you say so? Senior knows that this matter is of great importance, but as it concerns the safety of the demon race, Senior has to do it. Lang Yu's expression was calm as she arched her hand and bowed. I still ask Senior to fulfill this. The safety of the demon race? Humph. I think you have ulterior motives. The red-robed old man snorted coldly, his eyes icy cold. The 3 Saint Lords struck at the same time. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire space. The space shook violently, and Lang Yu and the others' faces changed drastically. Burning sky. At the critical moment, Lin Pinggan took a violent step forward, and a black-colored token appeared in his hand. Precisely the Burning Sky Order. The moment the Burning Sky Order came out, the heavens and earth changed color, and a vast aura erupted, transforming into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky, hardening the pressure of the 3 Saint Lords. What? The White Tiger Saint's pupils suddenly contracted as he lost his voice and exclaimed, the Burning Sky Order. When the other 2 Holy Lords and Elder Jin Xian heard the words Burning Sky Order, they were all startled and looked at the token in Lin Pinggan's hand incredulously. Puff! With a sound, the White Tiger Sacred Lord's legs went limp, and he fell on his knees in front of Lin Pinggan, trembling, with awe and fear in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Greetings, my lord. I didn't know that your excellency had arrived. We have missed our welcome. I hope you'll forgive us. Seeing this, the other 2 Holy Lords and Elder Jin Xian didn't dare to be slow and followed suit, falling to their knees and shouting in unison, Greetings, my lord. We have eyes but we don't recognize MT, Tai, and we have bumped into your excellency, so I hope you'll forgive us. Lin Pinggan put away the Burning Sky Order and said in a cold voice, Lead the way to the forbidden land of the demon race. The White Tiger Sacred Lord was sincerely terrified and did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, so he hurriedly got up and respectfully said, Please follow me, my lord. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the depths. The other 2 Saint Lords and Elder Jin Xian saw this and all bowed their heads and followed behind, not daring to transgress in the slightest. The White Tiger Sacred Lord was the first to rise and respectfully lead Lin Pinggan, Lang Yu and the others, towards the depths of the Holy Land, with the other 2 Sacred Lords and Elder Jin Xian following closely behind in a respectful manner. Passing through a dense forest, a huge altar appeared in front of him, and around the altar stood 81 stone pillars, each of which was carved with demonic beast designs. My lord, this is the entrance to the demon race's forbidden land. The White Tiger Sacred Lord pointed at a door of light in the center of the altar and said respectfully. Lin Pinggan was just about to approach when he was blocked by an invisible barrier, and the White Tiger Sacred Lord saw this and hurriedly said, Entering the forbidden land requires a sacrifice of the Jiuli clan's bloodline. Lin Pinggan's heart sank. The Jiuli clan had long since disappeared into the river of history. Where to find their bloodline? Chapter 51 Bloodline Truth. Lin Pinggan frowned. The Jiuli bloodline. Where was this to be found? Right at this moment, the demonic pattern between Lang Yu's forehead began to emit a faint halo of light, and a powerful savage aura erupted from within her body. Boom! Lang Yu's body trembled slightly, and the demonic lines between her forehead came to life, transforming into a single arcane rune that flowed around her, carrying the bleakness and sadness of a barbaric era. This is the inheritance of the Jiuli clan. Elder Jin Xian's pupils quaked and his voice trembled a little. Demon Saint Resonance. You are. Lang Yu's deep sea of consciousness. But at this moment, it set off a shocking wave. Countless images constantly surfaced. Ancient sacrificial rituals, tragic battles, and the towering Jiuli totem, exuding endless majesty, overlooking the multitudes of beings. Each image had a shocking power that seemed to tear Lang Yu's soul apart, dragging her into the dusty history. The intense pain caused her to stifle a grunt, gritting her teeth and trying not to make any noise. In these fragmented images, the figure of a woman gradually became clear. She was clad in a 7-colored feathered garment, wearing a phoenix crown on her head, holding a golden scepter, with compassion in her eyes, looking away from Lang Yu. A warm and powerful force slowly injected into Long Yu's body along with the connection of her bloodline. Lang Yu felt a powerful force awakening within her. It was the power of the bloodline of the Jiuli clan. It was her mission and responsibility as the Holy Maiden. Lang Yu's body trembled violently. The demonic pattern on her forehead glowed brightly. She stifled a grunt in pain. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. After an unknown amount of time, the light gradually dissipated. Lang Yu opened her eyes and looked at Lin Pingan, revealing a bitter smile. I finally remembered and understood my mission. My existence is for this moment. With these words, Lang Yu turned around and walked towards that light door. Lang Yu. Lin Pingan wanted to stop it, but was pulled back by Elder Jin Shen, who shook his head with a complex expression and an intolerant look in his eyes. This is her destiny, and the last mission of the Jiuli clan. Lang Yu stood in front of the light door, raised her hand, sharp nails cut through her palm. Blood gushed out, transforming into a pillar of blood-colored light that shot towards the center of the altar. With my blood, awaken the power of the ancestors and open the door to the Forbidden Land. Stop! Lin Pingan got rid of Elder Jin, grabbed Lang Yu's hand, and snapped. What do you want? I'm fine. Cold Moon gently shook her head, her tone frighteningly calm. It's the only thing I'm worth anymore. Nonsense! Lin Pingan's anger burned in his heart. How could he sacrifice himself so easily? Didn't he know how valuable his life was? Buzz! Right at this moment, the chaos tripod in Lin Pingan's storage ring suddenly trembled violently, and arcane runes surfaced around its body. This is... The elder Jin Xian's eyes widened as he stared at the runes on the chaos cauldron with a deadpan expression. Jiuli ancient text. Elder Jin Xian lost his voice and exclaimed. His voice permeated with surprise. This cauldron is actually... The chaos tripod sensed the fluctuation of the Forbidden Land. The ancient Jiuli text on the body of the tripod emitted a dazzling light, and the invisible power spread out to echo the formation at the entrance of the Forbidden Land. Buzz! The Dao-like gate at the entrance of the Forbidden Land trembled violently, and cracks unexpectedly appeared in the originally invisible barrier. This is... What's going on? The White Tiger's Sacred Lord's face changed drastically as a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Bloodline trial. Elder Jin Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and pointed to the ancient Jiuli text on the Chaos Cauldron and said, there is a secret method recorded on this cauldron, which can be used in place of bloodline sacrifice in other ways. What? The White Tiger's Sacred Lord's face instantly became ugly. He had brought Lin Pingan and the others here in order to utilize Lang Yu to open the Forbidden Land, and now there was a change of heart. How could he be willing to do so? My lord! This cauldron! The White Tiger Saint Lord forced back the anger in his heart and squeezed out a smile that was even worse than a cry, but there were dark auras flowing in his eyes. Shut up! Lin Pingan coldly swept him a glance, the invisible pressure enveloping the White Tiger's Sacred Lord, frightening him so much that he didn't dare to say another word. Elder Jin Xian, how does this bloodline trial work? Lin Pingan ignored the White Tiger's Sacred Lord and instead turned his head to look at Elder Jin Xian. Now was not the time to pursue the White Tiger's Sacred Lord. The priority was to enter the Forbidden Land and find the heavenly outer heaven fragment. Elder Jin Xian didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly pointed to the ancient Jiuli text on the tripod and said, it's written here that one needs to find 9 demonic beasts that bleed from the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beasts, and use their essence blood as a guide to open the Forbidden Land as well. 9 types of swift ancient fierce beast bloodlines. Frowned Lin Pingan. Swift ancient fierce beasts were already rare, and it was even more difficult to find their bloodlines. My lord, there is no need to worry. I know where to find these demonic beasts. Elder Jin Xian saw Lin Pingan's concern and hurriedly said, oh, tell me. Lin Pingan came to be interested. This old man was still somewhat useful. In the depths of the 10,000 Demon Mountain Range, there is a place called 10,000 Beasts Valley, where all sorts of demonic beasts live, and there is no shortage of existences with the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts flowing through them. Elder Jin Xian said, it's just that. Just what? Lin Pingan asked. It's just that the 10,000 Beasts Valley is one of the forbidden places of the demon clan that is heavily defended, and the demon beasts in there are extremely powerful, so I'm afraid that if I want to obtain their essence blood, I'm afraid that... Elder Jin Xian showed a difficult expression on his face. That's not a problem. Lin Pingan laughed out softly, a cold aura flickering slightly in his eyes. I, for one, am most unafraid of challenges. My lord is wise. Elder Jin Xian hurriedly kissed his ass, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts was a place that even the demon race didn't dare to go in easily, and just by his strength he was waiting to die if he went there. There's no time to lose. I'll set off now. Lin Pingan said and was about to move off to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. My lord, please wait. The White Tiger Saint Lord suddenly spoke out to stop it. What? Do you have something else? Lin Pingan asked with some impatience. My lord, this 10,000 Beasts Valley is incredibly dangerous, and with your honorable status, it's better for me to send some men to escort you there. The White Tiger's Sacred Lord's face was full of smiles, but the smiles did not reach the bottom of his eyes as he secretly snapped the summoning talisman hidden in his sleeve. No need, I'll go alone. Lin Pingon waved his hand to reject the White Tiger Sacred Lord's good intentions and walked in the direction of the 10,000 Beasts Valley without looking back. Looking at Lin Pingon's departing back, the White Tiger Sacred Lord revealed a grim smile and whispered to himself, "Kid, just let you be arrogant for a little while longer. When you enter the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, that's when you'll die." Lin Pingon flew all the way and soon arrived at the outskirts of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, and just as he stepped into the area, the cool and barbaric atmosphere came over him, and the deafening roars of the beasts resounded through the valley, only to see the vastness of this place, surrounded by mountains, sky-high giant trees covering the sun, exotic flowers and grasses competing for color, heaven and earth aura converging into fog. Under the seemingly beautiful appearance, there are countless killing opportunities hidden. Chapter 52 Trial Illusion. Looking closely, large and small beast dens were spread throughout the valley, with different demonic beasts weaving in and out of them, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Roar! A huge giant ape spotted Lin Pingon and let out a heaven-shaking roar, both fists pounding on his chest emitting a thunderous roar as he rushed towards Lin Pingon. The giant ape was 10 feet tall, its hair was hard and rooted, and it exuded a berserk aura. It was actually so lucky that it had just come in and encountered a demonic beast that flowed with the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, the Vajra giant ape. Good timing. Lin Pingon did not flash or avoid. The corner of his mouth hooked up a disdainful smile. His eyes were intense with battle intent. A step out of the void shook the air, and a horrifying aura erupted and swept through the four directions. Boom! Lin Pingon blasted out a fist. The golden fist aura transformed into a meteor that cut through the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the giant ape's chest, and the giant ape's huge body immediately flew backwards, breaking the trees behind it with a deafening roar. Roar! The giant ape struggled to get up from the ground, horror showing in its eyes. Unbearable. Lin Pingon laughed coldly. His body moved to quickly appear in front of the giant ape, and he blasted out another punch, the terrifying power directly crushing the giant ape's chest. Bang! The huge body of the giant ape collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, completely losing its power of resistance. Lin Pingon took out the essence blood of the giant ape and continued to walk towards the depths of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. On the way forward, powerful demonic beasts appeared from time to time to attack Lin Pingon, but they were all easily resolved by him, crushing them along the way, and they soon penetrated deeper into the center area of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The spiritual chi of the heaven and earth was even more dense here, with many rare spiritual medicines growing, and the strength of the demonic beasts was also getting stronger and stronger. Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar rang out as a huge hydra poked its head out of the cave, its 9 pairs of eyes staring at Lin Pingon with a deadly stare, and its mouth spewing out poisonous mist of different colors. 9 infant snake. Lin Pingon's eyes plummeted. This was possessing the bloodline of the ancient beast, the 9 infant, so powerful that even fairy stage cultivators did not dare to easily mess with it. Just use your essence blood as a sacrifice. Lin Pingon's eyes rolled and he took the initiative to meet the 9 infant serpent. 3 days later, Lin Pingon walked out from the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Valley with his clothes stained with blood, but it was hard to hide his excitement. With the essence blood of these 9 types of ancient ferocious beasts, it should be enough to open that forbidden land. Lin Pingon muttered, anticipation in his eyes. Lin Pingon returned to the entrance of the Forbidden Land, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and took out 9 jade bottles from his storage ring. The jade bottles were precisely the essence blood of those 9 ancient ferocious beasts. He carefully poured the 9 bottles of essence blood into the groove in the center of the altar, and a terrifying aura erupted from the altar straight into the clouds. 9 colors of blood light shot up into the sky, transforming into 9 huge pillars of light that each shot above the stone pillars. The demonic beast patterns on the stone pillars were as if they had come to life, emitting deafening roars, and the entire valley began to vibrate violently. As the 9 stone pillars were activated, the space in the center of the altar began to twist and distort, and a pitch-black spatial crack slowly opened up, seemingly connecting to another world and exuding a frightening aura. The forbidden land of the demon race. It's finally opened. Lin Pingon's eyes exploded with a brilliant light as he took a step into the spatial rift and disappeared into the endless darkness. As soon as he entered, a desolate and sad atmosphere came over him, and the blood-colored moonlight sprinkled on the desolate battlefield, revealing an eerie dead silence. Roar! Sky-shattering roars came from the sky as countless illusory figures emerged from the depths of the Blood Moon wasteland, clad in tattered battle armor and wielding rusty weapons, exuding a monstrous hostile aura. Jioli Battle Spirit? Lin Pingon's eyes were wide open and his heart was shaken. These illusory figures emerging from the depths of the Blood Moon wasteland were actually the legendary Jioli battle spirits with their monstrous battle prowess. Kill! In the face of such a horrifying sight, Lin Pingon did not retreat by half a step, but instead, his battle spirit became even higher. He roared with rage, fully utilizing his chaotic saint body. A horrifying pressure swept out, and engaged in a fierce battle with countless Jiuli war spirits. Swords and sword shadows, blood splattered, and Lin Pingon was caught up in an endless killing spree. As time passed, Lin Pingon felt that he was constantly being suppressed by the laws of this heaven and earth, and his strength was greatly weakened, and his originally invulnerable Chaos Saint body had difficulty fighting off the increasing number of wounds on his body. Outside the Forbidden Land, Lan Yu looked at Lin Pingon, who was fighting bitterly in the illusory realm. His heart was anxious. Lan Yu's face became paler and paler. Her nails sank into her palms and pinched out wounds. At this time, Lin Pingon was drenched in blood and the battle was tragic, completely supported by the belief that he could not fall. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to get the pieces of the heavenly beyond, he would not be able to walk out of this forbidden land alive. Just as Lin Pingon was about to be unable to support himself, the Burning Sky Order trembled violently and began to crazily absorb the intense hostile chi from the battlefield. And with the help of the Burning Sky Order, Lin Pingon finally persevered until the last moment. The scene in front of him changed. The calm lake surface was like a huge mirror, clearly reflecting the figure of Lin Pingon. In the next moment, the calm lake surface rippled, and the image of Jiangning being swallowed by the black hole emerged, only to see her struggling desperately in the black hole. Lin Pingon's pupils plummeted, feeling that his heart was being clutched tightly by a large invisible hand, unable to breathe. "No, Jiangning!" Lin Pingon's voice was hoarse. Staggering back, his mind kept replaying the image of Jiangning being devoured. Over and over again, he watched Jiangning being swallowed by the darkness, but he could do nothing about it. Despair flooded him. Lin Pingon knelt down powerlessly, his fists smashing into the cold ground until blood dripped out. "Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why?" The heartbreaking roar echoed in the empty Forbidden Land, but could not get any response, and the endless grief and anger intertwined together to devour him. Outside the Forbidden Land, the demon guards looked at Lin Pingon's situation and said indifferently, "The human race, it really is fragile." The Chaos Cauldron seemed to sense Lin Pingon's despair, violently trembling and emitting a roar. The golden light shot up into the sky, transforming into a huge golden pillar of light that enveloped the entire mirror lake. The lake surface violently rolling, the clear picture becoming distorted and blurred, and ultimately completely shattered. Lin Pingon was awakened by this change and looked blankly at everything in front of him, only to see the Chaos Tripod suspended in mid-air, emitting a dazzling golden light, and the originally calm mirror lake was choppy, as if it had experienced a huge storm. The White Tiger Sacred Lord, who was originally watching Lin Pingon indifferently, couldn't help but take 3 steps back in horror as his face changed drastically when he saw the monstrous, hostile and ferocious aura rolling around him. Muttering, "This son is actually able to harness the power of such a terrifyingly ferocious weapon." Rumble. The Forbidden Land suddenly shook violently, and the blood-colored altar slowly rose, and the hand of the remains of the 9 Dawn race in the center of the altar was clearly holding a fragment of the outer heaven. The blood-colored altar rose to its highest point, and the fragment of the heavenly beyond radiated dazzling light, as Lin Pingon jerked his head up with a stream of refined light in his eyes, and with one step, he crossed a distance of hundreds of feet and arrived on top of the altar. Chapter 53 Roar from the Depths of the Forbidden Land. Just as Lin Pingon had just gotten the fragment of the outer heaven, the entire Forbidden Land began to tremble violently, and a skyrocketing blood light accompanied by a deafening roar from the depths of the Forbidden Land shot straight up into the sky, and a horrifying pressure enveloped the entire Forbidden Land. Not good. The seal is going to break. The sweaty hairs on the White Tiger Saint Lord's body exploded as he looked at the bloodlight rushing into the sky in horror, a fear from the depths of his soul making it almost impossible for him to move. "Retreat! Retreat! Don't squeeze! Don't push me!" The demonic guards were in chaos, scrambling to flee outside the Forbidden Land. "I'm afraid it's too late." Lin Pingon jerked his head up, only to see that in the center of the scarlet altar, a huge spatial crack was torn open, and a giant claw that covered the sky poked out of the crack and slapped the ground hard. Boom! The ground shook as the entire Forbidden Land seemed to collapse, and Lin Pingon was lifted off by this huge force, falling heavily to the ground. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out as Lin Pingon struggled to stand up, only to find that the giant claw had already grabbed the remains of the Jiuli clan on the blood-colored altar. Ka-ching! Accompanied by a frightening cracking sound, the blood-colored altar quickly crumbled, and the remains of the Jiuli clan were pinched into pieces by the giant claws. Roar! A deafening roar. A massive 9-headed snake monster drilled out from the spatial crack, its body covered with dark green scale armor. Its 9 heads were hideous and horrifying, and its scarlet eyes were filled with violent killing. 9-headed phase willow. The White Tiger Sacred Lord's voice trembled, and his legs couldn't stop backing up, nearly going limp, the fear in his eyes about to overflow. "Run! It's the 9-headed Sagittarius. It's over. We're all going to die here." only to see the 9 heads of the 9-headed fragrant willow raised high, opening their bloody mouths and spewing out clouds of dark green poisonous mist, enveloping the fleeing demon guards in the blink of an eye. Ah! Help! Miserable screams rose and fell, and the bodies of those demonic guards enveloped by the poisonous mist rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving a pile of white bones scattered shockingly on the ground. Damn! How could this be in such a place? Lin Pingon looked at the scene in front of him in shock, his face ugly to the extreme as the terrifying pressure almost made him gasp for air. Roar! The 9-headed Sagittarius let out a roar, and a terrifying sound wave swept out, shattering everything around it into pieces. In Yang Qian Kuan, boundary! Lin Pingon did not dare to be careless and immediately offered the chaotic cauldron, and the yin and yang streams transformed into a black and white shroud of light that enveloped the crowd. On top of the light shield, the yin and yang fish chased each other, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Boom! The attack of the 9-headed Sagittarius landed on the boundary with a deafening roar, but it was blocked by the boundary as much as possible. What kind of magic treasure is this? The White Tiger Sacred Lord's eyes were glazed over, his face full of shock as he stammered. How is this possible? Humph! The district dares to be reckless. Lin Pingon clenched his teeth and fully utilized the Chaos Tripod to block the attack that would be the 9-headed Phase Willow. Roar! The 9-headed Phase Willow roared angrily, its 9 heads spewing poisonous mist at the same time, enveloping the entire Forbidden Land. Not good. There is something odd about this poisonous mist. Lan Yu's face changed drastically. She felt that this poisonous fog contained an extremely terrifying corrosive power. Her hands quickly formed a seal and extreme coldness erupted from her body. Moonlight like frost. Icy cold and bone-chilling moonlight poured down, freezing all the surrounding poisonous fog and turning it into roiling ice crystals, which shone with a morose cold light under the sunlight. 9-headed Shangliu could not attack, issued a heaven-shaking roar. A black giant palm that covered the sky appeared out of the sky. The black giant palm slowly lifted up, and ruthlessly slapped down at the boundary. Ka-ching! The black and white light shield trembled violently, and cracks unexpectedly appeared. Not good. The boundary is going to break. The White Tiger Sacred Lord's voice changed tone, and his face turned pale as he staggered back, despair in his eyes. Quickly, reinforce the formation, Lin Pingon roared, taking the lead in forcing out a drop of his essence blood and integrating it into the Chaos Tripod. The other cultivators, seeing this, also bit their tongues and spewed out their essence blood, the crimson essence blood integrating into the boundary. The black and white shroud of light instantly glowed brightly, and the cracks began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The devil shadow seemed to be enraged as the huge black palm fell once again. Boom! With a loud bang, the black and white light shield shook violently, and the faces of the cultivators turned pale as many of them were shaken to the point of spitting blood from their mouths. Hold on! Definitely don't let it break through the boundary, Lin Pingon roared, spraying out another mouthful of essence blood. Fight! The cultivators roared, pouring all the last strength in their bodies into the boundary. The black and white light shield was bright and uncertain, and seemed like it could break at any time. The White Tiger Sacred Lord, seeing Lin Pingon being so valiant, was burning with jealousy in his heart and smiled sorrowfully. His hands formed seals quickly and arcane runes flew out from his fingertips and did not enter the boundary. Little friend Lin, I've come to help you too. The White Tiger Sacred Lord's voice was impassioned, but his eyes were sinister, and his hands, hidden under his sleeve robes, emanated a bizarre black spiritual energy. The black energy silently merged into the boundary, and without the crowd realizing it, changed the formation to direct all of the attacks of the 9-headed Phase Willow towards Lin Pingon. Rumble! The attacks of the demonic shadows became more and more violent. The black and white shroud of light flickered on and off, and Lin Pingon instantly felt the pressure multiply, the chaos cauldron buzzing and trembling, almost coming out of his hand. With a stifled grunt, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head to look at the White Tiger Sacred Lord, and a cold light flowed in his eyes. There was something wrong with this old thing. In a flash of lightning, the 7th head of the 9-headed Sagittarius suddenly shone brightly, and a rune appeared in the center of its brow. Soul Control Talisman? Lin Pingon's pupils suddenly shrunk, and all of the White Tiger Sacred Lord's previous strange behavior was explained at this moment. Ha ha ha, Lin Pingon, you didn't expect it. The White Tiger Sacred Lord laughed madly, greed showing on his face, no longer the respect he had shown before. The secrets on you are mine after all. Lan Yu had been secretly observing the White Tiger Sacred Lord. She was keenly aware that something was not right with the other party. When that black spiritual energy appeared, she was secretly on guard. It was only when she watched the White Tiger Sacred Lord reveal his true colors that Lang Yu quickly struck out. The Ice Vibrancy Divine Sword let out a mournful cry. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the White Tiger Sacred Lord's throat. The White Tiger Sacred Lord was shocked, but he saw the demonic lines flashing on Lang Yu's forehead, and the ghostly blue flame quietly ignited, emitting a chilling aura. The burning sky order felt threatened at this moment and automatically appeared as a bolt of lightning, crashing into the soul control talisman. The two powerful forces collided, erupting into a blinding light as the surrounding space was about to be torn apart. The black flames and the black runes engulfed each other, emitting nuisance sounds, and the white tiger sacred lord smothered out a sound, alarmed to find that his divine sense was being forcibly pulled by an invisible force. Chapter 54 Going to the Returned Ruins. Lin Pingon almost didn't vomit when his throat became salty. The power of the burning heaven order and that bizarre soul control talisman collided together, literally churning this space to pieces. The air around them groaned unbearably as it was squeezed and torn, and vaguely an ever-spinning dark area was taking shape. His chest was so tight that each heartbeat shook his organs out of place with a heavy reverberation. Devour. The thought seemed to be seared directly into the cracks of his bones, making him tingle. The chaotic power within his body followed suit, tugged stupidly by this brute force. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the soul control talisman completely crumbled into black powder in the sky. Losing his opponent, that black flame suddenly skyrocketed. A sharp whistle that pierced through gold and cracked stone rang out as the black fire coalesced into a huge firebird, its overhead hollow eye sockets locking onto Lin Pingon. Bad. Lin Pingon's scalp was numb. He wanted to retreat, but his body was nailed to the spot like lead. The black fire phoenix rapped with a high temperature that almost ignited the air, and pecked down viciously towards his chest. Can't hide. Couldn't block it. Just as the devastating heat was about to touch the skin, chaos began at the beginning, and all things were born, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. I am the only one. As this majestic voice rang out, the throbbing that was branded like in the depths of the bloodline exploded violently, and the power of chaos rushed out in an unprecedentedly violent manner. Chaos 9 transformations. Swallow the sky. Lin Pingon's arms thrust forward in a clumsy but with an out-and-out determination. The space in front of him suddenly collapsed, and a sheer bottomless black vortex expanded rapidly, emitting a dull and terrifying suction force. The lunging black fire phoenix let out a twisted shrill whistle, but even the sound itself was torn apart and swallowed by the vortex. The figure of the fire phoenix rapidly became dim at the edge of the vortex, and eventually turned into a few wisps of residual flame and completely disappeared, and the surrounding energy storm gradually subsided. Lin Pingon staggered down, gasping for air, looking at his spread hands. Damn! Almost played it off. The majestic voice in Lin Pingon's mind once again resounded. Chaos swallows the heavens, feeds on all things, uses the laws as a guide, uses himself as a furnace, and melts all things in order to achieve the supreme chaos. The chaos tripod hovered in front of Lin Pingon, and the chaos chi rolling around at the mouth of the tripod exuded a palpitating aura. Lin Pingon maneuvered the chaos cauldron against Shangliu, and the 9 snake heads began to twist violently, emitting bursts of hissing, but were unable to break free from the chaos cauldron's engulfing. Swallow. Lin Pingon drank out in a low voice. The chaos cauldron glowed brightly, and the chaos chi at the mouth of the cauldron transformed into a giant hand that sucked Shangliu into the cauldron. Shangliu let out an unwilling hiss, and the 9 snake heads frantically spewed out venom, trying to corrode the chaos cauldron, but to no avail. Refine. Lin Pingon made a seal with both hands. The power of chaos madly surged into the chaos tripod. The chaos tripod trembled violently. The ancient runes lit up one by one, releasing horrifying energy. The Shangliu let out a mournful scream. The 9 serpent heads twisted in agony. As the chaotic cauldron continued to refine, Shangliu's struggles became weaker and weaker and gradually ran out of life. Chaos tripod in the absorption of the energy of the magic core of the phase willow. Tripod body slightly trembling, emanating the breath, is also more horrible. Originally covered with cracks on the tripod body flooded with strange ghost light. These ghost light is more and more prevalent, gradually linked together as a piece, slowly towards the direction of the tripod ear extension. Roar! The white tiger sacred lord, who had been revolted by the power of the demon god, let out a mournful scream as his body quickly petrified into a stone statue, his horrified expression on his deathbed remaining in place forever. Lung Yu gazed at the stone statue of the white tiger sacred lord with icy eyes and mocked. This is the price of betrayal. The broken ship cut through the sky. Lin Pingon stood at the bow of the ship and looked out into the distance against the bitterly cold wind. Ahead is the East Sea. Lung Yu walked over to Lin Pingon and pointed to the place where the sea and sky met in the distance and said, the location of the returning ruin is erratic. We still need to find its exact location. Lin Pingon nodded his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the rippling sea, the monstrous waves frantically lapping at the breakers, seemingly ready to engulf it at any moment. Not good. It's a swarm of demonized augurs. The old cultivator's face changed drastically, pointing at the distant sea, and exclaimed with fear in his voice, only to see dozens of huge-sized scaly dragons rushing up from the tumbling seawater, pitch-black scales covering their whole body, blood-red eyes with berserk rage. Roar! The devil-eyed Jiao swarm let out a deafening roar and opened their bloody mouths to pounce towards Lin Pingon and the others. Fishy liquid erupted from their mouths, corrupting everything around them. Chaos swallowing heaven. Lin Pingon offered the chaotic cauldron without hesitation, but he felt the chaotic cauldron shaking and swaying violently. The vast power of the water spirit transformed into an invisible giant palm and ruthlessly slapped on the chaos tripod, emitting a deafening roar. The original madly rotating vortex suddenly slowed down, and the devouring power was sharply reduced. Damn! This group of even know how to use the power of the water spirit. The accompanying cultivator looked at the faltering chaos tripod face ugly. Cannot help but lament, this chaos tripod is to absorb the power of the earth vein was born. Now away from the land power 10 not exist one. Simply and scrap iron is no different how to resist this group of? Lin Pingon frowned tightly. He also felt the powerlessness of the chaotic cauldron. The power of the water spirit on the East Sea was too dense, severely suppressing the chaotic cauldron's play. Ha ha ha, kids suffer. The leading Jiao dragon let out a sardonic laugh as its huge body slammed viciously towards Lin Pingon and the others. Seeing this, Lang Yu lightly raised her hand and forced out a drop of blood from her fingertip, transforming it into a ball of demonic blood-colored light. With my blood, awaken the sleeping dragon soul, Cold Moon chanted in a low voice, the syllables containing mysterious power echoing across the sea. The blood-colored ball of light didn't enter the tumbling seawater, and the originally furious sea surface strangely calmed down. A moment later an even more terrifying aura awakened from the depths of the seabed, and the seawater violently rolled over to form a huge whirlpool. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth as the green figure slowly rose from the depths of the seabed, bringing with it a supreme pressure that enveloped the entire sea, and the demonic Jiao shivered and fled in all directions. Dragon! Dragon soul? Cultivator stared dumbfounded at the sight before him, his face permeated with astonishment. Lin Pingon looked at the green dragon that covered the sky in front of him, and his heart set off shockwaves. Lang Yu's bloodline could actually awaken the sleeping dragon soul. The green dragon's gaze swept through the crowd's eyes, landed on Lang Yu. The original cold eyes softened. The huge dragon's head slightly drooped, as if it understood Lang Yu's thoughts, opened its mouth and spat out a crystal bead towards Lang Yu. This is a water-avoiding dragon pearl that can protect you from the erosion of seawater. The eyes turned and eventually landed on Lin Pingon. You have the scent of a deceased person. The green dragon spits out human words in a low voice with unspeakable majesty. It is destined to be with me. Chapter 55 Counterscale Abyss. Before Lin Pingon could react, the body of the green dragon began to tremble violently, and the originally calm sea once again raised shocking waves. What's going on? Cultivator B asked as he looked at the scene in front of him in shock and panic. I don't know. What's with the sudden frenzy? Look! What's that? The crowd exclaimed, only to see the originally clear sky suddenly become gloomy. A huge black vortex appeared above the head of the green dragon, emitting a palpitating aura. Not good. It's the underworld vortex. Lang Yu's face changed drastically as she lost her voice and exclaimed retreat. However, it was too late. The underworld vortex not only swallowed the green dragon, but even Lin Pingon and the others were also caught up in it. Lin Pingon only felt that the sky was spinning. A burst of ghostly hissing came from his ears, piercing his eardrums, and a sharp pain came from the sea of consciousness, making him unable to resist emitting a muffled grunt of pain. In the darkness, countless images flashed rapidly in his mind, and he saw a giant in the sky, holding a heaven-opening axe to open up heaven and earth with the power of chaos to evolve all things. The scene turned. Countless hideous demons roared out of the chaos, setting off boundless killing. The Chaos Immortal had transformed the Tao with his body and suppressed the demons in the endless abyss. The image eventually settled on top of the Chaos Immortal Sovereign's magnificent figure, and his voice seemed to echo in Lin Pingon's ears across time and space. Chaos is indestructible. My Tao is indestructible. The majestic voice in Lin Pingon's mind gradually dissipated, and vast information flooded into his mind. Information that was all-encompassing but obscure and difficult to understand, making it difficult for him to digest for a moment. Ah! Lin Pingon clutched his head in pain. The scene in front of him gradually blurring, consciousness sinking in chaos. I don't know how long it took before Lin Pingon slowly opened his eyes, and a piece of information clearly surfaced in his mind. The Chaos Cauldron has the ability to devour all things, but it also consumes a great deal of energy, and to fully activate it once requires 7 days of warming it up with Dragon Soul Crystals. The Dragon Soul Crystal, Lin Pingon murmured in a low voice, and just as he fell into contemplation, the deafening roar exploded violently to wake him up. Lin Pingon snapped his head up, only to see a huge black figure rise up from the water pool, raising monstrous waves. The gnarled dragon with a black body and a pair of scarlet dragon eyes stared at Lin Pingon with a ferocious light. Not good. It's the gnarled dragon. The crowd cried out in alarm and panic, but they were whipped out by the gnarled dragon's tail and smashed on top of the cave wall. Lowly human, how dare you trespass into my dragon clan's forbidden land? The reverse scale abyss. The black gnarled dragon spat out human words, shaking the crowd's chi and blood. Lin Pingon's mind was slightly moved by what he heard. The reverse scale abyss, the forbidden land of the dragon clan. thought that there must be a lot of heavenly treasures. The Chaos Tripod information that surfaced in his mind earlier mentioned the need for dragon soul crystals to warm up. Could it be that there will be dragon soul crystals here? With this in mind, Lin Pingon looked around without moving. Sinful animal, you dare! Leng Yu shouted and flew up in front of the crowd. Forehead demonic lines brightly around the body of the demonic gas sword Chile. The original black and beautiful hair gradually turned white. Agile eyes become ice blue. People shudder. The horror of the pressure enveloped the entire space, only to see that the originally ferocious and incomparable gnarled dragon, after feeling the pressure coming from the depths of this bloodline, actually prostrated itself on the ground and trembled. At this time, an old man wearing a green robe slowly walked out from behind the altar. His cloudy eyes focused on Leng Yu's body. Pupils suddenly tightened, seemingly murmuring, Dragon Emperor bloodline. Is actually a Dragon Emperor bloodline. Impossible. How is this possible? He snapped his head up, the essence light bursting out of his cloudy eyes, staring dead on at the demonic pattern that flickered on and off in Leng Yu's forehead. It really is the Dragon Emperor bloodline. After 10,000 years, the Dragon Emperor bloodline has actually reappeared on Earth. The green-robed old man's tone was so excited that his voice trembled a little. He took a deep breath and tried to calm the excitement in his heart as he shouted sternly at the prostrate gnarled dragon. Sinful animal, why don't you quickly retreat? The gnarled dragon's huge body trembled violently at the words, its scarlet dragon eyes revealing panic as it felt the pressure from the depths of its bloodline on Leng Yu's body. It was the pressure originating from the dragon clan's emperors, causing it to instinctively feel fear and subjugation. Roar! The originally prostrate gnarled dragon let out a low roar as it rose and retreated to the side to make way for the path to the depths of the reverse scale abyss. The green-robed old man said respectfully with a deep bow to Leng Yu, I, Qing Xian, guardian of the dragon clan, will take you to the reverse scale abyss. After saying that, the green-robed old man turned around and walked towards the depths of the reverse scale abyss. Leng Yu glanced at Lin Pingon and slightly nodded her head to follow. Seeing this, Lin Pingon and the others also hurriedly followed. Reverse scale abyss is the place where the dragons have fallen through the ages. This place is filled with the power of the violent dragon soul, but also the grievances of the generations of dragon warriors converge. Not to mention the ordinary cultivator is the realm of the god of the realm of the powerful would not dare to easily set foot. After following Qing Xian several miles deeper into the reverse scale abyss, the scene before him opened up. A huge underground cavern appeared in front of the crowd. The center of the cavern, a blood-red crystal suspended in mid-air emitting dazzling light, surrounded by countless tiny blood-colored light points. Qing Xian pointed at the blood-red crystal and said in a reverent tone, "This is the dragon spirit crystal. It is the essence, blood and soul of my dragon family's successive dragon emperors that coalesced after their fall, and it contains incomparably pure dragon soul power, is a rare treasure in the world." Lin Pingon's mind moved slightly, and the chaos cauldron couldn't help but appear in his mind. At this time, he felt a strange movement coming from the storage ring. The chaos cauldron seemed to be attracted by the dragon spirit crystal. This dragon spirit crystal. Lin Pingon had just opened his mouth when a sudden change occurred, only to see the dragon spirit crystal suspended in the air suddenly trembled violently, surrounded by blood-colored points of light. Crazy influx. The originally dazzling light is even more bright and dazzling, piercing the eyes of the crowd cannot open. What's going on? The crowd exclaimed. In the next moment, Lin Pingon's chaotic cauldron violently erupted with a powerful suction force, and the black vortex appeared out of thin air exuding a powerful aura. The black vortex rotated crazily, exuding a terrifying devouring power, and the surrounding space began to twist and distort. The dragon spirit crystal suspended in midair trembled violently and seemed to have been summoned by some kind of call. Its blood-red light pulsed crazily and eventually turned into a blood-colored stream of light that was sucked into the black vortex. The black vortex didn't stop spinning after swallowing the dragon spirit crystal. Instead, it spun even more crazily, and the surrounding dragon soul power was also pulled, turning into a bloody point of light that surged into the black vortex. The devouring of the chaos tripod didn't last long, and after about an incense stick of time, the black vortex gradually shrunk and eventually disappeared. The chaos tripod emitted a faint blood-colored light under the nourishment of the dragon spirit crystals, and a powerful dragon soul force flowed inside the tripod, making the chaos tripod's aura even more powerful and mysterious. Just then Lin Pingon suddenly felt a palpitation, looked up and saw that at the top of the cave, a huge vortex was slowly forming, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 56, The Eye of the Ruins. Lin Pingon felt an inexplicable sense of crisis welling up in his heart, as if a pair of invisible eyes were watching him. This gave him the creeps. Not good. Qing Xian's face suddenly changed as he lost his voice and exclaimed, "The eye of the returning ruin is going to open." His voice was permeated with fear and his body trembled involuntarily. The eye of the returning ruins. Lin Pingon muttered. There was a vague premonition in his heart that the outer heaven fragment might be in this eye of the returning ruins. Lin Pingon pressed down his inner excitement and was about to move to the eye of the returning ruins when a sudden change occurred. The originally calm cave suddenly trembled violently, and the vortex overhead rotated wildly as a pressure fell from the sky. Not good. It's the Tianji Pavilion. I don't know who in the crowd exclaimed. The crowd looked up sharply to the entrance of the cave, only to see several figures swept in exuding a cold murderous aura. The person at the head was clearly Elder Tianji. Lin Pingan, hand over the dragon spirit crystal and I'll leave you alive. The old man Tianji's tone was cold with killing intent in his eyes. Just then, a deafening roar came from outside the cave. The earth trembled violently. The demon sect. It's the devil sect. Cultivator B shouted in horror. Lin Pingan's face was gloomy, feeling a monstrous devilish gas sweeping from outside the cave, heart suddenly shrinking. He looked up towards the Eye of Returning Ruins. No matter what, he had to enter the Eye of Returning Ruins to find the outer heaven fragment. Seek death. Lin Pingan shouted angrily. The chaos cauldron flew out to meet Elder Tianji. Unconscionable. Tianji, old man sneered. Whisk swung into thousands of silk threads while chaos tripod entangled. See the situation, Lin Pingan, heart surprised. Tianji, old man's strength is really unfathomable. Just then, a mournful scream came from outside the cave, followed by a strong smell of blood. Lin Pingan and the others' faces changed drastically as they looked towards the entrance. Jia jia jia. The blood of 100,000 living beings is enough to break the seal to welcome the coming of my demon god. Accompanied by a creepy laugh, a huge blood cloud rose from the sea, emitting a heart-pounding aura of terror. Blood clouds can be seen in the middle of a huge altar, which is bound with a dense number of human cultivators, each of them showing panic and struggling desperately but to no avail. Hundreds of demonic cultivators in black robes around the altar were holding blood-colored scimitars and frantically harvesting the lives of the cultivators on the altar. The blood of 100,000 living beings converged into a blood-colored river and was injected into the formation in the center of the altar, which shone brightly and emitted palpitating energy fluctuations. Not good. This is when the demon sect's blood sacrifice. They are trying to force open the seal. Lanya's face changed drastically, losing her voice and exclaiming, "Kill! No one will be left behind." The black-robed demon race old man at the head of the group shouted up to the sky with a voice that was filled with madness and cruelty. Just see outside the cave. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood flow into a river. 100,000 living beings were the devil sect blood sacrifice into white bones. The scene is miserable. The sea surface floating body thousands of miles. Blood stained the whole sea like hell on earth. A terrifying demonic aura rose up to the sky, tearing a huge crack in the seal of the Eye of Returning Ruins. Ha ha ha. The seal is broken. The demon god is about to descend. An eerie voice came out of the crack creepily. Lin Pingan's eyes were crimson, no longer able to suppress the rage in his heart, and he fiercely gripped the burning sky order and madly injected his spiritual energy into it. If heaven wants to block me, I will go against heaven. If the devil wants to stop me, I will slaughter the devil. He spat out these words word by word through gritted teeth, each word containing endless killing intent. Lin Pingan violently waved his sleeve and an ancient token appeared. The burning sky order trembled violently in his hand, emitting a blazing light. Emitting a blazing aura, this was the last card. He looked up to the sky and roared with a voice that shook the four fields. Soul of burning sky, listen to my command. Now! The light of the burning sky order flourished as black rays of light rose up to the sky to transform into a battle spirit clad in golden armor and holding a divine weapon. Kill! Lin Pingan roared out, pointing to the demon race outside the cave. The burning sky battle spirit with a destructive aura quickly struck to kill the demon race. A time of shouting and killing sounds shook the sky. Golden light and demonic gas intertwined with the blood, flesh, and white bones flying together in a gruesome and incomparable scene. With the war soul in the way, Lin Pingan recklessly rushed towards the Eye of Returning Ruins, which was churning with demonic chi in its depths, emitting bursts of ghostly cries and howls. Lin Pingan struggled to navigate through this demonic aura with the chaotic cauldron on top of him as he carefully searched every inch of space with his divine sense outward, looking for traces of the outer heaven fragment. The devil's energy was constantly eroding the chaos tripod, emitting a ZZ sound and wanting to devour it. Lin Pingan gritted his teeth and continuously injected chaos energy into the chaos tripod to ensure that he would not be eroded. If the chaos cauldron's energy ran out, one's corpse would be left in this space. Suddenly, his divine sense captured a strange fluctuation, and Lin Pingan felt joy in his heart as he followed the fluctuation towards the depths. The demonic aura was getting heavier and heavier, seeming to impede his progress, and Lin Pingan had to push the power of the chaos cauldron to the extreme, hardening himself to open up passages in the demonic aura. He finally arrived at the depths of the Eye of the Returning Ruins, only to see demonic chi tumbling in the abyss, palm-sized fragments silently suspended therein, emitting a faint glow. The very fragments of the heavenly beyond that Lin Pingan had so painstakingly searched for. Lin Pingan held back his inner excitement as he carefully approached the abyss. The demonic aura sensed his arrival and became even more violent, turning into hideous demonic claws that clawed towards him. Lin Pingan did not dare to carelessly push the power of the chaos cauldron to the extreme, and the golden light transformed into a sharp sword that chopped the devil's claws to pieces. He approached step by step against the immense pressure and held the shard in his hand, and the demonic aura in the abyss reached an unprecedented frenzy at that moment. Roar! Chaos Tripod suddenly trembled violently, issued a painful hiss. Tripod body above the bloodlight suddenly bright and dark, a violent magic gas from which gushed out. Lin Pingon was shocked in his heart and hurriedly looked at the Chaos Tripod, only to see a blurry dragon-shaped silhouette that was painfully rolling around inside the tripod emitting a gurgling wail. What's going on? Artifact spirit? Lin Pingon was shocked in his heart. A chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Could it be that the Chaos Cauldron had been eroded by demonic chi? The moment this thought appeared, it made him almost unable to breathe. The Chaos Tripod had never been in this situation before, and it was the first time he had heard the artifact spirit make a sound since he had gotten the Chaos Tripod. Master, I can't take it anymore. The weak voice of the artifact spirit entered Lin Pingon's mind. The demonic chi here is too thick. I'm about to be burst. Lin Pingon then realized that the Chaos Cauldron had reached its limit in absorbing the excessive amount of demonic chi, and if the Chaos Cauldron artifact spirit collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. But he had no time to deal with the Chaos Cauldron now. The Eye of Return was about to close. He had to leave as soon as possible. Hang on. You said chaos is indestructible. Lin Pingon put the fragment into his storage ring and without thinking about anything else turned around and rushed outside the Eye of Return. Kid, leave the stuff behind. A deafening roar came from the depths of the abyss, and a huge demonic claw wrapped in monstrous demonic chi grabbed towards Lin Pingon. Chapter 57 The Right Foot of the Demon God. Lin Pingon's scalp tingled as he looked at the incredibly fast speed of the devil's claws, and he was simply too late to dodge. Boom! The chaotic tripod's golden light flourished as it blocked behind Lin Pingon, and the demonic claws ruthlessly collided together, being shaken to a buzzing sound. And Lin Pingon was also shaken by this tremendous impulse to the point that his chi and blood surged. Damn! Lin Pingon cursed in a low voice. In his heart, the power of this demonic claw far exceeded his imagination. Roar! The chaotic tripod let out a painful hiss. The dragon soul silhouette inside the tripod became illusory and dim. Hold on a little longer. Lin Pingon clenched his teeth. Now was not the time to be distressed about the Chaos Cauldron. Saving his life was important. He held back the churning blood in his body and frantically urged the golden light of the Chaos Tripod to erupt again to shake back the devil's claws. Taking this opportunity, Lin Pingon rushed towards the outside of the Eye of Returning Ruins with all his might. Want to run? Not that easy. An angry roar came from the abyss once again, and more demonic claws poked out from the abyss to grab towards Lin Pingon in the sky. Lin Pingon's face changed drastically. This will surely die if he is caught. Fight! Lin Pingon had ruthlessness in his eyes, fiercely gritting his teeth and injecting all of the chaos power in his body into the Chaos Cauldron. Buzz! The chaotic tripod's light spread out and erupted with a powerful might. Golden light turned into a sharp sword chopping towards the devil's claws. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions rang out as the demonic claws were chopped up by the golden light and turned into a mass of demonic chi that dissipated. Lin Pingon seized this opportunity to rush out of the Eye of Return. Just out. Lin Pingon suddenly felt weak and paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily. Are you alright? Long Yu's cool voice came with worry in her eyes. Hearing Long Yu's voice, Lin Pingon barely lifted his head, his pale face squeezing out a smile, wanting to open his mouth to speak but realizing that his throat was so dry that he could only let out a hoarse voice. I'm fine. Seeing that Long Yu's face was pale with blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth, she was obviously injured and said, How are you? Long Yu shook her head and just looked at him with a complicated gaze. Lin Pingon did not care to think much about it, hurriedly took out the pills and took them and started to regulate and recover. Just then, a deafening boom suddenly came from the depths of the Eye of Return. The reverse scale abyss began to tremble violently. The calm sea boiled and huge waves rolled over, emitting a deafening roar. The seawater wildly rolled back to form a huge wave in the sky, and a huge vortex formed on the surface of the sea, spinning crazily and sucking in everything around it. A powerful pressure came from the depths of the Eye of Return. Not good. Lin Pingon's face changed drastically, only to see that in the center of the Eye of Returning Ruins, a huge right foot slowly probed out, emitting a palpitating demonic aura. Devil feet stepped into the sea surface. Horrifying shockwaves swept away. The sea in 1,000 miles radius began to toss. Countless sea beasts were shattered into pieces. Roar! The earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the seabed, accompanied by the roaring of the terrifying demonic chi rushing up into the sky. The 1,000 miles of sea was turned into a dead domain. Countless giant dragons rose up into the air, looking at the direction of the Eye of Returning Ruins in horror. The demon god has awakened. The old dragon let out a mournful cry. His huge dragon body trembled in the air. His pupils were filled with despair. The dragon clan leader's beard trembled. He took a deep breath and forced down the fear in his heart and roared, Formation. Protect the clan. The giant dragons quickly formed a defensive formation upon hearing the patriarch's order, and the multicolored rays of light intertwined in the air to form a huge barrier that enveloped the entire clan. The young dragon cub in the center of the formation shivered and let out a burst of wailing. Mixed in the heaven-shaking dragon's roar seemed tender and helpless, and outside the light shield of demonic gas surging demon god awakening to bring the horror of the pressure is getting stronger and stronger. Lang Yu looked at the thousands of miles of sea turned into a dead zone. The corpses of sea beasts floated all over the sea surface. The once vibrant sea became dead. An unprecedented fear gripped her heart. Is it all over? She murmured, her voice trembling with helplessness in her eyes. Tears slipped silently mixed with the salty sea breeze, leaving 2 clear tear tracks on his face. Seemed to feel Lang Yu's emotional changes. The cold chill from her body emanated from the surrounding air temperature plummeted. Lang Yu felt a powerful force in her body wanting to break through some kind of bondage. Her eyes gradually turned into a deep ethereal blue emitting a mysterious light. Black lines spread on her face, silver hair without wind, automatic demonic very. This is. Lang Yu felt this powerful force in her body. Her heart was shocked, as the power of her bloodline erupted. Information about the 9 Spectres lock. The relevant contents surfaced in her mind, and she exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath to channel the power surging within her body into her hands. 9 Ghosts lock. Lang Yu once again softly drank both hands in front of her chest to form a complex ground seal. Black lines spread to the center of her eyebrows. Icy blue demonic lines gradually changed into a bizarre black seal. The incantation was chanted from her mouth. Her ghostly blue eyes gradually dimmed to be replaced by endless darkness. Columns of light shot out from her hands with a cold chill transforming into huge chains in the air. She coldly looked at the huge demonic foot that slowly stepped into the dragon tribe's forbidden land and softly said, "I won't let you have your way." Lang Yu used her last strength to push the power of the 9 Spectres lock to the extreme. The black mark suddenly lit up the black chains with the power of the underworld shot out towards the devil's feet and entangled them. The devil felt the threat violently shook. Terrorist demonic chi erupted to try to shatter the chains. However, the 9 Ghosts chain seems to have life, like tightly wrapped in the magic feet above. No matter how the impact of the magic gas cannot be shaken by the slightest bit. The power of the underworld emanating from the chains collided with the demonic chi, emitting a cold and chilling aura that wanted to freeze the demonic feet. A layer of thin ice began to appear on the surface of the devil's feet, and the action became slow, and the originally unstoppable devil's energy was gradually suppressed. An angry roar came from the depths of the eye of the returning ruins, and the devil's foot violently exerted itself to try to break free of the chains, but found that the more it struggled, the tighter the chains became entangled. Lang Yu's body began to tremble violently as crimson blood began to ooze out of her 7 orifices, snaking down her pale cheeks, her dark eyes staring dead on at the demonic foot that was entangled in chains. She clearly felt her life force is constantly running out. Drilling pain surging to drown her vision became hazy, consciousness began to blur, but she still maintains the confinement of the 9 Spectres locks for the dragons to fight for a ray of hope. Don't! Lang Yu, don't! Lin Pingon looked at Lang Yu, who was burning her life force but could do nothing about it. At this moment, the chaos tripod shook violently, and dense runes emerged from the tripod body emitting a powerful devouring force. It was like a hungry beast frantically absorbing the energy of the 9 Spectres lock, and the golden light became more and more prevalent, illuminating the entire space. Lin Pingon sensed that the chaos tripod was absorbing the energy of the 9 spectral locks, and was alarmed in his heart and hastily mobilized the chaos force to control the chaos tripod, but found that the chaos force in his body was obscure and difficult to operate. Chapter 58, Sealing the Demon God's Right Foot. He suddenly felt a burning heat coming from his chest, and the burning sky order emitted a strange red light. An unfamiliar power surged into his body trying to control his actions. Lin Pingon's eyes were gradually drenched in scarlet color. His clear eyes gradually became disoriented. He felt that his body no longer seemed to belong to him, and his every move was being manipulated by that unfamiliar force. The red light emanating from the burning heaven order at his chest became more and more demonic, and Lin Pingon felt his consciousness being weakened. He wanted to sever the connection with the burning sky order but realized that it was already too late. He slowly raised his right hand and the light of the burning heaven order in his palm skyrocketed, coalescing into a ball of burning demonic flames emitting a destructive aura. He locked his gaze on Lang Yu. The corners of his mouth revealed a bizarre smile. Lang Yu. Lin Pingon's voice was hoarse with cold killing intent, mechanically walking towards Lang Yu. He felt his soul hissing but was unable to control his body, looking at the crazily beating demonic flame in his palm, seemingly longing for Lang Yu's life. No. Don't! Lin Pingon's consciousness gradually dissipated the remaining sanity in the last struggle. He wanted to stop but could not make any sound. Only that hoarse magic voice from the throat extruded Lang Yu. Lang Yu is currently concentrating on maintaining the 9 Spectres lock without even noticing the danger behind her. Lin Pingon took one step towards Lang Yu. The scarlet color in his eyes grew thicker and thicker, and his sanity became more and more blurred. Only one thought remained: kill Lang Yu. At this time, the chaos tripod issued a deafening roar, and the golden light of the tripod's body flourished with a vast pressure that swept out and enveloped Lin Pingon in it. Sins! Don't be reckless! This roar thunderously exploded in Lin Pingon's ears, and he jolted awake looking at the burning demonic flames in his hand. and then looked at the Lang Yu who was close at hand in his heart and felt a pang of fear. No, I'm not going to. However, the power of the Burning Sky Order was too strong, and Lin Pingon was only briefly awake for a moment before he was quickly controlled by that evil power again. He let out a hiss of pain as the demonic flames in his palm violently shot out straight towards the back of Lang Yu's heart. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Lin Pingon felt his body slightly deflected. The demonic flame that was deadly enough to graze Lang Yu's shoulder shot out and blasted against the distant mountain wall, erupting with a shocking roar. Lin Pingon looked at his hands dumbfounded, and then looked at Lang Yu who had escaped death with bewilderment and disbelief in her eyes. Just now, he clearly felt a force forcefully twisting his body, allowing him to avoid the attack on Lang Yu. He looked down at the Burning Sky Order resting on his chest. The demonic red light was still pulsing, but at the moment it looked incredibly bizarre in his eyes. Demon God Essence Blood. Lin Pingon's heart shook dramatically. The scarlet light seemed to still be burning in his palm. An icy, bone-chilling thought sprang up. The order of the Burning Sky is tainted. No wonder I lost control just now and was almost manipulated by that tyrannical killing intent. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. Cold sweat oozed from his back. This damn thing has been secretly eroding his sanity, trying to turn him into a monster that only knows how to kill. Ka-ching! An extremely ear-piercing cracking sound rang out, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. Chaos Tripod. He jerked his head up. Only a tiny crack in the body of the tripod, which was originally flowing with golden runes, suddenly expanded and collapsed. The light on the tripod body dimmed rapidly, and the black gas scrambled out of the cracks to twist and coil in the air. The black gas gradually converged to outline a blurred but endlessly malicious face. A dry whisper like the friction of gold and stone echoed through the space, filled with sarcasm and condescending contempt. Ha! Mole crickets also presumed to harness my father? Before the words fell, an indescribably terrifying heavy pressure came crashing down. Lin Pingon only felt that his chest had been hit by an invisible giant hammer, with severe pain drilling through his heart. Put! The sweetness in his throat could no longer be held back, violently spewing out a large mouthful of blood. His body staggered and fell backward. He died and covered his intensely painful chest and forced himself to endure the pain. What the hell are you? You? I am the spirit of chaos, the supreme being born from the conception of this heaven and earth. The ghostly face emitted a sharp and ear-piercing voice. You are nothing but a humble ant. How dare you presume to control my power? The black mist erupted from the crack and transformed into a huge devil's claw that grabbed towards Lin Pingon. Lin Pingon clenched his teeth and quickly operated the power of chaos, trying to suppress the blackened artifact spirit in the chaos cauldron. His meridians were like burning coals of fire. The intense pain made him almost faint. However, the resistance of the chaos tripod is getting stronger and stronger, and the body of the tripod began to tremble violently, seeming to explode. Suppress me! Lin Pingon roared furiously, injecting all the chaos power in his body into the chaos cauldron frantically. Ka-ching! The Jindan suddenly shattered. Lin Pingon felt a strong tearing sensation coming from within his body. The raging energy ravaged his meridians, tearing them apart inch by inch. He stifled a grunt. His face became pale. His body shook. The chaotic sacred body sensed the situation of his body and began to operate automatically. A mysterious power surged out from Lin Pingon's body to quickly repair his shattered Jindan. The spirit veins in his body also began to remodel to become tougher and whiter. Lin Pingon's originally pale face gradually turned rosy, and the broken Jindan recoalesced into shape to exude even more power. What kind of power is this? The Chaos Cauldron artifact spirit let out an ear-piercing scream. Devil Claw shivered under the shroud of golden light. Lin Pingon slowly opened his eyes. His palm pressed on the Chaos Tripod and a powerful suction force drew all the black mist that the Chaos Tripod had swallowed into his body. With my body, suppress chaos, Lin Pingon's voice echoed in the cave. The golden light flourished to completely envelop Lin Pingon and the Chaos Cauldron. His body began to merge with the Chaos Cauldron. When the golden light dispersed, Lin Pingon's figure reappeared. His breath became more introverted, and the Chaos Tripod quietly suspended behind him no longer had the violent aura from before. Lin Pingon retrieved the Chaos Cauldron and looked at the right foot of the demon god that was temporarily locked by Lang Yu. And with a thought, the fragment of the heavenly beyond flew out of the storage ring towards the eye of the returning ruins. The right foot of the demon god bound by the chain felt the threat and began to struggle violently. The surrounding demonic energy was summoned to turn into a black whirlwind crazily entangled in the right foot of the demon god. The horrible pressure swept out, wanting to tear the world apart. Griffin, how dare you! The demon god let out an angry roar to speed up his descent. Ah! Lang Yu's delicate body trembled violently. The demonic lines between her forehead began to crumble by inches. The struggle of the demon god's right foot grew more and more intense, and the chains emitted ear-piercing friction sounds that seemed to have the potential to break at any moment. Damn! It's still too weak to utilize my full power right now. The demon god's unwilling roar echoed between heaven and earth. However, with the fusion of the heavenly outer heaven fragment and the eye of returning ruins, a powerful suction force enveloped the demon god's right foot in black as the demonic aura gradually dissipated. Griffin, you can't stop me. I'll be back. The demon god let out an unwilling roar as his right foot lost its source of power, gradually being petrified by the power of the seal. Chapter 59 Abracadabra Crisis. Right at the moment when the demon god's right foot was sealed, the demonic pattern on Long Yu's forehead shattered with a loud bang, and her delicate body fell backward powerlessly. Lin Pingon quickly caught her. At this time Long Yu's face was pale and her breath was weak, apparently exhausting all her strength. Long Yu, Lin Pingon called out anxiously. Just then a grim laugh came from the shadows. He, boy, you really are hiding deep enough. Lin Pingon turned around violently. Old man Tianji had appeared behind him at an unknown time with greed in his eyes. A physique that can harness the power of chaos. What a surprise. Lin Pingon put Lang Yu down, carefully turning to stare coldly at Elder Tianji. You've been spying in the shadows? Worthy of being a chaotic physique. Your perception is sharp. Elder Tianji smiled sinisterly. Since you've discovered it, don't blame me for being impolite. The words did not fall. Tianji old man Han Xuanji fan violently unfolded countless sharp sword gas whistled out. There was a cold light flashing in Lin Pingon's eyes. A black air current surged out of his right arm and directly blasted out with a punch. Boom! The terrifying power shattered the sword chi in an instant, and the aftermath even shook the old man Tianji's to pieces. What? Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air. Lin Pingon, however, frowned and looked down at his right arm, where bizarre black patterns emerged, vaguely resembling the aura of the right foot of the demon god that had just been sealed. Ha ha ha! Elder Tianji's voice echoed in the air. Do you think everything will be fine after sealing the demon god? That power has already begun to erode your body, and sooner or later you will fall into the demonic path. The words just fell. Tinji Pavilion and the devil sect silhouettes have retreated in the twinkling of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Lin Pingon clenched his right fist, feeling the fluctuation of the chaotic power in his body, obviously affected by the demonic energy. He forced down the uneasiness in his heart, turned around and picked up the unconscious Lang Yu to return to the Divine Flame sect. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, old man Tianji's main body was sitting in a hidden cave, and his body was emitting a bizarre black and red light. Inside the Divine Fire sect, the atmosphere is heavy and the secret stakes of the Tianji Pavilion are lurking around the sect, spreading the rumor that the Holy Sun has become a demon. Have you heard? The Holy Sun was corrupted by demonic energy when sealing the demon god has fallen into the demonic path. It can't be, can it? The Saint's Sun is the hope of our Divine Flame sect. I also hope it's a fake. It said that a single punch blasted Elder Tianji's detachment into pieces. That kind of power isn't even humanly possible. I heard that he even brought back a demoness. Maybe she's the one who confused the Holy Sun. The more rumors spread, the more outrageous the Divine Flame sect disciples were on edge. The disciples who had originally adored Lin Pingon also began to waver, looking at him with caution and fear. Several elders within the elders' courtyard were also discussing this matter with grave expressions. The state of the Holy Sun today is indeed worrying. The Grand Elder said in a deep voice, the demonic chi erosion is not trivial. If it is not handled properly, the consequences are unimaginable. But we can't jump to conclusions based on rumors alone. The second elder countered, the Saint's Son has made great achievements for the clan. We should give him a chance to explain himself. Explain? How to explain? How do I explain the magic tattoo on his arm? The elders each have their own opinions and argue endlessly. The tension within the clan continues to spread. Just as the elders are arguing endlessly, a summoning talisman flew into the hall and landed in the hands of the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder's face changed slightly after reading it and disappeared within the hall. At this moment, Lin Pingon left the Divine Flame sect alone in the direction of the 9 spectral Forbidden Lands. The 9 Spectres Forbidden Land is the place where the grievances of the fallen gods and demons converge. After the ancient war between the gods and demons, countless ferocious souls roam in it, and no cultivator dares to set foot there easily. But in order to suppress the demonic energy in his body, Lin Pingon resolutely set foot in this Jedi land. The entrance to the Forbidden Land. The thick black fog rolls like a man-eating beast. The cold breath is creepy. Lin Pingon exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and pushed his protective spiritual energy to the extreme to take a step into the Forbidden Land, only to see in front of the eyes of a dim dead silence around the lingering a disturbing atmosphere. As Lin Pingon's deeper and deeper surrounded by the cold atmosphere becomes more and more thick, suddenly the scenery around him changed, and he felt that he was in another world, with the sound of wailing in front of him as the battle raged on. He saw himself dressed in a black robe holding the Order of the Burning Sky, standing on top of a burning city, laughing maniacally as he slaughtered the living beings, and wherever he passed, everything went up in smoke. The token emitted a palpitating demonic aura, and the surrounding living beings were all turned into flying ashes, and the wailing sound shook the sky and the earth. Lin Pingon's pupils suddenly shrunk. Could his future self be holding the Order of Burning Heaven to slaughter the living and become a complete devil? No, this is not me. Lin Pingon roared out, running chaos power surging, trying to dispel the illusion in front of him. But the illusion haunted him to death, washing over him over and over again. The little bit of clarity in Lin Pingon's head was gradually colored by the color of blood. The black lines on his arms grew insanely dark, on the verge of swallowing him whole. Kill! Kill all. He squeezed out a hoarse low growl from his throat, the sword in his hand slashed haphazardly without any pattern. The divine flame sect's cold moon couch. Lashes lightly trembling. Cold moon opened his eyes. Into the eyes is familiar room air, but there is a trace, if any. Magic gas remains? Her heart skipped a beat as she struggled to sit up and saw the message on her bedside in Lin Pingan's handwriting. I'm going to the 9 Spectres' Forbidden Land. Don't miss it. The handwriting was in a hurry and showed a sense of determination. The 9 spectral Forbidden Lands. Cold Moon's face turned pale. That's nowhere. Is he crazy? Associated with the residual demonic aura in the air and the vaguely heard whispers within the clan. No. Lanyu couldn't care about the severe pain on her body forcing down the churning chi and blood to stagger out of bed. She gritted her teeth and recklessly rushed out of the room by activating the weak spiritual energy she had left, stumbling along the way with an obsession to avoid the disciples of the sect towards that legendary Jedi. The closer he got to the Forbidden Land, the more the chill and resentment in the air pierced his bones. She forced herself to endure the discomfort to finally find the figure in the depths of the black mist-filled Forbidden Land. Lin Pingan's entire body was wrapped in a thick black gas. On his face was twisted in agony, obviously undergoing unimaginable torture. Lin Pingan, Lanyu hissed as her heart broke. She rushed over as madly as she could, regardless of whether or not the demonic aura around her would erode itself. Her cold fingers brushing against his hot, twisted cheeks, tears blurring her vision. Lin Pingan, wake up. Look at me, I'm Lanyu. But he turned a deaf ear, still struggling and hissing in the mire of darkness. Langyu's heart raced fiercely as she clenched her silver teeth. Her slender fingers slashed fiercely across the fingertips of her other hand, and beads of crimson blood scrambled out. She endured the pain and used her fingers as a pen and blood as ink. Her hands quickly formed seals and sketched quickly on the ground around Lin Pingan. A mysterious rune appeared as she moved. Blood-flowed runes lit up one by one, gradually connecting into a complete circular formation, soul suppression formation. The moment the formation took shape, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy spread out, softly enveloping Lin Pingan with a peaceful and quiet aura. He seemed to feel the threat and struggled painfully, and the demonic chi around him surged and tumbled even more in a vain attempt to break through the restraints of the formation. Seeing this, Lanyu did not hesitate to sit down on her knees, closing her eyes and ferrying a little bit of her already weak divine soul power into the formation at her feet. The formation glowed even more brightly, and her divine soul followed the veins of the formation to carefully probe into that raging darkness, wanting to touch Lin Pingan's lost divine soul. Lin Pingan's hissing voice weakened, the blood color in his eyes began to fade. Although still in pain, the madness that destroyed everything gradually subsided, revealing bewilderment. The 2 strands of divine soul power connected and intermingled with difficulty under the guidance of the soul suppression formation. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the depths of Lin Pingan's chaotic sea of consciousness to create ripples, and a dusty and almost forgotten fragment of memory quietly awakened. Chapter 69, Tribulation Heart Refining Technique. The outline of the blurry silhouette in the deepest part of the sea of consciousness gradually became clearer. The golden robes surrounded by chaotic chi flow is precisely the chaos immortal dignity. The 9 robberies heart refining technique condensed by my heart's blood can refine the heart and quell demonic nature. The voice did not come from the outside world but resounded directly in Lin Pingan's consciousness. Memory fragments pieced together, countless arcane phrases naturally surfaced into his divine soul. Lin Pingan subconsciously sat down on his knees. The power of chaos then moved along the meridians flowing to mend the body eroded by the demonic chi. A strange sense of tranquility spread out as the 9 robberies heart refining technique operated, washing over the limbs and bones of the originally frenzied mind to settle down. The demonic chi in his body seemed to have met a natural enemy and fled in all directions in terror. Lin Pingan's thoughts turned the power of chaos into an invisible net to forcefully bind those scattered demonic chi. The restless demonic chi was held down hard. The golden figure in the sea of consciousness became more and more solidified. The technique of the 9 robberies refining heart technique also became clearer. Each syllable guided the direction of the power of chaos to suppress the demonic energy. Lin Pingan felt himself sinking into a boundless chaos. There was nothingness all around, only the sound of the spell echoing through the consciousness. He ran his gong method over and over again. The demonic chi in his body was retreating. Lin Pingan could clearly feel the changes within his body could not suppress the exhilaration of his heart. Get the hell back! The idea exploded like thunder. The chaotic power in his body violently erupted to force all the uncontrolled demonic energy back into his right arm. The figure of the chaos immortal in the sea of consciousness gradually faded and eventually turned into a bit of pure golden light that disappeared into the depths of Lin Pingan's body. Lin Pingan opened his eyes and looked down at his right arm. The previously raging demonic aura had indeed been suppressed, but faint black lines still remained under the skin, lying dormant as if waiting to devour the master again. Lin Pingan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with some black color. He immediately mobilized the power of chaos to wrap his right arm in layers to prevent the possibility of the demonic energy from leaking out. Cold Moon. He turned his head to look at the woman not far from his heart. Without her herself, I'm afraid she'd be a monster completely controlled by demonic energy by now. Lanyu's face was frighteningly white, and when she heard the call she just barely answered. and her body fell softly to the side. Lin Pingan almost instinctively reacted with a step forward to steadily hold her. He carefully flattened Cold Moon on a relatively clean and level surface. Looking at her weakly closed eyes, Lin Pingan was touched somewhere in his heart. Lin Pingan placed protective formations around Lang Yu and stood up to look deeper into the 9 specters' forbidden land. There seemed to be something there that drew him in. Perhaps the only way to find a solution to the dilemma at hand is to go deeper. He no longer hesitated to step toward the unknown darkness. Here all year round drifting thick and deathly gassine wind whistling ghosts crying wolf howling sound endless. Lin Pingan walked step by step along the rugged mountain path towards the land of the underworld fire. Finally he came to a sea of fire. Crimson magma boiling and bubbling with searing heat, the air uncomfortably pungent with the smell of sulfur. Lin Pingan came here alone and sat cross-legged on a huge black rock, gazing firmly at the sea of fire in front of him. Taking a deep breath, feeling the scorching temperature of the underworld fire, a burning pain came from his skin. Lin Pingan gritted his teeth and urged the chaos power in his body to protect his heart veins and jumped into the fire. Just as soon as he entered the sea of fire, endless flames came towards him in a flash and engulfed him. Lin Pingan felt like he was in purgatory, with a burst of intense pain coming from his flesh to be melted. He didn't dare to have the slightest bit of slackness, frantically working the power of chaos, forming a barrier around him to resist the erosion of the underworld fire. Refine me. Lin Pingan fully operated the 9 tribulation heart refining technique to begin refining the demonic chi in his right arm. Under the scorching heat of the underworld fire, the demonic chi in his right arm boiled up. The black demonic lines twisted violently. A powerful demonic chi gushed out from the demonic tattoo, crazily impacting Lin Pingan's meridians. Just then a noise came from far away to break the dead silence of this place. Quickly look over there. Is it that Lin Pingan kid? He's really gotten into the devil. There's no mistaking that evil aura on his body. The third elder has long said that this son is a scourge that cannot be kept. The figures of a group of cultivators appeared at the edge of the sea of fire. It was the same group that had trailed them earlier. The first few were clearly the third elder's inner circle. They pointed and spoke with undisguised malice. Lin Pingan turned a deaf ear and sank all his mind into his body to fight against the demonic energy. But the sharp pain in his right arm steeply intensified. The pain almost overwhelmed his consciousness. The black magic pattern twisted crazily. The next moment it was about to completely break free from its bonds. A suppressed, muffled roar squeezed out of his throat. A tearing sensation came from his right arm, bones and meridians groaning. Oh no! Lin Pingan's heart sank. At this rate he'll be completely consumed. Thoughts raced. Only in a flash a crazy decision took shape in his mind. It must not be left. Since it can't be suppressed, then destroy it. A ruthless aura rose from Lin Pingan's body. The power of chaos moved in response to the thought. Was no longer a barrier of defense but coalesced into a sharp and unparalleled form. An invisible sharp blade quietly appeared. Give me. Break. He let out a silent roar of will, driving the chaos sharpshooter decisively at his right arm. Blood like rain sprinkled down the water, and fire in the blink of an eye vaporized into blood mist. The crowd was in an uproar at the sight of the situation. The cultivators who were originally waiting to see the joke were all dumbfounded one by one. He actually cut off his own right arm. Crazy. What a lunatic. Jiang Fan and Lin Feng also froze. They had originally thought that Lin Pingan would struggle and eventually be devoured by the demonic energy. But I didn't expect him to chop off his right arm so decisively. This kid. Jiang Fan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Heart actually gave birth to awe. Lin Feng's face turned pale as he remembered Lin Pingan's previous shocking actions and said in his heart, this son will become a great danger in the future. The intense pain caused Lin Pingan to almost faint as he clenched his teeth and focused his chaos power into the wound on his right arm. Blood spilled like rain, but the weird thing was that the blood didn't fall to the ground, but instead condensed into a cloud of chaotic chi in the air. The light at Lin Pingan's broken arm pulsed, and the power of chaos surged, surprisingly regenerating an arm in full view of everyone. Mysterious Tao patterns were wrapped around the newborn's arms. This arm that contained the most primal power between heaven and earth emitted a frightening pressure. Lin Pingan clenched his fists, feeling the strength of his newborn arm. Eyes were filled with surprise. The scene of the rebirth of the broken arm deeply shocked everyone present, and the disciples who had clamored before were even more silenced. Jiang Fan's face also became extremely ugly as he looked at Lin Pingan's regrown arm. His eyes were filled with greed and he said in his heart, this power of chaos is really extraordinary. Chapter 61 Chaos True Solution now appears. Before Lin Pingan could regain his senses from the joy of remodeling his right arm, he felt the chaotic power within his body suddenly rampage through his body. Not good. Lin Pingan's face suddenly changed, feeling the chaotic cauldron within his dantian trembling violently, trying to break free from his control. A mysterious aura spread out from the depths of the chaos cauldron with a frightening pressure. The runes on the chaos tripod lit up one by one and intertwined into an arcane formation emitting a dazzling light. Lin Pingan felt that a powerful force was awakening, which far exceeded his previous knowledge, containing the might of opening up the heavens and the earth. This is. Lin Pingan's heart set off shocking waves. He had never imagined that the chaos cauldron had such a powerful force. I also wonder if the awakening of this power is a blessing or a curse? Rumble. The sky was dark with clouds and lightning. Deep in the Nine Spectres' forbidden land, an ancient stone monument slowly rose from the ground, suspended in mid-air. The monument is black and its surface is full of esoteric runes that contain the most profound principles of heaven and earth. At this moment the runes on the stone tablet lit up with an eerie light, and it actually produced a marvelous echo, with the chaotic tripod deep in Lin Pingan's dantian emitting a buzzing resonance. The earth shook violently in the depths of the Nine Spectres' forbidden land. The mountain peaks crumbled and the shaking the ground tore through a deep, black chasm. Suddenly, a blinding glare of light rises up from the depths of the earth to penetrate the gloomy clouds. The light slowly dissipated. A magnificent and unimaginable relic appeared in front of everyone. It was made entirely of countless huge blocks of stone, standing there silently at the moment awakened to reappear in the world. That is an ancient relic? Jiang Fan's voice carried an incredulous tremble. The ruins towering in front of us exudes the ancient and vicissitudes that make the heart sink. Lin Pingan took a step into it. The air around him seemed to become sticky. The interior space of the ruins is extremely vast and the outlines of the halls and pavilions are faintly visible, though most of them have collapsed with only remnants left, but still can be seen from the remnants of those carved beams and paintings in its once grand style. The further inward Lin Pingan went, the clearer that inexplicable feeling of closeness became in his heart. It seemed that something was calling out softly from the depths of the ruins connected to his bloodline. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, pulled by that invisible tugging force through a ruin deeper towards the core of the ruins. Eventually an altar was seen deep within a large hall with only a small portion of it remaining. The altar was dilapidated and covered with the scars of age, and in the middle of the altar lay a golden volume of ancient books quietly. This ancient book style is ancient and even a little unremarkable. However, Lin Pingan could clearly feel the power latent within it that was enough to shake heaven and earth. He subconsciously slowed his breathing, heart thumping. There is definitely some kind of special connection between this volume of ancient books and him. Lin Pingan walked up and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, reaching out to pick up the ancient book. Into the hand slightly sunken, a strange energy fluctuation instantly spread to all the limbs and bones. On the cover of the ancient book were a few large and simple words: Chaos, true explanation. He couldn't wait to turn it over. The yellowish paper was densely written with arcane and difficult to understand runes. These runes, flashed with a faint golden light, seems to contain the principle of the great Tao, exudes the power to make people's hearts tremble. Lin Pingan only felt that those runes had come to life when he gazed at them. In his eyes, it rotated and eventually intertwined and fused into a subtle and incomparable dynamic pattern, variable and deep. Lin Pingan's heart beat wildly. He felt like he had glimpsed a whole new path. A heavenly avenue leading to the supreme realm was slowly unfolding in front of him. As he continued to understand these runes, and the body was originally a little out of control of the power of chaos. At this moment his found events surging into his newborn right arm. His right arm suddenly erupted with a brilliant and dazzling golden light. The power within his arm was climbing upward. An unprecedented powerful feeling filled his heart. As long as he was willing, a punch could shatter mountains and rivers. So, it is. Lin Pingan's eyes flashed with enlightenment as many of his previous confusions about the power of chaos became clear. He felt that his control over this power had increased by more than one level. Just as Lin Pingan was immersed in this euphoria of soaring power, a discordant sound came from the side. Third elders, two close friends, have long been looking at the two eyes, straight greed color undisguised. They gave each other a wink, each sacrificing their own innate magic treasure. Kid, be sensible and hand over the treasure and you can still have your life spared. Jiang Fan roared viciously. A long, Chile sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, pointing at Lin Pingan. Before the words fell out of his mouth, he flicked his wrist and turned his long sword into a stream of light and stabbed Pingan Lin directly in the face. Crony B, who was next to him, laughed and made his move. He offered up a huge wolf-toothed club covered in hideous spikes, swung round with a whistling sound that tore through the air from the side towards Lin Pingan's head, and smashed it hard. The two of them worked well together, obviously not the first time they had done this kind of killing for treasure. Lin Pingan slowly raised his head. His face did not see the slightest panic on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth hooked up in an icy cold smile. He slowly raised the right arm that had just been remodeled and was now flowing with golden light. The power of chaos rushed through the arm. The golden light almost condensed into substance. Looking for death, facing left and right pincers, Lin Pingan didn't even bother to dodge. He directly stretched out his golden shining right arm and grabbed at Jiang Fan's long sword that was so fast that only remnants of it remained. What? His original magic treasure, sharpening iron, was actually grabbed by Lin Pingan with his bare hands. Before he could react, Lin Pingan's 5 fingers violently closed, only to hear a click sound. The long, cold, glittering sword was actually pinched and broken by Lin Pingan. Immediately after that, Lin Pingan slapped a backhanded palm at Crony B's wolfsbane. Boom! The wolf-tooth rod shattered like papier-mâché under Lin Pingan's palm. The tremendous force of the recoil shook the Crony B to the point where he flew backwards and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Fan turned around and tried to escape. Lin Pingon coldly grunted shakily appeared behind him grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. Want to go? Too late. A cold light flashed in Lin Pingon's eyes, a fist blasted above his dantian. Poof. Zhang Fan's dantian was shattered and his cultivation was ruined. Lang Yu woke up and followed Lin Pingon's scent and rushed to see golden light flowing from Lin Pingon's right arm, reflecting him like an invincible deity. This power isn't right. She noticed the subtle trembling of Lin Pingon's fingertips. It turns out that he is not omnipotent, and that behind this destructive power lies great depletion and unknown risks. Right at this moment, the floating stone monument, which was originally covered in cracks, was finally overwhelmed by the aftermath of the battle just now and crumbled. Endless black mist erupted from it, greedily devouring the surrounding light. Lin Pingon's pupils suddenly contracted. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in this black mist. It was an evil aura capable of devouring souls and corrupting everything, far more terrifying than the mana of a Yuaning cultivator. What is this thing? Lin Pingon withdrew his chaotic force, not daring to allow it to come into contact with the black mist in the slightest. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and stared tightly at the spreading black mist. Lang Yu likewise felt the terror of the black fog, quickly came to Lin Pingon's side and said with a grave expression, "Be careful. This black fog has something odd in it which seems to contain some kind of powerful evil force." Lin Feng broke into the secret room at this moment covered in blood and shouted in alarm. Third Elder, it's a big deal. The ancient relics of the 9 specters Forbidden Land have appeared. Lin Pingon, that brat. He has already gotten the chance to get inside first. The Third Elder's originally tightly closed eyes snapped open, and he said in a cold tone, "Ancient ruins? It seems that the heavens are destined to let this brat die here. I'd like to see what this brat is capable of to take away the chance from me." Chapter 62, Asking for the Mirror of the Heart. Lin Pingon pulled Lang Yu as he flew away from the crumbling stone monument, and behind him the black mist spread out like ink, devouring all the light. Lin Pingon looked back from time to time with gravity in his eyes. The strangeness of this black fog made him feel an inexplicable uneasiness. We must return to the Divine Flame sect as soon as possible. Lin Pingon frowned. The aura of this black mist is too bizarre. Lang Yu similarly understands the horror of this black fog, does not dare to have the slightest carelessness. The two of them sped all the way towards the direction of the Divine Flame sect. The scenery along the way was rapidly regressing. The only sound in his ears was the sound of the whistling wind and the horrible hissing behind him that was getting closer and closer. I feel that this black fog seems to be able to corrode cultivators' spiritual energy, and even divine sense can't probe into it. Lang Yu suddenly voiced a reminder with anxiety in her tone. Lin Pingon also noticed this and looked back only to see that the black mist had expanded to several times its size, chasing after them with teeth and claws. Wherever the black mist passes, the grass and trees wither and lose their vitality as if they have been swallowed up by the soul in general. It can't go on like this. Lin Pingon made an instant decision. We must find a way to get rid of it. The light in his eyes flowed, remembering the recluse talisman he had gotten in the relics. Although the recluse talisman can only last for a short period of time, but it can pull away from the black fog to avoid pursuit. Hold on to me. Lin Pingon shouted lowly and took out the recluse talisman without hesitation and crushed it with a flash of golden light. The two disappeared in place. The black mist also chased them to where they were just now, spreading around but never able to find their traces. Weaving underground for a few moments, the effect of the recluse talisman disappeared and the two returned to the ground. At this point they had already moved away from the range of the black fog. Lin Pingon did not let his guard down. Although they were temporarily safe, but the threat of the black fog still existed. We must rush back to the Divine Flame sect as soon as possible to report this matter. Lin Pingon said in a deep voice, "This black mist is not trivial. I'm afraid it will bring great disaster to the entire cultivation world." Lang Yu solemnly nodded, the two of them no longer stopping to continue speeding in the direction of the Divine Flame sect. The Divine Fire sect's mountain gate was in sight. Lin Pingon's summoning jade pendant suddenly lit up. Ask the Heart Conference? A cold aura flashed in Lin Pingon's eyes as he gripped the jade pendant tightly. The Questioning Heart Assembly was the highest meeting of the Divine Flame sect to deal with major events within the sect. Usually only at the time of the clan's survival will be held, now suddenly convened to ask the heart of the General Assembly is obviously an unusual state of affairs. The face of Lang Yu at the side also became grave. I'm afraid that calling the Questioning Heart Assembly at this time is not a good thing. Lin Pingon sneered, hell, looks like someone can't wait to get their hands on me. He had a vague feeling in his heart that this Questioning Heart Conference was feared to be for him. When Lin Pingon arrived at the main peak square, a solemn atmosphere came to the surface. Hundreds of inner disciples had already gathered in the square, each with a grave expression. Lin Pingon, do you know your offense? The third elder's voice rang out with a strong pressure. Disciple doesn't know what the offense is. Lin Pingon looked calm. Lin Pingon, as the holy son of the Divine Flame sect, you are privately practicing an evil magic technique that makes the source of your own power unknown. And now you are bringing back the strange black mist and disregarding the safety of the sect. The third elder's voice reverberated over the square like a thunderbolt, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Fallen demons? Power of dubious origin? Lin Pingon inwardly laughed coldly at the absurdity of this charge. He was about to open his mouth to retort when he saw the third elder's hand wave violently. and a huge water mirror immediately appeared over the plaza, in which the image of Lin Pingan confronting the black mist in the relics appeared. Gentlemen, please look at this black mist. It's so bizarre and unpredictable that even divine sense can't penetrate it. Yet Lin Pingan was able to fight against it and even introduced it into the vicinity of the sect. How sinister his intentions were. The third elder pointed at the water mirror and righteously complained, if I hadn't intervened in time, I'm afraid that the entire divine flame sect would have been swallowed up by this black mist. The third elder's words immediately caused an uproar in the square, and the gazes of the disciples towards Lin Pingan became incredulous. There's no excuse for wanting to commit a crime. Lin Pingan stared at the elder with a cold smile spreading from the corners of his mouth. Humph, how dare you talk tough at the end of your life? The elder beside the third elder snorted coldly. You colluded with the evil demons to cultivate forbidden arts. Now that the evidence is clear, do you still want to argue? Since you are so confident, then let the heart-asking mirror prove your innocence. The third elder signaled Lin Pingan to enter the heart-inquiring grand formation with a wave of his hand. Lin Pingan took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the large formation, which activated countless runes that lit up to envelop Lin Pingan. The asking heart mirror's light flourished brightly and radiantly, pouring down in an attempt to completely pierce through Lin Pingan's mind and soul. This powerful probing force touched a certain power latent within Lin Pingan's body, only to see the golden light rising from the top of his head gradually converged into a golden ocean, swallowed up all the light of the heart-questioning mirror. What kind of power is this? The third elder felt that this power was beyond his perception. There was a dead silence in the hall. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events, their gazes fixed dead center on the golden light above Lin Pingan's head. The golden light dispersed as the light of the mirror also dimmed down. Just when the crowd thought things ended, suddenly changed. The bizarre black magic pattern above Lin Pingan's right arm appeared once again, standing out on his fair skin. Magic lines. It's a magic pattern. Whoever in the crowd exclaimed suddenly broke the silence of the hall. Indeed, he has colluded with evil demons to fall into the devil's path. How can the position of the Holy Sun tolerate a person from the devil's way? For a while the hall was in an uproar. The eyes of the people looking at Lin Pingan were filled with fear and disgust. Seeing this, the third elder stood up fiercely with a sinister look in his eyes, pointing at Lin Pingan's right arm and snapped, Lin Pingan, what else do you have to say? This demonic pattern is the hard evidence of your collusion with the evil demons. Lin Pingan sneered as the light of the demonic pattern on his right arm suddenly flourished, emitting an even denser demonic aura. The crowd saw this and retreated for fear of being contaminated by the demonic energy. Lin Pingan swept his cold eyes over the crowd with disdain in his tone. This demonic pattern will be completely purified by me in front of you today. As soon as the words fell, Lin Pingan's body's chaotic power surged, following Lin Pingan's meridians to converge on top of his right arm. The light of the demonic pattern gradually dimmed into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated, and the skin on Lin Pingan's right arm had regained its usual whiteness, not seeing the slightest trace of magic lines. The golden light above Lin Pingan's head became even more brilliant, and the vast and boundless aura emanating from him was awe-inspiring. The great hall was silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The upper elder, who had been silent all this time, trembled with excitement. He stood up trembling and shouted at Lin Pingan, Heaven bless my divine flame sect! God bless my divine flame sect! The upper elder's actions completely reversed the situation that was unfavorable to Lin Pingan. The people no longer looked at Lin Pingan with fear and disgust. Chapter 63 Divine Fire Burns the Sky. The third elder's fingers hidden in his sleeves moved imperceptibly. Rumble. The foot trembled violently. The entire divine flame sect's grand hall was as if it had been hit by an invisible beast, and the ground was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. A burning sensation came to the surface. Reddish tongues of fire carried an aura of destruction as they frantically scurried out from the cracks in the ground straight to the top of the temple. Burning sky formation. The Supreme Elder's voice changed tone sharp with panic. Old 3. Have you lost your mind? If this formation is fully activated, the entire Divine Flame Sect's foundation will go up in flames. The temperature around him rose steeply. The smell of burning sulfur filled his breath. Lin Pingan's heart skipped a beat. The third elder's little gesture could not be hidden from him at all. The chaos power in his body was running rapidly and his right arm was covered with a solid layer of golden luster. A cold grunt escaped his nostrils. The right arm swept out horizontally. The abundant golden light came out of his arm and turned into a raging golden wave to meet the gushing flames and crashed into it. Thumbs up. Gold and red clashed fiercely, making a heart-stopping burning sound. That violent flame and the golden light of the impact was hard pressed back, difficult to inch forward. A light golden-colored film covered Lin Pingan's entire body. The flames in front of him touched the film, and then the mud cow went into the sea and silently merged into it without leaving any smoke. Impossible! The third elder exclaimed in disbelief. The burning sky formation is the most powerful formation in our clan. How could it be? Seeing this, the third elder pulled out a blood-red talisman paper from his pocket. The talisman paper with demonic chi churning on it exuded a heart-stopping aura. Blood Demon Talisman. You're crazy. This forbidden art will destroy your form and spirit, the Supreme Elder exclaimed. The third elder looked like a madman and shouted up to the sky. Today, even if the jade and stone burn together, I will pull you along with me. He said that he was about to sacrifice the blood demon talisman. Lin Pingan's figure shifted and quickly arrived in front of the third elder grabbing the blood demon talisman. The third elder's face changed greatly as he was about to activate the prohibition on the talisman paper, but he saw that Lin Pingan gently pinched the blood demon talisman and it instantly turned into pieces. Right at this moment the originally dull shadow-retaining stone at the waist of the third elder fell to the ground and rolled a few times before activating on its own. The image of the third elder being in a close conversation with the man in black surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. The man in black was clad in a black cloak, unable to see his face, but from the aura emanating from his body, one could tell that this person was by no means a good person. After this is accomplished, the Divine Flame sect's chi will belong to the Heavenly Pavilion, and the position of the sect leader will naturally be yours. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and low. A fawning smile appeared on the third elder's face. Your Excellency, don't worry, everything is under my control. This brat Lin Pingan won't live more than 3 days. The picture came to an abrupt end. The third elder's face was pale and his lips trembled, but he could not say a word. The gazes of the crowd towards the third elder revealed anger and contempt. The third elder colluded with the Tianji Pavilion, intends to seize the Divine Fire Clan luck at the expense of the entire clan's safety and security. Of such a wolfish ambition is outrageous. Traitor! The Supreme Elder shouted angrily, someone come and take him down for me. The third elder's face was as gray as death, suddenly let out a sardonic laugh. Want to capture me? Dream on! A tyrannical and destructive aura suddenly surged madly at his dantian. His face distorted demeanor crazy, actually want to blow up the golden dan, pulling all the people in the temple with the death. Want to die? Ask me not. The icy voice exploded. Lin Pingan's figure abruptly blurred the next instant had appeared on the side of the third elder, not giving the third elder any chance at all. The right hand covered in solidified golden aura was so fast that it only left a blurry golden trajectory swiftly slapping towards the third elder's dantian. The blood color on the third elder's face faded away, only to be left with boundless fear ho 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 in his throat. You! The word dare was cut off hard. The corner of Lin Pingan's mouth pulled out a cold smile. Abolishing your cultivation and keeping your dog's life is already a great mercy. The words have not yet fallen. Pei ran golden light violently through the palm and ruthlessly poured into. Plop! A dull and strange sound came out from the third elder's body. The mournful and tragic howl resounded through the great hall. The third elder seemed to have been drained of his entire body's bones and collapsed limply to the ground. Dantian was destroyed. Jindan broken, all the pure cultivation instantly into nothing. This feeling is more painful than direct death 100 times. Lin Pingan withdrew his hand, not even bothering to look at the writhing puddle of slime on the ground again. The Supreme Elder's face turned blue as he forced down his anger and waved his hand. Drag him down. Interrogate them severely. Make sure to dig out all the schemes of Tianji Pavilion. A few law enforcement disciples immediately stepped forward and were about to carry the limp third elder away. No need. Lin Pingan waved his hand to stop them. I'll ask in person. He walked over to the third elder and slowly crouched down to start searching his soul. A few moments later, Lin Pingan stood up and his face became somber. The outlines of a conspiracy so vast as to be mind-boggling are becoming clear. 36 sects. Lin Pingan repeated the number in a low voice, his knuckles pinching white from the force. What a Tianji Pavilion, what a big appetite. An unspeakable chill rose in his chest. This wasn't just a plot against the Divine Flame sect anymore. The Heavenly Hall of Fame was trying to completely mess up this heaven and earth. Godly Fire Sect Back Mountain, Forbidden Land. This place is shrouded in thick fog all year round. There is a mysterious atmosphere in the air. On top of the mountain a huge altar stood, and in the middle of the altar rested a furnace that had long been cold and dead. This place once enshrined the fundamental of the Divine Flame sect, the burning heaven Divine Flame. Now all that's left is a furnace of dead ashes. Lin Pingan stood alone looking at the defeated scene in front of him with a heavy heart. It seemed that only by getting this furnace burning again would the Divine Flame sect have any hope of fighting against the Heavenly Hall. Lin Pingan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and sat down on his knees in the center of the altar, making seals with both hands. Chaotic power flowed and converged within him, and he reached out his hands to slowly press them against the cold furnace body. A piercing chill came from his fingertips. The next moment he poured in the power that had gathered in his body without reservation. Buzz! The silent runes seemed to be awakened, emitting a low and long humming sound, and the entire altar followed with a slight vibration. A massive suction force came violently from within the furnace, greedily pulling the chaotic force within Lin Pingan's body. Lin Pingan's teeth clenched as he continuously injected the power of chaos into the furnace. A little bit of time passes. Suddenly, the fireplace violently trembled with increasing amplitude. Waves of searing heat erupted from the mouth of the furnace, dispersing the surrounding fog into vapor. Lin Pingan opened his eyes wide. Originally cold and silent huge furnace. At this moment, even the body is bright and emits a piercing golden aura. Boom! A thick pillar of golden flame violently rose up from the furnace, tearing through the thick clouds. A blazing and overbearing pressure swept through the entire Divine Flame sect. The fire of the burning god rekindled. This power was majestic and vast, shaking the entire sect in an instant. The stone doors of several retreats opened almost simultaneously, and several old men with white hair rushed out, looking in the direction of the forbidden land in the back of the mountain. Divine fire? The Supreme Elder's figure trembled slightly, his voice full of surprise and suppressed excitement. Could it be? Several other elders gathered over at a quick pace, exchanging a glance with each other, all seeing the shock and ecstasy on each other's faces. Go to the back of the mountain. Countless disciples within the Divine Flame sect also felt this sudden force. Everyone unanimously looked in the direction of the back of the mountain, the rushing golden flames reflecting on everyone's astonished faces. In the next moment, countless figures rose up into the air, targeting the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. On the altar, Lin Pingan gazed at the golden flames burning in the furnace and felt the blazing breath. A big stone finally fell to the ground in his heart. The roots of the Divine Fire sect have returned. He breathed a long sigh of relief, was about to withdraw his hands that were infused with the power of chaos. The change is steep. The chaos Tao pattern lurking on his right arm actually produced a strange resonance with the divine fire in the furnace at this moment, and the two were pulled by an invisible force and began to intermingle. Buzz dash! An overwhelming energy violently erupted and swept away from the point of contact. Lin Pingan was caught off guard by this force and was shaken so hard that he grunted out with a sweetness in his throat. An overbearing burning intent rushed brutally down his arm and into his meridians. It was as if the blood was ignited and began to run and boil wildly. Hot, unspeakable hotness emanated from within. Lin Pingan's skin quickly turned crimson, his body trembled uncontrollably, and his bones emitted an unbearable cackling sound. The meridians were repeatedly crushed like a red-hot iron, with tearing pain coming from every inch, making it difficult for him to even breathe. The high temperature was still climbing, and Lin Pingan's consciousness began to lax. The scene in front of him distorted and blurred. He felt like he was sinking into an infinite sea of golden fire, with each flame tearing at his body and divine soul to completely burn him to ashes. Just when he was about to be unable to support himself, the surface of his body surfaced without warning, an incomparably complicated golden pattern. The lines flowed with a divine radiance permeated with a feeling of nirvana rebirth. Lin Pingan snapped his eyes open. Previously that burning pain that was enough to incinerate a person had disappeared. He subconsciously looked at his right arm. Those arcane golden lines had already been hidden. However, he could clearly detect an extra force in his body if there was one. Warm but with the dominance of burning out everything. This is. Lin Pingan raised his head to look at the leaping mass of burning heavenly divine fire inside the furnace. A marvelous sensation welled up in the mind. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of the flames burning, touched the majestic energy contained in the flames, and felt that the divine fire had become part of his body. The power of chaos, fused with divine fire? Lin Pingan whispered to himself, surprise spreading rapidly in his heart. Chapter 64 The 9 Changes of the Burning Sky. His mind moved slightly, stretching out his right hand. Fire flames swayed gently with the movement of his palm. This feeling is wonderful. Lin Pingan closed his eyes and carefully experienced it. Just then the sound of breaking air rang out one after another. The Divine Flame sect's elders, disciples, and Lang Yu, who was right behind them, arrived at the forbidden area in the back of the mountain one after another. When they saw the skyrocketing golden flame in the center of the altar, everyone froze. Divine fire. It's really divine fire. The heavens have blessed our clan. The divine flame has actually reburned. Look at senior brother Lin. He seems like he can control divine fire? The Supreme Elder set aside the crowd and rushed to the front in a hurry, his florid white beard twitching, his furrowed old face full of excitement. The old man's hand slightly clenched, his voice with an uncontrollable trembling. Pingan, what the hell is going on with this divine fire? Lin Pingan turned his head back from that arcane state to look at the crowd. He fixed his mind and told the story briefly, naturally hiding the part about the power of chaos, only saying that it was by chance that he used his own power to induce the fire that remained inside the furnace. You said that you invoked the fire seed and also fused the divine fire origin? The Supreme Elder staggered back 2 steps after hearing this, his fingers shivering as he pointed at Lin Pingan. Just as the crowd was still immersed in this great shock, a violent throbbing came violently from Lin Pingan's chest. A terrifyingly high temperature suddenly exploded from his chest cavity and surged to his limbs. Ah! A suppressed grunt of pain escaped from Lin Pingan's throat. The blood color on his face quickly faded to become pale. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. His body uncontrollably began to shiver, and an aching pain permeated through the cracks of his bones. He subconsciously clenched the lapel of his chest, his knuckles so hard that they turned white. A strong sense of panic gripped him. He could clearly feel that the 2 forces inside his body were rushing madly, wanting to completely tear his body apart. Senior brother Lin, brother Pingan, what's wrong with you? The disciples around him also realized that something was wrong with him. They gathered around and asked questions. Lang Yu also frowned, wanting to step forward, but the Supreme Elder jumped ahead of her. Pingan, how do you feel? Where are you uncomfortable? Lin Pingan raised a trembling hand to signal the crowd to stay away, forcibly enduring the excruciating pain that was turning over in his body. and squeezing out a few words through his teeth. I am fine. Can't let anyone else get close in case the power in his body explodes out of control. The consequences are unimaginable. The power of chaos spontaneously operated, wanting to forcefully suppress that raging power. However, the power originating from the essence blood of the gods and devils had become unusually fierce and overbearing after being catalyzed by the burning heaven divine flame, and it simply did not listen to the call and insisted on bursting through his meridians. Just as the realization was about to be swallowed up by the pain, the chaotic chi whirlpool within the dantian violently accelerated its rotation. The power of chaos, which was originally only a passive defense, now took the initiative to probe out its tentacles to carefully wrap around that tyrannical power. Surprisingly, that violent power did not fiercely resist, but instead found a vent to follow the guidance of the power of chaos began to run. That burning heavenly divine flame origin that had been integrated into his body also began to emit a gentle halo of light echoing the power of chaos. Three distinct forces formed a strange cycle within his body. The burning pain gradually faded, and the bones and blood of the entire body seemed to be soaked in warm spring water, emitting a soft murmur of pleasure. The internal injuries caused by the previous impact of the power were healing at an amazing speed, and the crimson on the surface of the skin due to the high temperature faded away faintly, revealing a faint golden luster. Lin Pingon slowly loosened his tightly clenched lapel and looked down at his hands. This is the power after fusion? Lin Pingon's heart beat wildly. The power of chaos, the burning heavenly flame, and the essence blood of gods and demons. These three forces that could have caused him to explode and die had actually reached a balance within his body. Cool. This wave of blood money. Lin Pingon couldn't help but let out a low cry, suppressing his inner excitement. Just as he was reveling in the surprise of this power, his heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. The air around Lin Pingon became sticky, and the flow of aura was also permeated with an unnatural stagnation. An inexplicable sense of crisis crept into his heart. Not good. Lin Pingon's face changed slightly just as he was about to sound the alarm. Boom dash. A loud, dull to the point of silence thud came violently from below the altar. The entire back mountain forbidden land along with the altar under their feet began to shake and vibrate violently. What's going on? The crowd exclaimed, backing away. Lin Pingon looked down to discover that a crack had appeared at the bottom of the altar. An ancient scroll was faintly visible in the crack, emanating a haunting aura. The breath, which seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, was constantly calling out to him. He clenched his teeth and endured the burning sensation that turned his body inside out as he reached out with a trembling hand to remove the scroll. The moment he unfolded the scroll, the words "Burning Sky 9 Transformations" appeared in front of his eyes, and majestic energy fluctuations came over him. Lin Pingon only felt that the scroll in his hand was slightly hot, and arcane information flooded into his mind. His pupils contracted violently, his heart beat violently. According to the scroll, this technique was created by a fire deity in the ancient times, and had the power to burn the sky and boil the sea. No wonder it appeared when the divine fire was rekindled. It was clearly a gift from the heavens. It was a pity that the 9 transformations of the burning sky only recorded the cultivation methods for the first 3 transformations. Is this the will of heaven? Lin Pingon murmured. In his eyes was a joy he couldn't hide. It seemed that his own cultivation path was about to take a new turn. The surrounding elder disciples were all too shocked to speak when they saw this scene. The crack in the altar was still widening at this point. A gloomy and cold aura overflowed from it in stark contrast to the blazing aura of divine fire around it. Not good. It's demonic chi. The elders' faces changed drastically when they sensed the difference and unanimously took a few steps back. Some of the experienced elders had already begun to pinch and lay down protective boundaries, while others nervously grabbed the magic weapons at their waists. Lin Pingon noticed that even the always stoic Grand Elder was frowning at the moment, with gravity written all over his pale face. The appearance of the demonic chi caused the temperature of the entire altar to plummet, and the air that had been hot just a moment ago became chilly and bone-chilling. The disciples with lesser cultivation had already begun to shiver, not knowing whether it was because of the cold or because of fear. Lin Pingon gripped the Burning Sky 9 Transformation scroll in his hand tightly, but his heart was unusually calm. He could feel the newly fused power within him stirring. Lin Pingon probed out his divine senses and actually discovered that the aura coming from the depths of the altar floor vaguely echoed the demon god's essence blood. His gaze was fixed on the widening crack, his fingers subconsciously tightening. The demonic creature in the depths of the earth seemed to sense the call of the demon god's essence blood and let out a deafening roar. Roar! This roar resounded through the heavens and earth, carrying endless anger and resentment that made people shudder. The cracks around the altar were getting bigger and bigger. The gloomy aura was getting stronger and stronger, and the uneasiness in Lin Pingon's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He felt a powerful force awakening. This force would likely bring unprecedented havoc to the Divine Flame sect, and even the entire cultivation world. Chapter 65. The Devil's Shadow appears. The cracks in the altar expanded rapidly like the mouth of an abyss, opening up to devour all the surrounding light. The seal was completely broken, and the remnants of a demon general's soul, wrapped in ghostly flames of the underworld, roared out from the depths of the earth. The cold demonic aura spread over the mountain protection formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dark pattern like a spider's web was densely intertwined on the surface of the originally golden mountain protection formation. The golden light and the black demonic aura fought against each other and emitted piercing purple arcs of electricity. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the mountain protection formation. A dark hollow appeared on the originally impenetrable shield. The air became distorted wherever the demonic aura passed. The mountain protector formation emitted an unbearable humming sound, and the entire formation began to tremble violently, emitting a clicking and crunching sound. The mountain protector formation was about to shatter. Ka-ching! The mountain protector formation made a crisp sound like broken glass. The mountain protection array is shattered. The low-level disciples sat paralyzed on the ground with despair in their eyes. The Supreme Elder saw this and quickly pinched his fingers. A golden light burst out from his fingertips and pointed straight to the sky. All Yuaning stage or above cultivators quickly returned to their positions and lay down the 9 palace demon locking formation. The mellow voice of the Supreme Elder echoed in every corner under the added power of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, dozens of streams of light sped from all directions. They quickly fell into position in accordance with the established position to pinch the body's spiritual power. Complex runes began to emerge on the ground, gradually outlining a huge 9-grid pattern. At the same time, several silhouettes silently made their way through the crowd. Boom! The runes that were originally taking shape suddenly dimmed and twisted. The face of the elder who set up the formation suddenly changed, only to feel that the operation of spiritual energy in his body suddenly became stagnant. Not good. Someone is destroying the formation, a sharp-eyed elder shouted. But it was too late. A large amount of pitch-black demonic chi gushed out from the destroyed node. The suppressed demon general's remnant soul took the opportunity to let out a shrill whistle of demonic energy to counterattack everyone present. Poof! The nearest few elders were struck by the demonic chi and flew out backwards, spitting out blood. For a while the scene was thrown into chaos. Lin Pingan's hands quickly made a seal as his body's spiritual energy surged. A strand of golden red burning heavenly divine fire sprang out from his circumference. These divine flames intertwined and hovered in the air to form a semicircular wall of fire. Demonic chi surged and hit the firewall with a snorting sound. Burning heavenly divine flame and demonic chi collided fiercely in the air, bursting out gusts of air waves. Lin Pingan had fine beads of sweat seeping out of the corners of his forehead. The burning sky divine flame was crazily devouring the spiritual energy in his body, but he couldn't care less. The demonic aura fiercely hit the firewall. The luster of the wall runes quickly dimmed. Lin Pingan's cheeks lost their blood color, penetrating a kind of weak greenish white. He stared at the skeletal remnants of the demon general dead in the face. The other side of the body around the green ghost fire jumping. Whistling sound scraping the eardrums. The hollow eye sockets of the ghost fire seems to be in a silent mockery. Lin Pingan bit through his lips and the salty taste permeated his mouth. His hands changed faster to force the few remaining spiritual energy. An arcane runic seal was taking shape in the palm of his hand. The shadow of the chaos tripod appeared above his head. Collect! The idea of the chaos tripod suddenly increased in size. The deep tripod mouth aimed at the green creepy ghost fire. A force of suction violently erupted. It was also at this moment that Lin Pingan's right arm felt a sharp pain like tearing, and it felt like the flesh was being burned through by a raw iron. Under the skin of the strange magic pattern lit up crazy spread and not belonged to his violent power in his meridian's rampage. Uft! He violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, which was dark and vaguely entwined with black gas. Lin Pingan's face was as white as paper. His body trembled uncontrollably. The magic tattoo on his right arm grew brighter and brighter. The searing pain almost made him faint. The backlash of the demonic chi caused every inch of his flesh and blood to wail. But his hands manipulating the chaos cauldron didn't move, and the devouring power didn't weaken in the slightest. Ha ha ha, a chaos heir? Is that all you can do? The devil general's remnant soul's maniacal laughter was shrill and ear-splitting and shook people's souls. The silver-white long beard of the next Taishan elder was scorched and curled by the demonic chi. His voice trembled with a kind of despair that had never existed before. This devil was afraid to be at the transition stage when he was in his heyday. Transition period. 3 words seemed like 3 mountains crashing down on everyone's heart. At this critical moment Lin Pingan barely stabilized the restless energy in his body and once again urged the chaos tripod to ignite the gold and black intertwined foreign fire around his body. The ancient bronze tripod once again appeared above his head, emitting a heart-stopping pressure. Lin Pingan pinched his hands together and the runes on the tripod lit up. A power that devoured everything swept out and began to crazily absorb the ghostly fire of the underworld and the surroundings. Wave after wave of attacks from the demon general's remnant souls of spectral green ghost fire continuously impacted the foreign fire barrier. Each collision caused Lin Pingan's figure to sway, his chi and blood to surge, his face grew paler and paler. Lin Pingan stared at the remnants of the demon general's soul, a powerful will to fight burned in his heart. Come on, let's see how strong you really are. Lin Pingan raised his right hand and a golden and black intertwined flame emerged in his palm. The gold and black intertwined foreign flames formed a barrier around him to block out the raging demonic chi. The demonic energy made a piercing sound when it touched the foreign fire. A mere remnant soul has such power, said Lin Pingan. his brows furrowed in secret astonishment in his heart. The withered, bone-like palm of the demon general's remnant soul drew a bizarre arc in the void, and countless stern ghosts wailed from the pitch-black demonic aura. Lin Pingan only felt a burst of dizziness hit his temples. He forced himself to endure the mental shock of his hands, quickly pinching his hands to run the chaotic indestructible technique to the extreme. Interesting. The demon general's remnant soul let out an eerie laugh. But it's too naive to think of blocking this general's demonic aura with this amount of strength. Before the words fell, the demon general's remnant soul slammed his palm out. The rolling demonic aura transformed into a substantial giant palm crushing towards Lin Pingan. The air was frozen under this strike, and Lin Pingan only felt that breathing became difficult. Sect elders face pale, hands clenched robes. Young disciples are shivering to hold themselves from fainting. Everyone held their breath in the oppressive atmosphere, gazing at the thrilling duel in front of them, distinguished from the fear and panic of the crowd. At this moment, Lung Yu was gazing at the hideous remnants of the demon general's soul. Her pupils contracted slightly as she focused her entire body's senses on the lurid skeleton. Soon she noticed a crystal flickering irregularly at the center of the demon general's residual soul's brow. Subconsciously, she held her breath and tracked every energy fluctuation with full concentration. She realized that the energy fluctuation of that soul crystal did not harmonize with the entire aura of the demon general's residual soul, but instead acted as the core that controlled it. Cold Moon narrowed her eyes, her heartbeat unconsciously speeding up. His eyes were locked onto the flickering soul crystal at the center of the demon general's remnant soul's brow. She raised her hand and pointed at the soul crystal at the demon general's remnant soul's brow and said in a deep voice, "That's its weakness." Chapter 66 Crisis temporarily lifted. So it is. The soul crystal in the center of the demon general's brow is uncertain. That's the real cover door. Lin Pingan clenched his teeth, his skeletal muscles emitting unbearable clicking sounds. The pressure from the giant palm of demonic chi was going to crush him. Breathing began to become difficult. Beads of sweat rolled down the corners of his forehead, quickly soaking his front, but his mind was unusually clear. The chaos tripod above his head buzzed and rotated faster and faster. The dull sound spread out, the air rippled. The golden and black-colored foreign fire on the tripod body intertwined and circled, erupting into a deafening roar, and even the surrounding space trembled with it. "Spell it out." Lin Pingan squeezed out 2 words from his throat with a hoarse voice, but with the ruthlessness of going out. His palms violently closed in front of his chest, fingertips lit up with a piercing light. The chaos power in his body was quickly emptied, madly surging to his palms. The gold and black intertwined foreign flames quickly coalesced and transformed into slender spears of fire in his palms. The light at the tip of the spear blazed fiercely as if it could pierce through all the obstacles in the world. The fire spear was surrounded by gold and black energy threads that emitted a sharp whistling sound, and with the terrifying momentum of burning the sky and destroying the earth, it stabbed straight towards the brow of the demon general's residual soul. Lin Pingan's arms were bruised and his throat was flooded with fishy sweetness, but he clenched his teeth without saying a word. The spear of fire cut through the air with overwhelming force, leaving scorching trails in the void. The demonic chi that was as thick as ink was easily torn apart in front of the fire spear, emitting a mournful shrill whistle. The demon general's remnant soul seemed to have sensed the danger, and the pair of ghostly green flame eye sockets on the skeleton's face flashed with panic. Raising his hand in a panic to block, it was too late. The fire spear pierced through its defense like lightning and collided with the soul crystal at its brow. All of a sudden, blinding white light erupted from the point of collision. There was Lin Pingan staring dead on at the center of the eruption, eyes reflecting a dazzling light. The energy in the space violently shook the airwaves, spreading in all directions, setting off a gale. The loud explosions echoed deafeningly in everyone's ears. Roar! The demon general let out an earth-shaking roar. That sound echoed over the entire battlefield like 10,000 ghosts whistling in unison. The mournful roar through the unwillingness made everyone present shudder. The demon general's huge skeletal body trembled violently, and a frightening friction sound was emitted from bone to bone. The originally impenetrable demonic bone was actually showing fine cracks at this moment, and black demonic chi was continuously overflowing from the cracks. The underworld ghost flame that surrounded its body quickly dimmed, and those mighty green flames began to die out. The faceless face twisted in agony as the space around it continued to distort from its tremors. As the demon general let out a mournful roar, the entire battlefield was enveloped in the aftermath of chaos and energy eruptions. Lung Yu stood not far away, staring intently at the violently vibrating soul crystal at the demon general's remnant soul's brow, only to see that the soul crystal, under the powerful strike of Lin Pingan's fire spear, had a subtle but deadly crack appear, and ghostly green energy continued to overflow from the crack. Lung Yu took a deep breath. The muscles of his entire body began to tense up. The extreme force in his body rushed through his meridians, and his fingertips glowed with a silvery white light. The temperature around her plummeted, and tiny ice crystals condensed in the air, forming a ring of crystal and light around her. "It's now," Lung Yu said in her heart. Her slender wrist flicked, her fingertips bursting out with piercing cold light. Drawing a graceful arc, Lung Yu's cherry lips slightly opened and softly said, "Go!" That icy cold sword chi violently erupted with a shocking energy straight towards the demon general's brow. Wherever the sword chi passed, the demonic aura around the demon general was quickly frozen, and the sword chi pierced into the crack to hold that crack open violently. Ka-ching! A crunching sound came. The cracks on the soul crystal spread out, quickly crawling over the entire surface of the crystal in the blink of an eye. Ghostly green energy erupted out of the countless cracks like it was out of control. The demon general's residual soul let out a wail that was 100 times more mournful than before. The sound was sharp and shrill, scraping everyone's eardrums, and the two clusters of ghostly green flames in the eye sockets jumped crazily. Lung Yu's extreme force clashed fiercely with the raging energy within the soul crystal, and the surrounding space rippled. Lin Pingan's body's chaotic indestructibility was running wildly. The buzzing sound of the chaos tripod above his head suddenly rose. The mysterious runes on the tripod body lit up one by one. Majestic suction force erupted from the mouth of the tripod, pointing directly at the demonic aura surrounding the demon general. The demon general's remnant soul seemed to feel the threat of death and let out a roar that shook the sky. The huge skeletal body began to twist frantically, its two withered bone arms waving haphazardly in the air, each fling stirring up a whirlwind of sticky demonic chi. The originally dull and thin demonic chi had actually recoalesced under its final madness, transforming into several pitch-black long whips that were drawn in all directions. All the remaining demonic chi on the battlefield was induced to converge into monstrous demonic waves, coercing endless grievances towards Lin Pingan and Lung Yu fiercely. For a time, the entire battlefield was enveloped by this furious and desperate demonic aura, and the rich flavor of death pounced upon it. Head-dying struggle is all. Lin Pingan didn't see any fear on his face. His hands quickly formed seals, and the gold and black alien flames leaping from his fingertips quickly intertwined, turning into a sturdy flame barrier in front of him. The surging demonic waves crashed fiercely on top of the barrier, emitting a frightening zera sound, but it was difficult to shake the barrier in the slightest. On the other side, Lung Yu stared tightly at the soul crystal that kept shattering. Her slender fingers rapidly tapped in the void as the demon general's remnant soul struggled, and with each click, a subtle chilling aura shot out to a different part of the soul crystal. Abnormal energy fluctuation on the left. She suddenly opened her mouth to remind, her voice tinged with urgency. At the same time, his right hand pinched a spell. Another condensed cold chi struck out, striking at the crack where the soul crystal was about to burst open. Right, it's gathering strength. Lung Yu once again spoke out. Her eyebrows slightly knitted, her forehead oozing out fine beads of sweat. She secretly clenched her fists to forcefully endure the stabbing pain brought about by the overactivation of the extreme force in her meridians. The soul crystals cracked more and more densely under the constant attacks. Lin Pingan and Lung Yu looked at each other from afar, feeling the excitement of impending success. It was finally accompanied by an extraordinarily crisp cracking sound. The soul crystal that carried the core of the demon general's residual soul's power completely collapsed after emitting its last dull, ghostly green light. I'll be back again. The demon general let out a hiss of unwillingness. His voice gradually became weak and eventually dissipated into green smoke in the air. With the disappearance of the demon general, the oppressive dead silence in the air gradually receded. Lung Yu took a long breath, her tense shoulders finally relaxed. The precise strike on the soul crystal just now had drained almost all of her spiritual energy. Her legs trembled slightly uncontrollably, and the backlash of pushing the extreme force with all her might caused the meridians in her body to ache vaguely. Lin Pingan choked with one hand. The chaos tripod shrunk in the air, eventually turning into a stream of light and disappearing into his dantian. He could feel the fluctuations within the tripod weakening significantly, and the originally brilliant runic light on the tripod body dimmed by a few points. He turned his head to look at Coldmoon, only to see the pallor on her face and the exhaustion she couldn't hide in her eyes. Chapter 67 Spiritual Power Rampage. Lin Pingan frowned slightly, worry welling up in his heart. He took 3 steps and walked to Lung Yu's side, holding her shaky body with heartache in his eyes. He leaned over to scrutinize Lung Yu's state and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" His voice was filled with worry. Lung Yu raised her eyes to see the concern in Lin Pingan's eyes. Her heart surged with warmth. She reluctantly shook her head, the corners of her mouth trying to conjure up a light smile. "It's nothing, it's just an overexertion of her spiritual energy." A few steps away from the Supreme Elder and others stood frozen on the spot, looking at everything that happened in front of them as if they were dreaming. This is shocking too. His eyes darted back and forth between Lin Pingan and Lung Yu, his mind replaying the shocking battle just now. The remnant soul of a transitional demon general was actually annihilated by 2 latecomers joining forces. This simply overturned what he had known for centuries. Did my eyes blink? That was a devil general of the transitional stage. Just gone? You didn't blink, I saw it too. These 2 guys are just monsters. The surrounding murmurs caused the Supreme Elder to return to his senses and begin arranging for his disciples to clean up the battlefield and send the injured disciples to heal their wounds. Lin Pingan helped Lung Yu find a relatively quiet corner to rest. Taking out 2 spirit chi-filled pills from his storage pouch, he handed one of them to Lung Yu. "First take this yuan chi recovery pill to quickly recover some of your spiritual energy," Lin Pingan said softly, his eyes still carrying concern. Lang Yu took the elixir and swallowed it into her mouth. Her damaged meridians began to repair and her depleted spiritual energy was quickly replenished. Lin Pingan sat on his knees running his gongfu to channel the medicinal power of the elixir. By the time he opened his eyes his state had recovered 7 or 8%. Turning his head, he looked at Lang Yu who had awakened with a serious expression and said, "Next, I intend to go into seclusion to enhance my strength." Lang Yu was slightly stunned then realized what he was thinking. The life and death battle just now was indeed a rare opportunity to stimulate one's potential. She straightened her wind-blown hair and softly nodded her head. "I'll protect you." Lin Pingan gratefully looked at Lang Yu and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he slowly got up and left the battlefield. Heat waves rolled through the magma pool. Lin Pingan sat cross-legged on the raised black stone in the center of the pool. Searing breath poured out. He fixed his mind to run the 9 changes of the burning sky heart technique, and his spiritual energy ran along his meridians at a faster and faster rate. In the gong method urged the entire magma pool followed the agitation. The red magma violently tossed and turned up, the scorching waves almost touching the roof of the cave. Just then Lin Pingan's right arm came with a burning pain, and he looked down to see a reddish light faintly coming out from under his skin. Palm-sized dragon scales squeezed out from underneath the skin and flesh, the surface crimson with the temperature that scorched everything. Boom! The dragon scales on his arm suddenly erupted with a piercing red light. A wave of berserk spiritual energy broke away from his control and rampaged through his body wreaking havoc. Lin Pingan's face turned pale. A suppressed grunt of pain escaped from his throat, and beads of sweat covered his forehead and slid down his cheeks. No good. Lin Pingan felt a sudden surge of fear in his heart. The spiritual energy in his body rampaged through his meridians uncontrollably, raging far beyond his expectations. His skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and every meridian was as if it was scorched by fire. Lin Pingan finally couldn't help but let out a low roar of pain, his entire body's muscles twitching violently. The temperature around the magma pool climbed dramatically, even the air around it became distorted. Flame patterns surfaced on the surface of Lin Pingan's body. His eyes snapped open, and his pupils actually seemed to be burning with 2 blazing flames. Can't control it. Lin Pingan's face twisted. The storming of spiritual energy caused by the 9 transformations of the burning sky had already exceeded his tolerance limit. The berserk spiritual energy was like a flood that kept hitting his dantian. The chaotic cauldron was spinning madly in his dantian, emitting a burst of buzzing. Lin Pingan's body began to swell. The meridians under his skin were clearly visible as veins rippled. "Give me Jin." Lin Pingan gritted his teeth and shouted, desperately trying to suppress the spirit energy that was storming inside his body. However, the trend of spiritual energy storming out intensified, and cracks began to appear on his body. There was blood seeping out of his pores, evaporated by the high temperature into a mist of blood. Lin Pingan's consciousness began to blur. The shadow of death loomed over him. The surface of the magma pool suddenly burst open. Countless columns of magma rose up to the sky, and the entire space was instantly distorted by an invisible force. Lin Pingan's body floated in midair, wrapped into a huge fireball by the storming spiritual energy. The disciples guarding the magma pool backed up at the sight of the situation with a look of horror on their faces. What's going on? This scent. What a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy. What kind of technique is senior brother Lin cultivating? It's not going to go off the deep end, is it? Not good. Spiritual energy is storming out. Lang Yu, heart-tightened jade hand subconsciously clenched tight, figure quickly appeared to the magma pool. Looking at Lin Pingan's agonized appearance, she only felt her heart cut like a knife. "Lin Pingan, what's wrong with you?" Lang Yu's teeth clenched, her lower lip, and anxiety was written all over her pretty face. "I can't control it." Lin Pingan tried his best to squeeze out a few words with a hoarse voice, wanting to remind Lang Yu to stay away, but he was no longer able to speak. Lang Yu looked at Lin Pingan's painfully twisted face, and his heart, not caring about much, did not hesitate to leap into the lava pool. Lang Yu operated her body's extreme cold frost technique to the extreme the moment she leapt into the lava pool. Her jade fingers flipped, a channel of ice blue runes flashed in the air, carrying the extreme coldness runes in the scorching magma pool to form a strange contrast. "Lin Pingan, hold on." Lang Yu's clear and cold voice carried a trembling that had never been seen before. Her slender palms pressed against Lin Pingan's hot chest, and the frosty white power of extreme yin spread out rapidly. Yin and yang harmonized Jinku into one. Lang Yu softly shouted out her jade hand in front of Lin Pingan's back and chest and pushed. Extreme yin power entered his body. Lin Pingan let out a sigh of comfort. The extreme collision of ice and fire caused his entire body to tremble violently, but what followed was a marvelous balance. The burning meridians were cooled down by the extreme yin force. The storming spiritual energy gradually calmed down. Lang Yu's brows knit tightly, her shell teeth biting her lower lip as she concentrated fully on controlling the output of the extreme yin chi. At this moment, the extreme yang fire in Lin Pingan's body and Lang Yu's extreme yin chi were undergoing a marvelous change at the dantian. 2 diametrically opposed forces began to entwine to form a perfect Tai Chi pattern. The few disciples who were originally in charge of guarding the magma pool looked dumbfounded. "It's This is impossible. A disciple stammered. The temperature of the magma pool is so terrifying that even a Jindan stage expert wouldn't dare to approach it easily. Look, what is that? The disciple next to him pointed at the yin-yang vortex forming around Lin Pingan and Lung Yu, his voice trembling. This kind of vision has never been seen before. Chapter 68 9 Changes of Thunder. The disciples watching looked at each other in shock, too much to speak. Hiss. A bold disciple just wanted to get closer to see what was going on, but he was lifted by the invisible airwave and flew backwards, falling on the ground in a state of distress and unable to get up for half a day. The others were so scared that their faces turned white, no longer daring to come the slightest bit closer. Lin Pingan in the Dantian Chaos tripod at the moment, but excited. Buzzing sound louder and louder, tripod body lightly trembling. Seems to be extremely eager for the power of this ice and fire mingling. That yin and yang vortex turned more and more sharply, churning the magma and cold air to form a huge energy field wrapping the two. Don't resist feeling this power, let them merge on their own. Lang Yu's voice was weak, but it clearly reached Lin Pingan's ears, and her tone actually revealed a closeness that she had never felt before. Lin Pingan complied by relaxing his mind and reducing his control over the power of the burning sky 9 transformations, allowing it and Lang Yu's extreme yin chi to attract each other and collide and entangle. The chaotic cauldron within the Dantian vibrated violently and began to actively guide this nascent fusion force. The ancient and simple patterns on the tripod body lit up one by one, emitting a kind of mysterious light like the beginning of chaos. In the center of the vortex, where the hot and cold mingled most violently, a half-frosty white and half-crimson energy ball slowly coalesced. The ball of quantity dripped and turned abruptly into Lin Pingan's abdomen to be swallowed by the chaos cauldron. As the last bit of energy was absorbed, the storming spiritual energy in Lin Pingan's body finally calmed down. The lava pool had also regained its calm, but there were still strange energy fluctuations lingering in the air. The two of them looked at each other. Lang Yu's eyes, which were always cold, flashed with a rare tenderness. Lin Pingan, on the other hand, realized that his cultivation had actually experienced an unexpected increase in this crisis, and the chaos cauldron in his Dantian glowed with an unprecedented luster. Just at this moment a silhouette stood on the top of a distant mountain. It was the secret agent of Tianji Pavilion who had been secretly spying for a long time. His eyes flashed with viciousness as he held the purple and gold token. Yin and yang harmonize with chaotic imperishability. Such heaven-defying techniques must not be allowed to be cultivated. Only to see him strangling the spell. Purple and gold token suddenly shot out purple aura straight into the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly clouded over with lightning and thunder. 27 purple heavenly divine thunder extinguishments. Rumble. Bucket-thick purple thunder gradually formed above the dome of the sky, intertwining into a thunder net that enveloped the entire magma pool and slashed down towards Lin Pingan and Lung Yu. Before the thunder arrived, the terrifying pressure had already caused the surrounding disciples to go limp. What's going on here? Why is there a thunderbolt? Violet divine thunder? Senior brother Lin actually triggered the violet heavenly thunder. The thunderclouds pressed down on the purple heavenly divine thunder like a heavenly punishment descending, but Lin Pingan revealed a smile after the shock. God help me! Lin Pingan fiercely got up to run the power of chaos. The spiritual energy that had just calmed down in his body surged again. Cold Moon looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Lang Yu, back off! Lin Pingan said in a deep voice, this purple heavenly divine thunder is exactly what I need. Although Lung Yu was puzzled, he also knew that Lin Pingan always had amazing moves when he immediately stood back. Lin Pingan's hands formed seals and his feet stepped in mysterious steps to face the thunder net in the sky directly. The chaotic tripod trembled in his Dantian as if summoned by heavenly thunder. Harden your body with thunder. Lin Pingan let out a long whistle, and the spiritual energy in his body that had just fused with the extreme yin chi began to circulate along the 8 meridians. He opened his arms wide not to dodge. Instead he surged the spiritual energy that had just stormed out of his body upwards straight into the clouds. Only a golden red pillar of spiritual energy rose up from Lin Pingan's body and collided with the purple thunder net in the sky. Is he crazy? Taking the initiative to attract lightning to strike his body? The disciples by the magma pool exclaimed. Lung Yu, however, saw the clues and showed surprise in her eyes. He is using his body as a guide to channel the lightning power. The purple heavenly divine thunder in the sky was pulled by Lin Pingan's spiritual power, and the originally scattered network of thunder actually began to converge, with the purple thunder winding its way down the column of spiritual power. Lin Pingan's body began to glow, and meridians could be faintly seen pulsing under his skin. The chaos tripod in his body emitted a deafening chirping sound that seemed to welcome this heavenly divine thunder. Open! As Lin Pingan shouted out angrily, the first purple thunderbolt struck his 100 meeting point with a loud bang. The terrifying power of thunder went straight down along the directing vein, and every acupoint and every meridian was quenched by the power of thunder with a nuisance sound. Lin Pingan clenched his teeth. The muscles of his entire body tensed as fine purple lightning patterns surfaced on the surface of his skin. Instead of resisting this terrifying power of thunder, he used the power of yin and yang that he had just comprehended to guide the thunder to mingle with the spiritual power in his body. draw lightning into your body. The second, the third, the fourth. The purple heavenly divine thunder continuously struck Lin Pingan. One by one, the thunderbolts fell more furiously than the other, and Lin Pingan in turn became more and more calm. The chaotic cauldron in the Dantian buzzed excitedly, greedily devouring the falling purple heavenly divine thunder essence. The originally dull lines on the tripod body were relighted by the lightning a little bit to glow with a bright luster. Lin Pingan's mind was clear. Thunder was the ultimate embodiment of the masculine and violent power of heaven and earth, and the power of yin and yang that had just been harmonized in his body was just right to bear and guide this power. Chaos tripod swallowing thunder. Lin Pingan's mind moved, and the chaos cauldron in his dantian suddenly expanded, and a fierce suction force came out through his body. The purple thunder that raged above the sky found a vent and turned into a thin stream that surged towards Lin Pingan's body. On the top of the mountain in the distance, the ruthlessness in the eyes of the Tianji Pavilion secret agent turned to horror. Oh no, he's not transmigrating, he's refining divine lightning? At this moment, Lin Pingan's body was already wrapped in dense purple lightning around him. Purple electricity traveled around his body, mirroring the golden-red spiritual energy he himself had catalyzed, forming an arcane energy cycle. The berserk spiritual energy that had caused him to explode earlier was now skillfully exported in the opposite direction by him, rushing into the thunderclouds in the sky, actually attracting even more raging thunder. The descending divine thunder was swallowed by the chaos tripod and turned into the purest energy, quenching his limbs and washing his meridians. Refined thunder into fire. Lin Pingan snapped his hands together. The thunder power absorbed within his body and his own spiritual power violently collided in friction under the guidance of the chaotic cauldron. Snorting, a cluster of flames with a demonic purple intent in its crimson color ignited out of thin air. The thunder fire condensed with the divine thunder as a guide contained the tyranny of destroying all things, and also lurked the opportunity of nirvana rebirth. Thunder fire rapidly flowed through Lin Pingan's entire body meridians, and wherever it passed, the flesh and bones and veins emitted subtle but intensive crackling and popping sounds. Lin Pingan's skin surface was gradually translucent with a layer of crystal clear purplish red precious light, and his chaotic saint body was metamorphosing towards a higher level. Boom! The 20th purple divine thunderbolt fell. Lin Pingan finally could not suppress a dull grunt of pain. A wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He revealed ecstasy. It's now thunder and fire in one. The last 7 purple heavenly thunderbolts carried a heaven-destroying might to strike down one after another. Lin Pingan's eyes were slightly closed as he fully operated his gong method, guiding the extreme young fire in his body that was cultivated by the 9 changes of burning heaven to merge with the power of the heavenly descending thunder flame that he had just refined and had not yet fully tamed. The chaos cauldron within the dantian shook violently, its body flashing with a piercing purple-red light. He managed to refine the essence of the purple heavenly divine thunder into his own spiritual energy. Chapter 69 Flame Dragon Entanglement. It's done. When the last purple heavenly divine thunder dissipated, the remnants of the thunder and fire breath around Lin Pingan's body were entangled in an astonishingly powerful manner. The thunderbolt baptized the flesh to shed its bones, and a brand new mass of power was condensing within the dantian. As soon as his mind moved, the power of thunder and fire rushed through his body, and the meridians and acupoints where it flowed through were flooded with warmth. The bottlenecks were broken through one after another between the flow of power. The cultivation level dawdled and eventually stabilized, and the aura became unfathomable. The face of the distant Tianji Pavilion secret agent was ugly to the extreme, gritting his teeth and whispering, borrowing a thunder tribulation to quench his body. Also refined the power of thunder and fire chaos. This kid cannot be kept. The thunder dispersed, the sky returned to clear. Lin Pingan sat down on the ground, his body's thunder like unquenched flames rising, and a purplish red aura enveloped him. Long Yu, who was on the side, held her breath and looked at Lin Pingan, who was like a different person in front of her eyes, and her heart surged with huge waves. Lin Pingan sank his heart and mind, carefully comprehending the force of thunder and fire that was traveling through his meridians. The power rushes on with the burning sensation of incinerating everything, mixed with the vitality of nourishing everything, 2 very different sensations intertwined. Since we've already had our bodies refined by the thunder tribulation, it's time to try the 9 transformations of the burning sky once again. Lin Pingan pinched his hands together to calm his mind, and the spell of the 9 changes of the burning sky surfaced in his sea of consciousness. First change, Flame Dragon Entanglement. The thunder and fire chaotic power within his body under the spell's invocation stirred. The originally scattered power was forcibly pulled towards the spinal bones to converge. A hot stream of heat rose from his tailbone and traveled wildly up his spine. Flame Dragon Present. The finger trick changed even faster to fully catalyze the first change of the 9 changes of the burning sky. At the top of the spine a flurry of purplish red flames erupted and coalesced into the shape of a dragon. At first, it was only about a foot, but with the continuous input of spiritual energy, The dragon's body expanded rapidly and turned to be several zhang in size. The dragon's scales were glittering in gold and red, and there were fine purple arcs of electricity jumping from the dragon's horns. Roar! A heart-shattering dragon roar rang out. The flame dragon shot up from the 100 clubs point on top of Lin Pingan's head, circled in the air for a week and swooped down, re-drilling into his heavenly aura. Ah! Lin Pingan stifled a grunt, only to realize that the flaming dragon did not dissipate upon its return, but instead transformed into countless tiny streams of fire. The flame dragon entangles my body, burns my flesh and blood, and quenches my sinews and bones. Lin Pingan clenched his teeth and hardened himself against the heartbreaking hot stream rushing through his body. Wherever the fire dragon passed, it felt like the entire person was going to be set on fire, and the skin and flesh gave off a charred odor. But soon that pain transformed into a tingling itch that went deep into his bones, making him want to moan. There was a crackling sound from inside the body, as the bones were being forcibly compressed and remodeled. The flesh and blood tensed up, and every inch of skin became tough, radiating a sense of newborn strength. Meltdown! Lin Pingan let out a low roar. Coiled in the body of the fire dragon suddenly trembled as no longer simply wandering, but turned into billions of subtle purple and red warm current, brutally squeezed into his limbs and bones. An arcane pattern emerged on the surface of the skin on its own, glistening with a dark purplish-red luster as it carried a searing temperature. When the last pattern was completely revealed, Lin Pingan only felt a lightness in his body, and there seemed to be lava slowly flowing warm and full of power under his skin. It's a done deal. Flame Dragon Tangle. Lin Pingan slowly opened his eyes, and a dragon's shadow seemed to flash in the depths of his pupils. He looked down at his body, his skin a strange purplish-red hue, covered in fine, metallic-tinged textures. The mind moved slightly to attempt to run the gong method. The lines on his skin lit up, a sense of abundant power came to life, and the lightning and fire chaos power in his body steeply sped up by more than a few times. Good fellow, not only is his skin thicker, even the speed of absorbing and refining aura is a whole lot faster. Lin Pingan clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power coming from between his knuckles. He could clearly perceive that the flame dragon was dormant deep within his flesh and blood, becoming one with him whenever he wanted to awaken the power. The flame dragon entanglement, coupled with the chaotic indestructible decision. My current strength is at least 30 to 40% stronger than my peers. Lin Pingan moved his muscles to let out a series of crisp pops. Not far away, Long Yu, who had been holding her breath, her petite body trembled unnoticeably. She looked at the Lin Pingan whose breath was like a different person bathed in a purple-red halo, and for the first time, shock appeared on her perennially frozen face. Was this still the Pingan Lin she knew? The change before and after was also too outrageous. The dragon's roar slammed into his heart, smothering him. Lang Yu felt that even her breath carried a burning sensation, and the violet-red flame dragon coiled above Lin Pingan's head, emitting an intimidating pressure that made her instinctively tense her body. This power is too domineering. There was both the destruction of thunder and the fury of flames, and on the contrary, there was also a kind of vitality mixed in there that made her heart tremble. This guy has just finished his calamity. Why did he make such a big commotion again? Just as her mind was swaying, Lin Pingan's side changed again. His hand seal steeply accelerated, and the thunder and fire power that had just been condensed within his body rushed out. Snort! Crackle! Purple-red thunder fire in his body around the crazy jumping explosion. Then that outbreak of the power of the thunder fire. But he was forced to guide the cohesion. Roar! There was another dragon roar, but it was no longer a single one, but 9. They circled around Pingan Lin, their scaled armor flashing with purple and red electricity, and each low roar caused the earth under their feet to tremble slightly. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the dragon's whistle and twisted up. Lin Pingan slowly raised his hand, feeling the connection between the 9 thunder and fire Jiao dragons and himself. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Lang Yu only felt shocked as she watched from afar. Just now, one flame dragon was already scary enough, but now 9 came straight away? Is this guy a monster? Lin Pingan's eyes flashed with the power of thunder and fire rushing through his body. His right foot took a step forward and his aura quickly climbed to the peak. His arm lifted up, the purple-red flames in his palm became more and more dazzling, and the scorching air waves spread in all directions with him as the center. He opened his 5 fingers and blasted out violently into the void in front of him, and a deafening roar exploded in the magma pool. A giant dragon condensed from pure lightning and firepower roared out from his palm. The fire dragon's body was purple and red. Its scales shone with a metallic cold light, and purple thunder was wrapped around its horns. It opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. The terrifyingly high temperatures caused the air around it to start distorting, and the rocks at the edge of the magma pool gradually softened in this terrifying heat wave. The temperature of the lava was hardened several times, and a large reddish vapor rose from the surface of the pool. The disciples present were shocked by this amazing power, and they all stepped back to avoid being affected by this terrifying power of thunder and fire. Only Lang Yu remained standing in place, seemingly attracted by the incredibly powerful fire dragon. The spirit swords in the hands of the guarding disciples even directly melted into iron under this terrifying heat. The disciples were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Ka-cha! A crunching sound suddenly came from the crowd, only to see that the shadow-retaining stone on the edge of the magma pool cracked with fine lines as it could not withstand the terrifying heat. Not good. The disciple who guarded the shadow-retaining stone's face changed greatly, just about to go forward to rescue but saw that the surface of the shadow-retaining stone red light bang exploded. Chapter 70 Jinmu Valley. The Holy Sun's strength is unexpectedly so terrifying. My god. This is too much. Saint's son, what realm is he in? I feel stronger than the elders. Yuan Ing now? Lun Yu muttered with a trembling voice as she stared dead on at the figure surrounded by thunder and fire, which actually seemed so unreachable at the moment. Obviously the other day it felt like I was catching up with him, but now, Cold Moon clenched her hand hidden in her sleeve, her nails almost embedded in her flesh. The disciples beside her were still talking and discussing in awe, and the only thing left in her world was the man who had just collected his astounding power and slowly turned around. This power definitely exceeded the range of the mid-Yuaning stage. It seemed like he had to be more diligent before he could do so. Lin Pingan withdrew the appalling power of thunder and fire, turning to look at Long Yu. The berserk aura on his body hadn't completely dissipated yet. There was still a purple aura vaguely flowing on his skin. The air still held the burning sensation from the interplay of thunder and fire. The corners of his mouth hooked into a subdued smile with a hint of triumph as he said, "Well." Lang Yu looked at the person in front of her who made her both familiar and unfamiliar only to feel her chest heaving. She exhaled a cloudy breath trying to calm the emotions churning inside her. That clear and peerless face was permeated with a complex coloring. Voice trembled. "You, what realm are you in now?" Lin Pingan sniffed and did not answer directly. His eyebrows lightly raised with a mysterious smile on his face, deliberately teasing her. "You guess?" "Humph." Lang Yu lightly grunted as she turned around with a stomp of her jade foot and left. Her slender figure pulled a graceful reflection in the sunlight. Only the slightly stiff back revealed her unsettled heart. Lin Pingan watched her leave, the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. He felt the surging power in his body. It was the powerful strength that only came from breaking through the Yuaning stage. The fusion of the chaos power with the thunder and fire attributes allowed him to step into the early stage of the transformation spirit in a single step. Because of his cultivation of the chaotic indestructible technique, he was much more powerful than cultivators of the same realm. It was just that he wasn't going to tell anyone, including Cold Moon, about this for now. Just let her keep guessing so that the interaction is rather entertaining. The Holy Sun has come out of the gate. The Holy Sun has broken through. Excited shouts rose from the disciples within the Divine Flame sect. The Supreme Elder, who was temporarily acting as the Patriarch, rushed over after hearing the news and looked at the lightning and fire chi lingering around Lin Pingan's eyes, flashing with surprise. Good. Worthy of being the Holy Son of my Divine Fire sect. The Grand Elder followed closely behind, a rare smile appearing on that always serious face. Not bad. This aura. It seems that the breakthrough is very solid. The other elders opened their mouths to congratulate each other, and the entire square was bustling with activity. However, outside of the crowd, the law enforcement elder stared grimly and deadpan at Lin Pingan, who was surrounded by the crowd. The close associate beside him whispered, "This kid's strength. I'm afraid that he has." "Shut up," the second elder violently interrupted with a sinister look in his eyes. "A mere brat. How strong can he be?" That said, his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil, and his footsteps were clearly flustered as he turned to leave. "What can we do about this, Master?" The disciples following behind the second elder had worried faces. "If we let him continue to grow like this." The second elder stopped and said in a cold voice, "Gather our people to deliberate in the secret room tonight. This son must not be allowed to continue." He had originally planned to completely suppress Lin Pingan at the sect competition, so that he would never be able to turn around, but now it seemed that their plans would only come to naught. Inside the chamber several people gathered with stony faces. "Lin Pingan's strength has increased greatly. We must find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible," the law enforcement hall elder said in a sinister tone. "But I'm afraid his current strength is no longer something we can easily deal with." "Humph, even if he's strong, he's still just a junior in the early Yuaning stage." The second elder snorted coldly. "As long as we join forces we may not have no chance. But what if? There are no eventualities. We must succeed." Ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the second elder, "or we will all die. So, what do we do? I've already contacted the people from the Southernly Sword sect, and they are willing to cooperate with us to deal with Lin Pingan together." The second elder paused and added, "We just need to find a suitable opportunity to lure him to the Devil Suppression Valley, and after that." He made a neck-wiping motion, eyes showing murderous intent. A few days later, a messenger from the Nanli Sword sect visited the Divine Flame sect, also bringing an invitation. Recently, the demons of the Jinmu Valley have been ravaging the area, and my Nanli Sword sect wishes to join forces with your sect to purge them, and I hope that your sect will send disciples to help. The Supreme Elder handed this invitation to Lin Pingon with an unconcealed worry on his face. What do you think? Peace? Lin Pingon took the invitation and looked at it carefully, sneering in his heart. He had long known about the collusion between the Nanli Sword sect and the Second Elder, and this invitation was nothing more than a trap to trick him. Lin Pingon pretended to be unaware and softly responded, "Since the Nanli Sword sect has kindly invited me, I will go. This trip to Jin Devil Valley is exceptionally treacherous, you must be more careful." The Supreme Elder frowned tightly and whispered, "Don't worry, Elder." Lin Pingon bowed slightly, his eyes slightly closed to hide the cold aura under his eyes. "Ha, Jinmu Valley? Second Elder really looks up to me." Lin Pingon laughed in the bottom of his heart but did not move on his face as he took the invitation letter that had an odd meaning. Wouldn't he know about the Southly Sword sect and the Second Elder's little hook? This was nothing more than a play to invite the king into the jar. Since people have set up the stage, there is no reason why the protagonist himself should not be present. He handed the invitation back to the Supreme Elder in a calm tone. The Southly Sword sect has invited a disciple to go and share the clan's worries. The Supreme Elder received fingertips slightly force paper up some folds. He lowered his voice, worried color hard to hide. Jinmu Valley, that place is not peaceful, this go must be careful. Elder, don't worry, disciple save. Lin Pingon bowed slightly in a humble gesture. Want to play? Then play with them. 3 days later, outside the Divine Flame sect's mountain gate, the Nanli Sword sect's team arrived as promised. The head of the man in white clothes Snow, carrying a long sword with a handsome face. It is the Southly Sword sect big disciple Xiao Yun. He stepped forward and arched his hand at Lin Pingon with a gentle voice. I've long heard of Divine Flame sect Saint's son, Master Lin's elegance, and I'm sure I've seen it today with an extraordinary demeanor. The words were polite, but the deliberately maintained smile always made people feel a little detached. Lin Pingon similarly arched his hand in return and blandly said, Senior brother Xiao is being overly complimentary. The two men's gazes met briefly and quickly staggered apart. A silent contest emanating from the air. Lin Pingon could feel the hint of targeting on the other side, and this mess seemed deeper than expected. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two clans merged together in one place and marched towards Jinmu Valley. Along the way, Xiao Yun seems to be intentionally close to frequently chatting with Lin Pingon. From cultivation experience to strange news and strange events, attitude enthusiastic to some excessive. Senior brother Lin having such a cultivation at such a young age is truly enviable. Senior brother Xiao is too kind, but it's just a little bit of chance. Lin Pingon coped freely, but his fingers habitually rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist. This sudden joint cleanup is fishy in every way. He wanted to see what kind of drugs these people were selling. As the group meandered forward, no one noticed that in the dark shadows of the dense forest deeper in the back of the group, a few blurry silhouettes silently followed. Chapter 71, Ancient Sword of Jin Demon. A few days later, the party stepped into the boundaries of the Devil Suppressor Valley. As soon as he entered, a cold and corrosive aura greeted him, and the heavy demonic aura almost condensed into substance hovering low in the valley. The grass and trees in the valley were completely changed. The trunks of the trees were twisted and entangled with branches flailing, and even the leaves had a sickly dark purple color. A grayish-white mist covering his feet flowed against the ground, and the chill went down his ankles to the cracks in his bones. Lin Pingon didn't move as he looked around. He noticed that Xiao Yun and the Southly Sword sect disciples he brought with him were walking in this weird valley with steady steps, without any trace of the unfamiliarity of being a first-timer. The demonic aura is getting heavier, everyone be careful and on guard. Xiao Yun turned back and raised his voice to remind the voice in the silent valley was a little fluttering. His face hung the usual mildness, only that mildness did not arrive at the bottom of his heart. Lin Pingon gently nodded his head, his right hand unconsciously resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He secretly mobilized the chaos power in his body, a subtle but warm current quietly running, slowly dispersing the yin and cold demonic chi that had invaded his body. There is a clearing not far ahead. The terrain is slightly higher, let's go there first to rest for a moment. Xiao Yun raised his hand and pointed to an area in front that was surrounded by chaotic rocks. The few Divine Flame sect disciples who followed behind Lin Pingon had already lost the color of blood on their faces and their breathing had become ragged, and they were already somewhat unable to support themselves. Lin Pingon looked in the direction Xiao Yun was pointing. The so-called clearing was surrounded by several huge blocks of jaggedly shaped black rock. The view was open, but it also means that once you step into it, you are completely exposed to the surrounding area, and there is no danger to defend it, making it an excellent place for an ambush. He really is inviting the king into the jar. Lin Pingon's heart was cold and his face remained calm and unperturbed. He detached a portion of his mind and paid attention to a few disciples in Xiao Yun's group whose seemingly unusual aura was exceptionally composed. Just then an earth-shattering roar exploded violently. The whole valley seems to be a tremor. Rubble rustling rolling down both sides of the strange trees shook violently. Immediately after that, a huge black shadow tore through the gray mist and stormed out from the depths of the valley. A demonic creature that had never been seen before, with a huge body covered in thick black scale armor, glowing with a frightening purple luster in the dim light. The demonic creature opened its bloody mouth and hissed, revealing sharp fangs. Fishy saliva drops on the ground, making a snorting corrosive sound. The ground was corroded out of a small pit of black smoke. Its scarlet eyes were permeated with endless violence and ferocity, and the purple and black demonic chi around it surrounded it to form a twisted black and purple aura. Those demonic chi spread toward the crowd as if it had life, and wherever it went, the air became thin and hard to breathe. The disciples of the Southly Sword sect changed color and drew their swords to stand by. A few of the weaker cultivation disciples of the Divine Fire sect had already begun to tremble. The magic weapons in their hands were gripped deathly tight. The mildness on Xiaoyun's face froze and then turned into gravity as his long sword clanked out of its sheath. Lin Pinggan's left hand quickly pinched. His right hand was already pressing on the hilt of the sword, and the power of chaos quietly accelerated in his meridians. This demonic creature came in a strange way. Xiaoyun's reaction was also worth playing with. Another roar. It shook people's heads and ears and the gravel jumped under their feet. The massive object whirled in the air and then pressed down like a mountain, the huge black shadow engulfing the light of the sky above the heads of the crowd. This demonic chi is too strong. Xiaoyun's voice was trembling a bit. It's definitely a 7th order demon king. I'm afraid a Jindan cultivator won't be able to do any good even if he comes. Lin Pinggan's body did not move. Chaos power erupted from within his body and swept away the raging demonic chi without a sound. Is the 7th order demon king? He has long sensed the existence of this big guy, and it is just the right time to take it to try the depth. Roar! The demon king opened his bloody mouth to spew out a pitch-black demonic aura. Wherever the demonic energy passed, the air twisted and the ground corroded, emitting a disgusting stench. Lin Pinggan's figure shifted, leaving a residual shadow in place, and the pitch-black demonic gas pounced on the ground and corroded the ground with a nuisance sound. His fingertips pinched the sword, body buzzing. An eye-catching golden aura suddenly lit up, tearing through the dimness and stabbing straight towards the demon king. The golden mango and the magic gas rumbled against the deafening sound of explosions. The airwaves rolled and blew. The people's clothes and robes hunted. Taking advantage of the gap between the collapse of the demonic aura, Lin Pinggan's foot was a little bit, and he was already as close to the demon king as a ghost, and the long sword in his hand pulled out layers and layers of swordlight, all of which landed in the cracks and weaknesses of the demon king's thick scaled armor. Put! The golden sword chi pierced through the scale armor, bringing up purple-black demonic blood. Xiaoyun on the side saw the corner of his eyes jumping. His fingers holding the hilt of the sword unconsciously tightened. His heart turned over. This guy. Rumors are actually not half exaggerated. It was even far underestimated. The demon king hissed even more furiously in pain, trying to counterattack, but Lin Pinggan's attack was impermeable. The sword light was continuous and unending, not giving it a chance to catch its breath at all. Finally, in a mournful wail, the huge demon body could no longer support itself and fell heavily to the ground. Rumble! The earth trembled violently, and dust and debris were raised high into the air. Just at this moment a strange vibration came from under Lin Pinggan's feet, extremely weak but with a heart-stopping frequency. His mind was in a state of awe, and the power of chaos quietly gathered in his eyes, piercing through the raised dust to look at the place where the demon king had fallen. A faint golden light was flickering under the demon king's massive corpse. Lin Pinggan's pupils shrunk. A rusty-style ancient long sword. The body of the sword is a dark bronze color. It is engraved with dense runes. There seems to be a shimmering light in the runes between the grooves of the hidden flow. At the end of the hilt, there was a dark red gemstone inlaid, emitting a heavy and oppressive aura that made one's chest tighten. The surrounding land had become filthy due to the demon king's corpse, but there was not the slightest hint of demonic aura infesting the area around this ancient sword. Lin Pinggan could feel that the sword contained a majestic power within it, yet it carried a sharpness that cut through everything. Devil suppressing ancient sword? Xiaoyun's voice steeply elevated, his breathing sharply for a few moments. The stuff of legends actually appeared here. Lin Pinggan had just lifted his foot and was ready to step forward for a closer look when a wave of icy malice stabbed at him from all sides. Figure it out. Lin Pinggan laughed in his heart, but on his face, he still looked like an ancient well. His entire mind was attracted to that ancient sword, oblivious to the changes around him. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the dark and ancient hilt of the sword, snort! A sharp cracking sound exploded behind himself. Xiaoyun moved. The ground beneath his feet shattered as his entire body transformed into a blurry shadow, and the long sword in his hand tore through the air to stab Lin Pinggan straight in the back of his heart. Senior brother Lin is offended. The voice was sinister. This demon-suppressing ancient sword, Nanli sword sect, will take it. Lin Pinggan was like having eyes behind his back as his body opened sideways at an incredible angle, and the blade of the sword slashed against his robes, bringing up a strong wind. The disciples of the Southly Sword sect quickly spread out to surround Lin Pinggan in the center. TSK. Lin Pinggan stood still, dusting off the non-existent dust in a tone that carried a bit of mockery. Aren't you tired of acting for so long? Xiaoyun failed to hit the face of the last camouflage also disappeared. The hand of the long sword pointed to Lin Pingon's sword tip slightly trembling. Cut the crap. Hand over the ancient sword to give you a good time. Before the words fell, several sword lights came from different angles, blocking all the space for Lin Pingon to dodge. The ground also shook violently at this moment. Countless bizarre symbols appeared in the air, rapidly spreading and interweaving to form a huge formation pattern. Dark red light rose to the sky, forming a translucent light shield that enveloped the area. Chapter 72 Ancient Demon Formation. A greenish-gray robed disciple stumbled backward violently a few steps as if his feet had stepped on air. His face was bloodless in an instant, and the bottom of his eyes was like ice. He pointed to the ground, his fingers were shivering, his voice also followed the trembling. Ancient magic array. A few disciples wanted to go forward to help, but just as they took a step, they were stopped by the people from the Nanli sword sect, and the sword light was so cold that they didn't dare to move. Lin Pingon only felt an empty space under his feet. His body planted forward uncontrollably, the sky swirled before his eyes. A huge suction force tugged at his ankles with a deadly grip, wanting to drag him alive into that magic formation vortex. He clenched his teeth and desperately resisted. His face reddened and changed shape. His left hand gouged a raised stone with a deadly grip, and the muscles of his arm were taut, which barely stabilized his body from being completely dragged in. Lin Pingon gasped sharply, his chest rising and falling violently as he looked around with cold eyes. The churning demonic chi roared like a tsunami, condensing into a thick black barrier blocking all his retreat. The Nanli sword sect actually colluded with the devil. Lin Pingon laughed back in anger. The laughter was filled with sadness. The anger in his heart almost burned his entire being. Outside the demon formation, Xiaoyun was playing with his longsword in his hand, its body reflecting a demonic light in the dim light. He lifted his chin slightly, looking condescendingly at Lin Pingon, who was deep in a desperate situation. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smug to the extreme smile. For the sake of the devil-suppressing ancient sword, what's this price? Xiaoyun laughed with madness in his voice. Lin Pingon, today is the day you die. He waved his right hand violently to signal the other disciples to increase the output of the magic formation. The light of the magic formation runes suddenly skyrocketed, as blinding as the blazing sun. The rapidly rotating runes emitted a sharp and ear-piercing buzzing sound, and the formation began to contract, squeezing Lin Pingon's living space. Lin Pingon felt that it was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. His chest was as if it was being pressed down by a boulder, and his face became greenish-white due to the lack of oxygen. Both legs had sunk into the ground by inches, and the demonic aura spread upward along the calves like a maggot in the hock, and a burning pain came from the skin, wanting to tear the flesh and blood apart. Once he was completely consumed by the demonic formation, what awaited him would be an abyss of doom. Right at this moment, Lin Pingon suddenly felt a strange vibration coming from under his feet. He violently lowered his head, his pupils suddenly tightened, and an unimaginable sight came into his eyes. The ground under his feet shook slightly, and the originally disorganized magic formation runes actually began to converge and extend in the same direction. Lin Pingon looked in the direction that the rune was pointing to. Was the ancient sword of demon suppression. The ancient sword was currently emitting an ethereal light that resonated in a strange way with the magic formation at his feet. His heart heaved. There was a turnaround? The corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably in a subtle curve. Lin Pingon's hands immediately formed a seal, the power of chaos flowing through all his limbs and bones. His palms remotely aimed at the ancient sword of Jin demon that was stuck on the ground. Buzz! The ancient sword violently emitted a long buzzing tremor. Sword body above the dense runes one by one light up. Actually, with the ground magic array on the pattern has 7 or 8 points of similarity. So that's how it is. Lin Pingon came to a realization. No wonder these grandchildren of the Nanli sword sect had gone to so much trouble to use this bull ****** ancient demon formation to deal with him. After all the fuss, this demonic formation was created by imitating the runes of the ancient sword of Jinmu. He wanted to use the power of the same source to restrain and suppress, but he didn't expect that it would give him a chance of survival instead. The chaotic power within Lin Pingon's body surged madly towards the ancient sword of Jinmu, and the ancient sword's light sword as a solid golden rune detached from the sword body and shot out to imprint on the ground. As soon as the golden runes came into contact with the black runes of the demonic formation, the demonic chi that was originally raging and wanting to tear him apart and devour him began to become docile. Outside the formation, the sardonic smile on Xiaoyun's face froze. What's going on? He lost his voice, screaming with panic. Increase the output of magic energy. Quickly! Squash him for me. Never let him out. The disciples of the Southernly Sword sect desperately urged the formation, and the pressure of the demonic formation increased steeply. Lin Pingon's brows tightened as the chaotic force within his dantian erupted without reservation, and a massive force far exceeding the previous one surged out. He closed his eyes to discard distracting thoughts, and his hands flipped 10 fingers to pinch the spell. Lin Pingon violently opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with a bloody odor in a deep, low voice. The chaos tripod appears. Before the words fell, the void in front of him violently distorted. and a vastnessless aura came crashing down on his face. A small bronze-colored tripod hovered above his head, and the runes on the tripod body lit up with the encroaching demonic chi, emitting a warm and peaceful light that dissolved all of the raging demonic chi. The Chaos Tripod? Impossible. Xiaoyun's pupils violently contracted unbelievably as he took half a step back. He stared dead at the legendary supreme treasure. The complacency on his face vanished, revealing a deep fear. He trembled and pointed at Lin Pingon in horror. How could a supreme treasure from ancient legends be in your hands? Lin Pingon sneered. You think you can trap me with this means of the Nanli sword sect? Today, I will let you see what a true ancient divine weapon is. The chaotic tripod instantly transformed into the size of 10 feet and suspended in midair. The chaotic cauldron slowly rotated to form a huge cyclone that fought against the ancient demon formation. Boom! The air around the intense collision between the demonic formation and the chaotic cyclone trembled. Lin Pingon's hands pinched his hand to maneuver the chaos tripod to accelerate its rotation speed, and the light emanating from the tripod body became more and more dazzling. However, the power of the magic formation was also not to be underestimated, and a dark red pillar of light rose from the ground to strike the chaos cauldron. Break it for me! Lin Pingon let out a furious cry. His face twisted with rage, veins rippling on his forehead. The speed of his hands strangling was so fast that only remnants remained, and the spiritual energy in his body surged madly into the chaos cauldron. The chaotic cauldron violently trembled in mid-air, emitting a burst of buzzing. A bright and dazzling golden light erupted from the tripod, illuminating everyone present and making it impossible to open their eyes. The runes in the magic formation began to twist and distort under the terrifying pressure, emitting an unbearable creaking sound as cracks spread across the surface of the runes. His heart thumped as a piercing cracking sound came from his ears, and Lin Pingon jerked his head up only to see a crack spreading across the chaos cauldron. Lin Pingon's throat tightened, his face turned red. Break it open for me. He poured all his spiritual energy into the tripod above his head. His face was frighteningly white with blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. The chaos cauldron hummed and swelled, its light exploding so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes, and a pillar of light stabbed through the sky. The magic formation runes crumbled under this light pillar, emitting a series of wails, and eventually shattered into black points of light that dissipated in the sky. The moment the magic formation runes burst into pieces, Lin Pingon moved to target the demon-suppressing ancient sword. Stop him! Don't let him get the sword! Xiaoyun's face was twisted, his voice shrill. A few Southly Sword sect disciples rushed up stiffly, their sword lights interweaving into a net blocking Lin Pingon's front path. Lin Pingon snorted as his mind moved. The chaos tripod spun and flew out. The sword chi was blown to pieces when it touched the chaos tripod. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds of the disciples rushing up were knocked backwards by the chaotic tripod. It was now. Lin Pingon took a step out to the Jin Demon ancient sword. His fingers touched the cold hilt, and a vast power rushed down his arm and into his limbs. Jin Demon ancient sword buzz, a long sound shocked his arm numb. The rust on the sword rust peeling off, revealing the bottom of the dark but sharp blade. The dark ruby at the sword's lattice lit up, the light flowing in an invisible wave that swept away in a circle. Chapter 73, The Sins of the Desire. Xiaoyun's face twitched, his teeth as he clenched his teeth. Surname Lin. So what if you have the sword? Today is the day you die. Before the words fell, Xiaoyun's 9 heaven sword technique of the Southly Sword sect, which follows the sword, struck out boldly. Layers and layers of sword light came straight at Lin Pingon's neck. Lin Pingon gripped the ancient sword of devil suppression tightly, and the cold touch of the hilt penetrated right into his heart. Xiaoyun, betraying your master and colluding with the devil, you deserve to die. He pinched his left hand, the cracked chaos tripod buzzed, and the bronze light flowed to protect his body. The right hand ancient sword pointing diagonally to the tip of the sword chills and spits. In the face of the heavy shadow of the sword that comes to the face, Lin Pingon does not retreat but advances. The body shape flutters dangerously, rubbing the blade of the sword swept through. Xiaoyun saw that he came with a fierce force and could not help but shrink his pupils and subconsciously took half a step back. But he quickly stabilized his mind and his sword strokes in his hand became more and more powerful. The Jin Demon ancient sword was as if it had a life in Lin Pingon's hands, the sword emitting a buzzing resonance and breaking Xiaoyun's sword strokes with every swing. The corners of Lin Pingon's mouth hooked into a cold smile. This sword seemed to belong to him by nature, and the sword intent was rampant between sword swings. Snort! Lin Pingon's sword swept across the air with the momentum of a rainbow, the blade of the sword slicing through the air with an ear-piercing cracking sound. Xiaoyun's face changed in a panic as he raised his sword to block, but his longsword snapped in response to the sound, and the broken sword flew and spun as it nailed into the distant stone wall with a crisp clang. Immediately after the chaos tripod descended from the sky, Xiaoyun looked up and his pupils contracted violently. Despair surged to his heart. The chaos tripod smashed heavily on him with a dull thumping sound. Pooh! Xiaoyun sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chest depression. His body like a broken kite flew backwards several feet away. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment, but he no longer had the strength to resist. The rest of the Nanli Sword sect disciples were all ashen when they witnessed this scene, no longer care about the dignity of the division to scatter and flee. Fearing that a late step will be followed by Xiao Yun's dust, Lin Pingan held his sword and the chaos tripod hovered above his head. And even though the body of the tripod was covered in cracks, it still exuded a heart-stopping majesty. I, Lin Pingan, will remember today's revenge of the Nanli Sword sect. He looked at the dying Xiao Yun on the ground with killing intent in his eyes. Colluding with the devil's way is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Lin Pingan put away the ancient sword of devil suppression with his palm caressing the chaos tripod with heartache in his eyes. He took a deep breath and retrieved the chaos tripod looking around towards the distance. 3 days later, the Divine Flame sect's mountain gate. Lin Pingan traveled from the mountain path with a tired yet unusually calm gait. The disciple guarding the mountain rubbed his eyes and fixed his eyes on it and was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Senior brother Lin. It's senior brother Lin who has returned. This cry was like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up layers of ripples in front of the mountain gate. Hooting and hollering for a moment, more and more disciples who heard the news soon gathered around, only to see that the green shirt on his body has long been tattered. Dusty lapel and cuffs at the dark red bloodstains have long been dry and black. His face was pale and his lips were dry and cracked. His entire body was permeated with fatigue, and he exuded an invisible pressure around him, causing the approaching disciples to subconsciously stop in their tracks. Senior brother Lin, are you injured? Do you want to go to the elixir room first? Lin Pingan didn't stop his steps as if he hadn't heard, and his gaze crossed the crowd to look deeper into the sect. Where is the Grand Elder? His voice was hoarse yet clear in everyone's ears. A young man in inner sect attire hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully bowed and returned back to senior brother. The Grand Elder is deliberating with the elders in the main hall. Lin Pingan gently nodded his head as a response and walked straight through the crowd towards the direction of the sect's main hall with quick steps. That back was erect, but in the eyes of the crowd it was inexplicably shrouded in a layer of lingering heaviness and icy killing intent. The disciples in front of the mountain gate looked at each other confused. What had this normally quite gentle senior brother Lin experienced on his trip out? Why did he seem like a completely different person? In the Divine Flame sect's main hall, the air was so dull that it almost wrung out water. Several elders sat on both sides with different looks, and the law enforcement elder Zhou Tiancheng and the second elder Zhao Wuji sat near the door. On the first seat, Grand Elder Li Xuanyang's brows furrowed slightly, his fingers tapping on the desk table in front of him to emit a slight duck-duck sound. This brat Lin Pingan killed someone from the Nanli Sword sect. This is adding to his crime. Zhou Tiancheng slammed the table and stood up, his dry and thin face with a fierce energy. All his treatments must be abolished and he must be kicked out of the sect directly, as an example to others. Wait. Li Xianyang raised his hand. His voice was not high, but it suppressed the buzzing sound in the hall. This matter is not simple, it has to be investigated clearly. He slowly swept a circle of the elders present in his heart and was also rapidly calculating. Grand Elder. The law enforcement elder is right. Zhao Wuji hurriedly answered. His body was almost on Zhou Tiancheng's side. This kid has no respect for his elders and has broken the rules several times. What is the face of the clan if he is not severely punished? He paused and lowered his voice with a few points of urgency. Besides, the Southly Sword sect has sent people over, naming to say, if we do not give an account of the relationship between the two factions. Zhao Wuji did not finish his sentence. The door of the main hall was knocked open from the outside with a clang. The few disciples who followed him, their faces were pale as they stopped at the door. Their legs and stomachs were fighting, not daring to take another step forward at all. The hall was silent. Zhou Tiancheng and Zhao Wuji exchanged a quick movement. Li Xuanyang's body was slightly tensed. His attention fell on that inconspicuous ancient sword. Mutilating allies? Lin Pingan pulled the corner of his mouth. That smile was colder than the chilly wind outside the hall. Second elder, words are not to be taken lightly. He walked forward step by step. The sound of his footsteps in the dead silence of the hall is exceptionally clear. Not too fast and not too slow, but seems to be stepping on the heart of the crowd. I think it's the two of you and the Nanli Sword sect that are the ones who are in cahoots, isn't it? As soon as the words left his mouth, he violently flicked his wrist. The devil-suppressing ancient sword emitted a low humming sound that shook even the air. A sword chi that was so condensed that it had almost turned into substance carried a sharp whistle that broke through the air, and without warning, it rushed straight at Zhou Tiancheng and Zhao Wuji's faces. Hiss! A sound of cold air was heard in the hall. Several originally sitting elders miso stood up with horror written all over their faces. Zhou Tiancheng's face was green for a while and white for a while. His fists under his robe sleeves were pinched tightly. Zhao Wuji was even more pale and stumbled back a step in fear. Li Xianyang was still sitting at the first place, not moving, just his brows were frowning tighter, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhou Tiancheng was so angry that he was trembling violently, stomping his foot, pointing at Lin Pingan's nose and cursing. Unbridled. Lin Pingan, you killed Xiao Yun. The evidence is all there. Not only did you come back without admitting your guilt, but you dare to make false accusations here. Lin Pingan ignored the step forward. The only sound heard in the hall was the sound of his footsteps as he walked, one after another making people's hearts flutter. He walked over to the wide table in the center of the great hall. Dangling Soungjin Demon Ancient Sword was casually thrown on the desktop. The sword body of the dark blue dazzling black gas spread so that the temperature in the hall have dropped a few points. Li Xianyang on the first seat leaned forward violently. His breathing was a few points heavier, his voice tightened. The devil suppressing ancient sword? That legendary artifact that has long since disappeared. Defiled by demonic energy? Great Elder has good eyesight. Lin Pingon tugged at the corner of his mouth. That arc was colder than the cold air on the sword. He flipped his palm again, and a jade slip suddenly appeared lying quietly in his palm. He raised his hand and threw the jade slip on the table as well, right in front of the blanched Zhou Tiancheng. This was found from Xiao Yun. He paused his words unhurriedly but word for word. There are some interesting things written down in it, such as how the law enforcement elders and the second elder conspired with him, intending to lure demons into the clan. These words were like a boulder smashing into a calm lake, and the entire hall exploded in an instant. Chapter 74 Internal Rebellion in the Sect. Drawing demons into the clan? How is this possible? Involving the Devil's Way? Elder Zhou, Elder Zhao, them, colluding with the Devil's Way. This is a great offense of treason. The buzz of chatter could no longer be suppressed as everyone's eyes swept back and forth over Lin Pingon, Zhou Tiancheng, and Zhao Wuji. Zhou Tiancheng only felt a cool air crawling up along his spine, provoking him to sweat. He slammed the table and forcefully roared, "Nonsense! Someone come and take down this traitor for me!" A few law enforcement hall disciples got the order and looked at each other face to face. Still they hardened their heads and drew their swords and surrounded them. Lin Pingon snorted and didn't even give them a proper look. His wrist slightly moved and the ancient sword of Jinmu let out a soft chant, bringing up a ghostly blue arc of light. "Just by you guys?" Before the words fell, he casually flicked his wrist. His sword chi swept across the room. The few disciples who rushed at the front grunted and flew out backwards. A few of the latter, who were in poor cultivation, were even swept by the strong wind to the point that they were unsteady and sat down on the ground. Zhou Tiancheng looked at the corner of his eye. His heart shook dramatically. How is it possible for this little man's cultivation to rise so fast? Anyone else? Lin Pingon's voice was not high but clearly carried to every corner of the great hall. The other disciples in the hall, or even more silent atmosphere, do not dare to come out. Lin Pingon no longer paid attention to the paralyzed law enforcement hall disciples walking straight to the head seat. Lin Pingon raised his hand and the jade slip flew out of his hand and landed steadily on the table in front of Li Xianyang. "Grand Elder, there may be something you want to know here." Li Xianyang reached out and picked up the jade slip. Divine sense sank into it. At this moment, the hall was awfully quiet, leaving only the sound of several people's ragged breathing and the heartbeats of Zhou Tiancheng and Zhao Wuji beating out of their chests. A moment later, Li Xianyang violently opened his eyes. The aura around him steeply sank, pressurizing the several elders beside him to breathe hard. The images recorded in the jade slip were clear as day. In the dimly lit secret room, Xiao Yun, Zhou Tiancheng, and Zhao Wuji were three silhouettes sitting around whispering, "This son, Lin Pingon, is truly hateful. If we don't get rid of him we can hardly rest in peace." Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Tiancheng frowned. "This matter is not trivial. If it is not handled properly, I have already thought of a foolproof plan." Xiao Yun let out a cold smile. "I have secretly made contact with the demon race. As long as we help them open the Mountain Protector formation, they will be willing to help." "What? Colluding with the demon race? This is a capital offense." Zhao Wuji stood up in shock. Xiao Yun said unhurriedly, "Both of you, listen to me. The demon race promised that after the matter was accomplished, not only would they help us get rid of Lin Pingon, but they would even share half of our demon crystals and techniques. This," said Zhou Tiancheng hesitantly, "if it is discovered." Xiao Yun lowered his voice and said, "In this way, we will strike in the Devil Suppression Valley, and when the devil race creates chaos, we can take advantage of the chaos to put Lin Pingon to death, and then frame the devil race for the crime. How exactly will it be arranged?" Zhao Wuji was finally moved by the benefits to sit down and ask in detail. "It's simple. I'll be in charge of luring the demons into the clan. Elder Zhou, you'll deploy the Mountain Guard disciples, and Elder Zhao will destroy the Grand Formation at the critical moment. If anyone gets suspicious," said Zhou Tiancheng, still a little worried. Xiao Yun smiled morosely. "Don't worry, after the incident is accomplished, we will let the demon race wreak havoc within the clan for a while. The more deaths and injuries, the more no one will trace the truth." "Good. That's it." The three high-fived and swore to sign the sinful secret pact in the darkness. This kind of ruthlessness is simply outrageous. The more the Grand Elder looked at his face, the jade slip in his hand was pinched to the point of cackling, and the back of his sinewy hand showed the anger he felt inside at the moment. He fiercely stood up, a biting pressure spread out, making the people present involuntarily lower their heads. "Zhou Tiancheng, Zhao Wuji, you are elders of the Divine Flame sect in vain. How dare you collude with outsiders to plot against our sect?" Zhou Tiancheng's face grimaced at the sight. He violently bounced up from his seat. his body's spiritual energy rapidly revolving, his palm glowing with a piercing greenish aura as he slashed down towards the Grand Elder's head. This palm came in a fierce manner, coerced with a stern killing intent, obviously storing the intention of certain death. Lin Pingon had long been on the lookout for this moment, and with a thought the chaos cauldron surfaced in the air. The body of the tripod rotated rapidly, drawing a mysterious trajectory in mid-air to block in front of the Grand Elder. Bang! Deafening collision sounds echoed in the Great Hall, and airwaves scattered in all directions setting off gusts of wind. The chaotic cauldron defused this fatal blow from Zhou Tiancheng. Traitor! The elders were furious and rose from their seats, attacking towards Zhou Tiancheng and Zhao Wuji. The Great Hall was suddenly filled with true qi agitation and killing opportunities. Zhou Tiancheng sneered at this situation, his eyes flashed with viciousness. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for disregarding our fellow disciples. As soon as he ripped off the jade pendant at his waist and crushed it, a strange black gas gushed out from the fragments. In an instant, the killing sound outside the Great Hall rises in all directions. The sound of breaking air is endless. More than 10 silhouettes break the window and enter. The sword chi crisscrosses the cold light flashes. Lin Pingon only felt a stream of evil fire rushed straight to the brain. Also really have a backhand. He gripped Vision Demon ancient sword body runic symbols eerily lit up. Have been waiting for you guys for a long time. Before the words left his body had already arrived at the Grand Elder's side. He and the Grand Elder worked flawlessly together to block all of the Southly Sword Sect's disciples' blazing attacks. In the chaos of the fierce battle, Zhao Wuji's figure sneaked furtively against the corner towards the outside of the temple. Lin Pingon, out of the corner of his eye, glimpsed the heart sank, but in front of him several sword light staggering blockade, simply lack of distraction to chase. Dog, you're fast. At this moment, the sword chi stirring within the hall shocked people's eardrums buzzing. The Southly Sword Sect's group of people are obviously well-trained dead soldiers, coordinated with the tacit understanding of the vicious moves specifically attacking the Divine Flame Sect's elders in the key points of the breaks. Lin Pingon was anxious, although the Chaos Tripod protects his body, but before the strong break formation has been damaged, so I'm afraid that it will not last too long against the consumption. Pingon broke their combined sword formation first. The Grand Elder let out a loud cry as the long sword in his hand erupted with a strong light, and the raging aura hardened the two Southly Sword Sect disciples who surrounded him and shook them back. Lin Pingon understood, and the devil-suppressing ancient sword emitted a low humming sound, the runes of the sword flowing madly. An invisible suction force spread out violently, actually forcibly pulling and swallowing the sword chi that shot around. He quickly weaved in and out of the enemy formation, and the disciples of the Nanli Sword Sect only felt their sword chi being sucked away uncontrollably where the sword blade pointed, and their attacks suddenly stalled and had to retreat back and forth. There's something odd about this kid's sword that can suck our sword chi. I'm afraid of nothing. He's only at the Yuaning stage. Can he still turn the world upside down? I don't believe how much he can suck. Let's kill him together. The corner of Lin Pingon's mouth pulled out a cold Arctian demon ancient sword backhanded and slashed diagonally. The refuted sword chi that had just been absorbed now condensed into an even more furious torrent that recoiled towards the Nanli disciple who had screamed the most. That disciple didn't even have time to react before he was muddled by his own and his fellow disciples' sword chi. His entire body flew backwards, and he spurted blood furiously when he was in mid-air, and when he landed on the ground, he twitched twice before he lost his voice. Good boy. The Great Elder's spirit was revitalized, and the long sword in his hand was wielded even more vigorously, forcing the several Nanli disciples who surrounded him into a frenzy of danger. Suddenly, a black shadow broke the window from outside the temple without warning. A cold and piercing killing intent enveloped half of the hall, causing the movements of the crowd in the midst of the fierce battle to lurch, only to see the person holding a long black knife. The black gas above the blade emitted a sickening odor. Chapter 75 Earth Vein Damage. The hilt of the sword in the Grand Elder's hand was clenched to the point of creaking, and his body was slightly bowed backward in preparation. The back of Lin Pingon's neck was steeply cold. Chills ran through his entire body, and the spiritual energy in his body quietly operated. The man in black grinned a scalp-tingling smile. With a flip of his wrist, his long, black and heavy sword was raised, its tip pointing at the two men from afar. The air in the hall suddenly became sticky and heavy, pressing people's chest. The crowd of onlookers stopped breathing for half a beat and subconsciously shrank back. The disciples of the Southly Sword Sect looked at me and I looked at you, clearly not understanding which play this was. Lin Pingon's feet shifted slightly without a trace as he leaned towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder didn't even turn his head back, with his voice pressed extremely low. It's the demon race. The back of his hand holding the sword was sinewy, and after a pause he added, "Watch out." The man in black let out a hefty cold laugh. Divine Flame Sect? Today is the anniversary of your death. He swung his sword violently before the words left his mouth. An ink-like blade chi tore through the air, bringing a sharp whistle straight at the Grand Elder's face. In a flash of lightning, Lin Pingon took a step out right in front of the Grand Elder. Buzz Chaos Tripod appeared out of thin air and swirled rapidly. The tripod body was flooded with a layer of thick golden light, and it hard hit the ink-colored blade gas. Clang! A deafening clash of gold and iron. The chaos tripod trembled violently, and Lin Pingon only felt a huge force recoil back to numb his arm. Put! Lin Pingon arched his body violently, and a mouthful of fishy sweetness surged up his throat and sprayed out. With gold stars popping up in front of his eyes, his face suddenly lost its blood color, and he swayed twice and almost fell down. Lin Pingon! The Grand Elder cried out in horror, his eyes and hands quick to scoop up his faltering body. Cough! It's fine. Lin Pingon's chest was in severe pain, speaking with blood froth, and the corners of his mouth couldn't control the blood seeping out. He braced himself against the Great Elder's arm and gasped, "Great Elder, hurry up, I'll take the top." His voice was weak, but he stiffly straightened his back. Nonsense! The Grand Elder was anxious and angry. What are you taking the top for? TSK, the kid doesn't have a lot of guts. That demon looked Lin Pingon up and down, the corners of his mouth grinning through a wave of cruelty. Unfortunately, it's just a bit of a dish. He slowly raised his long blade, the black gas churning from the blade thickened, and the light around him was swallowed up for a few moments. The tip of the blade was poised to fall again. Just then, rumble! The entire Divine Flame sect shook violently. The ground cracked open a crack. Wisps of black gas from the ground drilled out, with an unbearable cold. Oh no! The earth's veins! The Grand Elder's face changed wildly, and the blood faded from that guttering old face in an instant, leaving only horror and a kind of extinguished despair. The root of the sect's Earth Vein Mountain Protector Formation. He understood what this meant more than anyone else. The Mountain Protector Formation is going to collapse. A cold and urgent female voice broke through the air. A white shadow flashed. Lung staggered into the hall, her pretty face white and her breath unsteady. I sensed that at least 3 array eyes were destroyed. The Grand Formation won't last much longer. As she spoke, her eyes swept over the blood at the corner of Lin Pingon's mouth and her brows knit tighter. But she obviously couldn't care less about that at the moment. Lin Pingon's heart thumped. The vibrations under his feet became more and more intense. He clearly felt that the majestic aura within the sect was rapidly flowing away, and the air was becoming thin. He subconsciously raised his head, and the light shield that covered the entire Divine Flame sect was now covered with fine cracks, emitting a heart-stopping click-click sound, and the cracks were still expanding and spreading. Ha 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 ha! That demon race person let out a wild laugh permeated with mockery and smugness. Wouldn't have guessed it. Our people have long since dug a hole under your feet. The Mountain Protector Formation you're so proud of? It's a joke in front of our carefully arranged spirit-eroding formation. Lin Pingon only felt a tightness in his chest. If the Guardian Array really collapsed, the entire God Fire sect would become the meat on the chopping board of the Demon Clan. Thousands of disciples. He did not dare to think about it anymore, and both hands subconsciously clenched into fists, bone knuckles pinched white. He jerked his head up and his hands flipped rapidly in front of his chest, one complicated and obscure seal after another striking out so fast that it almost brought out residual shadows. The spiritual energy in his body was squeezed out unreservedly, and the burning sensation running along his meridians almost set him on fire. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A giant dragon silhouette composed entirely of crimson flames violently broke free from Lin Pingon's body and circled straight into the sky. The fire dragon emitted terrifyingly high temperatures, and the air around it was seared and crackled, with watery distortions appearing in space. Flame dragon entanglement. As Lin Pingon let out a low shout, the roaring fire dragon plunged headfirst into the light shield that was covered in cracks. Boom! The fire dragon's huge body merged into the Mountain Protector Formation, and the originally dull and chapped light shield violently erupted with a piercing red light. Countless flame runes traveled around the light shield, forcibly bonding and filling those shocking cracks. Lin Pingon was lifted up by a huge force and suspended in midair, his robes bulging with flames rising all around him, his long hair dancing wildly in the scorching waves of air, the whole person bathed in crimson light, his face brightening and flickering under the throbbing firelight. He forced himself to endure the dizziness brought about by the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy, and his voice infused with spiritual energy spread throughout the square. Long Yu, bring someone to repair the formation. Hurry! The originally panicked disciples at the bottom looked at the fire-bathed figure in midair, and the little bit of fear in their hearts was washed away by a surge of hot blood. Asterisk. Senior brother Lin is awesome. Senior brother Lin, hold on. Damn it, fight the devil cubs. I don't know who roared out first. Swear to defend the Divine Flame sect to the death. Swear to defend the Divine Flame sect to the death. Swear to defend the Divine Flame sect to the death. In an instant a mountainous cry resounded through the clouds. Lun Yu looked up at the figure in midair that was wrapped in flames. His heart clenched violently. She knew very well that with Lin Pingon's current cultivation level, forcing him to activate this kind of secret art, and having to make up for the great formation with his own spiritual energy, was tantamount to drinking hemlock to quench his thirst, and he was bound to suffer an unimaginable backlash afterwards. But right now she had no time to hesitate. All disciples listened to the order. Long Yu's voice pierced through the boiling crowd. Divide into 3 teams. One team will follow me to the east. Second team, Senior Brother Li led the team to the west. Third team, Senior Sister Zhang will lead the team to the south. Repair the eye of the formation. Quick! Her voice was so calm that it was almost cold, but it carried the power to stabilize people's hearts. Yes, the disciples answered with a roar, their faces no longer showing any semblance of fear, only the determination of sharing the same enemy. The 3 teams quickly diverged, and under the leadership of their respective captains, they turned into 3 torrents and sped towards the position of the formation eye in different directions. The eastern eye of the formation. Here was a piece of stone platform that had been destroyed beyond recognition. The original formation base that was carved with runes was shattered for the most part, emanating a gloomy black aura. Long Yu was the first to fall, without even looking at the surroundings. Her jade hand directly pressed on the remaining formation base, and a stream of pure and cleansing spiritual energy was unreservedly injected into it. Dozens of disciples behind her quickly surrounded a circular formation, each activating their spiritual energy. A pillar of spiritual energy of different colors lit up, and a steady stream of spiritual energy converged into Long Yu's body, and then channeled through her into the formation base. Buzz! With the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, the tattered stone platform of the formation eye trembled slightly. Chapter 76 Quelling Civil Unrest. The edges of the dull rune fragments began to glow with a shimmering light again, and the broken spirit lines extended towards each other slowly and painstakingly as if they were alive. To the west, Senior Li led a group of people who had also arrived at the eye of the formation. The situation was just as bad. The formation-based stone platform exploded into pieces, and the demonic aura surrounded and corroded the remaining spirit patterns. Quickly, set up the formation. Spiritual energy infusion. Senior Li roared as he was the first to rush up and press his palm against the largest piece of rubble. The disciples didn't dare to slow down and quickly took their positions. A pillar of spiritual energy light shot up into the sky, converging towards Senior Li. Then he channeled it into the broken formation base. To the south, the team led by Senior Sister Zhang faced the same sight, with rubble strewn with demonic aura. The female disciples quickly formed a formation without the slightest hesitation, contributing their spiritual energy without reservation. The 3 array eyes were being repaired at the same time with the concerted efforts of hundreds of disciples. Spiritual power was like a sweet spring moisturizing the depleted and broken formation patterns, and the edges of those broken traces flickered with shimmering light, as if there were invisible threads that were pulled by the spiritual power to put the broken formation diagrams back together again and make them complete. High in the air, Lin Pinggan's body trembled slightly. He could feel a weak but constant support coming from 3 directions. This power was not enough to completely repair the grand formation, but it slightly revitalized his spirit, which was on the verge of breaking. The flame dragon void he manipulated solidified a few more points, and the dragon's mouth spewed out even more blazing flames to actively integrate into the mountain protection light shield, filling up those fine cracks. Buzz! With the initial stabilization of the 3 formation eyes, the energy circulation of the mountain protecting formation finally began to operate again. The cracks on the light shield healed at an astonishing speed, and the originally dull light became brilliant again. The crimson flames intertwined and flowed with the golden runes of the formation itself, forming an even stronger wall of light. The thin aura in the air became thick again, even more pure than before. The arcane and complex runes on the surface of the large formation lit up one by one, flowing endlessly and emitting a heavy pressure like a mountain. How is this possible? The maniacal smile on that demon race person's face froze. He stared dead on at the radiant mountain protection formation, and then looked at Lin Pinggan, who was suspended in the air and wrapped in crimson flames, his face changing. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He could feel that this repaired formation seemed to be even more powerful than before. He couldn't get any better if he fought on. Divine Flame Sect, we'll be back again, he said unwillingly. Before the sound of his words dissipated, his whole body's demonic chi violently exploded into a mass of dense black light, tearing the air toward the far side to hide rapidly, disappearing in the sky in the blink of an eye. Only a cold and bone-piercing demonic aura was left in the original place for a long time. Looking at the backs of the demons fleeing in a sorry state, the people inside the large formation, who were straining their nerves, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The crowd was about to cheer for the repulsion of the demon race when a roar filled with hostility suddenly cut through the sky. Damn it! Zhao Wuji's face was hideous. A crazy red light flashed in his eyes. He took advantage of the fact that the attention of the crowd was on the demon race, and quietly operated his body's demonic power. A strand of pitch-black demonic chi rushed through his meridians, erupting his entire body's cultivation toward the weak spot of the mountain protection formation. Trying to escape, the Grand Elder snorted coldly, only to see him tapping his toes on the ground to quickly stop in front of Zhao Wuji, those wrinkled eyes as sharp as knives staring at his former fellow disciple dead in the face. The old face with a stern killing intent, beard and hair without wind, automatic body spirit power surging. Betraying the clan. Today is the day of your death. The Grand Elder's voice was filled with anger. The corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth hooked up in a vicious smile. Old piker, do you think you can stop me with just you? With that, he pinched his hands together, his fingertips glowing with a strange black light, and his body's demonic chi surged wildly. The black as ink long whip of demonic chi coalesced in his hand and broke through the air with an ear-piercing whistling sound. The Grand Elder did not flash or avoid the disdain that surfaced on his pale face. His hands quickly made a seal, and between his 10 fingers, the golden light flowed through his fingertips, coalescing in an instant into a radiant spell that quickly intertwined a curtain of light in front of his body. Zhao Wuji's long whip that was condensed into demonic chi broke through the air with an insidious cold that could freeze through the bone marrow. Whip body black gas rolling snorting sound surrounding air white frost. The golden light and the demonic aura collided with each other with a loud bang. The exploding waves of air caused the square beneath their feet to tremble. The collision of two very different forces sent out ear-piercing explosions, and the turbulence of energy distorted the light to form a chaotic vortex, devouring everything around it. The light curtain laid down by the Grand Elder crackled as it was corroded by the demonic chi, and Zhao Wuji's demonic whip dissolved inch by inch under the purification of the golden light. The two were in a stalemate when the mountain protection formation overhead suddenly shone brightly. The formation that had just been repaired was completely activated at this moment with an abundance of aura. Countless arcane runes lit up into a huge net of spiritual energy that covered heaven and earth, covering Zhao Wuji head-on. Not good. Zhao Wuji's heart skipped a beat as his body's demonic chi exploded without reservation, attempting to forcefully break through the sudden bond. But the net of spiritual power is tough and incomparable. The more you struggle, the tighter the winding. A magic power was actually suppressed by the power of the formation. It's over. The effort has been lost. The Grand Elder looked at the trapped Zhao Wuji and said in a cold voice, "Want to leave? It's not that easy for a traitor of the clan." His hand sprinted to point a golden rune mark containing majestic suppression power condensed out of thin air. Prisoner Demon Seal. The runic seal broke through the air and was imprinted into Zhao Wuji's body in an instant. Zhao Wuji's body shook violently, and the rushing demonic chi in his body was drained, quickly withering and dissipating. His throat let out a hiss of unwillingness, but his body can no longer use the strength. Straight from the mid-air fall, bang, a muffled sound on the hard stone square. The Grand Elder took a step forward and pressed his palm through the air, and several golden chains were born out of thin air on the ground, automatically wrapping around Zhao Wuji's body and tying him up in a knot. The flow of runes on the chains exuded a calm yet irresistible power, completely imprisoning the remnants of his demonic energy. Zhao Wuji collapsed to the ground, unable to move, the madness and viciousness from earlier completely extinguished, leaving only deathly despair. Lin Pingon in midair saw this scene and his hanging heart finally fell back into his stomach. His shoulders slumped slightly involuntarily and his chest rose and fell violently as he gasped for air. Lin Pingon's eyes looked laxly at the figure on the ground that was bound by golden chains, and the scene before him began to shake slightly. He only felt that his limbs and bones were trembling, and there were stabbing pains coming from the meridians in his body, and the only remaining spiritual energy was completely depleted at this moment. "It's finally over," Lin Pingon muttered. Before the words fell, a feeling of heavenly rotation suddenly came. He could no longer maintain the posture of the Royal Air Force body shape in mid-air, uncontrollably shaking up. "Senior brother Lin." A few anxious cries came from the distance with panic and worry in their voices. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Lin Pingon saw in a trance that several figures were flying rapidly towards him, their faces becoming blurred in his vision. Lin Pingon wanted to open his mouth to tell them that he was fine, but he realized that even the strength to move his lips had been exhausted, and he could only watch himself fall towards the ground. In the last moment before he was completely plunged into darkness, the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile, and the last thought that flashed through his mind was that the clan had finally been saved. Consciousness then fell into complete and utter darkness. Chapter 77 Road Ambush. Lin Pingon. Lin Yu let out a heartbreaking cry of shock, her eyes flashing with panic, her heartbeat almost stopping at this moment. Lin Yu tapped her toes in the void and turned into a green stream of light that swept below where Lin Pingon had fallen in a matter of moments. Her slender arms spread out, running her spiritual energy to form a soft layer of protection around her body to steadily catch Lin Pingon. Lin Yu looked down at the face of the person in her arms was frighteningly white, and her heart seemed to be gripped by something in a burst of pain. She gently wiped away the blood from the corner of Lin Pingon's mouth, the icy, prickly coldness of the touch drilling into her heart along her fingertips. Cold Moon bit her lower lip to deaden her churning mind. Lin Pingon had nearly drained himself of his spiritual energy in order to protect the Divine Flame sect, and he was afraid that his foundation would be destroyed if he was a moment later. The clan crisis is lifted, but the heart seems to be pressed with a stone heavy. Lin Yu carried Lin Pingon back to his quarters, carefully placing him on the bed. She tried to wipe the ash and blood from his face, her hand just lifting but stopped, her eyes falling on his right arm. That originally red dragon scale did not know when it became dark. An unspeakable fluctuation spread from the dragon scale, and the air of the entire room became stagnant, cold and sticky. Lan Yu's eyebrows twisted into a ball. Fingertips tentatively touched the dark red scales, a chill icy cold through the bones. Just then, a burst of wild laughter exploded in the room without warning, and that laughter was shrill and piercing with a kind of teasing cruelty. You've finally fallen into my reckoning, and it's only just begun. The guttural voice drifted in and out of the empty room, provoking the hairs on one's back. Lan Yu violently turned to protect Lin Pingan. She vigilantly scanned the empty room but could not catch any trace. As that demonic god laughed, the dark red dragon scales on Lin Pingan's arm actually began to vibrate slightly, and the black gas that seeped out became thicker and thicker. The demon god's arrogant laughter slowly faded away, but that malicious intent was weighing heavily on Lang Yu's heart and lingering. Lang Yu's slender fingers gently pressed on Lin Pingan's brow, closing her eyes and mobilizing the spiritual energy in her body to carefully inject it. But Lin Pingan's breath was still fluttering and weak without any improvement, and that face was so white that it seemed lifeless. Damn it! Lang Yu bit her lower lip and spat in a low voice, her plain hands unconsciously clenching her knuckles tautly white. She just stood motionless by the bedside and looked at Lin Pingan, her heart heavy with anxiety and worry. That demon god's grim laughter still seemed to be beating around the room, an invisible needle sticking in her heart one at a time. The malice in that voice sent chills down her spine, and she always felt like something bad was going to happen. Although the dark red dragon scale on his arm no longer oozed black gas and regained some luster, the cold and sticky feeling seemed to be branded in the air and lingered. She tried probing with her spiritual energy but was blocked back by a chilling force that she couldn't penetrate at all. Time passed day by day. Lang Yu almost didn't move an inch, and the pills and spirit liquid were fed as if they didn't need any money. Lin Pingan's face finally slowly eased up and took on the air of a living person. The dragon scales on his right arm had also completely returned to crimson, no longer having that heart-pounding fluctuation. But this did not put Lang Yu at ease. The laughter of that demon god was like a thorn in her heart, making her always feel that this calmness was just an appearance. That day Lin Pingan finally woke up. He sat up propped up on the bedboard. His body was still a little weak but his mind was clear. How long have I been asleep? His voice was a little hoarse. 7 days. Lang Yu brought over a bowl of warm soup. Drink the soup first. Lin Pingan took the bowl and drank it dry in a few gulps before feeling the stagnation in his chest ease slightly. He raised his right hand and looked at the crimson dragon scale with a slight frown. He wasn't oblivious to that demon god's maniacal laughter when he was unconscious. Did something happen while I was unconscious? Lang Yu briefly told him about the appearance of the demon god's voice after he fell unconscious, as well as the dragon scale mutation. It really is him. Lin Pingan whispered, his face sank. It seems that he has left a backhand on me. What then? Coldmoon's heart tightened. Lin Pingan was silent for a moment, feeling the still empty meridians in his body, as well as the slightly dimmed chaos tripod in his dantian. No matter, there is always a solution. He looked up. I need to make a trip to the local Xian Ice Abyss. Coldmoon was stunned. The Xian Ice Creepy Abyss was 1,000 miles away to the northwest of the Divine Flame sect, and the extremely cold land was extremely dangerous. What are you doing there? Your current body. Lang Yu's voice carried a tremor, and her jade hand subconsciously grabbed Lin Pingan's sleeve. The damage to the chaotic cauldron requires the Xian Di Ice Spirit in order to be repaired. Lin Pingan gently patted the back of her hand and explained with a gentle expression. Moreover, I feel that demon god's means might be related to the power of extreme cold, so going to the Xian Ice Abyss might be able to find clues to suppress or solve it. His gaze was deep, as if he had already seen hope in the distance. It's too dangerous. Lang Yu stood up violently with worry flashing in her almond eyes. That place is simply not for the current you to go to. No harm done, I'll be careful. Lin Pingan's tone was calm but characterized by unquestionable determination. Lang Yu bit her red lip and looked at his shaky figure and firmly said, I'll go with you. Lin Pingan frowned and turned to hold her shoulders. No, this trip. Without waiting for Lin Pingan to finish, Lang Yu added, I cultivate the Cold Moon Heart Sutra. The coldness of the Xian Ice Creepy Abyss doesn't have much of an effect on me, so maybe I can even help. Lin Pingan eventually could only nod helplessly as he looked at her insistence. The two rested for 2 more days to bring their form to its best. Before his departure, the patriarch personally came to see him off and handed Lin Pingan a jade slip that contained information about the Xian Ice Creepy Abyss. Be careful in everything. The sect will wait for you to return. The patriarch patted Lin Pingan's shoulder and after a pause added, if you can't find the Xian Mei Ice Spirit, don't force yourself. Coming back safely is the most important thing. Lin Pingan solemnly nodded his head in response, understanding that this trip was a big deal. If he can't find the Xian Mei Ice Spirit to repair the Chaos Cauldron and suppress the demonic energy in his body, I'm afraid that even he himself will be eroded by the demonic energy. Watching the two figures fade into the sky, Sovereign sighed deeply. As we traveled north, the cold winds became more prevalent. Lin Pingan and Lang Yu had already rushed 3 days' journey and were currently traveling through a desolate valley. The cold wind whistled and swept fine snowflakes through the air. Suddenly, Lin Pingan's footsteps lurched, his eyes became stern, and his right hand was already pressing on the hilt of his sword. He sidestepped in front of Cold Moon and whispered, "Someone's coming." Lang Yu also noticed the difference. Jade hand lightly raised a wisp of cold air condensed at the fingertips. Before the words fell, 3 spirit boats suddenly sped from the sky in a zigzag pattern to completely block the path of Lin Pingon and Lang Yu. The flag fluttering on the spirit boat was hunting in the cold wind, and the word Tianji outlined in gold threads glittered blindingly in the sunlight. Lin Pingon looked at the word Tianji, his brows furrowed tightly, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword, knuckles white from the force. "Sure enough, I'm being watched," he whispered with anger in his voice. Tianji Pavilion, Chapter 78. The cold moon was next to the cold air lingering on Lin Pingon's fingertips, causing the air in the vicinity to condense out into fine ice slag. Her voice was icy cold. "The nose is quite good, this is catching up." Lin Pingon sidestepped his body without moving and blocked in front of Lang Yu. 3 spirit boats hung in the air in a zigzag pattern, completely blocking their path. The ship's flag was torn by the wind, and the 2 golden lines of the word Tianji shone brightly in the gray sky. Lin Pingon pondered in his mind whether he should just rush out, or see what kind of drugs these people were selling. Lang Yu was next to Lin Pingon, staring at the spirit boat in the forefront, and the silhouette standing on the deck was a little familiar. The air around her dark alert spirit running became taut. "Lin Pingon, goodbye." A voice came down from the spirit boat at the very front, lazily smelling of teasing. Lin Pingon's hand holding the hilt of the sword tightened violently, his knuckles pinched white. "Zhou Tiancheng." He almost gritted his teeth and squeezed these 3 words out of his throat. "You actually mixed up with people from the Heavenly Hall. Not happy to see an old acquaintance?" Zhou Tiancheng stood at the bow of the boat, his robes bulging in the wind. His face hung with the kind of smile that made people want to punch him when they looked at him. "I've come to help you on purpose." "Help me?" Lin Pingon's voice was icy cold, just like back in the clan. Zhou Tiancheng shook his head with his hands behind his back in a pretentious manner, and underneath the look of regret was all calculation. "Why bring up the past? Today I have come to give you a chance." His tone suddenly became serious, condescendingly looking down at Lin Pingon with greed in his eyes. "Hand over the chaos cauldron and I can pretend that nothing happened." "Idiot." Lin Pingon flatly refused. The demonic chi in his body seemed to sense his anger was vaguely agitated. "Obsessive." Zhou Tiancheng's eyes flashed with killing intent, his right hand secretly clenched in his sleeve. "That piece of Xian Nixie ice spirit, do you think you can get it with your current state? How do you know if you don't try?" Lin Pingon did not show any weakness to strongly suppress the surging demonic chi in his body, and his gaze was solemn. "Obviously already eroded by the demonic chi, yet you still have to hold on strongly." Zhou Tiancheng sneered as contempt flashed in his eyes. "Shut up." Lang Yu, who was on the side, suddenly drank, and with a wave of her jade hand, the temperature around her plummeted. "You're not qualified to say that." "Oh, Fairy Lang is also here." Zhou Tiancheng pretended to have a sudden realization as his gaze glanced over Lang Yu. "Why are you still protecting this dying man? Someone who is about to die." Lin Pingon suddenly laughed. A powerful aura erupted from around him. "Then let's show you how much more this dying man can do." Before the words fell, the black shadows on the 3 spirit boats suddenly rioted, and dozens of figures leaped out like arrows out of a string. They surrounded Lin Pingon and Lang Yu in a flash, dressed in uniform black power suits with cold killing intent in their eyes. "Since you don't know how to behave, then don't blame us for not being polite." Zhou Tiancheng stood on top of the spirit boat, the corner of his mouth hooked up. A cruel smile slowly raised his right hand. "Take them." He commanded the air to freeze in an instant. Dozens of magic weapons simultaneously lit up with a blinding light, and the various colors of light intertwined together to cover Lin Pingon and the 2 of them head-on. Lang Yu jade hand gently raised the cold air in the fingertips. Cohesion. Her eyes stern wrist a turn of the cohesion of the cold air into a biting sword light, blocking the oncoming attacks as much as possible. The air was frozen wherever the sword light passed, making a tiny cracking sound. Lin Pingon's eyes were crimson as his body's demonic chi and spiritual chi intertwined and surged, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar as the dragon scales on his right arm glowed with a demonic fiery red light under the infusion of spiritual energy. He focused his entire body's spiritual energy on his right fist and fiercely blasted out. Blazing flames condensed into the form of a dragon's head before the fist's blade, opening its bloody mouth and letting out a deafening roar. Zhou Tiancheng looked at Lin Pingon exerting his amazing battle power inwardly but grew more and more excited. Resentment surged to his heart in this moment. Looking at Lin Pingon, who was being eroded by the demonic chi, it gave him a thrill of revenge. "The saint's son will be buried here today." Zhou Tiancheng's eyes flashed with fervor, the madness within almost breaking through the bounds of sanity. Seeing that crazy glint in Zhou Tiancheng's eyes, a chill surged through Lin Pingon's heart. The demonic chi in his body seemed to become more and more agitated by the fluctuations of his emotions. A strand of black chi rampaging through his meridians, tearing at his soul. Lin Pingon forced himself to endure the severe pain as his brain raced to find a chance to live. But the surroundings were already surrounded by the Tianji Pavilion's assassins, and he looked at Lang Yu beside him with apologies welling up in his heart. If he hadn't insisted on coming to look for the Xuanha ice spirit, he wouldn't have gotten her involved in this strife. Right at this moment, the 3 spirit boats suddenly emitted a low humming sound, and the runes on the hulls lit up one by one with strong light bursting out. Spiritual light gathered rapidly in mid-air, and a net of light that covered the sky gradually took shape, covering the 2 people below head-on. Lin Pingan's heart violently contracted, a sense of crisis exploded, and he was about to move out horizontally without thinking, but the air around him froze, so heavy that he couldn't lift his arms and legs to move fatally slow. The web of light had already fallen. The light flowed and quickly closed into a huge light cocoon, trapping him and Lang Yu dead in the center. Lin Pingan urged his spiritual energy but felt that his meridians were blocked and his power was running hard and every point he used was heavy. This is Tianji Pavilion's trapped dragon lock. Lang Yu's voice was permeated with panic, her face bloodless. She couldn't help but lean toward Lin Pingan, her heart beating hard. Lin Pingan felt a mountainous pressure squeezing in from all sides, and the spiritual energy in his body seemed to be rusty gears, turning up unusually hard and sluggish. He looked down at the originally glittering dragon scales on his right arm, which were now becoming dull at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cold sweat slid down the corners of their foreheads. This trapped dragon lock was not only cutting off their path of retreat, it was also draining away their cultivation little by little. At this moment, Zhou Tiancheng stood on the spirit boat looking at the 2 people trapped by the light cocoon with vengeful pleasure flashing in his eyes. Lin Pingan's brain was running at a rapid pace. Under the suppression of this trapped dragon lock, unusual means could no longer break the game. He didn't bother to suppress the surging demonic chi in his body. His right hand formed a seal and his left hand swung a fist with a loud shout. Flame Dragon Entanglement. Purplish-red flames rose from around him, and a faintly visible dragon-shaped silhouette was rapidly forming in the flames. Lin Pingan forced himself to endure the pain that tore his heart and lungs to swing his right arm out, and 3 incredibly powerful fire dragons rose up in the air under his control, emitting a terrifying temperature that was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. The dragon's eyes were like electricity and its scales and armor were as clear as a real dragon, emitting a heart-stopping pressure. "Break me!" he roared. Where the fire dragon passed through, the void was baked, twisted and distorted. There are a few slower reaction killers blinked into ashes, even failed to send out a scream. Chapter 79 Ice Puppet Army. Where the fire dragon passed through, the void was baked, twisted and distorted. There are a few slower reaction killers blinked into ashes, even failed to send out a scream. Just at the moment when the fire dragon was about to hit the spirit boat, the sharp pain coming from Lin Pingan's dantian caused him to almost faint, and the chaos cauldron inside his body let out a crisp cracking sound. Not good. In his heart, he felt a wave of despair, violent backlash coming like a mountainous tsunami. Rumble. Deafening explosions resounded through the sky as the 3 fire dragons with their destructive force ruthlessly crashed on top of the spirit boat. Spiritual light splashed and flames shot up into the sky. The 3 spirit boats were torn apart by this horrifying impact. The light net of the spell formation of the trapped dragon lock collapsed the moment it lost the spirit boat's formation eye, turning into dots of starbursts that dissipated in the sky and earth. However, this earth-shattering blow also cost Lin Pingan dearly as he staggered back 2 steps, unable to support himself any longer, and fell heavily to his knees. At this moment, Lin Pingan's forehead was covered in cold sweat as his entire body trembled violently, and the corners of his mouth continued to gush out black blood, emitting wisps of demonic aura. There was a strange movement coming from the depths of his dantian, and he felt the cracks in the chaos cauldron expanding. The demonic chi that had been suppressed all this time completely broke free, rushing wildly through his meridians and tearing every inch of flesh and blood, and the intense pain almost caused him to faint. The thick smell of blood drilled into his nostrils, and Lang Yu quickly walked to his side and looked at Lin Pingan's right arm, only to see the sleeve had long been dyed through. Dark red sticky blood was dripping down the fingertips. Her heart clenched violently. "You're bleeding." Cold Moon's voice tightened, reaching out to help him. Lin Pingan instinctively wanted to avoid her touch, but his body was so heavy he couldn't even lift his arms. There was a sharp pain coming from his right arm, and he could feel the dragon scales covering it peeling away, more blood pouring out of the newly cracked crevice. He clenched his teeth to prevent himself from collapsing, but his eyes began to burst black. The cracks in the body of the chaos tripod is still expanding, the violent demonic gas raging in the meridians. "If you can't stabilize your injuries as soon as possible, I'm afraid that I don't even have the strength to stand." Lin Pingan forced himself to endure the intense pain brought about by the shattering of the chaos cauldron as he pulled Lang Yu. "Go!" The 2 of them flashed towards the direction of the Xian Ice Isle abyss, and behind them came the sound of angry roars of dozens of figures in hot pursuit. "Chase! Never let them escape!" Zhou Tiancheng's face grimaced as he pinched his hand, and a crimson fire snake broke through the air and attacked. Lang Yu turned back and chopped out all the fire snakes with a sword, but the pursuers had already closed the distance with this delay. The dragon scales on Lin Pingan's right arm continued to ooze black blood as he braced himself and offered a talisman to temporarily block his pursuers. Ahead is the Xian Ice Isle abyss. Lang Yu's voice was tinged with worry. It's shrouded in Xian ice coldness all year round. Even a god transformation cultivator wouldn't dare to enter easily. Lin Pingan gritted his teeth and said, Don't care about that much, go in first. The two have reached the edge of the tricky abyss between a few rises and falls, and the bone-chilling cold air comes to the surface with tiny ice crystals floating in the air. Behind him came the sound of breaking air. Several magic weapons whistled. Lin Pingon pushed Long Yu away, and he himself took a hard blow, and another mouthful of black blood was sprayed out. Kill! The assassins of the Tianji Pavilion had already chased them close, and the rays of various colored magic weapons illuminated the sky in a brilliant and eye-catching manner. Lin Pingon and Long Yu exchanged a glance at each other and leapt into the tricky abyss, and in an instant the bone-piercing cold wrapped the two of them. The pursuers stopped at the edge of the creepy abyss. Zhou Tianchang laughed coldly. Going in better, the Xianbing creepy abyss is your burial place. Lin Pingon pulled Long Yu's hand and quickly traveled through the intricate glaciers. He had to find a safe place as soon as possible, otherwise neither of them would survive the day. The cold air that came to their faces made them shiver. The white mist around them scattered ice crystals flying in the air, and the ground under their feet was covered with thick snow. Lang Yu suddenly stopped in her tracks. Alertness flashed in those soulful eyes. Her slender fingers gently waved in the air, feeling the fluctuation of the surrounding aura. Something's wrong, these ice crystals contain demonic energy. Lin Pingon also held his breath as he sniffed, and he forced himself to endure the intense pain of the shattered chaos cauldron in his body, running his remaining spiritual energy to sense his surroundings. Sure enough, those seemingly ordinary ice crystals, but the hidden residual fluctuations of the devil's gas. The white fog came from a burst of metal friction sound led a person a war chestnut. As the fog gradually dispersed, the sight in front of them made the pupils of the two men shrink violently, and a chilling heartbreak surged through their hearts, only to see in front of him was a puppet army that was huge beyond imagination. Thousands of ice crystal puppets neatly lined up. Each has more than 3 Shanghai body crystal but do not see half the beauty. Their eyes, with a ghostly blue light, exudes a chilling atmosphere of the devil god. This army of puppets stood quietly but gave a sense of oppression, like mountains pressing down on them. And before Lin Pingon and the two of them could react, the ghostly blue light in the eyes of these ice puppets flourished. The ice puppets raised their arms at the same time. Countless chilly lights condensed into ice spears and attacked. The entire Xian ice creepy abyss echoed with chilling air-breaking sounds. Densely packed ice spears in all directions sealed off all retreats. In this white sky and earth they are like trapped beasts with nowhere to escape. Boom! The loud sound of the ice spear hitting the ground shook one's eardrums. The scattered ice splashed in the air and turned into countless tiny ice spikes, wrapped in a strange demonic aura bursting out in all directions. The moment the air was frozen, Lin Pingon only felt that even breathing became difficult, as if there was a big invisible hand strangling his throat. Two people in battle and retreat. Cold Moon's sword light is still as powerful as a rainbow but cannot shake the slightest. Her eyes were anxious, but those ice puppets were approaching step by step with increasing ferocity. Lin Pingon's right hand gripped the ancient sword of devil suppression tightly. The blood and flesh under the dragon's scales of his left arm was a blur, and the intense pain of the demonic chi erosion caused cold sweat to ooze out of his forehead. He glanced at Cold Moon beside him. She was pale, obviously not feeling well either. Looking at her petite figure trembling slightly in the cold wind, Lin Pingon's heart stung. In her memory, Lang Yu was the strong and resolute woman. Why did she ever look like this? You go first. I'll block them. Lin Pingon roared in a mute voice as he pushed Lang Yu backward. She'd done so much for him along the way, it was his turn. Lang Yu, however, violently grabbed his wrist with a surprisingly large force. To go together. To die together. The voice trembled but the words slammed clearly into Lin Pingon's ears. She refused to escape alone, preferring to die here with him. Lin Pingon's chest churned with indescribable emotions, and the severe pain of the chaos cauldron in his body seemed to have eased a little. He could feel the warmth coming from her palm, extraordinarily clear in this biting wind. He backhanded and tightened his grip on the slightly cool hand and said, "Good, then let's kill out together." Before the words fell, the sword light and talisman's light suddenly lit up. The two of them rushed towards the dense ice spears at the same time. Jin Demon ancient sword buzzing, arcane runes flow uncertainly. The sword blade over the hard ice crystal puppets should burst open, crumbs splattered. However, every time he swung the demon suppressing ancient sword, the wound on his arm sent out a heartbreaking tearing sensation, and the black demonic chi spreading along the wound stung him, making his movements stagnant. Lang Yu figure fluttering in the gap between the puppets' shuttle. Ice blue long sword pulled out a beautiful sword flower. Cold gas dazzle between the tip of the sword point. The puppets will be frozen into an ice sculpture and then click sound into ice powder. This won't work. Lang Yu shouted sharply, her voice could not hide her exhaustion. Chapter 80 Abyssal Altar. The pathway in front of them has just been cleared away. More ice puppets will come from the surrounding cold fog. Two people's spiritual energy consumption is extremely gasping in the cold wind, more and more clear. Lin Pingon's arm was almost unconscious, and under the greenish-purple skin at the wound, black chi swam around, bringing about a burst of chile, bone-piercing sensation. Just then his vision pierced through the layers of ice puppets to land in the depths of the tricky abyss. A blurry shadow loomed there, emitting a heart-stopping demonic god pressure, the very source that manipulated this puppet army. It must be resolved first. It was the only way to survive, otherwise both he and Lang Yu would be consumed alive here. Cold moon, protect me! He roared out, his voice hoarse but undeniable. The remaining spiritual energy in his body unreservedly surged into the demon-suppressing ancient sword, and a rushing swelling and pain came from his meridians. The sharp pain in his arm had been forced down, and the only thought left in his head was to rush forward. His entire body transformed into a stream of light and shot straight towards that shadow, the Jin demon ancient sword trailing a long tail of light, churning up countless ice crystals along the way. Lang Yu understood that the long sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a piercing cold aura, turning around and accurately stabbing through the chest of an ice puppet behind him that was trying to sneak attack. The long sword in Lang Yu's hand danced briskly, the sword light weaving into a net. The ice puppets that approached Lin Pingan were all blocked and crushed by her. Lin Pingan charged violently towards the blurry shadows in the depths of the creepy abyss. The piercing coldness from the wound's disintegrating demonic erosion almost froze his nerves, but he couldn't seem to feel it, and all that was left in his eyes was the shadow that had to be decimated. Unconscionable. The silhouette let out a sharp hiss, carrying some kind of inhuman resentment. The surrounding ice puppets suddenly attacked furiously like a tidal wave towards Lin Pingan, and they were about to be smashed by the icy giant arm. The chaotic cauldron within Lin Pingan's dantian shook violently. A brutal and overbearing force rushed through his limbs and bones, almost bursting his meridians. Break it for me! He burst out, his voice hoarse and frightening. The golden light of the Jin demon ancient sword soared to form a circle of shockwaves visible to the naked eye, shocking the ice puppets that surrounded it to fly out and shatter into ice shards in the sky. Taking advantage of this short gap, his figure stormed up and quickly rushed in front of the silhouette, and without hesitation he poured out his best efforts to swing out a sword. Boom! The silhouette was cleaved from it by the sword light, emitting an extremely mournful and miserable howl, its form twisting and slowly dissipating into the air unwillingly. With the complete collapse of the shadow, all the ice crystal puppets that were still active stiffened, lost all movement, and disintegrated into a ground of broken ice. Lin Pingan's body swayed and almost fell over. He strongly supported himself and knelt down on one knee to insert the ancient sword of devil suppression on the ice, breathing heavily, sweat mixed with blood dripping down. Before he could slow down, a change occurred. Deep in the depths of the guile abyss where that shadow dissipated, space twisted without warning and a huge black crack opened violently. Terrifying suction force came from it like an abyss opening a huge mouth that swallowed everything. Lin Pingan and Lang Yu had no time to react before they were violently torn in by this irresistible force. Sky-spinning weightlessness came, the two uncontrolled rapid fall, surrounded by the darkness of the fingers, only the whistling wind in the ears, seems to be falling into an abyss without end. I don't know how long it took. Bang! The two men fell heavily onto the hard, cold ground. Lin Pingan only felt that his internal organs were shifted in front of his eyes, and he struggled to get up and looked around. This seemed to be a huge underground cave. The rock walls were inlaid with ores that emitted an eerie blue fluorescence. The light was faint and eerie. Lang Yu, how are you? Lin Pingan couldn't care less about the injuries on his body, and eagerly looked towards Lang Yu, who was not far away, his voice trembling a little. Lang Yu rubbed the corner of her forehead that was sore from the impact and slowly stood up to pat off the ice chips and dust on her body. I'm fine. Where is this place? Her voice held a note of exhaustion and post-hijacking bewilderment. As soon as the words fell, a peculiar energy fluctuation came from the depths of the cave, causing both of their hearts to flutter at the same time. They looked in the direction of the energy fluctuation, and the sight in front of them made their breath catch in their throat. A huge altar stood in the center of the dark cave. The altar was completely carved out of that deep blue cold ice that emitted an ethereal light, reflecting a hauntingly eerie sheen under the shimmering light. The surface of the altar was densely engraved with runes, each of which emitted a piercingly cold aura. And what was most alarming was that at the very top of the altar hovered a ball of cold ice the size of a human head. The mass of ice suspended in the air. The blue light flowed uncertainly. The bone-chilling coldness emanated to freeze people's bones numb. The outline of something seemed to sway slightly beneath the ice. Lin Pingan only felt his heart jerking, almost jumping out of his chest. Xuanha Ice Spirit. It really was the legendary Xuanha Ice Spirit. His voice squeaked with a shocked tremor. The chaos tripod is saved. Cave cold stagnant. The altar on the runes flickering, reflecting the surrounding more and more bizarre and unpredictable. Lin Pingan and Lang Yu exchanged a look. How could a place like this seal such a treasure without a guardian? Lin Pingan just wanted to move his feet closer to check. A low roar rang out without warning. Dull but with a unique majesty shook the entire cave, buzzing. A behemoth slowly rose in the shadows behind the altar, its body covered in ice blue scales and armor, its massive body almost filling half the cave. Ice Chi King. Cold Moon's voice changed tone, and her entire body couldn't control herself as she stumbled backward and crashed into the icy rock wall. She clutched the long sword so tightly that her knuckles turned white, as if she wanted to crush the hilt. The ancient divine beast that guards the Xuanha Ice Spirit, it really exists. Her voice broke translucent with unspeakable fear. Lin Pingan only felt a tightness in his chest, and the difficulty in breathing seemed to have 1,000 pounds of weight pressing on his shoulders. He thoughtlessly took a step out to block in front of Longyu. His whole body's strength lifted up as he stared at the ice-blue dragon in preparation for a vicious battle. It was also at this time that the chaos cauldron in the Dantian suddenly pulsed restlessly, buzzing. A stream of warmth dispersed from the tripod, seeming to establish some sort of connection with the behemoth in front of him. The Ice Chi King was suspended in midair, his huge head hanging low overlooking the two tiny intruders below. The coldness and pressure emanating from its body caused the temperature in the cave to plummet once again, and the air was so viscous that it could barely flow. The stalemate only lasted for a few short breaths before the Ice Chi King violently opened his huge mouth. Roar! Along with the roar, a stream of extremely cold air visible to the naked eye gushed out. Ka-chow! Click! 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 Cold stream where the ground rock wall, covered with thick frost. The air condensed out of nowhere, countless tiny ice prisms rustling down. Lin Pingon and Long Yu's exhaled breath turned into a thick white mist. Chapter 81 Battle Against Ice Chi King. Lin Pingon only felt the coldness piercing his bones. Chaotic indestructible running at high speed on its own. The power of thunder and fire erupted out on the surface of the body to form a layer of reddish light cover, wrapping him and Lanyu, which barely blocked the pervasive frosty white cold air. Hiss! It's cold! Even though she was carrying an extreme body, Cold Moon still couldn't help but shiver. Lin Pingon's voice sank. Still holding up? He felt the body of the Cold Moon around him, slightly trembling. Heart followed the tightening. Longyu did not reply. Her jade hand quickly pinched the spell. Internal spiritual energy rushed. Something strange happened. The ghostly blue cold air that was almost freezing the air around her actually began to converge towards her body. The cold chi surged into her body, and instead of causing damage it was quickly refined into her own power. A faint blue light glowed around Longyu's body, and a small vortex of cold air quietly formed with her at the center. The cold air here can be used for me. Cold Moon's voice was permeated with suppressed surprise. She found her affinity for this extreme cold far greater than expected. I'll block its cold aura. You find an opportunity. Longyu's voice was stern. The long sword in her hand buzzed, the sword covered in a layer of clear frost. Her aura continued to climb as she continued to absorb the cold chi, and she took a step out to stand at Lin Pingon's side. Her hands formed a seal. Countless ice crystals condensed out of thin air and turned into sharp swords hovering and flying around her. These ice swords condensed from cold gas were very sharp. Although they couldn't break through the Ice Chi King's defense, but they were enough to interfere. It's now! Longyu let out a clear shout, and the ice swords in the sky whistled and shot out, interweaving into a large net of flickering cold light, covering the Ice Chi King's huge body in an attempt to restrict its movements. The Ice Chi King's huge head swung, his nostrils spewed out two thick white mists, and the cold air tumbled to form a blurry ice mist barrier easily blocking the ice sword network. It seemed to be completely enraged by this Lin Pingon and Longyu's attack, and its giant claws were violently raised, the front of its claws exploding with cold, countless fine ice crystals frantically growing. Boom! The temperature of the entire cave was yanked hard down a few degrees with a single slap. The hard rock walls clicked incessantly, and a thick layer of ice quickly condensed. The piercingly cold wind swept up the ice crystals and turned them into a storm that slammed towards the two. Oh no! Lin Pingon's face changed drastically. The power of this claw of the Ice Chi King completely exceeded his prediction, and the power contained in that storm of cold air caused the thunder and fire shield on the surface of his body to tremble violently and nearly collapse. He could not think more than a thought. A small ancient tripod appeared out of thin air hanging above his head. The golden light of the tripod body flowed vast and calm, power spread out, hard against the cold tide that almost froze everything. The golden light and the frosty white cold air violently collided, emitting a dull popping sound, and the violent energy turbulence swept in all directions. It was this opening. Lonyu's figure flickered around to the Ice Chi King's flank. The cold air around her still continued to pour into her, and her aura rose instead of falling. The long sword in his hand pulled a sword flower. The frost covering the body of the sword was more transparent, emitting a sharp cracking sound and stabbing directly into the gap of the Ice Chi Dragon King's neck scale armor. Clang! A loud bang shook one's eardrums. Lengyu only felt a strong force from the body of the sword to recoil back. Tiger's mouth, sharp pain, long sword almost out of hand. She looked at the tip of the sword in shock. The cold ice scale armor that covered the entire body of the Ice Chi King was hard beyond imagination. She had struck with all her might, but surprisingly, she had only left an almost negligible white mark. This defense is outrageous. The Ice Chi King's pair of lantern-sized, ghostly blue eyes snapped around, locking on to this little miscreant who dared to sneak up on it. The temperature of the air around them suddenly dropped again, and the cold almost condensed into substance. Longyu, retreat! Lin Pingon drank sharply while his hands changed their sealing techniques rapidly. Longyu reaction is extremely fast. A hit cannot immediately draw back. Long sword across the body of ice blue, spiritual power flow uncertain, full alert. This defense is too perverse. Heart attack can't work, must think of other ways. Right at this moment, Lin Pingon activated the power of thunder and fire within his body. Roar! Roar! Two crimson fire dragons entwined with blazing white electric arcs coalesced out of thin air, and the scorching heat dispelled some of the coldness in an instant. The fire dragon roared as it rushed towards the Ice Chi King to attract its attention, and Lin Pingan's afterglow swept towards the altar not far away. The ghostly blue halo of the Xianhan ice spirit carried a deadly allure. The thing was there, but although the Ice Chi King's attention was temporarily attracted by the fire dragon, but looking at the way the fire dragon was being continuously eroded and shrunk by the cold air, it couldn't hold out for too long. Rushing straight over to grab it? No, the intention is too obvious. I'm afraid that before we even get close to the altar, we'll be overwhelmed by the Ice Chip King's attacks. The Ice Chi King seemed to be completely enraged between the rapid turn of thoughts. Roar! It violently flung its tail. The thick ice blue giant tail carried a sharp whistle that tore through the air, wrapped in the power to crush everything as it swept across. Watch out! Lin Pingan's pupils shrank as he violently pushed Leng Yu in front of him to the side. He himself operated the chaotic indestructible skill to the extreme, and the power of thunder and fire converged in his palms, facing the huge tail that swept across the sky and hardened against it. Rumble! A deafening roar echoed within the cave, and Lin Pingan only felt a huge force that he could not resist crashing into his arms. His entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, and he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood in midair, his face turning pale. Lin Pingan! Leng Yu was pushed a few feet away and had just stabilized herself when she saw this scene. Her heart clenched violently. She didn't even think about it as her body shape advanced instead of retreating, and the long sword in her hand transformed into a cold and stern aura stabbing fiercely towards the Ice Chi King's abdomen. Pooh! The long sword unexpectedly pierced through the Ice Chi King's cold armor. Blood splashed out. The Ice Chi King let out a painful hissing roar. The ferocious light in his eyes intensified as he frantically twisted his body trying to whip Leng Yu away. At this moment, Lin Pingan seized the opportunity to pinch his right hand and wave his left hand. The Chaos Tripod traced a brilliant golden arc in the air, coercing the momentum of the mountains and seized towards the Ice Chi King to smash his head down. Ow! The Ice Chi King let out a mournful cry to the sky. Its huge body, under the terrifying might of the Chaos Tripod, trembled violently. The cold gas on the surface of the body dissipated rapidly, and the cold armor cracked under the heavy pressure of the Chaos Tripod with fine lines. Seeing this, Lin Pingan once again urged the Chaos Tripod, only to see the golden light of the Chaos Tripod once again fall down with a bang, ruthlessly smashing on top of the Ice Chi King's body. The terrifying force shattered all the cold air around the Ice Chi King into countless crystalline ice shards that spilled out. The huge body in the golden light shroud could not stop twitching and tossing, the body surface of the cold armor clattering broken off, revealing the greenish-black scales underneath. Even the pair of ghostly blue eyes had begun to dim, apparently having suffered a heavy blow. Seeing this, Leng Yu flew up and went straight to the Xianxue ice spirit on the altar. Just at the moment when Leng Yu was about to touch the Xianxue ice spirit, the Ice Chi King's dim eyes suddenly burst out with a piercing blue light. The dying Ice Chi King let out one last low growl, his voice permeated with joy. The Demon God will finally return. Chapter 82 Demon God Compulsion. Only the huge body of the Ice Chi King swelled violently, and bursts of sounds of ice shattering came from within his body. No good. Lin Pingan's face suddenly changed. It's going to blow itself up. Leng Yu, retreat. Before the words fell, a terrifying cold current erupted from the Ice Chi King's body, enveloping the entire altar. Boom! In a deafening explosion, the Ice Chi King's body turned into countless crystalline fragments. The terrifying icy cold power swept around the altar and the runes on the altar went out of existence. Lin Pingan only felt a Paimo cannot control the huge force attacked. The internal organs turned over as difficult as a mouth of blood gushed out. The whole person as a broken kite flew out backwards. On the altar, the impact of that terrifying cold current flung Leng Yu out fiercely, her petite body crashing against the edge of the hard altar. Leng Yu! Lin Pingan hissed out, the severe pain almost tearing him apart. He braced himself on his hands and knees against the crumbling ground to get himself to his feet, and stumbled on his feet as he lunged in the direction of where Cold Moon was. The aftermath of the explosion hadn't completely subsided, and a layer of creepy white frost on the altar was spreading and condensing rapidly. Lin Pingan shook off his drowsy head, trying to push down the dizziness. The fishy sweetness tumbling in the back of his throat was forcibly swallowed by him. The scene in front of him was shaky and a mess. When he saw the familiar figure at the edge of the altar, Lin Pingan's breath caught violently, and his mind went blank for a moment. Cold Moon, he hissed, not caring about his tumbling blood, and stumbled over the broken ice under his feet, making a click, click, click sound. Lin Pingan fell to his knees with a plop. His knees hit the hard, cold ground, but the pain was far less than the panic in his heart. Only to see Leng Yu lying quietly. Her face was frighteningly white, the corners of her lips remained piercingly red, and her breath was so weak that she could barely feel it. Cold Moon? Wake up! Lin Pingan's voice trembled as he reached out his hand to touch her and then jerked it back for fear that his clumsiness would hurt her. He leaned down to bring his trembling fingers to the bottom of her nose. his light breath brushing against his fingertips. Lin Pinggan's taut body suddenly loosened, almost going limp, his chest heaving violently, gasping for air, feeling like he had just struggled back from the edge of drowning. Okay, he murmured, his voice hoarse. Not being able to think much, he immediately fumbled with his hands and pulled out an elixir from his storage bag, gently lifted the back of Lang Yu's neck, and carefully sent the elixir into her slightly opened mouth. Lin Pinggan watched as her chi gradually improved, his tense nerves truly relaxed, but in his heart he blamed himself more and more. If he could be stronger, Lang Yu would not have suffered such a serious injury. Seeing that Lang Yu was fine, Lin Pinggan checked up on his surroundings, only to see that the originally sturdy and incomparable altar was covered with shocking cracks. His gaze was cast towards the center of the altar, only to see that the Xianhan ice spirit was still suspended in mid-air, emitting an eerie blue light. Instead of damaging it in the slightest, the Ice Chi King's self-detonation made its light shine brighter and brighter. He carefully surveyed the altar and realized that the runes that were originally densely covered on the floor had become mottled, and some had even disappeared completely. Those runes that were still glowing also became bright and dim, seeming to go out at any time. On the stone pillars surrounding the altar, there were large vacancies in the sealed incantations, obviously damaged by the explosion of the Ice Chi King's dying breath. What made Lin Pinggan even more alarmed was that the sealing power draped around the altar had obviously weakened a lot, and those spiritual bindings that were originally as strong as chains had become sparse and loose. Vaguely he could even feel, if anything, a demonic aura seeping out from underneath the altar. Oh no! The seal has loosened. Lin Pinggan's heart fluttered, and he realized why the Ice Chi King had said that the demon god had returned before he died. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and pushed down the uneasiness in his heart as he sat down on his knees and began to operate chaotic undying to recover his injuries. As Lin Pinggan gradually recovered from his injuries, the Chaos Cauldron suddenly trembled and emitted a long and clear buzzing sound. The cracked bronze tripod automatically emerged and floated above his head and kept rotating. Just at this time, the altar in the center of the Xianmei ice spirit suddenly trembled violently, as if by some kind of summoning from the ancient times to emit dazzling blue light. At the next moment, the Xianmei ice spirit transformed into a blue-colored stream of light and shot straight toward the Chaos Cauldron in midair. With the injection of the Xianshi ice spirit, magical changes began to appear on the Chaos Cauldron. Those fine cracks began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process of the Chaos Tripod surface constantly have a green halo flow. Halo swept through will have a crack disappear. The runes on the tripod also revived, lighting up one by one to emit a gentle, not blinding golden light. When all the cracks are healed, Chaos Tripod new. The body emits a soft golden light will reflect the entire altar as day. Right at the moment when the Chaos Tripod was restored to its original state, a voice permeated with seductive power resounded directly in his ears. Fusing with me will lead to eternal life. A sound, if any, came out of the tripod, at first like a whisper in the ear, if it is not, as if someone murmured in the ear of Lin Pinggan. That voice drilled into his mind, and Lin Pinggan only felt that the sky was spinning and the light and shadows in front of his eyes were changing erratically, and countless images came flooding in. The temptation carried a cool, slippery touch that spread down his ear canal, almost freezing his thinking. It's not right. This feels so wrong. Lin Pinggan gave a sharp jolt as chaotic indestructibility operated at high speed on its own. A warm current flowed through his limbs and dispersed the coldness that had penetrated into his bones. It was true that this voice came from the Chaos Tripod, but it felt gloomy with an unspeakable malice. The strong contrast with the kind of gentle golden light emanating from the tripod body made Lin Pinggan's sweaty hairs stand on end, and the alarm bells in his heart rang heaven and earth. Roll! He bellowed lowly, trying to stabilize his mind. Chaos Tripod buzzing. Even more tripod seems to have two forces in the fierce collision. Fuse with me for eternity. That whisper did not disappear but instead became clearer, with a compelling power impacting his consciousness. Lin Pinggan clenched his teeth and ran his gong methods with all his might to resist. Why resist? You will gain unprecedented power after the fusion. Lin Pinggan's mind was shaken again, only to feel that his mind was chaotic, like there were millions of ants gnawing at his sanity, and every cell was screaming to submit to this tempting call, and his consciousness gradually began to lax. At this moment, although Lang Yu was in a coma, but her consciousness was unusually awake. Her divine sense was pulled to see the scene inside the Chaos Cauldron. This feeling is so familiar. Lang Yu guided the Nine Spectres' lock to perceive this aura, and through the Nine Spectres' lock's perception Lang Yu was able to clearly understand the changes within the Chaos Cauldron. She secretly screamed in her heart, "Not good! The power of the Xianhan Ice Spirit is destroying the balance within the tripod." Chapter 83 Riot of the Suppressor Spirit. We can't let the seal break. Once that being gets out of the trap, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Pinggan, stop it! She screamed frantically in her heart but couldn't make any sound. Cold Moon watched as things went in an uncontrollable direction, and all she could do was keep praying. Must come to her senses, must stop this. A sense of powerlessness filled her entire body, and Lang Yu's heart was permeated with anxiety. Why is it that she can't even say a single word at this exact moment? Right at this critical moment Lang Yu's mind snapped. An arcane runic mark emerged from her brow, and the 9 netherworlds lock suddenly erupted with a brilliant ethereal blue light. The next instant a flash of ghostly blue light crashed into Lin Pingan's brow, wrapping him up. His body shook violently and the muscles on his face jumped uncontrollably a few times. Wake up! A clear cry directly chiseled through Lin Pingan's confused thoughts. That's the demon god illusion. Don't fall for it. With irresistible force it cleaved apart the seductive murmurs in his head. I believe that you are not going to be mesmerized by the desire for eternal life. Cold Moon's voice sounded again. You are Lin Pingan is someone I trust. The power of the 9 specters lock continued to surge into the coolness and permeability, and the entangled whispers of temptation were washed away by this coolness, and the sound became more and more distant. Lin Pingan's tightly locked brow finally loosened. The consciousness coalesced a little, and chaotic indestructibility sensed this external force accelerating on its own. Finally the mists were completely swept away by the power of the 9 specters lock, and Lin Pingan sucked in a sharp breath of chaotic consciousness to completely clear his mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost planted. Lin Pingan let out a low curse as his forehead was covered in cold sweat. That sinking feeling just now made his back hair stand on end, and if it wasn't for Cold Moon he wouldn't even dare to think about the consequences. Damn, this fixation of my own is still not working. In his heart, he was angry and afraid, but more than that, he was glad to have recovered a life, and the wordless gratitude to Lang Yu. At this time, the tripod body vibrated crazily, and the buzzing sound was sharp and ear-piercing, as if the whole thing was going to blow up in the next second. Give me Jin! Lin Pingan let out a bellowing cry, his arms rippling with veins as he deadlocked the trembling chaos cauldron. The chaotic power surged outward like no money, the spiritual power rushed along the meridians, and the movement shook his organs and bowels. Inside the tripod, the golden aura and demonic chi stirred together to devour each other, and the tripod then emitted a chilling buzz. Lin Pingan played around with suppressing it, and that evil energy was pressed a little bit towards the bottom of the tripod. Suddenly a sharp whistle came straight into Lin Pingan's ears. His ears buzzed, and the force in his hands suddenly loosened. Just this instant, that black chi was like it had come to life, exploding into countless slippery black threads crawling up the walls of the tripod. The chaotic cauldron became boiling hot. Drilling pain came from his hands, but Lin Pingan couldn't care less and mobilized more spiritual energy to suppress it. Damn! Why is this damn thing getting tougher and tougher? The black gas in the tripod turned over, and even a few strands of black smoke floated out from the mouth of the tripod, twisting into a ghostly face in midair. Lin Pingan cursed in his heart, and every time he felt like he was about to press it to death, it always managed to flutter up in a different pattern. Beads of sweat rolled down from the corners of his forehead as he forced himself to endure both mental and physical exhaustion to fight to the death with that thing in the tripod. Right at this moment of stalemate Lin Pingan jumped violently in the depths of his dantian. A rolling power with a destructive aura exploded without warning. His heart thumped, then he reacted that it was the power of thunder and fire. Burning Sky 9 transformations? Not being able to think much, he immediately separated a portion of his mind and guided this raging power according to the method of the 9 transformations of the burning sky. Oh! A reddish electric light mixed with fiery flames ran amok in his meridians, seeming to tear him apart. However, Lin Pingan could not control a flash of ecstasy on his face, which was a sign of the second most important breakthrough of the 9 transformations of burning heaven. The power of thunder and fire was getting stronger and stronger under his guidance, vaguely converging into a roaring thunder and fire dragon shadow. That thunder dragon circled and roared to emit a dragon roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Suddenly, the thunder dragon roared up to the sky covered in thunder light. Fine dragon scales emerged in the thunder light, emitting a chilling atmosphere. Break for me! Lin Pingan let out a bellowing thunder dragon violently rushed up to the sky with a mountainous aura impacting the shackles within his body. After a heavenly roar, the barrier of the second realm was shattered. Majestic power surged into his limbs and bones, and the second change of the 9 changes of the burning sky, the frost dragon scale, was finally accomplished. A bone-chilling coldness surged from the depths of his dantian. Lin Pingan involuntarily winced. He could clearly feel that this coldness was spreading down his meridians inch by inch all over his body. A sharp tingling sensation swept through his entire body. Lin Pingan clenched his teeth and fine beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. It felt as if there were countless tiny ice needles shuttling back and forth in his flesh and blood, bringing a burst of excruciating pain. As time passed, Lin Pingan was surprised to find that the surface of his skin began to change, only to see that the dragon scales on his right arm, which were originally as red and scorching as lava, were fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, replaced by a pure frosty white color. Fine ice crystal patterns emerged on the surface of each dragon scale, glittering with a crystalline light in the dim light. As the changes deepened, these frostwhite scales began to emit a piercingly cold aura, and the air around them condensed with tiny ice crystals as a result. What was even more divine was that these dragon scales formed an arcane pattern, with a majestic frost dragon encircling his arm. The dragon's head was high, its eyes were like ice, its scales and claws were lofty, emitting a biting and majestic aura, and the cold air was constantly seeping out from the dragon as the center wrapping around Lin Pingyan's whole body. The nascent frost power in his body flowed along the meridians, actually taking the initiative to entangle and echo with the rushing chaos power. The thought that Lin Pingyan's heart must suppress this ghostly thing blazed even more fiercely. The surge of power from the breakthrough had not yet rested, and he took advantage of the rush to once again press his power unreservedly towards the chaos cauldron. With the influx of his power, a morose cold aura also seeped madly into it along the palm of his hand that was clasped tightly around the tripod body. The wall of the tripod even condensed a thin layer of white frost. The chaos tripod inside the original adhesion of the golden light and demonic gas battlefield suddenly changed. The black demonic gas issued a terrified whistling, instinctively want to escape. Ah! The hissing howl of the artifact spirit was twisted and distorted, permeated with unbearable pain. Cold diffusion of black magic gas in contact with this force quickly condensed into a piece of dirty black ice crystals. In a burst of click, click, click crunching sound, the black ice inch by inch collapsed into pieces, completely dissipated in the tripod space. Losing the support of the demonic energy, the struggle of the spirit weakened, and the golden light inside the tripod gradually became soft and warm. In the center of this gentle golden light a nearly transparent silhouette slowly coalesced. Master, the voice added after a pause, I have finally returned. A slightly weak but clear and clean voice resounded in Lin Pingyan's mind. Chapter 84 Bone-Eating Ice Thunder. Lin Pingyan's spirit was revitalized. Divine sense immediately sank into the chaos cauldron. Inside the tripod, a figure surrounded by a light golden halo gradually solidified. An artifact spirit? Not a dragon? Lin Pingyan's brows locked together, muttering in his heart. Where's the dragon shadow from before? How did it change into a girl? The difference made his brain a bit confused. He then looked at the artifact spirit face, exquisite but empty, feel not any emotional ups and downs. But let a person's heart give birth to a few points of intolerance. Forget it, let's not think about this first. Right now we have to hurry up and take Lingyu away. Lin Pingyan retrieved his mind and bent down to pick up the unconscious Lingyu, and a piece of coldness seeped through his thin shirt and provoked a chill in his heart. Hang in there, I'll heal you. He whispered a sentence of spiritual energy, then ran a warm current slowly injected into Lingyu's body to dispel the coldness brought about by that injury. The person in his arms suddenly frowned, long eyelashes lightly trembling, slowly opened his eyes. Just to Lin Pingyan, that face written with anxiety. Are you okay? The voice was soft and muffled with obvious weakness. Don't talk, you're not badly hurt. Lin Pingyan's voice was put very softly, reaching out to stabilize her lest she slip again. We were just about to leave here. Looking at Lingyu's pale face, he felt a gripping pain in his heart. Lingyu nodded slightly, suddenly remembering something. She struggled to get up, her slender fingers gripping Lin Pingyan's sleeve tightly. What about the chaos cauldron? That demonic chi? Her face turned even paler as she spoke, and a fine cold sweat oozed from her forehead. Don't worry, it's all been resolved. Lin Pingyan gently pressed her back into his arms, his palm caressing her back soothingly. After several hours of tempering, Lingyu slowly opened her eyes. She felt that the flow of true chi in her body was much smoother, although still a little weak, but had recovered most of it. Her eyes fell on Lin Pingyan beside her, only to see that he was sitting on the side with his eyes slightly closed. Gentle spiritual energy coming from his palm nourishing her meridians. Lingyu's heart warmed up with a surge of strange feelings. Noticing Lingyu's line of sight, Lin Pingyan opened his eyes and asked with concern, "Feeling better?" The concern in his gaze made Coldmoon's heart flutter. Lingyu gently nodded her head and tried to move her body, although it was still a bit weak, but she was already able to move freely. She stood up and felt the spiritual energy flowing through her body, and was secretly glad that she had recovered so quickly. Lin Pingyan was relieved to see this, but quickly frowned again. Although Coldmoon had recovered quite a bit, but this dangerous place should not be stayed in for a long time in. He took out the jade slip given by the patriarch and said with a gloomy expression, "We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Leaving from the Xian Ice Sky Abyss is the closest path. The two followed the jade brief's guidance to the entrance of the Xian Ice Creepy Abyss, and just before stepping out of the passageway a grim laugh suddenly rang out. What a life! Actually able to come out of the abyss. Zhou Tiancheng's figure appeared from the shadows with his hands pinching a spell. Then stay here forever. Before the words fell, Zhou Tiancheng fiercely struck out a spiritual force, and dozens of bone-eroding ice lightning buried in the passageway were detonated in an instant. Rumble! A deafening explosion came. Blinding blue light burst through the narrow passage. The entire ice abyss shook violently. The icicles overhead rustled and fell, and debris and cold air swept out like a storm. Lin Pingyan only felt a piercing coldness invade his limbs and bones. A horrifying shockwave interspersed with piercing coldness swept over, and everything in its path was frozen by the extreme coldness. The rock walls on both sides of the passageway instantly formed thick ice crystals, which spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a huge net to completely trap the two people in this ice prison. The air spread a frightening chill, and even breathing became difficult. Zhou Tiancheng's hideous laughter echoed in the passageway, intertwining with the aftermath of the explosion to look particularly eerie. "Be careful," Lin Pingan bellowed. His body quickly swept out to protect Leng Yu behind him, his heart beating wildly, forehead oozing cold sweat. The power of this bone-eroding ice thunder, he knew better than that. Even if it was a foundation stage cultivator being hit head-on, it would be hard to escape death. The cold air condensed like substance, and in the blink of an eye, it wove a large, chilling net at the mouth of the passage. Lin Pingan's eyes quickly scanned around. The retreat has been blocked. Continue to delay, the two will be frozen alive here. Just then, Leng Yu suddenly broke free from his protection to block in front of Lin Pingan. "I'll clear the way." The Nine Spectres' lock turned into a stern cold aura in her hand and swept out with an ear-piercing air-breaking sound. The icicles shattered under the sharpness of the Nine Spectres' lock and turned into countless ice slags bursting out in all directions in the narrow passageway. Sharp slivers of ice scratched across Leng Yu's fair cheeks, bringing out a bright red bloodstain. Her eyebrows knit slightly as she forced herself not to make a sound. There was a clicking and cracking behind them as the entire passage began to collapse. The Nine Spectres' lock in Leng Yu's hand swung even faster, a cold aura splitting a channel in front of her. "Move!" Leng Yu pulled Lin Pingan's wrist and quickly traveled through the collapsed passageway, rushing out of the Xian Ice creepy abyss before it completely collapsed. Having just escaped from death in the Xian Ice creepy abyss, before the coldness in the two men's bodies could be dispersed, a powerful spiritual pressure came from behind them, causing Lin Pingan's pupils to shrink violently. Turning to look, Zhou Tiancheng's hideous face came into view. His green eyes flashed with tyranny, obviously completely enraged by the escape of the two. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhou Tiancheng's hands quickly pinched his fingertips as they pulsed with creepy ghostly blue points of light, and the temperature in the air plummeted to condense dozens of sharp ice arrows exuding a piercing coldness. Swoosh! The ice arrows broke through the air with a sharp, stern whistle, and wherever they passed, long white frost trails were drawn in the air. "Seek death." The power of chaos in Lin Pingan's body gushed out unreservedly. Invisible waves of air exploded around him, and the violent energy crushed all of the incoming ice arrows. "I'm sure there's something to it. You didn't think that was the end of it, did you?" Before the words fell, Zhou Tiancheng's figure disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Lin Pingan, only to see his 5 fingers come together to form a claw. The tips of his fingers were covered in a dense cold aura, pulling out Lin Pingan's throat. This deadly sense of crisis caused Lin Pingan's heart to jump, and he was able to violently veer to the side. The icy claw winds grazing his neck swept by, bringing up a few broken strands of hair. Lin Pingan's right palm slapped out to collide with Zhou Tiancheng's sharp claws in midair. Bang! The airwaves shook the two men backward a few steps, and Lin Pingan only felt a huge force come through his palms to shock his arms into numbness. Zhou Tiancheng's strength far exceeded his expectations. "Go!" Lin Pingan knew that he was unbeatable, and without hesitation, he grabbed Leng Yu's wrist and frantically operated the power of chaos to increase his speed to the extreme. Leng Yu only felt a tightening of her wrist before she had time to react. Her entire body was pulled forward by Lin Pingan and swept forward. The wind whistled in his ears, the scenery around him turned into a blur of light. Her cherry lips slightly opened to say something, but she was unable to speak by the blistering wind. Her beautiful eyes flashed with worry. Zhou Tiancheng's grim laughter came from behind him. "Want to run? It's not that easy." Chapter 85, Entering the Secret Realm by Mistake. Zhou Tiancheng's face was even more hideous. His feet violently stepped on the ground, the whole person like an arrow out of the string shot out, leaving a light blue cold trajectory in the air. The speed was actually faster than Lin Pingan by a few points. "Damn, he's faster than me." Lin Pingan could clearly feel the oppressive feeling behind him getting closer and closer. His forehead oozing cold sweat subconsciously tightened his grip on Leng Yu's hand. Fleeing like this would definitely be caught up. Lin Pingan's brain flew as he observed his surroundings while thinking of ways to get rid of Zhou Tiancheng. Right at this emergency moment, Leng Yu suddenly let out a cry of alarm as her entire body fell downward. Lin Pingan only felt a tightness in his hand, and before he had time to react, he was taken by Leng Yu and fell together into the bottomless cliff. Zhou Tiancheng stood at the edge of the cliff with viciousness flashing in his eyes. He did not hesitate to leap down. This time he would definitely be able to kill Lin Pingan. However, just as he was about to enter the cloud, an invisible force suddenly flicked him away. How? Zhou Tiancheng's face changed drastically, quickly adjusting his stance in midair before landing steadily on the edge of the cliff, stirring up a piece of debris rolling down the abyss. He stared at the tumbling clouds below with anger burning in his eyes, and his right hand violently swung out a cold ice, only to see the cold ice collide with the invisible barrier and turn into a bit of ice crystals and dissipate. He tried to approach again, and the invisible force was still there across the room, blocking him out. Prohibition? Zhou Tiancheng's face changed slightly. The power of this prohibition was extraordinary. It was never something that could be set up by ordinary means. It must be the handiwork of a certain great power. He stared dead on in the direction where Lin Pingan and Leng Yu had disappeared, clenching his fists so tightly that his joints cackled. the monk can't run away from the temple. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as he turned to leave. At this time, Lin Pingon couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. What the is this called? There was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, and now he had fallen into this hellish place. This luck was simply back to back. Lin Pingon subconsciously wrapped Lung Yu into his arms, while Lung Yu tightly grasped Lin Pingon's lapel, obviously frightened by this sudden change. The two of them fell sharply. The scenery before them flashed rapidly. Lin Pingon tried to mobilize the chaos force in his body to stabilize his body, but found that the gravity of this place was exceptionally strong, and the chaos force could not play much of a role. It's over. This is really going to be barbecue. This has been falling down, even if not dead also have to be crippled. Just when he thought he was dead, the downward trend suddenly slowed down a soft power to hold him and Lung Yu. Lin Pingon froze for a moment, then opened his eyes and realized that the scenery around him had changed drastically. The originally dim sky became bright, and the abyss beneath his feet was no longer 10,000 feet deep, but a valley with green grass. The valley is like a paradise with birdsong and flowers and running water. Where is this? Lung Yu stood up from Lin Pingon's arms and moved her lotus steps lightly, surveying this unfamiliar and beautiful valley. The humidity of the morning had not yet cleared, and the sunlight penetrated through the thin mist to give the valley a hazy glow. Lin Pingon settled down to survey his surroundings. In the distance, the mountains were hidden in the clouds and a waterfall could be seen flowing down, and the roar of the water could be heard from a distance. The tips of the grass blades underfoot were hanging with dew. The air had an indescribably sweet floral scent, and a few colorful butterflies were fluttering among the flowers. The wind blew, bringing with it the exotic scent of unknown flowers further away. Here the flowers, plants and trees seemed to be flooded with a layer of very light luster, breathing the rich aura into the lungs, nourishing the limbs and bones. Something's not right. Lin Pingon squatted down and twisted up a blade of grass. The fingertips can clearly feel the abundance of aura in it. This is by no means an ordinary place. The aura is frighteningly thick, much stronger than outside. Lung Yu also came back to his senses and reached out to falsely grab a handful of air. Feeling the ubiquitous pure energy, his face could not hide his amazement. I feel my cultivation rising even when I take a breath. This is simply the legendary cave of heaven. Lin Pingon stood up and looked deeper into the valley. Luck, I don't know whether it's good or bad. Falling into such a place. I'm afraid I've mistakenly entered some secret realm. Be careful. Aha. Cold Moon answered, surprise gradually being replaced by excitement. The two men followed the stream in the valley cautiously. Lin Pingon's footsteps only to see that under a rock by the stream, a reddish-red Ganoderma lucidum shaped like a human hand was quietly growing, and a faint medicinal fragrance spread out. Red blood Ganoderma. Look at this pattern and color. At least 500 years old. Lin Pingon let out a low cry and hurriedly took out the jade box, carefully digging out the Ganoderma lucidum along with the surrounding soil and storing it properly. Just then a soft cry came from Lung Yu not far away. Lin Pingon, come and see. Lin Pingon looked at the sound and saw that Lung Yu was squatting in front of a small patch of snow-white flowers, and the edges of those petals were filled with a strange silver glow of coldness. 1,000-year snow lotus. Lin Pingon was also delighted. Cold Moon had already taken out her delicate silver shovel and started digging with gentle movements. Wait, over there. Lin Pingon pointed again to an inconspicuous patch of grass not far away. Lung Yu followed the direction of his finger to see. 3-body purple moist ginseng whiskers as brilliant as gold silk ginseng is lying there. Around the purple gas dense at a glance on the ear is not shallow. Purple jade golden ginseng. It's still 3 plants. This must be several thousand years old, right? Lung Yu also came over with her voice trembling a bit. Both of them looked at each other, both saw each other's excitement. This valley was a treasure trove. The two were literally in treasure hunt mode the rest of the way. The smile on Lin Pingon's face deepened with each rare elixir he dug up, and he moved neatly to put it away in his storage bag. Cold Moon was even more joyful as she ran around the valley, and every now and then, her cries of surprise as she found a treasure could be heard. Developed. Lin Pingon couldn't help but mutter as he put away a strain of dragon's ambergris. It's worth it not to lose money falling down this wave. Lung Yu was holding a handful of freshly picked starflowers. Her small face flushed, obviously the excitement hadn't passed. The two were completely mesmerized by the valley that was filled with treasures. Previous concerns? What danger? Non-existent. All that's left in your head is digging and digging. The deeper one went, the more viscous the aura in the air became, and the elixirs under their feet became more and more extraordinary. Having just collected 1,000-year-old He Xiaowu, Lin Pingon was again attracted to a wet mountain wall. Taking a closer look, a palm-sized Ganoderma lucidum, its body flowing with a light golden color, and the complex patterns on the cap of the Ganoderma lucidum carrying a medicinal aroma to the face. 10,000-year-old grade. Lin Pingon's hands were a bit shaky, carefully digging out with the jade shovel. Hair. This time really hair. He stuffed the treasure into the storage bag in his heart. So many good things. Go back to the refining of pills, but cultivation is not rubbing upward? He just wanted to greet Cold Moon and continue sweeping, but Cold Moon pulled him violently and lowered his voice. Shoo! Lin Pingan immediately silenced his voice and looked in the direction Lenyu indicated. Chapter 86 Heart Demon Fantasy Realm. Only to see a Lingji plant quietly standing there at the bend of the stream not far ahead. The not-so-large Lingji nevertheless emitted a soft seven-colored haze, tinting the surrounding flowing water and blades of grass with a layer of dreamy colors. That light seems to have a life like a refreshing vitality. Lin Pingan's breathing suddenly stopped, his brain buzzed. Seven-colored Lingji? Doesn't this stuff only exist in the oldest formulas and legends? It is said to be able to live the dead and flesh the white bones is a true anticlimactic divine object. It's long been extinct. Why is it here? An uncontrollable heat rushed through his body, heart thumping wildly. Get it! Must get it! Lin Pingan subconsciously wanted to rush forward. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. Watch out! Lenyu screamed out, reacting extremely fast, trying to yank back Lin Pingan, but it was too late. The ground under his feet at some point appeared a dense pattern. The pattern emitted a strange color that vaguely echoed the seven-colored Ganoderma lucidum. Only then did Lin Pingan realize that he had stepped into some forbidden formation. But at this point it was too late to back out. The moment his fingertips were about to touch the Lingji, an invisible force erupted violently, binding him firmly like a heavenly net. Lin Pingan only felt that his entire body could not move, and mind-blowing energies surged out from the formation under his feet. Seven-colored light erupted from the formation, engulfing him in an instant. Countless arcane and obscure runes loomed in the light, rotating around his body at high speed. The scene in front of him suddenly twisted and changed, and when he came back to his senses he was already in the Divine Fire sect, and the familiar furnishings came into view. The wooden table worn by age, the futon in the corner for daily meditation, and the crack in the window pane that he remembered from the depths of his memory were all the same as they had been when his father was there. How is this possible? Lin Pingan muttered. His heart pounded violently as he surveyed in shock the room where he had lived for over a decade. Every detail shook him to the core. His hands trembled involuntarily, his throat tightened, and even breathing became difficult. Suddenly, a creaking sound rang out, and Lin Pingan turned sharply only to see a burly figure walk out of the house. Peace, you're back. Hearing the familiar voice made his eyes redden. Dad! He cried out in pain, unable to think, and instinctively rushed forward to embrace the figure he had longed for. However, his arms went straight through his father's body to pounce, and the piercing coldness spread down his arms and throughout his body, trying to freeze him. A sudden gust of cloudy wind arose in the courtyard, and the scene in front of him began to distort and dissipate, with his father's figure gradually fading away. Don't! Father, don't go! Lin Pingan frantically tried to grab hold of the shadow, but could only watch the last of the warmth slip away from his fingers, leaving endless pain and despair in vain. When the scenery stabilized again, Lin Pingan found himself hiding in a corner shivering. A memory that he had hidden deep in his mind gradually awakens, and the illusion becomes more and more real. He finally remembered the night he had deliberately forgotten. The moonlight was clear, and several dark shadows broke in. My father responded hastily but was outnumbered. Blood splattered in the shadow of the swords and my father's body fell to the ground with a crash. Why? Lin Jin collapsed in a pool of blood with disbelief in his eyes. Senior brother, I treat you like a hand and foot. The man in black robes laughed out coldly. Lin Jin, the position of head of the Divine Flame sect is destined to be mine. You're too naive. The blade mercilessly sliced through Lin Jin's throat. Blood spurted out. Before dying, Lin Jin's gaze looked at himself hiding in the corner with worry in his eyes. Peace, run. Those were the last words his father left him. Lin Pingan witnessed this, and the bloody scene was forever etched in those tender eyes. Watching it all reappear, the adult Lin Pingan clenched his fists nails deep into his palms. He finally remembered that the murderer who had handily killed his father was none other than his third uncle Lin Yan, the previous head of the Divine Flame sect. Lin Pingan's heart jerked. Huge pain surged through his heart. The scenery changed again, and Lin Pingan saw his younger self standing in a pool of blood staring at him with tear-filled eyes. The murderer of his father amazingly turned out to be himself. At this time, his body exudes a suffocating black fog. His features are twisted and his brow is cracked open with a blood scar, and a monstrous demonic aura sweeps all around him. Wherever he passes, the grass and trees wither and heaven and earth lose their colors. Little Lin Pingan stood in a pool of blood and pointed at the demon, deityized him and said, "You are originally a demon." The voice was harsh and piercing straight to the bottom of Lin Pingan's heart. No, this can't be. Lin Pingan shook his head in agony. The sight of his father being killed in front of him, Lin Pingan's mind and soul shook violently and almost collapsed. The images of his father's murder constantly flashed in his mind, piercing his heart like a sharp blade. He felt himself falling into an endless abyss of darkness as despair and pain racked his entire body. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came, like a beam of light in the darkness. Pingan, he's lying to you. The gentle words awakened Lin Pingan's lost mind. He turned his head eagerly to see Cold Moon standing not far away. Long Yu, Lin Pingan blurted out. His voice could not hide his excitement, but Cold Moon's next words made him fall into a pit of ice. Come, Peace and I will master this power together, and the entire immortal cultivation world will be trampled under our feet. Her voice was still so gentle, but it was indescribably eerie and compelling. Lin Pingan was stunned. Lung, you wouldn't say that, but a voice hissed deep in his heart, tempting him to accept the power at his fingertips. Before the images of his father's tragic death could dissipate, temptation followed, and a tangle of chaotic thoughts tangled in his head. He felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff and one step forward was an abyss. Cold Moon's hand touched his cheek, and something in Lin Pingan's body was stirred up by the touch. Consciousness began to drift. The surrounding scenery also became blurred, just as Lin Pingan's sanity was about to be engulfed by darkness. Lang Yu outside the illusionary realm was distraught, only to see Lin Pingan's body trembling violently with cold sweat all over the corners of his forehead, and there were even black lines swimming under his skin. It's not good. That thing is taking over his mind. If we don't stop it, he'll fall completely. Pingan, hold on. Lun Yu clenched her shell teeth, not caring about the backlash. She pinched her hands. 9 ghost locks should be trick out suspended in front of her. Spiritual energy without reservation into it. The runes on the chain lit up one by one. The blue light flow of the air are stagnant for it. Go! The 9 specters lock transformed into a blue shadow that swooped straight at the invisible illusionary barrier. Break it open for me. Lun Yu urged all of her spiritual energy. 9 specter locks. Blue light skyrocketed, carrying an aura that tore everything apart as it crashed heavily into the center of the crack. Ka-ching! The illusionary barrier shattered in response to the sound, revealing the scene inside. At a glance, Lun Yu saw the false figure that topped her face and tried to seduce Lin Pingan. Looking for death. The 9 phantoms lock did not pause at all and went straight for the phantom's throat. The phantom disappeared with a snort. Lun Yu flung a backhanded 9 specters lock deftly wrapping around Lin Pingan's wrist. Come back. She pulled back with a sharp jerk. A cool, strong force came from his wrist, violently pulling back Lin Pingan's chaotic consciousness. Chapter 87. 9 Tribulation God Refining Technique. Lin Pingan's consciousness a little bit from the chaos to break free. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see her forehead corners covered with fine beads of sweat. The corner of the mouth is still residual blood. Looks particularly shocking. You're finally back. Coldman's voice was weak with deep exhaustion, and her violent heartbeat almost burst out of her chest. Just now, forcibly breaking through the realm had caused great damage to her vital energy, but she couldn't care less about her own injuries and only wanted to make sure that the person in front of her was safe. Seeing the blankness in Lin Pingan's eyes, Leng Yu had a pang of fear in her heart. The consequences of her finding out a little later that something was wrong with him were unimaginable. She held back the chi and blood churning inside her body and softly asked, "How are you feeling?" Only then did Lin Pingan notice that he was still standing next to the 7-colored Lingji. The formation around him had disappeared. He looked at the cold moon in front of him with mixed feelings in his heart. That "come back to me" is still ringing in his ears. Thinking of the illusion just now, that the cold moon compulsion to feel a chill. If not the cold moon in time to appear, he was afraid that he would really fall into the devil's way. He couldn't help but stretch out his arms to embrace Leng Yu tightly into his arms, wanting to use this embrace to convey the complex and complicated emotions he was feeling at the moment. "I'm fine, thank you, Long Yu." Lin Pingan's voice was a little choked with the celebration of having survived a robbery. He unconsciously tightened his arms, wanting to incorporate her into his flesh and blood. Leng Yu felt the warmth of his embrace, her heartbeat hitting her chest like a drum, and a strange feeling spreading quietly in the bottom of her heart. Her hands, which had been hanging in mid-air, trembled slightly, and for a moment she didn't know whether to push him away or respond to him. "It's good to be fine, just now really scared me to death." Leng Yu's voice was soft, her eyes were also slightly red. Only after a few moments did Lin Pingan loosen his hand with fondness, turning his head to look at the Lingji that emitted a 7-colored glow, scorn flashing in his eyes. "This Ganoderma lucidum contains amazing spiritual power, is definitely beneficial to cultivation." But the experience of the illusion just now made his heart palpitate. But to give up on this rare Ganoderma lucidum is really a pity that makes it difficult to choose. Leng Yu also stared at the Ganoderma lucidum with a complex taste in her heart. The pure spiritual energy on the Ganoderma lucidum. It was simply an excellent aid to break through the bottleneck. But Lin Pingan's appearance just now made her heart skip a beat. Was this thing a blessing or a curse? It really wasn't easy to say. "This Lingji is a bit evil." She spoke softly to remind Lin Pingan of the uneasiness in his tone. Lin Pingan also felt something was wrong. His hand slowly reached towards the Lingji. The closer he got, the more he could feel the amazing spiritual energy of the Lingji. At the moment when the fingertips were about to touch the Lingji, an indescribable force exploded violently, and the 7-colored light skyrocketed and rushed in all directions. Although the two have defenses or by this force shocked to the west, Lin Pingan reaction fast grabbed the rock wall next to him, only barely stabilized. His body shape was not thrown out, but that huge force still made his chest tight. A mouthful of blood spurted out as his throat heated up. He subconsciously wanted to pull Long Yu, but realized that it was already too late. Lin Pingan. Lang Yu hurriedly pinched a green light in front of her body to light up, but the impact was too strong. She was still shaken to the point where her blood was churning. She watched as Lin Pingan was engulfed by the seven-colored light. Her heart clenched. Just then the light of the Lingji suddenly became more prevalent. A dazzling seven-colored halo flowed through the air, a majestic aura spreading out carrying a heart-stopping pressure. What the hell is this erasure? Lin Pingan and Lang Yu looked up at the same time. An illusory figure was slowly coalescing into shape. The white robe gently fluttering exudes a transcendent atmosphere. Just like the legendary gods and goddesses, let people cannot help but want to kneel down and worship. Chaos Immortal? This name made Lin Pingan's brain buzz. How could someone from the legend appear here? Could it be that this seven-colored Ganoderma is actually related to him? Lin Pingan deadpanned the waves of shock that surged in his heart and forced himself to calm down. The sight of the shadow fell on him, clearly without any substance but heavy, as if traveling through the ages, carrying the depth of insight into everything. Lin Pingan felt that he had been seen through from the inside out, and those hidden thoughts in his heart became nothing to hide. His heart was beating faster and faster, his breathing followed suit, and awe that originated from the depths of his soul cold out. After a few moments of silence, the Chaos Immortal spoke. You actually have the power of chaos in your body, so it's no wonder you're attracted to this Ganoderma. As soon as the words fell, a stream of warmth violently rose from his dantian, momentarily rushing through his limbs and bones. An unprecedented sense of comfort came. The body, which was still vaguely aching, miraculously recovered under this warm current of Keisu, and every inch of flesh and blood was cheering. Lin Pingan subconsciously looked down at his hands. This feeling was simply outrageous. Without waiting for him to understand, the Chaos Immortal raised his right hand, his slender fingers pointing to the void with a faint golden aura, and a seven-colored stream of light came out in response to his finger, tearing through space and disappearing into the center of Lin Pingan's brow. A sudden burning heat came from the center of his brow, followed by an unspeakably sharp pain, and an unimaginably huge flood of information rushed into his sea of consciousness like a dike. Lin Pingan couldn't help but stifle a grunt. His head felt like it was going to explode, and gold stars were popping up in front of his eyes. Countless arcane and incomprehensible runic shapes rotated madly in his sea of consciousness, and he desperately tried to see clearly but only felt a burst of heavenly rotation. That's what it means. He felt like a bottle that had been forcibly stuffed with something that was going to burst the next second. The obscure and tongue-twisting mantra resounded directly in the depths of his mind, each syllable seeming to contain the supreme principles of heaven and earth. I think I've heard it somewhere, but I can't remember. Consciousness began to blur. He felt himself falling into an infinite sea of stars. The stars shimmered with strange light, wrapped in infinite mysteries whistling towards him. Could this be the true power of chaos? A fear that he was about to be completely consumed by this vast power intertwined in his heart. Lang Yu in the distance, however, watched in shock. She could feel an indescribably majestic power surging into his body, and the look of pain on Lin Pingan's face did not seem to be faked. It was as if some kind of inheritance was taking place, but the shock was too violent. Could he withstand it? Lang Yu's palms were all sweaty, tightly clutched the 9 Phantom Lock, and the 9 Phantom Lock also glowed with an ethereal light, ready to step in at any time to protect Lin Pingan. This is the 9 Tribulation God refining technique. The voice of the Chaos Immortal Sovereign once again sounded with a distant expectation. Today pass you good cultivation, do not negative my hope. The voice of the chaotic Immortal Sovereign became hollow and distant as if it came from across 10,000 years of space and time, intermittently engraving itself into the depths of Lin Pingan's sea of consciousness. In order to take charge of chaos, you need to find Red Sun Gold Essence, Xianin Chalcedony, and 9 turns of Thunder Core to reforge the foundation of the Tao. Chaos Immortal's voice is getting weaker and weaker and his figure is gradually becoming illusory. Remember, the blood of the same origin in your body must not be moved. The silhouette completely dissipated. Chapter 88 Heaven and Earth Wonders. Where the immortal dignitary dissipated, the remnants of the 7-colored Lingji's light suddenly coalesced and transformed into a bead flowing with a 7-colored halo that leisurely fell down. Lin Pingan subconsciously raised his hand to catch it, and an unspeakable warmth came from the warmth of his hand. Without waiting for him to react, the bead transformed into a torrent of extremely pure energy, drilling brutally into his body along his arm. Well, Lin Pingan's body shook and he hastily collected his mind to plop down on the ground. This energy was not as violent as before, but instead carried an abundance of vitality, rushing straight to the dantian and rapidly flowing through all the limbs and bones. The meridians that had previously been propped up to the point of cracking were nourished, and the sharp pain quickly faded away as warm comfort spread throughout the body. The dantian was even more drastically changed. The original power was wrapped and fused by this new energy, becoming more condensed and majestic. His body greedily absorbed the essence originating from the 7-colored Ganoderma lucidum, and the runes and mnemonics of the 9 robberies refining God's skill in his mind actually came to life when they were washed away by this energy. It was no longer knowledge forcefully instilled, but had been transformed into a part of himself. each word clearly imprinted on top of his soul to begin functioning on its own. The sea of knowledge roared with expanding boundaries constantly stretching out into the infinite void. Consciousness was clearer than ever before, and perception was infinitely amplified. Lin Pingan's face gradually turned from pale to rosy, and his originally weak breath became strong. The entire person exuded a powerful aura. Just as Lin Pingan's breath reached its peak, a strange blood pattern quickly flashed in the depths of his eyes, exuding an uncomfortable aura. Lin Pingan slowly opened his eyes. He only felt that his sea of consciousness was clear. His mind became incomparably agile, and he was able to gain insight into all things in the world with the turn of a thought. Everything around him was visible in his eyes, and he could clearly perceive the breathing of the grass and trees around him, as well as the sound of birds winging in the distance. Lan Yu had been silently focusing on Lin Pingan's changes, and only let go of her heart when she saw his breath gradually stabilizing. However, the aura emanating from Lin Pingan's body that made her uneasy was so real that she couldn't ignore it. "Are you alright?" Lan Yu asked tentatively, her slender fingers unconsciously clenching the corner of her coat. Her clear eyes reflected Lin Pingan's figure, but they seemed to be covered in a layer of mist that made it hard to see. Cold Moon looked at him, and that indescribable chill in her heart bubbled up again. If Lin Pingan was really controlled by that whatever demon god essence blood, would he still recognize himself? Was he still the same Lin Pingan who would foolishly stand in front of her, upright and trustworthy? Lin Pingan did not immediately respond, but slowly clenched his fists to feel the rushing and roaring power in his body. An unprecedentedly powerful strength filled his limbs and a feeling of near ecstasy surged through his heart. The power of chaos? Is this the real power of chaos? It was too strong. He really wanted to roar into the sky to vent this power. The blood-colored lines in the depths of his eyes were hidden, dormant and seemingly ready to break through the restraints at any time. The corners of his mouth lifted with an excitement he didn't even notice himself. "I'm fine. I feel fine." These words slammed into Coldman's heart, making her panic even more for no reason. Lan Yu could see his exuberance in his heart, that little bit of uneasiness rapidly expanding. The breath emanating from his body is strong, but also through the strange let her a little afraid. "You don't seem quite the same." She still couldn't help but ask, her fingers subconsciously twisting the corner of her coat. "Got some chance?" Lin Pingan did not hide the fact that the Chaos Immortal Sovereign had passed on the 9 Tribulation God refining technique and the 7 colored spirit beads, and there was an overwhelming excitement in his tone. Cold Moon was shocked to hear that this strange encounter was a bit too big, but she was still thinking about the word that gave her the creeps. "What about the demon god essence blood?" She trailed off, her voice full of worry. The excitement on Lin Pingan's face faded a bit as he shook his head. "I'm not too sure exactly what's going on, but I'll be careful." The drop of blood in his body was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. He had to find the red yang gold essence, the Xianin Chalcedony and the 9 turns of Thundercore as soon as possible. Only these heaven and earth wonders would be able to suppress this evil power and reshape his foundation. "I want to go find those few things." Lin Pingan's voice was low, but it was characterized by a sense of unyieldingness. "I'll accompany you," Cold Moon blurted out without thinking. She looked at Lin Pingan. Although his aura at the moment made her heart palpitate, she was still willing to believe that the young man who had stood shoulder to shoulder with her would not be swallowed up by evil spirits. Lin Pingan looked at Lan Yu's heart suddenly surged with a wave of warmth, dispelling some of the coldness that had been born in his heart due to the bizarre blood patterns. "Good." A light smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "We'll go together." He reached out and gently held Coldman's slightly cold little hand. Coldman's fingertips trembled. Then she gripped back hard as if trying to transfer her strength to him as well. Lin Pingan took out his summoning jade slip and sent a simple and concise message back to the clan about his preparations to leave for the Burning Flame Desert in search of the Red Sun Gold Essence. "That place is very dangerous. Always have to let the clan know where he is going, in case something goes wrong, or have a preparation." Putting away the jade slip, he turned his head to look at Lan Yu with a few softness on his face. "I've already sent a message to the sect." Lin Pingan's voice was light with reassurance. He paused and added, "The Red Sun Gold Essence is extremely masculine and rigid. It is the key to suppressing the demon god's essence blood, so I hope this time it will go well." His tone was tinged with anticipation and imperceptible concern. Lan Yu softly answered, "I will accompany you no matter how difficult the road ahead is." Her voice was not loud but had an inexplicable power. Lin Pingan's heart warmed. "Thank you, Lan Yu." He gripped the tips of Lan Yu's fingers tightly, feeling the warmth of his hand, and swore in his heart that he would protect her no matter what he encountered. "Do we still need to say thank you to each other?" Cold Moon asked rhetorically with a pout in her tone. "Divine Flame Sect, Main Peak." The Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes, pinching a jade slip in his hand. He looked at the light that had dimmed on the slip and let out a long sigh. This child's destiny. Fortunes and misfortunes were 4 words he didn't say in the end. Lin Pingan was going to the Burning Flame Desert to search for the Red Sun Gold Essence, and the Supreme Elder was well aware of the perilousness of the trip. Ugh! He shook his head helplessly, not speaking. He was a Supreme Elder, but he couldn't influence Lin Pingan's decision. He could only hope that he would return safely. At this time, a terrifying atmosphere in the depths of the burning flame desert is slowly awakening, and the earth that has been silent for a long time has begun to stir. The two of them left the secret realm after briefly repairing, and sped towards the direction of the burning flame desert with their imperial swords. The wind blew his cheeks raw. Lin Pingan's eyes were focused. The crimson desert ahead was already in sight. His divine sense spread out into a large invisible net, meticulously capturing all the movements around him. Chapter 89: The Edge of the Burning Flame Desert. The burning flame desert, with its many crises, must act with care. The demon god Essence blood was surging restlessly in his body, like a lurking volcano that could erupt at any time, and the closer he got to the desert the more obvious that restlessness became. Don't worry, I will be careful. Cold Moon's voice sounded behind him with an imperceptible worry. The wind whistled and blew her hair, and she followed Lin Pingan closely as her gaze fell on his back. She was moved and uneasy in her heart. The demon god Essence blood was always a sword hanging over their heads. Be careful. Lin Pingan's voice steeply became urgent and permeated with gravity. Almost at the same time, he felt several strong auras approaching at a rapid pace from all directions. This burning flame desert hadn't arrived yet, but the trouble had come first. Lin Pingan backhanded Long Yu's hand, and the slight coolness of her fingertips came from his palm, calming his agitated mind a little. He took a deep breath to suppress the power surging in his body, and his divine sense surged out to carefully distinguish the direction and strength of the visitor. Almost at the moment his words landed, several black shadows quickly scurried out from behind the dunes, instantly surrounding the two. These people were fierce and vicious, exuding a chilling aura of solemnity. What person? Lin Pingan asked in a deep voice with a cold tone of voice and sharp eyes as he scanned several people. He shielded Long Yu behind him, and the spiritual energy in his body began to revolve. Long Yu held his hand back, feeling the warmth coming from his palm. Her uneasy heart settled down a little. Surrounding them are a few strong men full of flesh. The one in the lead is even more ferocious. Triangular eyes and scarred face at a glance is not a good man. The big man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, his eyes greedily sweeping over the two, as if he was a hungry wolf seeing fresh meat. Hey, kid, count your bad luck, masters, if you look at your treasure. His voice was gruff with undisguised menace. If you are sensible, obediently hand over your storage bag to avoid suffering from flesh and blood. Otherwise, he deliberately dragged his voice out with a grim smile, swords don't have marks. It's not good to hurt anywhere. Lin Pingan's anger rubbed off in his heart as he listened to the cliched lines. Robbing him on the road? How dare you rob him? You don't know what you're doing. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, but his face did not move as he said indifferently, want our storage bag? It also depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Kid, you seek death. The big man at the head of the group shouted out angrily as the horizontal meat on his face trembled. The rest of the few people also followed the clamor, and in annoyance, they flashed out their magic treasures to greet Lin Pingan. The air around Lin Pingan became steeply stagnant and heavy, and the spiritual energy in his body bulged in an instant as an invisible wall appeared in front of him. Ding ding ding! Several pieces of magic treasures crashed into it, emitting a crisp yet dull sound, and the attack was blocked as much as possible. Lin Pingan disappeared in place without retreating, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of several people. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds exploded, the sound of a fist smashing into flesh. The sound of bones being misaligned was clearly visible. The few cultivators couldn't even react before they were thrown backward one by one, smashing into the sand, wailing and vomiting blood. Long Yu stood aside and watched Lin Pingan's clean movements, and the bit of her heart that was hanging in the air fell to the ground. Previously, I was afraid that he would lose control due to the demon god Essence blood, but now it seems that he is controlling it very well. Lin Pingan walked over to the several cultivators who were limp on the ground and looked down at them. Say, what's coming? Why are you blocking the road here? His voice is not high but let the ground a few people trembling more powerful. The leader of the cross-flesh big man, which has half of the previous arrogance face piled up with fear. He shivered and spoke. Master, spare your life. We're just a few scattered cultivators with no clan or sect, and we heard that there's a treasure coming out of the burning flame desert recently, so we want to come here to try our luck. His words have not finished, his head buried even lower for fear of angering the star in front of him. If he had known that kicked such a hard iron plate to death he would not dare to jump out. Exotic treasure out of the world? Lin Pingan chewed on these words. It seems that this trip to the burning desert will not be less lively. This is a dangerous place, and then added to the drama of the treasure. Behind the back of the dragon and snake mixed step by step. I am afraid to kill. He did not bother to ask the action of the several loose cultivators of the storage bag collected empty. Spirit stone potion fragmentary, better than nothing. After all, mosquito is also meat. After doing so he stopped looking at the few people on the ground and turned to Long Yu. Let's go. The two of them resumed their swords and continued to fly deeper into the desert, the wind carrying the characteristic dry heat of the desert. After flying for a while, Long Yu looked at Lin Pingan's back in front of her, and could feel the aura that occasionally leaked out of him that made her heart palpitate, faint but lingering. She pursed her lips eventually. Peace, that thing inside you. There was concern in her voice that she couldn't hide. Since Lin Pingon fused the demon god essence blood, Lung Yu has not put down her heart. Always afraid that Lin Pingon could not control that power lost its nature. Lin Pingon sensed her concern and turned his head sideways with a low but steady voice. Don't worry, I can still hold it down. He secretly tuned in to push down that stupid power in his body back down. Lun Yu looked at the profile of his side face. Her hanging heart dropped a little. She didn't ask any more questions, just silently followed a little tighter. After flying for a few more days, the scenery around him changed completely. The yellow sand was burned to crimson, and only this one color was left in heaven and earth. The hot wind pounding on her face carried a blazing temperature, and Lung Yu subconsciously leaned towards Lin Pingon's side. Burning flame desert. Lin Pingon's heart sank slightly as he looked at the boundless sea of crimson sand in front of him. The heat wave rolled over the earth under his feet was permeated with a scorching hotness, and even the demon god essence blood in his body followed the restless beating. He once again exerted his power to suppress, exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air that smelled of sparks. Go down and take a look. The two of them landed on their boots on the sand, making a soft zip sound that was incredibly hot. Coldmoon's head was a bit dizzy from the heat. Be careful, it's not peaceful here, Lin Pingon reminded, looking around. A few burnt and tattered banners were slung across the dunes, the fabric shaking feebly in the hot wind as if to tell of battles fought not so long ago. There were quite a few white bones scattered on the ground, some of which had been thoroughly weathered and shattered at the touch of a button, and some of which still had dark brown bloodstains, making it clear that there had been a grueling fight here not too long ago. Huge paw prints were still imprinted in the sand, deeply embedded in the dunes stretching deep into the desert. Lung Yu recalled the description of the burning flame desert in the ancient books. This place was once the territory of ancient beasts, ferocious and dangerous. The air seemed to be vibrating to some kind of rhythm, one after another, with a frequency that was actually progressively similar to a heartbeat, and even more dull to the point of making one's chest clog up. Lung Yu's breath could not help but shorten. She clutched Lin Pingon's sleeve a step, not daring to fall. It seems like we're a step too late. Lin Pingon squinted his eyes at the distant horizon. There a thick firelight rises up to the sky, coloring half of the sky curtain. From a long distance can feel the violent energy fluctuation. What's that? Cold Moon looked in the direction he pointed. Her cheeks lost their blood color. A very bad feeling rose up in her heart. Chapter 90, Terrifying Great Formation. That fire over there isn't right, Lin Pingon said in a deep voice, his face toward the abnormal crimson redness of the distant sky. In the next instant he had pulled up Leng Yu's wrist and his body transformed into a blur of shadow breaking through the air towards the direction of the fire. There was something odd about that firelight. The wind whistled and scraped from his ears, and Lin Pingon's heart skipped a beat. Is it an exotic treasure? What made him even more alarmed was that the demon god's essence blood that had been silent for a long time in his body was even slightly agitated at the moment, causing him to subconsciously grip Leng Yu's hand tightly. Cold Moon was carried along in a sprint, and the scenery around him quickly retreated into a flowing block of color. The only thing in her ears was the hunting wind, and the warmth coming from her palms strangely dispelled the panic in her heart. As they drew closer, the firelight became more blinding, and the silhouette became more distinct. Some twisted figures could be vaguely seen struggling and swaying in the flames. Wait! Leng Yu's voice suddenly tensed up with an overwhelming tremor. There's a formation. It feels so wrong that it makes one's heart grow fuzzy. She backhanded Lin Pingon and grabbed him tightly. Her fingertips were cold and her palms were already covered in cold sweat. There was no need for her to say that Lin Pingon had sensed it. It wasn't just the searing heat from the heat that was in the air. There was also a growing stench of blood, mixed with the pasty odor of something burning, that burrowed uncomfortably into his nostrils. He took a step with Cold Moon to lower his form, using the cover of the night and the sand to silently sneak closer. The 9 Tribulation God refining technique was quietly running in his body, and his 5 senses were heightened to the extreme. With all the winds and grasses around him clearly reflected in his mind, the two men circled around to the back of a higher dune and cautiously poked their heads halfway out. Behind the dunes were the ruins of a crumbling ancient city, most of which was buried under the yellow sand, but at the moment it was completely engulfed by a blazing fire. The broken walls twisted and collapsed in the flames, vaguely recognizable traces of the once carved beams. Now only charred black outlines remain. The rushing firelight illuminated the entire night sky in crimson, and the air was so dry and hot that it seemed like it was about to ignite. And beyond the ruins, the sandy ground near the city walls was littered with corpses, no less than dozens of them at a cursory glance. The dark red blood had long since soaked through the yellow sand, reflecting a demonic light in the firelight. Those corpses were in a miserable state of death, with twisted limbs and extreme fear lingering on their faces. The smell of blood, so thick that it could not be melted, mixed with the stench of burnt flesh and fur came to the surface. Lin Pingon and Leng Yu crouched behind the sand dune, subconsciously holding their suction, both hearts beating wildly. What the hell is going on here? It's a loose cultivator, Lang Yu's voice trembled and there was an overwhelming anger. Look at their clothes. They shouldn't be clan disciples. Who is so vicious? The air was a chaotic mess of spiritual energy, and there was a vague fluctuation that made his heart skip a beat. This formation is very wrong. Lin Pinggan's brows twisted into lumps. He felt that the power deep within the formation was being awakened, and his mind flashed through some forbidden formations recorded in ancient books, the consequences of which were unimaginable once they were unleashed. Can't it be that this is really some ancient forbidden formation? This thought came out and could not be suppressed. A cool air sprang up at the back. The formation is sucking in power. Cold Moon's voice shook beyond recognition. Her face was white and her lips were bloodless, and her clear eyes were now dimmed with nothing but fear. Let's go! Lang Yu grabbed Lin Pinggan's arm in a death grip. The weird fluctuations, the smell of burnt blood in the air, and the miserable conditions of those loose cultivators all spoke of the horror of this formation. She was afraid that even a god of transformation cultivator would have to take off his skin, not to mention the two of them. She only wanted to leave this hellish place immediately. However, the fluctuations emanating from the large formation vaguely tugged at something within Lin Pinggan's body, and his intuition told him that this place might have something to do with the heavenly pavilion. I'm afraid it's too late. The sand beneath Lin Pinggan's feet violently trembled before his words fell. Boom! Crimson flames erupted from the ground to form a huge light shield, completely enveloping the two of them along with the piece of ruins. Lin Pinggan reacted extremely quickly, and his spiritual energy instantly erupted to hold up a barrier to protect the two of them. The surface of the barrier rippled continuously, tenaciously resisting the raging heat waves and impacts from outside. Lin Pinggan, what to do? Lang Yu leaned close to him, the terrifying heat around her almost melting her heart beating so furiously that it was about to explode. Lin Pinggan sensed her fear, backhanded her slightly trembling hand. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He gazed at the flames tumbling around him, trying to keep himself calm as his mind raced to think of a countermeasure. The sand beneath his feet was melting, turning into a sticky, hot, crimson runny slurry, choking with white smoke. The light on the surface of the spiritual power barrier was bright and flickering, emitting an unbearable clicking sound, and it felt like it would completely collapse at any moment. If they didn't do something about it, the two of them would really be accounted for here. Turning into one of those charred corpses outside, Lin Pinggan forced himself to sink his entire mind into his perception of this space. The Nine Tribulation God refining technique operated to the extreme, and his spiritual sense cautiously probed out, touching the formation's violent and chaotic energy flow. Gradually some scenes fed back through the fluctuation of spiritual energy, building and molding in his mind. What is that? Lin Pinggan's blood froze almost instantly, and a cool air spread upward along his spine. Deep within the formation, 300 figures, sitting cross-legged in a bizarre circle. Everyone maintained their cultivation posture, but their bodies had long since lost their vitality, leaving only charred and withered silhouettes. Where their hearts were, without exception, they were pierced by a bloody energy thread, the other end of which converged towards the center of the circle. 300 Jindan cultivators. They had actually been refined into the formation alive, becoming the source of energy to keep this extinction formation running. Tianji Pavilion. Lin Pinggan's teeth clenched as his chest churned with uncontrollable rage and murderous intent. What a prestigious sect! What an evil heart! This method is simply heartless and inhumane. He stared at the center of the 300 charred corpses. There, where the energy threads converged, there was a fist-sized blood-colored crystal suspended, and a demonic luster flowed on the surface of the crystal. The crystal was like a beating heart, and each of its pulsations was accompanied by the synchronized flashes of bloodlight on the chests of the 300 charred corpses. The eye of the formation. There's no mistaking it. That blood-colored crystal is the eye of the formation. As long as it was destroyed, this life-devouring formation could be broken. He turned his head sideways to look at Lang Yu, who was pale and almost unsteady on her feet beside him. Cold Moon, hang on. Cover me to destroy that thing. Lang Yu's lips trembled as she tried to say something, but in the end, she just nodded vigorously. You be careful. Before the words fell, Lin Pinggan had already pushed the spiritual energy in his body to the extreme, and against the scorching heat waves, he charged towards the blood-colored crystals. Chapter 91. The Ancient City's Underground Palace. Heat waves pounded his face, and the flames around him twisted as if they were alive, wanting to burn this uninvited guest to ashes. The spiritual barrier on the outer layer of the golden aura was scorched and crackled, and Lang Yu's sword light behind him was as precise as a splash of moonlight as it chopped through several incoming tongues of fire. Her figure drifted in and out of the gaps in the sea of fire, clearing the obstacles behind Lin Pinggan. Lin Pinggan. Lang Yu's voice was tinged with urgency. Watch out for those bloodlines. As soon as she spoke, several thin, sticky, blood-colored threads shot out from the tumbling waves of fire and silently wrapped themselves around Lin Pinggan's ankles. Lang Yu flicked her wrist and the tip of her sword pointed out several points of cold stars, cutting off the bloodline, a snorting corrosive sound emanating from the break. This damn thing's suction is getting stronger, she warned again. her voice dripping with unconcealed anxiety. Lin Pingan also felt it. The closer he got to that blood-colored vortex, the more terrifying the pulling force became, and it seemed that the spiritual energy in his body was going to be drawn out hard. The bones were creaking, and every inch of advancement required a huge amount of spiritual energy to fight against the suction force that swallowed everything. There was no way back for him in Cold Moon. Failure was to be devoured without even a crumb left. For Cold Moon's sake and for his own, Lin Pingan operated the power of chaos, and the power deep within his dantian was blatantly triggered as a massive shock of spiritual energy exploded with him at the center. The sticky blood mist and flames around them were torn apart in an instant, creating a brief vacuum. It was now Lin Pingan's figure sword, appearing almost instantaneously in front of the throbbing blood-colored crystal. A sickening, viscous sheen flowed over the fist-sized surface, each beat tugging at the blood at the hearts of 300 charred corpses in the distance. Shatter me! Lin Pingan gathered the strength of his entire body and pounded out a fist. The air was burst. Boom! A dull, loud sound echoed, and the blood-colored crystal stone shook violently and buzzed endlessly. Lin Pingan's fist rested against the surface of the crystals, and the hard, cold touch made his heart sink. Buzz! The crystals trembled violently, and a massive force recoiled back along his arm, shocking Lin Pingan's blood and chi to numb his arm. Surprisingly not broken? His heart thumped with chills that instantly surged through his limbs. What the hell was this thing that took his full force punch hard and was unharmed? With his mind spinning, Lin Pingan's hands strangled quickly, leaving behind residual shadows as an intricate and arcane golden spell formation boomed to life beneath his feet. As soon as the spell formation took shape, a majestic and vast spiritual power fluctuation spread out with him at the center, forcing back the surrounding tumbling waves of fire and sticky blood mist by several feet. Buzz! The devil-suppressing ancient sword came out in response to the call and hung in the center of his palm. The sword body is simple and unadorned but has its own awe-inspiring righteousness to flourish. The golden light flows between the scorching heat wave actually also retreat. The light of the spell formation underneath his feet flourished, and the majestic spiritual energy surged madly into Lin Pingan's body, and then poured as much as it could into the ancient sword of demon suppression through the meridians. The sword body hummed as if responding to this power, erupting with unprecedented light as if to cut through all evil spirits in this world. Chop! Lin Pingan bellowed, pouring his entire body's spiritual energy unreservedly into his sword and slashing down towards the blood-colored crystal. Ka-ching! A crisp cracking sound was particularly piercing in this dead space. The surface of the blood-colored crystals finally surfaced a spider web of cracks, and the next second the crystals burst into pieces and shot out countless blood-colored fragments. A backlash that was violent to the extreme suddenly erupted out with the crystal as the center. To tear and crush everything, Lin Pingan took the brunt of this only to feel an irresistible huge force crashing into his face. Pooh! A mouthful of his blood spurted out wildly, and his body flew out backwards, landing heavily on the charred ground. As the blood-colored crystals shattered, that terrifying blood-colored vortex dissipated. The energy of the maintenance array broke 300 charred corpses of Jindan cultivators, like puppets whose strings had been removed, fell down in unison and smashed heavily on the ground, emitting a creepy and dull sound. The flames around them gradually died out, revealing a charred and blackened patch of sand, and a sickening charred odor emanating from the air. He couldn't care less about the severe pain on his body struggling to roll over, his eyes eagerly searching for Coldman's figure. He read deep concern in Lung Yu's eyes when they met. The pain churning in his chest hadn't subsided yet, and he forced himself to squeeze out a weak smile as he whispered, "I'm fine." Seeing the smile on Lin Pingan's face, Lung Yu's hanging heart then slightly put down. She walked quickly to his side, not caring about the filth around him, carefully inspecting his body, her heart aching beyond words when her eyes touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. Lin Pingan reached out his hand to hold Lung Yu's cold catkin, feeling the warmth coming from her palm, dispelling some of the coldness from his body. He looked at Leng Yu and the two of them exchanged gazes, both seeing the undissipated worry in each other's eyes. Still trying to be brave. "You're coughing up blood." Leng Yu's eyes were slightly red and she forced back the tears that came to her eyes, reaching out her other hand to gently touch the blood at the corner of his mouth. "You're hurt so badly and you have to act as if nothing happened." Lin Pingan pulled out a laborious smile and raised his hand to wipe off the blood, but Leng Yu pressed his hand. "It's really nothing. A flesh wound just looks scary." He didn't want her to worry, forcing down the fishy sweetness in his throat. Lin Pingan struggled to stand up and looked around. 300 charred corpses fell in pieces. The smell of scorched air mixed with blood smoked one's head. Go to that ancient city." Lin Pingan took Long Yu's hand and left quickly. If he didn't leave this dead land, he was afraid that he would be eroded by this heavy death aura. Long Yu didn't say anything, just backhandedly gripped him tightly, and the two of them held each other deeper and deeper, walking towards the blurry silhouette in the distance. After roughly half an hour of walking, the outline of a huge city finally became clear. The walls were made of a huge black stone, on which the years had left mottled traces. The two of them unconsciously slowed their steps, stepping through the gates of the city that had long since collapsed for the most part. there were broken walls in front of them, and all that remained of the magnificent temple was the charred foundation and half of the stone pillars. Fragments of rusted blades could be seen everywhere on the ground, as well as white bones scattered on the ground that had gone through who knows how many storms. A gust of wind passed by, curling up the black ash on the ground, making a fine rustling sound that was particularly creepy in the dead silence. Lin Pingon and Lang Yu both tensed their nerves, alert for any possible movement. Lang Yu looked at the devastation and wordlessly looked at Lin Pingon. What had happened here? Lin Pingon's eyebrows twisted into a pimple. This place gave him a depressing and dull feeling. The air seemed to have solidified, pressing people's chests. He shook his head, his voice a little dry. Not sure, but there was definitely a big battle. He didn't say the latter, but both understood what that meant. Chapter 92 Red Sun Gold Essence. As the wind and sand whistled and swept up the dust on the ground to disorient their vision, Lin Pingon and Lang Yu walked carefully through the crumbling streets. Isn't it too quiet here? Lang Yu said in a low voice. The tips of her fingers, which were tightly holding onto Lin Pingon, were slightly cold. The silence around her made her uneasy, feeling that there was some danger lurking in this deadly old city. Lin Pingon gently patted the back of her hand as a sign of comfort. Be careful, this place is full of oddities. He looked around with a wary gaze, and uneasiness rose in his heart. He felt like something was spying on them from the shadows, and the creepy feeling made him unconsciously slow his breathing. Some ancient murals can be vaguely seen among the broken walls, and although most of them have been peeled off, the remaining parts still show the former glory. The murals depicted all sorts of exotic beasts, with a creature shaped like a dragon standing out. Look! Lang Yu pointed to one of the murals with surprise in her tone. Does this look like a dragon? Lin Pingon followed her finger and looked. The creature on the mural was indeed very similar to a dragon, only the body was more massive. Scales were also thicker, permeated with a sense of majesty. His throat rolled for a moment and his heart set off shock waves. It was hard to believe that this was the habitat of the legendary dragons. The thought was so startling it put him in a trance for a moment. The two continued to walk deeper into the city. The scenery around them quietly changed. The dilapidated palaces and dwellings gradually thinned out, and some rough monolithic buildings began to appear. The stone pillars and the altar were covered with complicated engraved marks. The lines were twisted and intertwined with an unspeakable ancient flavor, and the air seemed to be fluctuating with mysterious power. These lines looked like some sort of formation. Lin Pingon stopped his footsteps, his fingertips gently scratched across the surface of the cold stone pillars. Formation? Coldman's voice was tinged with tension. There are other dangers here? It's hard to say. Lin Pingon shook his head. An inexplicable feeling of oppression is getting heavier and heavier, but everything here seems to be inseparable from the dragon. Speaking ahead of an extremely wide square, the square floor is paved with huge slabs of stone, although it has been dilapidated, but vaguely see the year's vigor. In the center of the square a stone monument rose up to the sky. The monument was huge with a mottled surface but carried an indescribable majesty. There is only one word on the stone tablet. Dragon. Dragon tablet. Lin Pingon's mind exploded as all of his previous guesses strung together. I see. This isn't some ancient city, but a dragon tomb. Dragon tomb? Lang Yu covered her mouth, disbelief written all over her face. You mean there are dragons buried here? Rumble. The earth shook violently, and the stone slabs under his feet groaned with an unbearable weight. The dragon monument in the center of the square, which was standing in the sky, slowly cracked in the middle to reveal a bottomless black rift. An indescribably terrifying pressure mixed with burning heat and barbaric aura surged out wildly from the depths of that fissure, almost crushing people's souls. Lin Pingon and Lang Yu glanced at each other, both reading determination in the other's grave expression. Without the slightest hesitation the two of them leaped down towards the entrance of the pitch-black abyss. In their ears was the howling of the wind brought about by the rapid descent, and their clothes were blown to the point of hunting and clattering. There was endless darkness all around them, with only the faintest hint of a dark red fire coming from below. Lin Pingon's heart sank. I'm afraid that there is much more than just the skeleton of a dragon underneath this dragon's tomb. I do not know how long the fall through a layer of invisible barriers. Feet a beat the two finally landed on the ground. A blinding red light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes. An infinite sea of lava fire was presented in front of him, and the dark red magma tumbled and boiled, exuding destructive high temperatures. And in the middle of that sea of fire, a huge skeleton lay there silently. The corpse of a dragon. The length of the body was hundreds of feet, and the bones showed a strange reddish color, as if they were condensed from the purest flame essence, and the terrifying pressure that originated from the level of life still reverberated throughout the entire space, impacting the minds and souls of Lin Pingon and Lang Yu so that they almost prostrated themselves. This is the Inferno Dragon? Lang Yu's voice trembled with shock. The invisible weight almost crushed her bones, and even breathing became incredibly difficult. The knot in Lin Pingon's throat rolled, struggling to fend off the intimidation that originated from the depths of his soul. The legendary supreme being who reigns over the flames. Even in death it's still ridiculously strong. Lang Yu only felt pitifully small, standing in front of this huge thing, feeling that the next moment she would be incinerated by the residual will. Lin Pingan forced himself to calm down and carefully surveyed the massive crimson skeleton, and soon he was seized by a bit of searing golden aura in the heart area of the dragon skeleton that seized his entire mind. The light wasn't big, but it was unusually eye-catching. The power of his spiritual sense probed forward, penetrating through the layers of heat waves and the obstruction of the pressure, wanting to see the true face of that golden light. The field of vision gradually cohesioned at the core of the golden light revealed a heart-shaped thumb-sized crystals, quietly suspended in the position of the Yanlong heart. Red Sun Gold Essence. Lin Pingan's heart beat wildly with a buzz in his head. He also didn't expect this Red Sun Gold Essence to be within the remains of this Yanlong. Could this be the providence of the underworld? Lin Pingan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said to Lang Yu with his gaze fixed dead center on the heart location of the Yen Dragon, "I'm going to fetch the Red Sun Gold Essence, you wait here for me." Lang Yu looked worriedly at the sea of lava fire and then at Lin Pingan, finally nodded. Lin Pingan sacrificed his ancient sword of devil suppression and came to the corpse of the Yen Dragon, looking up at the once flaming supreme being with mixed feelings in his heart. Elder Yanlong, Senior Yanlong. The late generation did not mean to offend, still hope that Senior can understand. Lin Pingan couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive when he thought about what he was going to do next. He bowed deeply to the corpse of the Yen Dragon. His eyes fell on the huge corpse of the Yen Dragon. His hands gripped the Jin Demon ancient sword tightly. A dazzling golden light flickered on top of the sword body. A powerful sword intent rose up in the sky, forcing back the heat waves around him for a few moments. "I'm offended." Lin Pingan swung down his Jin Demon ancient sword violently, and a powerful sword chi cut through the void and ruthlessly chopped at the Yen Dragon's abdomen. Roar! The very moment the Jin Demon ancient sword pierced into the dragon's belly, a crimson dragon soul flew out of the Inferno dragon's body towards Lin Pingan and swept towards him. Not good. Lin Pingan felt his heart skip a beat, instinctively wanting to draw back but realizing that he couldn't move a single inch. The scorching hot flaming chain swept in with the momentum of burning everything. Lin Pingan injected his entire body's spiritual energy into the Jin Demon ancient sword crazily. The golden light of the sword body soared and emitted a burst of buzzing, and he swung the Jin Demon ancient sword with all his might to slash fiercely on top of the flaming chains. Clang! A deafening thud came, and the tremendous impact caused Lin Pingan's tiger's mouth to crumble, and blood flowed down the hilt of his sword. Chapter 93 Strange Changes. Not waiting for Lin Pingan to react that the flaming chains once again whistled. The speed was amazingly fast. Heat waves pounded the face, seemingly to burn out the surrounding space. "I'll help you." Lang Yu droned out, a slender hand lightly soaring, an icy blue light shot out. The light instantly condensed into a huge ice crystal shield in front of Lin Pingan, and the ice shield clashed with the flaming chains with an ear-piercing snort sound. The flaming chains attacked ferociously but were unable to break through the ice shield defense for a moment. Pingan Lin seized this rare gap and quickly retreated. His gaze was deadlocked on the location of the Inferno Dragon's heart. There is only one opportunity that must be seized. Lin Pingan once again took a deep breath and sacrificed the Jin Demon ancient sword. The golden light of the sword body flourished a stern sword chi that went straight to the heart of the Yen Dragon. Poof! The sword chi accurately hit the target. Red Yang Gold Essence was picked out by the sword chi and grabbed in his hand. Just at the moment when the Red Sun Gold Essence entered his hand, a sudden change occurred. The earth trembled violently, the sea of lava and fire rolled more furiously, and the hot magma was like countless fiery red pythons, twisting their bodies to emit a deafening roar. Rumble! A thick pillar of fire rose up from below the corpse of the Inferno Dragon, and the ground collapsed in the blink of an eye with countless huge cracks spreading out. Hot magma erupted from the depths of the earth, and horrifyingly high temperatures swept in all directions. Lin Pingan was trapped next to the corpse of the Inferno Dragon, surrounded by gushing lava and ever-widening cracks. He only felt that his skin was sizzling and his breath became scorching hot, and he hurriedly operated his spiritual energy to form a protection on the surface of his body, trying his best to resist this horrible heat wave. Just then, 6 figures descended from the sky and came straight at Lin Pingan. They were dressed in robes embroidered with star patterns and their breath was stern and compelling. And they were the 6-star envoys of the Tianji Pavilion. Lin Pingan, let's see where you can escape today. The leader of the Heavenly Pivot Star Ambassador shouted sternly. Hand astrolabe light flashing, a powerful pressure instantly shrouded the whole field. At this point, Lin Pingan's joy at obtaining the Red Sun Gold Essence had long since dissipated. He desperately wanted to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, but found that his body was as heavy as lead. The pressure of the Heavenly Pivot Star Envoy almost suffocated him. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead to be evaporated by the heat. Lin Pingan looked around as the gushing lava continued to approach, and the cracks in the ground opened their teeth and claws in an attempt to devour him. The 6-star ambassadors laughed as they surrounded him, seemingly victorious. "If you want to touch him, go through me first." Lang Yu's clear and cold voice rang out. Her figure flickered and blocked in front of Lin Pingan, her gaze icy cold as she scanned the 6-star ambassadors. The Heavenly Pivot Star Envoy smiled disdainfully. "Fairy Lang Yu, Why do you need to make an enemy of my heavenly chance pavilion for a person who is about to die? Cut the crap. Lung Yu's tone was as cold as ice. The 9 phantom rope transformed into 9 ghostly blue chains in her hands, carrying the aura of death towards the 6-star ambassadors as they wound their way. Lin Pingon, being in a desperate situation, made her heart race. She had to do it quickly. Seeing the ferocity of Lung Yu's attack, the heavenly pivot star envoy didn't dare to be careless and hastily activated the astrolabe. The starlight flowed to form a brilliant starlight barrier to protect the 6 people in it. Dang! 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 The 9 phantom chains struck the starlight barrier, emitting gusts of gold and iron sounds that stirred up layers of ripples. As Cold Moon continued to attack, the starlight on the barrier gradually dimmed, and the cracks spread to the point where it was about to shatter. Lung Yu's magic skill changed in her hand, and the power of the 9 sepulchral chains once again surged, carrying a harsh cold aura that fiercely impacted on top of the barrier. Ka-ching! The starlight barrier could no longer withstand this violent force, and it shattered into bits of starlight that dissipated in the air. Damn! This woman's strength is unexpectedly this powerful. The 6-star ambassadors' faces changed drastically. They had never dreamed that Lung Yu would be so powerful that even the astrolabe of the heavenly pivot star ambassador was unable to resist it. Lung Yu was happy to see the starlight barrier shattered in her heart. Hands sent out another change, and the speed of the 9 phantom chains steeply accelerated, winding toward the 6-star ambassadors. The 9 specters chain carried a piercingly cold aura as it traced a ghostly blue death track in the air. The 6-star ambassadors' faces turned pale, and in their haste, they could only use their own means to dodge. Ah! A mournful scream pierced the sky as the Tianxian star envoy couldn't dodge in time and was wrapped around his left arm by the Joyue chain. The piercing coldness invaded his body. His left arm was frozen into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the coldness rapidly spread along his meridians to his entire body. Ka-ching! The Tianxian star envoy's body, which had been frozen into an ice sculpture, exploded under the constant contraction of the 9 netherworld chains. Lung Yu, the heavenly pivot star envoy's face twisted beyond recognition. How dare you kill my brother? I want you to pay for your life today. Lung Yu was anxious in her heart. Lin Pingon was still in danger. It had to be done quickly. Her eyes flinched as the coldness around her body intensified, and the 9 ghostly chains were waved again, pointing directly at the remaining few people. Today, none of you will leave alive. 9 ghosts chain in her hand dancing as if it had life. The ghost blue light flashing broken air sound sharp and piercing. With a flick of Lung Yu's wrist, the 3 chains were like arrows off the string, shooting at the 3 ambassadors of Tian Quan, Tian Gue, and Yu Hong. Poof, put, poof. Almost simultaneously, 3 muffled sounds rang out as the 9 specter chains easily tore through the body protection spiritual energy of the 3 through their chests. Miserable screams rang out one after another, and blood gushed out to stain the ground. The 9 specters chain carried the 3 of them and viciously nailed them to the boulders at the edge of the lava fire sea, just like 3 corpses that were being executed. Just as Lung Yu retrieved the chains, a sudden change occurred. On the body of the 3-star ambassador that was pierced through, a strange black mist suddenly surged out, quickly wrapping itself around the 9 specters' lock like a living thing. Mottled rust surfaced where the chains came into contact with the black mist, and cracks spread like a spider web. Lung Yu's heart was shocked. Her face became grave. The 9 specters' lock was her bottom card. If it was corroded, the consequences were unimaginable. She violently retracted the chains, only to see that the ghostly blue locks were already covered with ugly rust spots, and the originally smooth and mirror-like surface had become pitted as if it had been gnawed. Lung Yu's heart sank violently as a strong sense of unease surged through her. What exactly is this black mist? It can actually corrode the 9 specters' lock. Just then an even more terrifying mutation occurred. The surrounding space suddenly distorted, emitting a frightening tearing sound. A huge crack appeared out of thin air, seemingly to split heaven and earth. A giant foot covered in black scales slowly stepped out from the crack with a terrifying pressure that covered the sky. On top of the giant feet, lava-like dark red lines flowed, exuding an aura of despair. That's the left foot of the demon god. As the left foot of the demon god descended, the surrounding space shook violently like the end of the world. Ha ha ha, Lord Demon God has descended. The heavenly pivot star envoy looked at the giant foot that covered the sky with ecstasy in his heart. As the most devout believer, he would become the most capable assistant under the seat of the Lord Demon God, enjoying supreme honor and power. Welcome, Lord Demon God. Several people hissed, their voices full of suppressed fervor and awe. We will surely become Lord Demon God's most loyal servants. The heavenly pivot star envoy took the lead, and the rest of the surviving star envoys followed suit, trembling with excitement and itching to sacrifice their souls. Chapter 94. Yan Huang burns the world. Lin Pingon saw that the foot covered the sky and only felt his chest tighten up. Breathing became difficult. The mere act of stepping out of the rift caused the space around him to wail in an unbearable manner. The smell of destruction was so viscous it was suffocating. His scalp was numb. This thing, it wasn't even humanly possible to fight it. Big trouble. Lang Yu's heartbeat was suddenly out of order, and that pressure instinctively gave her a sense of insignificance. She gripped the 9 specters locked tightly, the rust marks remaining on the chain stinging her palm and reminding her of the strangeness and power of the enemy before her. Can't retreat. Ping'an is still behind him. Without any hesitation, 9 specter lock strikes again. This time, it was no longer a dexterous twining, but 9 channels of ghostly blue cold awns tearing through the air, emitting sharp whistles as they slammed decisively into the slowly descending left foot of the demon god. The 9 ghostly chains had a cold light, bringing a bone-etching chill straight at the demon god's giant feet. Ha! Not self-serving. The corner of the heavenly pivot star envoy's mouth hooked into a cruel smile. His astrolabe erupted with horrifying energy, aiming straight for the vitals of Lin Yu's back heart. The attacks of the other 4 star ambassadors were also directed towards Lin Yu from all sides, not leaving the slightest gap. She clenched her silver teeth, and the 9 netherworld's chains danced wildly back and forth around her body, while doing her best to maintain the binding of the demon god's giant feet. She swung her long sword sharply in her hand, knocking several deadly attacks out. Spare her the trouble, she was still a step behind. Snort! A bolt of star power grazed her shoulder, bringing up a spray of blood. She stifled a grunt as the sharp pain hit her, causing her to black out. Seeing this, the heavenly pivot star envoy's attack became even more urgent, the astrolabe spinning and bringing up ear-piercing wind-breaking sounds as it smashed into Lin Yu once again. Put! Another attack landed on her back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out as Lin Yu's throat became sweet. The wounds on her body were growing, blood gurgling out, soaking through her dress to the point of shock. The light of the 9 netherworld's chain also dimmed a bit, and the power to bind the demon god's giant feet was weakening. Lin Yu! Lin Ping'an's eyes widened in anger. He watched her fight in blood, watched her get hurt over and over again for herself, and those blood colors were like the sharpest knives, gouging at his heart. Ah! He hissed and tried to break free of some invisible bond, tried to rush up and take everything for her, but he couldn't move and could only watch. Hate myself for being too weak, hate that I can only be a drag on her. Lin Ping'an reached into his storage bag with a trembling hand and his fingertips touched a hot object, red sun gold essence. With great difficulty he removed the golden lump of burning, flaming metal, and the searing heat of the blast of air burned his palms and stung his hands. The power contained within this thing was enough to burn him to ashes, but there was no time for that. He watched the figure faltering in the siege with a heartbeat. Instead of watching her die, we should fight. Lin Ping'an trembled as he brought the red sun gold essence, which emitted a destructive aura, closer to his mouth. Lin Ping'an roared up to the sky, his voice dripping with jade and stone determination, and violently swallowed the red sun gold essence. Boom! Berserk energy rampaged through his body, burning his flesh and blood. Excruciating pain, unspeakably sharp pain. His skin became crimson red, blood vessels rippled hideously, and his meridians were broken inch by inch and forcibly connected under the impact of that berserk energy. Lin Ping'an couldn't help but stifle a painful grunt as bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and in an instant, they were vaporized into wisps of white mist. His body trembled uncontrollably, his bones cackling, his consciousness gradually blurred, his eyes were dyed blood red, and a roar echoed in his ears as if he were in purgatory. He can't fall. He must live. For Lin Yu's sake, and for his own. This berserk energy was raging inside him, wanting to completely tear him apart. Lin Ping'an felt that his body had reached its limit, but he was still struggling to hold on. Lin Yu was still waiting for him, and he had to break through quickly in order to save her. In the midst of this agonizing torment, he seemed to see a phoenix reborn from fire, spreading its wings in the flames and soaring in the sky. Lin Ping'an forced himself to endure the severe pain to run the heart technique of the 9 changes of the burning sky, guiding this raging energy to follow a specific meridian route, impacting his own limits over and over again. Gradually, the energy of the red sun gold essence began to be refined and absorbed into his flesh and blood. He felt an unprecedented power surging through him, and his body no longer trembled, but instead radiated a powerful life force. The crimson on his skin faded to reveal a healthy bronze color, and his hair burned with golden red flames like the plumes of a phoenix fluttering in the air. 9 changes of burning sky. Third change, Inferno Phoenix burning world. Lin Ping'an violently opened his eyes, a blazing fire burning in his eyes, and a disdainful aura erupted from him. Boom! An even more powerful force awakened within him. He slowly stood up, golden red flames burning in his body. A huge fire phoenix shadow slowly emerged behind him, emitting a loud and clear phoenix song straight into the sky. At this moment, Lin Ping'an was like a god of war reborn from the fire, exuding an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The shackles of the earth fire cage crumbled apart the moment Lin Ping'an broke through, turning into bits of sparks that flew apart. He took a step out of the blazing flames wherever he passed. The fire of the earth have retreated as a subject that submits to the king, not daring to have the slightest offense. Lin Ping'an arrived beside Lin Yu with a flash of his figure, just in time to see the 5 people simultaneously deliver a fatal blow to Lin Yu. Seek death. Lin Ping'an roared, and the fire phoenix shadow behind him let out a loud and clear phoenix cry as a fiery astral wind swept out, disintegrating the attacks of the five. A few people's faces suddenly changed. How could he possibly block a combined strike from 5 people? Lin Pinggan's killing intent was boiling at the moment, and with a step out his body carried a scorching heat wave, appearing in front of the heavenly pivot star envoy in an instant. The fist entwined with golden red flames, coerced with the violent aura of burning down everything, pummeled straight down at the heavenly pivot star envoy's chest. It was too fast. The heavenly pivot star envoy didn't have time to make any reaction at all, and only felt a huge force that he couldn't resist crashing into his chest. Ka-ching! The sound of his sternum shattering was clearly audible, and his entire body bowed and flew backwards, finally smashing heavily on the ground far away, his body twisting into a bizarre angle, and he was out of breath. The remaining 4 were so horrified that their souls flew out. A joint strike was broken, and the strongest heaven's pivot was killed in a single shot? Is this still human? What kind of monster is he? Tianchu's cultivation is above us. Run! Run fast! Can't beat it. Fear of death loomed over them. The instinct to survive overcame the fear, and each of the 4 offered their magic treasures in a last-ditch attempt to resist. Dying struggle. The corner of Lin Pinggan's mouth hooked into a cold arc, and the wings of the fire phoenix shadow behind him shook violently. Phew! A stream of golden red fire flowed like a rushing river, devouring the attacks of the 4. Inferno Phoenix burning world. Lin Pinggan let out a roar, and golden red flames erupted like a volcano, and a huge fire phoenix with an aura of burning the sky and destroying the earth slammed fiercely towards the 4 people.